Chapter 301 Lessons. She first glanced at Shiryu and Wen Yun, who were still fighting the zombies, then looked at Su Yuqing, who was lying on the ground and trembling, and finally looked at Yun Qiao, who was blocking in front of her and trying to prevent the zombies from getting close to her. She raised her hand and put it on Yun Qiao's thin shoulder and said softly, "Qiao Qiao, get out of the way." Yun Qiao stood firmly in front of her. "It's okay. Sister Su, I can protect you." Su Baining laughed. "Qiao Qiao, do you like to see rainbows?" Although Yun Qiao didn't know why Su Baining would ask such a question at this time, she still answered obediently, "I like it, but I haven't seen it for a long time." Su Baining circled her arms and threw her gently but firmly into Shiryu's arms, then stretched out his hand and turned around, and then Shiryu and the others saw a large water curtain suddenly appear in front of them. All the zombies suddenly seemed to have pressed the pause button at this moment, no matter how hard they rushed forward. They could not move forward. Shiryu would always remember this moment. She stood in the sun wearing an inconspicuous sportswear, with a focused and gentle expression on her face, looking at the group of zombies in front of her and slightly smiling. Then suddenly many sharp, thin needles like icicles but flowing, appeared in front of her. They scattered around the water curtain. Then, there were a few whooshing sounds. These tiny needles penetrated the water curtain in front of them, and shot into the bodies of the zombies opposite. These needles pierced through their chests, and turned into water, flowing down their bodies. Then these zombies fell down one after another, as if they had no bones. Wen Yun and Yu Yan moved their throats fiercely after seeing this. Especially when Yun felt a sudden chill in his neck, when he thought of how he had once tried to fight with her. After all the zombies fell down, she withdrew her hands again. The water curtain in front of her slowly retreated and scattered towards the place where the sun was. Then, the sunlight reflected in the distance shone through the water that had not yet fallen, reflecting a beautiful rainbow of 7 colors. Yun Qiao held her hands and looked at the rainbow in the sky, feeling that her whole heart began to bubble with pink bubbles. Shiryu pursed her lips and looked at Su Baining, who was thinking about something. But Yun Qiao was already jumping and pulling her hand to point at the rainbow that had just disappeared. Wen Yun and Yu Yan originally wanted to go over to see what Su Yuqing was like, but Shiryu asked them to collect all the crystal cores first. He could do it alone. They had no choice but to start using knives to pry open the zombies one by one to get the crystal cores. Only Shiryu was left standing in front of Su Yuqing with a gloomy face, and no one knew what he was thinking. All the zombies had been dealt with. The problem now was what to do with Su Yuqing. At this time, Su Yai came to her senses, got up and ran towards Su Baining. Su Baining let go of Yun Qiao's hand and turned around to hide. Yun Qiao looked at Su Yai, who looked like she wanted to eat someone and couldn't understand. "What are you doing? Sister Su just saved us. Why don't you say thank you?" Su Yai laughed out loud. If it weren't for her, my brother wouldn't be injured. Yu Yan came over and pulled her. "Don't make trouble here. Why don't you go see your brother instead?" Su Yai broke free from his hand and tried to push Su Baining away. Su Baining grabbed her hand expressionlessly and slapped her in the face. She seemed to still not believe that Su Baining dared to hit her, and pointed at her with her face covered. You dare to hit me." Su Baining pinched her hand and slapped her again. Su Yai fell to the ground without standing firmly. Su Baining looked down at her. "I told you, there won't be a second time. You should be thankful now. If it weren't for me remembering your brother's life-saving grace and sparing you, you should be like this circle of zombies now. The first person who dared to plot against me like this has gone to see God. You are not so naive as to think that I dare not touch you just because Qiao Qiao and the others are here?" She squatted down and patted Su Yai's face. "Just stay at home and be a waste. You'd better not show up in front of me during my stay, otherwise the life I kindly left for you will be like the corpse next to you." She pinched Su Yai's face and turned to a zombie corpse next to her, and used her other hand to draw a stream of water, and the corpse that was still intact just now was split into 2 in front of her eyes. Su Baining dropped her hand as she watched her body tremble with fear. "How dare you to cause trouble for her? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what honesty is." She stood up and looked at Su Yai, who hadn't come back to her senses yet. "It's your own stupidity that harmed your brother. I told you long ago that you'd better be honest. If you plot against me, you'll bear the consequences. Have you forgotten?" Su Yai's eyes shrank after hearing this. She crawled to Su Yuqing's side and cried as she looked at Su Yuqing, whose face had already turned pale. Wen Yun looked at Su Yuqing, who had fallen into a coma on the ground, and looked at Shiryu in embarrassment. "Captain, what should we do? We can't go back to the base now." Shiryu squatted on the ground and touched his face dejectedly. They had been with him since the beginning of the apocalypse, because they grew up together. He was indeed more tolerant of Suyoi. This time, it was all his fault that he shouldn't have agreed to bring her out. Shiryu lost his parents when he was very young, and he had been relying on his grandmother. Later, when the apocalypse came, his grandmother died to protect him. Su Yoqing's parents had always treated him like their own son. He pulled his short hair in annoyance. Su Baiting sighed helplessly. Shouldn't Su Yai be the one who was poisoned? Why did it have to be Su Yuqing? Although the reason was not her, but, in any case, it was thanks to him when we were at the beach. Although she was confused at the time, she could still smell the scent of everyone. When Yunqiao first saw her, Shiryu probably didn't agree to save her. Even the act of carrying her to the shore seemed to be done by Su Yuqing and Yuyin. Su Baiting quietly touched Yunqiao. Qiao, who carried me to the beach at the beginning. Yunqiao didn't dare to speak but just nodded at Su Yuqing on the ground, pointed at Yuyin with her finger. Su Baiting looked at it and nodded. Shiryu picked up Su Yuqing and walked out of the reeds, put him under a big tree on the side of the road. Su Yai didn't care whether she was dirty or not. She ran over and cried uncontrollably when she saw Su Yuqing shivering in pain. She sobbed and pulled Shiryu's arm. Brother Shiryu, please save my brother. What should he do? He seems to be in pain. Shiryu pulled her hand away. Yai, remember? Your brother has become like this because of you. If it weren't for your jealousy, if it wasn't for protecting you, he wouldn't be like this. After hearing this, Su Yai collapsed on the ground as if she had lost her soul. She looked at the painful Su Yuqing with lifeless eyes. She completely lost her original arrogance. Chapter 302, Parting Ways. What Su Baiting hates most is owing favors to others. Although they didn't really save her, but there is no such but. She walked forward and looked at Su Yuqing, who was slowly beginning to change, and tapped Shiryu's back. Shiryu turned his head and looked at her. What's wrong? She thought for a moment and walked to Yuyin and stretched out her hand to him. Crystal core. Yuyin thought she was afraid that he would not give her the crystal core. So he quickly said, I'm afraid you have no place to put it. I will give it to you when you return to the base. I won't take yours. Su Baiting shook her head. That's not what I meant. I only need 2. I don't know what she is for. Yuyin took out a handful from his pocket and handed it to her. She picked up 2 and gave the rest back to him. She took the crystal core and walked back to Su Yuqing. Su Yoqing's face had changed. His lips had been bitten and started bleeding. Su Baiting pushed away Shiryu, who was squatting in front of him, and turned him over to lie on the ground, holding the crystal core close to his wound. Su Yai saw it and stopped her hand. What are you doing? You can take revenge on me for what I did to you, but don't do these things to my brother again. He didn't do anything to you. Su Baiting glanced at her lightly. If you don't let go, your brother will really mutate. I might be able to save him if I try, and I don't care if I don't try. Su Yai held her hand and didn't know whether to let go or not. Finally, Shiryu couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her away. Let's try it out. Just be quiet. Su Baiting raised her hand and crushed the crystal core in her hand bit by bit. The crystal core turned into powder in her hand and fell on the wound on Su Yoqing's back with a faint glow. Su Baiting used the powder of the crystal core to send her supernatural power into Su Yoqing's wound. The wound began to swell and ooze out red blood, accompanied by a little bit of black. Su Yoqing's body began to shake uncontrollably, and it became more and more severe. Su Baiting had no choice but to ask Shiryu to hold him down tightly. Shiryu used a lot of strength to press him to the ground. What's going on? Su Baiting said casually. What's going on? Of course it's like this when you're removing the virus. If the zombie virus is so easy to remove, how can someone become a zombie? Shiryu looked at her with complicated eyes. You can actually do it. Su Baiting looked at Su Yoqing's back. Don't think too much. Don't set your sights on me. If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't have been able to help you. This is just an exchange of interests. As the crystal core in her hand slowly disappeared, the last bit of black blood came out of Su Yoqing's body. Su Baiting checked it and rinsed it casually with water. After stopping, she said to Shiryu, just apply some medicine on the skin wound. It should be fine. Su Yuqing had calmed down. The skin on his body has returned to normal, but his face is still pale due to excessive blood loss. He will be fine after he goes back to take some rest. Su Baiting stood up and said to Su Yai, I won't tell others, but I really don't believe you. I buried a secret in your brother's wound. If I hear you tell others about what happened today, your brother will still not escape. Su Yai looked at Su Baiting with her mouth wide open. She didn't believe how she said this. Su Baining didn't have any psychological burden, after all. You have been looking for a sense of presence in my presence since I entered the base. It's really annoying. And based on the attitude you treated me today, I have to keep a hand. Su Yai looked at Su Yuqing lying on the ground and closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her expression was clear. Thank you for saving my brother. I don't like you because I'm afraid you will take away brother Shiryu. But you saved my brother. I remember what you said before, during the time you stay in the base. I will not appear in front of you. And I will not tell anyone about what happened today. Shiryu wrapped the wound on Su Yuqing's back with gauze and carried him on his back. Su Yai followed behind and supported him as he went back to the base. When Yun looked at Su Baining and wanted to say something but never said it, Yun Xiao took her hand and smiled softly at her. Sister Su. Let's go back. On the way back, Su Baining was thinking about something. So no matter how Yun Xiao tried to tease her, she didn't look happy at all, which made Yun Xiao quite depressed. On the way back to the base, they met a lot of people, all of whom were very curious about Su Yuqing's injury on his back. You know, no one in their South China team had ever suffered such a serious injury since the end of the world. It is inevitable to get a little injured when going out, but it is the first time to get such a serious injury. Su Yai returned home and told her parents about this. Su's father and mother inevitably ran to their team's villa and cried. Su Baining's eyes darkened, and she closed the door after seeing this. In the afternoon, she put on a mask and went out without saying hello to anyone, because she hid herself. She was not afraid that someone would see her and have other thoughts. She first went to the mission hall to see how the mission of this base was done. Then she ran to the housing management center to see how the house was rented. It was impossible for her to live here for a long time. Maybe Yen Heshuan and his friends would come one day. But the houses here are rented for a month at least, unlike the previous base, which can be rented for a day. She weighed the number of crystal cores in her hand. This time when she came back from going out, all the crystal cores that Yu Yin and his friends had in their hands had been exchanged. They hadn't been brought back yet. So she planned to give up. When she came back today, she was actually thinking about whether she should live alone. Although it was good that they saved her before. Today they were even. So she went to check the house prices in the civilian area. She just wanted to find a place to stay quietly, and didn't want to attract anyone's attention. She flipped through the booklet in her hand, and finally found a house that suited her taste. A small single apartment. The staff said that all the people living in this building were girls. But all the people living next to this building were people with special abilities. So it's still pretty safe. She nodded with satisfaction, and paid a month's rent to rent this small house. When she went back, Yun Xiao was standing at the door pacing waiting for her to come back. When she saw her coming back, she hurried over to greet her. Sister Su, where have you been? We were so worried about you suddenly disappearing. Don't run around in this base alone. During the meal, Su Baining told Wen Yun that she didn't want the crystal cores she collected today. She just used them to change her clothes. Wen Yun didn't say anything at the time, but he still remembered it. After dinner, Su Baining told him that she was leaving. Yun Xiao looked at her with a shocked look. Sister Su, why don't you want to be with us? Is it because I made you unhappy? Su Baining pinched her little face. Qiao Qiao is very cute, but I think I am more comfortable alone. Chapter 303 Living Alone. In fact, it would have been best to separate after following them into the base. She didn't want to see these things dragged out abruptly. It was not convenient to hide when she was with them. It was better to be alone. She touched Yunqi's little face. I'm still in the base. I live on the 3rd floor of the small apartment behind you. You can come to play with me when you have nothing to do. It's okay. But let's forget about living here. According to what Yen Ziyu said before, it would be better to end it here without getting involved in these causes and effects. Sure, you and the others didn't know what to say. It seemed that there was no reason to keep her. She had come to the base just to wait for someone. After seeing her special abilities today, there was even less reason to keep her. She might live better alone than when she was with them. When Yin rarely asked him, could it be that these few days of getting along, are we friends? Su Baining shook her head. Not really, we are just ordinary people, we just know each other, you don't know me, I don't know you of course. This is not necessary. Suddenly a cough came from Su Yuqing's room upstairs. Su Yai appeared in front of them. My brother woke up. Su Baining clapped his hands. That's good, you saved me, I gave it back to you, we are even now, see you again in the future, you guys should go check on your teammates. Finally, she bent down and hugged Yun Xiao, who was in tears. She put on a mask and a hat, and walked into the darkness without looking back. Shiryu stared at her slender back for a while, and went upstairs at Yu Yan's urging. Su Yuqing was still very weak because of the excessive blood loss. He saw that several of them came up. But he didn't see Su Baiting. Before they came up, Su Yai had told him who saved him. He also wanted to thank Su Baiting in person. Yu Yan scratched his earlobe. Miss Su has left. She will not live with us from today on. Su Yuqing leaned against the head of the bed. Yai, this is all because of you. I hope you will always remember this lesson. Don't make such a mistake next time. Otherwise, when I am gone, there will be no one to take care of you. Su Yai pursed her lips and lowered her head and agreed. She already knew she was wrong. She had decided not to bother her again in the future. Who knew she would leave so suddenly? Su Yuqing looked at her and sighed slightly. Next time, if we have a chance to see each other again, remember to say thank you. Yunqiao patted her chest. It's okay, I know where Sister Su is. I can say thank you for you, but you don't have to go. Brother Yuqing, Sister Su doesn't seem to want to have too much involvement with us. It must be said that although Yunqiao is young, but her mind is still very clear. She grew up with Shiryu by her grandmother's side. Other relatives are no longer in the world. Now there are only the two of them left. So Shiryu has always attached great importance to Yunqiao's education. Now it seems that his education method is not bad. At least she has not grown up to be a weak person. But she is still innocent, lively and kind-hearted. Su Baiting covered herself up tightly and stepped into the small building. The women coming and going in the small building looked at this person, who covered himself up strangely. Some even suspected that it was a man who suddenly ran in and almost stopped her, until they smelled the faint orchid fragrance on her body and stopped. After all, which man would spray such perfume? If Su Baiting knew that she was thinking this way, she would definitely stop and tell her that almost all the men in our family were stained with this fragrance. She took out the key, opened the door, and turned on the light. An empty small room appeared in front of her. When she opened the door, she saw the entrance. You can only see the room when you go in. There is a small partition next to it. The kitchen is inside. Next to the kitchen is a small bathroom. Although it is small, it has everything. It is enough for one person to live in. You can also decorate it according to your own preferences. She took advantage of the early hours to clean the room briefly. Put down a whole set of loft small sofas and chairs. Put down a small tatami in the room. And put a small sky blue blanket and a small night light that would flow. The room looked like it had just been painted. Although the walls were bare, she could use props. After everything was done, she boiled a pot of water and soaked a bowl of noodles, poured a cup of bubbling coke, kicked off her slippers, and sat on the small blanket that had just been laid on the floor. It was so beautiful. The women who lived in the same building found that a strange girl had just moved in upstairs. Not only did she cover herself up tightly all day, I seldom go downstairs these days. Every time I go downstairs, I carry bags of garbage. After walking around outside, I come back for a walk. I appear and disappear all day long. Unlike them, they always have time to come back after going out. Generally, people who live here are those who rent here because it is inconvenient to follow the team. There are also couples who rent here together, but they are still a minority. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Baiting covers herself tightly every day. If there is no need to go out, then it is better not to go out. She finally lived the stay-at-home life she had been dreaming about for a few days. Even Yunqiao, who said before that she wanted to come to play with her, never came to see her. But she doesn't care about this now. It's not that Yunqiao didn't want to come to see her. She wanted to come the next day, but Shiryu stopped her. He thought it was not good, so he didn't ask Yunqiao to go out. Although Su Baiting seemed to be living a leisurely life every day, but every day, her doubts grew heavier. She felt anxious watching the sun rise and set. The weather seemed to be getting colder and colder. She didn't know if her brothers would take good care of themselves when she was not around. Although she was the one who needed the most care. Sometimes, when she had nothing to do, she would go back to her space to check on the crops. And sometimes she would sit by the stream and accompany the blooming orchids for a while. After a long time, she would feel that, in the past, whenever she came in, either Qilin or Xiaohe would run up to her and make a lot of noise. When she went out, there would be someone calling out in front of her and someone chasing after her. Now when she came in again, there was nothing here, it was empty, and she was the only one. That day, she stayed in the space as usual and came out after thinking it was boring. As soon as she came out, She heard footsteps outside the door. At first, she thought it was someone else stepping on the stairs restlessly, but after a while, not only the stairs were thudding, but also screams and people talking loudly outside the window. It was most likely to happen when it was close to night, so generally there would be more people at the entrance of the base at night. Chapter 304 Zombie Sneak Attack. Ding ding ding. The piercing sound of a horn suddenly sounded, so loud that Sue Binding almost felt that her eardrums were about to be pierced. She opened the door, and saw that people upstairs and downstairs began to run downstairs frantically. She grabbed one and said, "What's going on? What are you doing?" She didn't wear loose clothes at home. When she showed up, she even surprised the little girl who was about to run downstairs. But the piercing sound quickly brought her back to her senses. She looked at Sue Binding. When there is a zombie attack, this alarm will sound. Hurry up and pack up and reunite with your team. After saying that, she broke away from Sue Binding's hand and ran downstairs quickly. Sue Binding closed the door and walked to the window. It was far from the entrance of the base, and she couldn't see what was going on. But the huge crowd downstairs couldn't be fake. She sighed and glanced at the room she had lived in for a few days. It seemed that she couldn't stay here anymore. It would definitely not be a good thing if zombies attacked at night. Put the things away first, if there is nothing to do. It will be the same if you come back and put them away. After putting away all the things and putting on clothes to cover her head, the room returned to the empty state when she just came. When she walked out of the door, she looked at the small room with regret, to be honest. She still liked this room very much. Just when she walked to the bottom of the stairs with the crowd, she ran into Yunqiao. When Yunqiao saw her, she ran over and dragged her hand to the side. Facing Yunqiao, she saw Shiryu and the others, as well as Su Yuqing, who had not fully recovered, and his parents. Su Yai hid behind her parents the moment she saw her. Su Binding stood up and looked at them. Qiao. What was she going to say? Actually, you don't have to call me. Maybe it would be easier for me to get away. But this was the little girl's heart. Qiao looked at her. Sister Su, I know you are very powerful, but how can the power of one person be stronger than the power of a team? Ah, that makes sense, and she couldn't refute it. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. I don't know what sounded from the speakers above their heads. After a while, a voice came. All the superpowers quickly gather at the gate of the base. There is a zombie invasion. All ordinary people who have the strength and think they can kill zombies can also go with us. Please note that this operation is related to our survival. Please pay attention. As soon as the horn sounded, the screams and chirping sounds never stopped, and some even shouted, "Run! Where can you run to when zombies attack?" Shiryu led them through the crowd quickly and began to jog towards the gate of the base. Su Binding looked at the crowd around him and said silently, "What a pity! He hadn't had time to do his own things yet and had to protect the base from disasters first." Su Yuqing walked to Su Binding's side at this time. He looked at Su Binding, who was covered in a hat, and said softly, "Thank you." Su Binding turned her head. "You're welcome." She saved Su Yuqing for another reason, which was that his temperament was a bit like Cheng Jun. Both of them were the kind of people who didn't talk much, but would always keep themselves busy. I didn't know how far away from the base gate I could hear the roar of zombies, and I could see the superpowers of the superpowers dancing in groups at the base gate. It was too dark to see the situation outside. Only the lights in the base could illuminate the situation inside the base, and when they arrived, the wall on the right had collapsed because it couldn't bear the pressure. There were wailing and muffled groans of bricks hitting people's bodies. The scene began to become chaotic. All the zombies seemed to have found a breakthrough and rushed towards the broken wall. Many superpowers, and the base's camp training team had already started shooting with weapons. But now the zombies have basically begun to advance. Traditional weapons can hardly cause substantial damage to them. At most, they can only slow down their pace of entry. Su Binding saw a group of people coming over from afar, not knowing who they were protecting. He was wearing camouflage uniforms, and had a square face with eyebrows like Guan Gong, looking very righteous. Yunqiao exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect the base commander to be here." Ah, it turned out that this was the base commander of this base. Some people kept retreating from them. Seeing that the base gate could not be defended, Su Binding pulled Yunqiao back a step, and the base's big iron gate fell in front of them. A cloud of dust was stirred up. Through the dust, a large number of zombies could be vaguely seen walking in slowly with their hands raised high. Under the lights of the base, their faces looked particularly hideous. Su Binding pushed Yunqiao to Shiryu's side. "Protect yourself. If we can all survive, We can set off together. Sure, you took Yunxiao and looked at her seriously. You should also pay attention to safety. Su Baining nodded and looked at the zombies that had already walked in front of him, waving the whip in his hand, and rushed in. Yunxiao looked at Su Baining's skills and patted Yu. How did the palace drama I watched before describe women's dancing postures? Yu thought for a moment. Gentle as a startled dragon. Graceful as a flying wild goose? Yunxiao, that's about it. Sister Su is so amazing. I declare that she is my idol from today. Su Baining was actually not used to using the water whip in her hand. She thought about it and realized that now was not the time to hide her incompetence. So she took the jade bone whip out of the space. She swung a long whip like she was dancing. After having a weapon, the speed and pace of attack were obviously much faster. Many people in the base still remembered clearly long after that, on the night of the zombie night attack. A woman wearing a gray sportswear and a big hat covering her face played with a golden whip to the extreme. When she saw the whip that appeared out of thin air in her hand, Yu's eyes were stern, and then she smiled bitterly. It seems that following them is really not as good as living alone. Even when Yun and Yu Yin were amazed when they saw it. The long whip was shining brightly in the light under the blessing of the water power. The gold and red colors were put together naturally. The gems flashing from time to time on the handle seemed to remind them. The cost and craftsmanship of this whip were beyond the reach of ordinary people. The head of the base, Chun Tianji, who was in the protection circle, nodded with satisfaction when he saw Su Baining. This child is very good. Bring her to see me after the meeting. The guards around him were very curious when they saw the man's clothes, and couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman. But the most urgent thing now was to solve the problem in front of them first before talking about other things. They actually didn't want Chun Tianji to appear in such an occasion. It was difficult to pay attention to the movements of the zombies in front of them and protect him. But Chun Tianji felt that as the base commander, he should fight side by side with them at this moment. Otherwise, he was not worthy of being the base commander of this base. Chapter 305 Large Water Curtain Protective Shell. Su Baining was waving her hands until she was tired, but the zombies in front of her seemed to be no less. She couldn't use other abilities here, and without Qilin, she couldn't fly into the air to see the situation. In addition, the visibility was poor at night. She became a little irritated after a long time. She could still hear the sound of the house collapsing, and the sound of the zombies' claws scratching metal, and the screams and cries after being injured. She was disturbed and upset. She forced herself to calm down and not think about so many things. After calming down, she looked at the zombies around her, and saw that they walked straight into the base without hurting anyone. The ultimate goal of this group of zombies was not to hurt anyone. Even if they really hurt someone, it was because they bumped into them or fought back. The main purpose of this group of zombies was to destroy this base. I heard from Yu and them that there were no other bases in the surrounding cities. The reason why this base is called South China Base is because it is the last base in the south. If this base is gone, they will have to move north. Even if they can encounter a small base, there are too many people in this base, and no small base can accommodate them. As the city wall broke and collapsed, the smell of blood and stench mixed together to stimulate everyone's nerves, and there were no people who escaped from under the city wall or next to the house in time. Along with the unresponsive zombies, they were pressed down. Blood began to spread along the ground. Cries and shouts gradually sounded from all corners of the base, as if foreshadowing the destruction of this base. Until a soldier ran to Chun Tianji's ear and said something. Chun Tianji's face was so pale that he almost couldn't stand. He kept muttering, "It's over. It's over. The base is over." Creaky, it was the sound of the vehicles parked under the shed at the entrance being pierced and trampled by the zombies' claws. One by one, relatively new cars were trampled into discus. Some vehicle parts were simply hung on the zombies' hands and followed along. Some psychics were injured when attacking zombies. Some guards emptied their bullets and fought with zombies, even though they were covered in wounds. They didn't want to call them over. Everyone was struggling to survive. Su Baining saw a soldier sacrifice his life to protect a crying child. The comrades around them burst into tears after seeing this. But they did not stop to stop them. These things happened in every corner of the base, as if it was a common occurrence. The superpowers also began to lose strength gradually, and picked up the things around them that could be used as weapons to fight the zombies in front of them. They were all working hard to protect their homes. Su Baining took a deep breath, put away the whip in her hand, and closed her eyes. The people standing beside her saw this woman closing her eyes, and were still wondering if she was ready to give up struggling or something. Their bodies began to feel the recovery of their superpowers. Then, they saw a huge water curtain slowly spreading outward from the center of the woman, shining brightly under the remaining lights of the base. Slowly, the water curtain formed a huge semicircle around her body and began to expand outward. Little by little, it enveloped the people around her. The zombies that encountered the water curtain were pushed back with a roar. Everyone who could see the scene was so shocked that they stopped what they were doing. Just watching the scene curiously, some curious people even touched the slowly moving water curtain with their hands, and found that it moved just like real water, and patterns flashed when it moved. Some water ability users gathered together and discussed, "Can your water ability do this?" This unknown water ability user swallowed his saliva. "I can't, I'm just a decoration and can only watch." Su Baining felt very uncomfortable now. This was the first time she had used up such a large amount of ability. The face under the brim of the hat began to turn pale, and the color of the lips began to fade. Qin Tianji looked at the huge water curtain above his head, and pointed at the zombies that were blocked outside. "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you fight me now?" The people around him were a little embarrassed. It's not that they didn't want to move, but they couldn't fight through the water curtain, and their weapons couldn't be extended. After hearing this, Su Baining said lightly, "Don't waste your energy. Without my permission, your superpowers can't go out." The soft voice shocked everyone. "It's a woman!" All the people who were covered stared at the petite person with wide eyes. At first, everyone thought it was a thin man. "Is it a woman?" Someone whispered, "It's a woman. It doesn't sound big from the voice." "Wow. It's a girl. I wonder what such a powerful girl looks like. Are you a human? She saved your life, and you actually covet her." "Bah, I was just curious. What do you mean by covet? You think everyone is like you?" Qin Tianji coughed. "Ah, this little girl." Su Baining had been very annoyed after holding on to her supernatural power for a long time, so she lost her temper when she heard him shouting, "Shut up! Don't bother me!" Qin Tianji shut her mouth. "Just shut it. Can you not be so fierce?" She conjured up a crystal core and crushed it in her palm to absorb the energy. She slowly opened her eyes and raised her hand. A crystal gun appeared in her palm. It happened to be facing Qin Tianji. The guards around Qin Tianji were startled by this sudden move, and reflexively raised the guns in their hands that had no bullets. Su Baining frowned and said with disdain, "Get out of the way, don't block the road." Qin Tianji and the guards obediently moved aside, revealing the zombies that were surrounding the water curtain behind them. The obedient Qin Tianji. Why am I so obedient? Everyone saw that as Qin Tianji and the people around him made way, a small hole appeared in the water curtain at that place. Just when their attention was still on the hole, a white light ball drilled out of the hole. Then it hit the group of zombies outside. As the light ball dispersed, the zombies covered by it froze there one by one, and then broke into slag bit by bit. The crystal cores in their bodies also fell to the ground, as their bodies disappeared. Qin Tianji took a close look at the gun in Su Baining's hand. The more he looked at it, the more he felt it looked like the crystal energy gun he had seen once before. Su Baining's expression remained unchanged, as she fired a few shots at the zombies in front of her, in the midst of everyone's shock. As for the zombies that were slowly moving away behind her, she ignored them. Su Baining was almost unable to hold on, and her body began to sway. Yunqiao came over and supported her at the right time. Su Baining looked at Yunqiao's worried eyes, and patted the hand that was supporting her arm in a soothing manner, indicating that she was fine. But she just didn't have enough energy. After all, it was still a bit difficult to support such a large energy absorption crystal core. And now that so many people had discovered her, it was not easy to show it. Chapter 306. City destroyed and migrated. She held on with her eyes open until the zombies destroyed everything in the base and left. Then their powers dissipated. A large amount of water splashed down and splashed on everyone. Su Baining collapsed on Yunqiao due to lack of strength after holding on for a long time. Sure, you and the others came over to help support Su Baining. Su Baining leaned on Yunqiao and panted slightly, looking at the little girl's fluffy peach-like face. He was in a good mood and rubbed her little face. The sky gradually brightened, and the base appeared in front of everyone. The smoking power plant, the water plant with no water, the leaning houses, and the cars that were trampled into iron blocks. There were large sobs, and even Yunqiao's hand holding Su Baining began to tremble. Qin Tianji looked at everything in front of him and closed his eyes. It's over. This base is gone. Su Baining closed his eyes and rested for a while to recover and looked at Yunqiao beside him with tears in his eyes. He said with a smile, "Why are you crying? Because the base is gone? Yun Xiao pouted and nodded. We have lived here since the end of the world until now. It's a bit sad that it's gone all of a sudden. Does it mean that I won't have a home in the future? Su Baining patted her. Don't be sad. Just think of this place as your old home. Home is where the family is together. Isn't it best for you and your brother to be together in peace? After being comforted by Su Baining, Yun Xiao felt better. Qin Tianji and his team counted the damage and what was left in the base. After hearing the specific data, he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. No one could have thought of such a thing. And no one could do anything about it. Later, he discussed something with a few of his confidants. And when he showed up, he had a serious face. He stood on the high stands and looked at the sparse crowd below. Just like Zhu Lao did at the beginning. But he was different from Zhu Lao. With the help of Zhu Lao Yuyin's family, the situation in the base was quickly stabilized. The wounded were separated from the non-injured. And she quickly organized everyone's evacuation. But now she couldn't expose her special ability in this situation. She could only watch the infected people being dragged away and treated. The remaining uninfected wounded bandaged their wounds with the help of the doctor and sat on the ground to listen to him. When she saw those people dragging the infected people away, Su Yayi opened her mouth and looked at Su Baining, who was sitting on the ground. She didn't know what she thought of. But she closed her mouth again. Even Su Yuqing looked at her with a warning and told her not to talk nonsense, otherwise there would be no idea what the consequences would be. Qin Tianji stood in the stands and looked at these dejected faces. He organized his words and coughed twice before speaking. Hello everyone, I am Qin Tianji, the base commander of the South China base. First of all, I am very grateful to this little girl for protecting us. Su Baining, very good, very official. He pointed to where Su Baining was with his hand, and then continued. Secondly, you have seen that the base was not saved despite our efforts, but I believe everyone has tried their best. Then there is nothing to regret. Since the facts cannot be changed, we can only change ourselves. We decided to take care of everything in the base today, and then head north. I know everyone will ask why we are heading north. Few people know that I actually have a younger brother named Chen Tianhe. I think if some people often travel outside, they should know what Chen Tianhe does. Yes, he is the head of the North China base. Of course, this is only part of the reason. Another reason is that there are too many people in our base. Even if we encounter a small base on the way, it can't accommodate so many of us. Of course, if any of you are willing to stay when you encounter a small base, we won't stop you. I hope we can all live, and live healthily. This is all voluntary. If you are willing to go with us, please go home and pack your things. We will wait for you here at noon. If you don't want to go with us, and want to stay here, we won't force you. That's all. You can go. As soon as Qin Tianji finished speaking, the crowd below began to talk. Someone looked at Qin Tianji, who hadn't gone down yet, and shouted, Base Commander, we have lost our home. What should we do if we have no supplies? Qin Tianji thought for a moment. Yes, I forgot this point. We will definitely encounter small bases during our migration. We will ask for help in due time, of course. We will also ensure that you will not starve to death every day. However, I still have the obligation to remind you that our current supplies can only provide you with food and clothing every day at most. If you have other requests, please stop. These words are really smart. If you want to leave, leave. If you don't want to leave, it's up to you. It doesn't matter to me whether you live or die. I can guarantee that you won't starve to death. But whether you have enough to eat is another matter. Su Baining didn't care. It didn't matter where you go. If this base is gone, go to the next one. Maybe you can meet Yin Heshuan and the others on the way. After seeing that everyone seemed to have no questions, Qin Tianji led the people around him down the stands. After waving his hand and asking the people around him to get busy, he walked towards Su Baining with his two guards. The morning sun shone warmly on Su Baining's body. She looked at Qin Tianji approaching from afar and raised her eyes slightly. Just kidding, she could see Pang Lao without shivering, not to mention he was just a base commander, and now her legs were a little weak and she couldn't stand up. She didn't stand up when Qin Tianji stood in front of her. Qin Tianji was not angry yet. But the people around him were angry first. Scolding Su Baining for being rude, seeing the base commander not knowing how to get up. Sure, you came over and asked Qin Tianji for a good explanation. She may still be a little weak in the legs now. So, Qin Tianji waved his hand. It's okay. It's okay, the little girl has worked hard just now. It's the people around me who don't know how to see. After saying that, he glared at the two of them fiercely. squatted down to see Su Baiting's appearance clearly. Su Baiting could feel his gaze with her eyes closed. You can ask whatever you want to ask. I will tell you everything I can answer. And I won't say a word if I can't answer. Chen Tianji nodded and asked cautiously, the gun you held last night was. Is it the so-called new product crystal gun? How could the base commander of such a large base have never seen a crystal gun? Su Baiting nodded. Chen Tianji rubbed his hands and was a little excited. I have only seen it. But I haven't touched it yet. Can I ask where you are from? How did you appear here? Su Baiting thought for a long time and felt that this was a good opportunity. I am a member of the Yin family. Chen Tianji didn't react for a while. Yin family? What Yin family? Chapter 307 on the way home. Su Baiting sighed. I am the sister of Yin Heshuan from the Yin family in Kyoto. I came here by accident. I was planning to wait for them to pick me up. Chen Tianji almost guessed what would happen next, but who knew that now, I have to change places again. Chen Tianji looked Su Baiting up and down. Ah, the Yin family in Kyoto. He was very curious, and wanted to take off the hat on her head to see what she looked like. Some people also doubted why Chen Tianji believed Su Baiting's words so easily. What can you doubt about a person holding a weapon just produced by the end of the World Rare Cutting Research Institute? How could someone not be from Kyoto get it? And she was your savior just now. More and more people stood up from the ground and walked towards their destroyed homes, trying to find some belongings from the broken tiles to make a living in the future. Even the villa building far away from Shiryu and his friends was not spared. Su Baiting was alone and had nothing. When she came out, she had already put all her things back into the space. She decided that she would have to walk for a while. Chen Tianji was still kind enough to invite her to his car, but she refused. When everyone was ready to gather at the gate of the base, Su Baiting was slowly picking up the crystal cores on the ground that no one had picked up. Who else would think of this except the superpowers? After dawn, people who came back from other bases found these things incredible. In order to find Su Baiting who was possessed in the future, they talked about this matter, and set off again with curiosity. The news that a girl in the South China base saved the entire base by herself spread like wings. Su Baiting had her back to them, and heard the conversation but did not stop it. She hoped that this news would reach the ears of the Yin family as soon as possible. They would know who it was as soon as they heard it, and then they would come to pick her up. But by the time this matter was known, Su Baiting and everyone were about to reach the North China base. When Su Baiting had almost picked up all the crystal cores on the ground, Chen Tianji arrived at the gate of the base in his own special car. He felt helpless when he saw the crowd of people carrying large and small bags on their backs like they were fleeing famine. He got off the car and looked around. When he saw a few elderly people with hunched backs holding things in their hands tightly, he waved to them and asked them to get in the car. The remaining elderly people, who were still able to move, should just walk slowly. There was no way to deal with a limited number of vehicles. Yunqiao came to Su Baiting with a cute bunny bag on her back. She had seen this bag behind the door of Yunqi's room. She touched Yunqi's little head. Qiao. What can you carry in a backpack as small as yours? Yunqiao tilted her head. My brother said it's too small. It can only hold some snacks. And we didn't bring anything. My brother said we can change it when we go to the new base. Now we can bring as little as possible. The journey is very long. Shiryu's thoughts were very clear. It would take at least 1 or 2 months to reach the new base. He didn't know what he would encounter along the way. It would be inconvenient to carry something that would restrict his hands and feet. Shiryu himself also thought very clearly. He could only sleep in the open air along the way. He didn't ask Yu Yin to put any large items into the space. He could just carry some in his hands and carry a bag. People without the space ability had no choice but to carry all their belongings on their backs. However, many things had been buried underneath, and only a few could be found and taken away. Soon, everyone prepared what they could take away and ran to the gate of the base to gather. Before everyone left, Chen Tianji gave everyone a fairly rich breakfast, lunch, listening to the chewing sounds around her. Su Baiting silently bit the bread in her hand. To be honest, she missed the small yellow croaker in her space more. After eating and drinking, Chen Tianji asked the vehicle to go in the front. The only truck was filled with wounded soldiers, wounded psychics, some elderly people without mobility, and pregnant women. Even Chen Tianji himself followed everyone out, looking at the gate that had been trampled into a piece of iron and fell to the side. This place has become a new ruin. A large group of people marched towards the road, as if they were heading for an invisible tomorrow. Chen Tianji commanded his men to lead everyone forward. He came to Su Baiting's side. To be honest, Su Baining didn't quite understand his behavior. Qin Tianji rubbed his hands and looked at Su Baining with bubbling eyes. Is Kyoto okay now? Has it changed a lot from before? You don't know that since I became the base commander of this base, I have never had the chance to go back and see it. Su Baining thought for a while. I don't know whether Kyoto is okay now. Before we left, Kyoto was attacked by zombies once. When we left, it had basically returned to normal. It should be fine now. She glanced at Qin Tianji. Base commander, you are not a base commander now anyway, after sending them to the new base. Can't you find a chance to go back and take a look? There are so many people in Kyoto now. Many refugees from small bases have gone to Kyoto. I am curious why you didn't choose to go to Kyoto. Qin Tianji waved his hand. Who am I? Can I just go and cause trouble for Mr. Pang so casually? Besides, you can see that we have a very small number of people, and the journey to Kyoto is long. Compared to that, North China is closer. Su Baining suddenly realized that they had been to so many bases. Although the base chiefs of each base had different ways of managing the bases, they all considered the residents in their hearts, and were not so selfish. Qin Tianji was actually interested in the crystal gun in her hand. He said so much because he wanted Su Baining to show him the crystal gun. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Su Baining pretended to touch her bosom with amusement. Anyway, the clothes she wore now had many pockets, and he couldn't tell where it was put. Only Shiryu and the others standing aside saw Su Baining's actions, and looked at each other. It seemed that she knew a lot of things that they didn't know. For example, on the day she was rescued, she was only wearing a dress. Not to mention pockets, there was no place to put a needle. But last night, in the dim light, they not only saw her take out a whip out of thin air, there was also a crystal energy gun that was not known where it was installed. And the crystal cores that disappeared one by one, it seemed that she not only had water ability, if I guess correctly, she should also have space ability. Yun Xiao didn't seem to notice anything, holding Su Baining's hand. She walked happily in front, saying something to her from time to time, with a smiling face. Su Yai and her parents followed far behind, not moving forward. Chapter 308 Hunting Team. Compared to Su Baining's departure from the South China base, Yin Heshuan and the others were much better off. When they first arrived at the North China base, they were accompanied by two huge monsters. Although no one came to provoke them for a while, they were too high profile and attracted the attention of the head of the North China base. The head of the North China base is Qin Tianji's younger brother Qin Tianhe. Although he has been guarding the huge North China base, the power of the people around him has always been limited. He had always wanted to find a few high-level psychics. How could Yin Heshuan and the others do such a thing? When they were turned away because of Qilin and Xiaohe, Qin Tianji brought his men to them. Unfortunately, before he could wave his head of the base, he found that the man standing in front of these people looked a little familiar, a little like the smiling tiger he had seen in Kyoto before. When he walked in, how could he be like him? This is exactly it. When he saw Yin Heshuan also saw him. From his expression, Yin Heshuan could easily guess that Qin Tianhe must have recognized him. He scratched the soft fur beside Qilin's ears, while waiting for Qin Tianhe to come over to them. Qin Tianhe thought he had done something that Kyoto knew about, and sent Yin Heshuan to find him to find out the situation. Looking at Yin Heshuan's expression, it was uglier than crying. Yin Heshuan didn't have time to deal with these little thoughts in his mind. After seeing him coming, he simply asked if he could go in. Qin Tianhe stood up straight, waved away the people behind him, and waved his hand. Yes. Yes. Of course. Please. Please. Everyone in the base had a dazed look on their faces. Seeing the base leader, who was usually elusive now looking like he wanted to grin with his mouth wide open, they really wanted to find a hole in the ground to squeeze themselves in. It was so embarrassing. Yin Heshuan and the others seemed to be used to it. After motioning Qilin and Xiaohe to get up, they walked into the gate of the base, under the leadership of Qin Tianhe. After arriving at Qin Tianhe's office, Yin Heshuan did not take over Qin Tianhe's seat, but turned around and introduced Yin Yu and others around him to him. Yin Heshuan looked at him and said, "You don't have to look at us like this. We are not here with a mission. We come here for only one purpose, that is to find someone." Hearing that nothing happened, Qin Tianhe felt a little relieved. "Who are you looking for? Is it in our base? If it is in our base, I can find it for you quickly." "Yin Heshuan, we don't know if it is in your base for now. You can ask the people below to try to post a notice. If she sees it in this base, she will come to us." Yin Ziyu took over. Her name is Su Baining. She is a high-level water-type mutant, and our sister. This is very important. He wants to emphasize this point. If Su Baining was really in this base, if someone saw her, they would not embarrass her because she was a member of the Yin family. After discussing Su Baining's matter with Chen Tianhe, Yin Heshuan and the others rejected Chen Tianhe's invitation to live with him, and just said that they could live with the guards of the base. Although Su Baining was not around, the crystal cores of the zombies that he encountered and hunted along the way were enough to exchange for a better room. But they decided to replace all the crystal cores, and then keep them to absorb them, to avoid such a situation from happening again. It doesn't matter if they eat and live casually. Chen Tianhe posted notices everywhere in the base based on the information they gave. But a week has passed, and there is no news. Yin Heshuan knows that Su Baining is not in this base. He asked Chen Tianhe to send a team to him. He decided to expand his influence in this base. Use your influence to tell everyone in the base that he is here. Then, hope that the teams that will go out to various bases will take this news out. And hope that Su Baining, who is still in some unknown corner, will hear this news and give them a reply. At first, this group of people were very reluctant to come to their subordinates. To them, these few people were just a few unfamiliar outsiders who squeezed out their captain as soon as they came. So at the beginning, no matter what they did, they were not very obedient. Yin Mo's method was simple and rough. You don't listen to me, right? Then I will beat you until you are convinced. They not only organized a supernatural power competition within the team, but also set up a fighting arena in the entire base training ground. Whoever wins will be the captain. No one can beat Yin Mo without exception. Later, in order to convince everyone, even Yin Heshuan, who looks the most gentle, went on the field. But who knows that Yin Heshuan, who looks the most gentle, is the most violent when fighting. When watching Yin Heshuan knock someone down in the simplest way on the field, the sound of him falling to the ground scared the people on the sidelines and made them take 2 steps back. How could Yin Heshuan have time to do these things? If it weren't for Yin Mo saying that this would help him establish his prestige in their hearts. The only thing he wanted to do now was to go out and find Su Baining. With the mentality of a quick victory, Yin Heshuan finished the game in the fastest time, and from then on established an unsurpassed image in the North China base training team. After the captain's problem was solved, the next things became much easier. Yin Heshuan and his team went out to hunt zombies day and night. The team superpowers, who had been stuck at level 3 and had no crystal cores, advanced because they had accumulated enough crystal cores. In less than a month, Yin Heshuan and his team raised the level of some superpowers in their team day and night, and even the team members, who were just ordinary people before, had their strength improved to a higher level under their training. After all of them advanced, they continued to lead some new teams in the base who needed help, and some teams that were not yet capable, to go hunting, helping them to improve their abilities. For a time, the overall survival ability of the base was greatly improved under their leadership. If 60 or 70 of 100 people could come back before, it was considered good. Now, at least 80 or 90 of 100 can come back. Chen Tianhe smiled all day long as he watched the changes in the base. If the current North China base is compared with his brother's South China base, it can only be better than it is. Some people once worried that Yin Heshuan and his team would affect the position of the base leader by doing this. But seeing that Yin Heshuan and his team's daily work is to lead the team to train, hunt, train, hunt, like a machine, they no longer have this idea. The feeling of Yin Heshuan's team members now is pain and happiness. The people in the base have since given them a name, and the hunting team is established. Chapter 309, Support. As the hunting team's reputation grew, some small bases in the surrounding area also began to come here, but there was no news about Su Baining. It seemed that Su Baining was no longer in North China. After Yin Heshuan and his team found out, they decided to leave the North China base quickly. On the day they were going to the next place, they had just returned from outside with the members of the team. When they first entered the base, they heard someone say that the South China base managed by Chen Tianji, the brother of the base commander Chen Tianhe, was destroyed by zombies. Now they are heading towards the North China base. They are safe and sound thanks to a female water-type supernatural being wielding a whip. Yin Heshuan's eyes lit up when he heard that it was a girl wielding a whip. He walked up to the 2 people who were talking and asked hurriedly, "Where is the little girl who can use a whip you are talking about?" The 2 people were a little unresponsive when they saw that it was the captain of the hunting team who asked them, because in their opinion, although the people in the hunting team are easy to get along with, but their captain looked gentle but was a bit taciturn. One of his favorite things to do was to be alone. Now he was suddenly caught and asked this question, and was a little confused. Yin Yu came over and pulled him over and smiled at them. The girl you are talking about may be someone we are familiar with, so I am very curious when I heard you talking about it. Oh, the two people reacted and explained, in fact, we don't know much about this specific situation. One of our friends has been running around the base outside for many years. He told me when he happened to pass by. Yin Yu, where is your friend now? He has left, but I remembered he told me that. He heard about it from others on his way back. It is said that someone met the team from the South China base on the way, and heard someone from the South China base tell him, and he passed it on to my friend. Yin Yu listened carefully and said, okay, thank you. They sent the South China team away, and returned to the room. Yin Heshuan glanced at them. I plan to leave here. Now that I know the news, I will go find her immediately. Originally, whether he came here in the beginning or created a hunting team, it was all for Su Baining to see. Now that he has known the news, there is no reason for him to waste time here. Yin Yu and the others can understand Yin Heshuan's thoughts. After all, it has been so long, and this is the first time they have heard news about Su Baining. Whether it is true or not, they will go and take a look. Apart from other things, the water-type female and the whip are the two clues. The probability that it is Su Baining is more than 70%. Yin Ziyu was very excited after hearing this, and now no one is around, and he looks like he is going to jump up. Let's go find Xiao Ningning. Oh, I miss her so much. Qilin and Xiao He also jumped around happily. Yin Mo pulled him down. Be quiet first. Yin Yu propped up his head. Fortunately, it's easy if we leave. There is nothing here that we need to take with us. It is nothing more than saying goodbye to the base Commander Chen and the members of the team. Yin Heshuan stood up quickly. I will go and tell Chen Tianhe about this matter. You should hurry up and say goodbye to the team members. It will be too conspicuous during the day, so we will set off at night. It was such a coincidence that Chen Tianji and his team met an acquaintance when they passed a small base. Chen Tianji asked him to bring a message to Chen Tianhe. Now they have a large number of ordinary people, and hope Chen Tianhe can send an elite team to pick them up. Due to time and route, this message was not delivered here until today. When Chen Tianhe was about to go find Yin Heshuan and the others, Yin Heshuan came to the door himself. When he saw Yin Heshuan, he was very happy, and quickly asked him to sit down, and said he wanted him to help with something, but before he could open his mouth, Yin Heshuan first stated his purpose. Chen Tianhe was stunned. Yin Heshuan said, we said this when we first came here. Our purpose is not here. We will immediately return to Kyoto after we find the person. You should have been prepared for this. After saying this, Yin Heshuan was ready to leave. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with him. He was going back to leave this place. Chen Tianhe reacted and brushed across the table to grab his sleeve. I say, Chief Yin, you should wait until I finish what I say before leaving. Why are young people so anxious nowadays? Yin Heshuan was grabbed by the sleeve. Chen Tianhe was in this position again. If he moved casually, Chen Tianhe might. He had no choice but to wait anyway. It was still a long time before dark. Seeing Yin Heshuan retreating again, Chen Tianhe let go of his hand and stood up with his waist. This is what I want to say just now. Someone from my subordinates came to tell me that my brother's base was destroyed by zombies, and now they are heading towards our North China base. But because there are too many people, their superpowers can't protect them. So they hope that I can send some people to support them. However, the distance between South China and North China is too long. So I only received the news today. Although I don't know where they have gone now. They are definitely heading towards our North China base. And in order to wait for us, they must have taken the main road. So I just want to tell you. Before he finished speaking, Yin Heshuan said, I know. Then he turned around and left the office without asking what the next sentence was. Chen Tianhe was left standing behind the table and shouted at his back, Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. You go and answer it, and then leave. I won't stop you. When Yin Heshuan returned to the room, Yin Imo and the others had not returned yet. They should be saying goodbye to the team members now. Thinking of this, he walked towards the room where the team was. A life and death farewell was taking place in the room. Yin Ziyu stood there with no hope in life. The clothes in front of him seemed to have been soaked by his crying. The rest of the people were also mumbling something to Yin Imo and the others. Even those who were usually afraid of Qilin and Xiaohe were dragging their legs, making them want to flip the roof over now. Why are these two-legged beasts holding me and crying? My hair is getting wet with crying. When they saw Yin Heshuan coming in, they cried even harder. Yin Yu brushed his forehead and shouted, Assemble. The team members stood in a row reflexively. but their faces were still crying as they looked at them. They really wanted to follow them, but as guards, they had no right to leave their posts without permission. Chapter 310, Danger on the Road. Looking at everyone's expressions, Yin Hishwan laughed for the first time. Yin Ziyu grabbed Yin Bo's arm and twisted it as if he had discovered a new world. Yin Bo cried out in pain to make sure that what he saw was not an illusion. God knows that Yin Hishwan hasn't laughed like this for a long time, since he broke up with Ning Ning. Even if he laughed out loud, it was cold and without warmth. Yin Hishwan looked at them. You can go with us, the base commander agreed. Yin Ziyu, impossible. Of course it's impossible. Yin Hishwan conveyed Chen Tian's words to them. Yin Ziyu clapped his hands after listening. It just so happens that we are also going to the South China base. You also need to pick up people there. We can set off together. When Yin Hishwan and his team said goodbye to Chen Tianhe and left the base to head toward South China, Su Baining and his team were fighting with a group of zombies. Compared to the number of people when they just set out from the base, the number of people now is almost doubled. These are some small bases and farms they encountered on the road, including some refugees they met on the road. Because of the increase in the number of people, their pace of progress began to slow down. At the beginning, one car could accommodate all the people who had no mobility. Now, even if there were 3 or 4 more cars, they could not fit. Not long after leaving the base, they encountered an ambush by zombies. Everyone was caught off guard, and many people lost their loved ones. In addition, Su Baining was blamed by many people for not rescuing them in time. Su Baining was in a bad mood at the time. I saved you out of kindness. And I didn't save you because it was my duty. I am neither a member of the base team nor someone hired by you. Why should I be criticized by you for protecting you? It would be better if Su Baining was not angry. Once she got angry, no one could persuade her. From that day on, no matter what happened, she only cared about herself and Yunqiao. She didn't even care about Yu and the others. Chen Tianji's heart was as clear as a mirror. At the beginning, he tried to persuade them, but later he got angry when he saw those people were ungrateful, so he just ignored them. What's more, most of the water source for so many people now comes from Su Baining. This low-pressure situation lasted until noon today. They were walking well on the road, but who knew it suddenly rained heavily, and they were so cold. It was raining heavily, and it was fine. They had walked forward in the rain for who knows how long when suddenly a scream came from behind. Su Baining was almost autistic. What happened to the zombies now? They even learned the trick of sneak attack. It was fine to sneak attack. But couldn't you learn to hide from the rain? Let them take a breath. She raised her hand and opened a small umbrella above her head. The raindrops fell on it and gathered with it, then flowed down along the edge and dripped on the ground. The water mixed with the mud splashed on their shoes and wet their shoes and socks. Ever since the last zombie attack, Chen Tianji arranged another team to walk at the back, just in case, and now it is useful. Yunqiao looked at the small umbrella on Su Baining's head and wondered, Sister Su, you are still wet. You should make the umbrella bigger. Su Baining clenched the whip in her hand and looked ahead vigilantly. No, because it is less likely to block the view, otherwise it will be soaked by the rain and you can't see. A zombie pounced on them. Su Baining waved her hand and whipped it away. They had experienced it once on the way back to Kyoto, so she was still experienced, but the rest of the people were gone. The heavy rain soaked their hair, and it flowed down and wet their faces and blurred their eyes, even if they wiped it with their hands. They couldn't wipe away the blur in front of their eyes, and screams came from behind. Yu and the others looked at Su Baining, not knowing what she was thinking. Chen Tianji walked to the front and looked at Su Baining, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Su Baining knew what he wanted to say. Base commander, they can't always put all their hopes on others. No one can protect them forever. What's more, she is actually very selfish. She doesn't like to meddle in other people's business when she is outside. The previous 2 events were enough to remind her. She didn't know where she was now. A month ago, when they passed a small base, they had asked someone to send a letter to the head of the North China base. But it was unknown when the reinforcements would arrive. Su Baining didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But that didn't mean that others didn't want to trouble her. After seeing what she did in the base, many people didn't understand her current attitude. The girl in front obviously has the ability. Why doesn't she want to help us? We are old and squeezed in the middle. Not to mention the backache. I don't know if I will catch a cold after being caught in the rain. That's right. How can a girl have no sympathy at all? Forget about us. But what about these elderly people? Seeing that Su Baiting didn't react, the crowd began to get agitated, especially when they saw the small umbrella on her head. People who have the ability to contribute to everyone have no love at all. This era has really changed. Isn't it said that women have the most vicious hearts? I think the little girl has bad intentions. Yunxiao couldn't listen anymore. She saw it all along the way. Su Baiting didn't know how many times she had helped these people. Even if she didn't help last time, she never took more food before dinner and sleep, and sometimes she didn't eat at all. She pointed at the people who were talking. Do you have any conscience? This uncle, I remember that what you didn't eat last time was given to you by Sister Su. Right? And this aunt, your clothes are missing because they were given to you by Sister Su. How can you slander her here now? Just because she didn't help this time? Su Baiting pulled her over. Why are you so angry? They are trying to blackmail me morally. I can hear it. Yunxiao looked at her distressfully. Sister Su, aren't you angry? Su Baiting shook her head. I'm not angry, because they don't deserve it. If Yin Heshuan and the others were here, she would rush over to act like a spoiled child to anyone, but Yin Heshuan and the others were not here. So she would definitely tell herself to be stronger. After hearing these words so many times, they would not hurt her. She pulled Chen Tianji over. I am just staying with you temporarily. If they can't tolerate me, I will find a chance to leave. In the distance, unknown to her, Yin Heshuan was rushing towards this direction with his men. Chen Tianji received the signal from Su Baiting's words, turned around and severely taught the group of people who were protected behind him a lesson. Su Baiting sneered at his seemingly hoarse roar. Such a clumsy method was really ridiculous. But it didn't matter. These would have nothing to do with her soon. Chapter 311 Silent Small Farm. She was very grateful to Shiryu and the others for standing behind her and supporting her at such times. Although they usually didn't say anything, Yunxiao would always lead them to stand behind her silently at such times. This was also the reason why she hadn't left alone. The rain gradually subsided. The zombies were exposed to their eyes without any obstacles. Soon, at the cost of losing more than 10 lives, they successfully intercepted this group of zombies. Everyone was wet clothes stuck to their bodies, and made them feel sticky and uncomfortable. A complaint could be heard faintly behind them. Su Baiting patted them casually as usual. What's the point of being pretentious at this time? After getting away from the zombies, Chen Tianji took them to a relatively quiet place to fill their stomachs. Su Baiting held the bread in her hand, and didn't know what she was thinking. She didn't eat it for a long time. Yunxiao was a little worried that she had no appetite because of what happened just now. Seeing Yunxiao's worried expression, Su Baiting pinched her face and said, Don't worry. I just can't eat after thinking about the scene just now. It will be fine in a while. The old man who had just confronted Su Baiting in the rain swallowed his saliva when he saw the bread in Su Baiting's hand, and ran to the front, smiling with wrinkles on his old face. Yunxiao pulled Su Baiting with disdain after seeing this. Could Su Baiting not know what this old man was thinking? She tore open the bag of bread in front of him, and swallowed it in one mouthful. Seeing the old man's face change instantly, Su Yuqing, who was sitting behind them, couldn't help laughing. The laughter startled Shiryu and the others. Su Yuqing covered his mouth and waved his hands embarrassedly. Sorry. It's not intentional. I couldn't help it. When Yun bumped his shoulder, Don't be afraid. I almost laughed out loud too. The old man was so angry that he could vaguely see his dark face. He walked away cursing. Yunxiao wrinkled her nose at him. You annoying guy, you are disrespectful to the elderly, you are taking advantage of your age. You just cursed me, and now you have the nerve to come close to me. Su Baiting didn't care. Well, maybe you think I'm too kind. After filling their stomachs, Chen Tianji asked everyone to get up and continue on their journey. After more than a month of travel, their food reserves are basically close to zero. If they can't find a supply station or a small base, they might have starved to death before reaching the North China base. Although they occasionally hunted wild animals on the way here, after all, there were too many monks, and too little meat for each person to share, and such good luck does not come every day. The bases they met before were not large in scale, and the supplies they could provide were also very few. Some small bases could not even solve their own food and clothing problems, let alone help them. Fortunately, God did not intend to really starve them to death. Just as they were sighing, a small farm suddenly appeared on the side of the road. It was not an old mountain village, but a small private farm before the end of the world. The front yard of the farm was surrounded by a large fence, which tightly wrapped the whole farm. Occasionally, you could hear the crowing of roosters and the clucking of hens. Yu Yin looked at the farm. Wow! When I heard the crowing of chickens, All I could think of was roasted chicken, steamed chicken, and fried chicken. Oh my god. It's crazy. Everyone started talking about it. From a distance, they saw someone coming out and sprinkling something on the ground. It looked like he was feeding chickens. Qin Tianji looked at the people in his base, who all looked like they were dying, gritted his teeth, and took 2 people down the road. He didn't know what he had talked about with the people in the farm. He waved to everyone excitedly, and the people behind him were almost taking a step forward. Su Baining and the others followed the remaining teams of psychics and walked at the back. She didn't believe that anyone could suddenly take out a lot of food for this group of people. How much food is needed to feed so many people? When we walked in, we saw that besides Qin Tianji, there were 2 men and 2 women standing in front of the farm. But they looked quite old, in their 50s or 60s. Qin Tianji said to everyone excitedly, "This is the owner of the farm. They promised to provide us with some food. And there are rooms for you to change clothes and so on. Remember to call people. This is Uncle Wang and Uncle Li. The 2 here are Wangpa and Lipa. They are 2 couples." Looking at Uncle Li, who looked honest and simple, suddenly heard so many people calling him and waved his hands a little embarrassedly. He looked at Qin Tianji hesitantly. "It's not easy for me to get food from you. You didn't tell you there were so many of you when you came. We can't give you all the food. We have to live ourselves." Qin Tianji waved his hand. "It's okay. It's okay. Uncle Li, everyone can order whatever they want. We mainly want to find a place to change clothes or something. If it's safe around here, we'll go find some wild animals." The truck loaded with things was parked on the road by them. Everyone was very excited after hearing what Qin Tianji said. Touching their wet clothes, they all hurried to squeeze into the house. They all wanted to be the first to change their dirty clothes. Qin Tianji looked at everyone's noisy appearance and fired a shot into the sky. "Come one by one, the elderly come first. Those without clothes should not squeeze in here." Why would you squeeze in without clothes to change into? Qin Tianji's threat was still useful. Those who brought spare clothes immediately lined up outside the house. Those without spare clothes found a place with good sunlight and sunbathed with their arms outstretched. Su Baining's other set of clothes had been given to someone else. In order not to expose the space, she had been wearing the clothes on her body. She felt that she was going to go bad. She looked around the small farm without changing clothes. She found that the location of the small farm was very good. It was neither too close nor too far from the main road. It was just right for people to see. But you couldn't see clearly what was here. She was curious why there were only 2 old couples living in such a big farm. There was a group of chickens and ducks outside the door. There were fewer roosters and more hens. They should be kept for laying eggs. They are quite fat. Su Baining walked around and came to the back. This is an independent small room. Green smoke was coming out of the roof. The fragrance of rice porridge came out from the tall window. It seems to be the kitchen of this farm. She walked in and could hear the people talking in low voices. It would be fine if she didn't listen. Why did she feel something was wrong after listening? Their voices were suppressed. Su Baining could only hear a few words while leaning against the wall. "Is the food ready?" "It's almost ready. Don't worry." Su Baining thought they were saying that the food was ready for them. So she didn't stand here for too long. After all, it was not good to eavesdrop. So she turned around and left the place. Chapter 312 Conspiracy. If she continued to listen, she would hear a completely different version from what she imagined. After changing her clothes, Yunqiao found Su Baining, who was wandering around. "Sister Su, when I came here just now, I saw a field of flowers in full bloom in the yard. It's so beautiful. I'll take you to see it." Yunqiao took Su Baining's hand and led her to the other side of the farm. A large field of brightly colored flowers appeared in front of them, white, red, purple. It stands out so brightly in the green sky. The flower is in the shape of a calyx tube. The lace is cracked. The corolla is funnel-shaped. And the flower stem is thick and upright. In this in times where resources are scarce and crops are flooded, it can still grow so well. Yunqiao was so fond of it that she was ready to pick one. Before she stepped over the fence, a hoarse and low voice came to her ear. "Little girl, you can't pick it." Yunqiao and Su Baining turned around and saw that Old Man Li was standing behind them. Su Baining quickly pulled Yunqiao back and said to Old Man Li apologetically, "I'm sorry, Uncle. My sister just thinks this flower is very beautiful." "So?" Old Man Li waved his hand. "It's nothing. Which girl doesn't like beautiful things? But this is a flower that I have raised for a long time and finally cultivated to this shape. It usually looks more precious than me. So you better not pick them. Su Baining and Yunqiao nodded repeatedly. After Old Manly scolded them for a few words, he caught a chicken and walked around the yard. Yunqiao patted her chest and kept muttering, I was scared to death. I almost thought I was going to make a mistake. Su Baining was not thinking about this now. She was very curious that this group of people had been here for a long time, but there was no one else here except these two elderly couples. She would never believe that these two elderly couples could live alone for so long in this cannibalistic apocalypse. She grabbed Yuchi's arm and asked softly, when you went to change clothes? Did you see other people's clothes in the room? Yunqiao was a confused person. She was busy changing clothes and didn't pay attention to anything. She shook her head blankly. Sure you, who was looking for Yunqiao, took over the topic after hearing it, nothing. The room was very clean and empty. Sure Yu's sudden words scared the two of them. Su Baining looked at the confused Yunqiao and said to Sure Yu, watch it, you guys should be careful. I always feel that this place is not as simple as we think. Yu Yan, who had just changed clothes at the farm, stood at the door and shouted to Sure Yu, you guys stop wandering around. Granny Wang said she prepared some food for us and asked us to come over. When they returned to the gate was already full of people. There were not so many benches and tables here, so only Chen Tianji and a few guards sat on the benches, and the rest of the people sat on the ground casually. As they were out for longer and longer, after experiencing the storm, everyone no longer had that pretentiousness. Grandma Wang and Grandpa Wang carried a large iron bucket from the back, just like the big pot bucket used to store things in the company's back kitchen before, and wisps of hot air were floating on the bucket. Everyone sat up straight and watched with their mouths wide open, but no one went up to help lift it, or the subordinates, who followed Chen Tianji took it, and placed it in front of everyone after seeing it. Granny Wang rubbed her hands and looked at everyone. I'm sorry, you have too many people, we don't have much food for you, so we just cooked some porridge, it might be a little watery. Please don't mind it too much. Chen Tianji hurriedly stepped forward and waved at her. I'm very sorry. Granny Wang, we are lucky to be able to rest here for a while, and have a drink of water, how dare you say such a thing? He said to everyone, this is Granny Wang and her little gift to us, you have to know gratitude at this time. There is a bite. It is good to eat, don't pick up 3. He organized everyone to line up one by one, after the bowl. You can just find a place to sit down by yourself. How to look awkward in the bowl in northern Jiangsu lemon. She smelled a strange smell from this bowl of porridge. Looking at the northern Jiangsu lemon, she couldn't let go of her bowl. And she thought she was seeing that this bowl of porridge was too thin and couldn't drink. Sister Su, or do you drink this bowl? Su Baining, no. No. I'm just not that hungry. So I don't really want to drink. The person next to her took the bowl away from Su Baining before she could react. In the blink of an eye, she finished a bowl of porridge that was as thin as water. If you don't drink, I will. It just so happens that I'm not full. Yunqiao was angry and wanted to scold him after seeing this. But Su Baining stopped her. She shook her head, forget it. Forget it. I didn't really want to eat anyway. Granny Wang, who was standing in the front, saw them drink up everything in the bowl. A strange smile appeared on her face. Not long after drinking this bowl of porridge, Yunqiao, who was supporting her, seemed to have no energy. She kept leaning against her lazily without moving. After a while, the people sitting on the ground began to fall down one by one. The people at the table where Chen Tianji and his friends were sitting also lay on the table. Su Baining saw from the corner of her eye that the smile on Granny Wang's face began to grow bigger and bigger. She wanted to know what these people wanted to do. So he pretended to fall on Yunqiao and closed his eyes. When Granny Wang saw them all fall down, she excitedly shouted into the house, hurry up! Old man! Old Li! Granny Li! Come out! They are falling down. Several people in the house heard Granny Wang shout and ran out, and saw that the person who was sitting in the open space in front of the house was now lying on the ground like a dead fish. Granny Li looked at the group of people and said, are there too many of them? I'm afraid the ropes we have are not enough to tie them up. Old Manly thought for a while, then let's tie up the men first, and then throw them all into the woodshed at the back, and throw the rest outside. Anyway, even if they wake up, they can't move. Su Baining squinted as she watched them take out a large bundle of ropes from the room, tie up all the men together, and then drag the women to the lake. When it was Su Baining's turn, she discovered that there was a small thatched house next to the kitchen at the back. She couldn't help but start to wonder if these people thought that women had no fighting power. After being dragged in, she found that the inside was made of bricks and tiles, It just looked like a thatched house from the outside. The whole house was camouflaged. After they went out, Su Baiting opened her eyes and patted Yunqiao beside her. But no matter how she patted Yunqiao, there was no sign of waking up. It was really fortunate that she was sensitive to taste now, otherwise she would have swallowed the bowl of porridge herself. The question was, where did the things in the bowl come from? She decided to wait and see what they wanted to do before deciding what to do next. Chapter 313 Mandragora. Su Baiting was thinking about where these things came from, while Old Li and his men had already started to act. They first tied up all the men and gathered them together, took all the luggage with them back to the room, and then began to search their pockets one by one, and threw one aside after searching one. They searched several people in a row, but found nothing. Old Li looked at the group of people with disdain. These people don't just look poor, this is really poor, with nothing on him. Old Man Wang looked at the group of smelly men under his command and rolled his eyes. You continue to search these men here, I will go inside to search the women. Old Li knew what this guy was thinking too well, and immediately looked at him with a sly smile, and waved to tell him to leave. Su Baiting was looking at the room in front of her with her eyes open for 100 years, while thinking about things in a mess. When she heard the sound of unlocking the door, she closed her eyes slowly. Lao Wang walked in, and approached one casually and sniffed it gently. The girl smelled much better than those rough old men. Of course, it is better to do the body search yourself. Su Baiting squinted and watched him with a hungry expression brushing the face of a woman next to him. The skin on her face was piled together, and her smiling mouth showed yellow teeth. There was still a piece of vegetable leaf on it. Just watching the scene, Su Baiting's hands were clenched into fists. Lao Wang first glanced at the woman, and then let her go. He seemed to be looking for someone. Su Baiting guessed correctly. Lao Wang was indeed looking for someone. And that person was her. Lao Wang was shocked when he saw Su Baiting for the first time today. Although Su Baiting never showed her face, the pair of eyes under the brim of the hat were enough to arouse the dirty desire deep in his heart. He looked around and finally found Su Baiting on the far right. He stood up and pushed aside the people around Su Baiting and stood in front of her. First, he took off the hat that Su Baiting had been wearing. Her black hair flowed down her shoulders, and he smelled an indescribable fragrance. Su Baiting felt that she could no longer suppress the power of the wild in her body. What did this old man want to do by taking off his hat? Before she could figure it out, she suddenly felt empty on her face. The mask was taken off, and she heard a sound of gasping in front of her. For the first time, Lao Wang felt that it was worth meeting such a woman in his life. He thought Su Baiting's face would be beautiful, but he didn't expect it to be so beautiful. So beautiful that his first reaction, when he saw her, was that he was not worthy of her. Su Baiting waited for a long time with her eyes closed, until she felt a skinny hand gently touching her left cheek. Fuck. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. She opened her eyes and slapped Lao Wang in the face, hitting him right in the face. This time, she put all her strength into it, and Lao Wang's head tilted to one side. He coughed twice and spat out 2 bloody teeth. Su Baiting stood up and slowly put on a mask and a hat, looking at Lao Wang, who was still coughing on the ground. He kicked him. Hey, can you still stand up? Lao Wang kicked his legs in a panic, looking at Su Baiting's expression with horror. How come you are fine? Su Baiting would not tell him why. She sighed. I am immune, surprised, unexpected. You said you are so old and you don't want to find a base to retire. But you dare to be crazy about a group of young girls. I will turn a blind eye to it if you do it to others. But you dare to set your sights on me. She gritted her teeth and said this. Then she swung out the whip and tied it to Lao Wang and pulled him hard. Get up. Let's go. Take me to the front to see what they are doing. Lao Li and the others were looking at the big men on the ground and spitting twice in disdain. These men looked big and strong. The packages were bigger than each other, but there was nothing in them. We thought they were a group of fat sheep. What a waste of our food. Mrs. Wang pushed him and said. Okay. Although they don't have much luggage, I think the cars parked on the road are good. We can change things next time. Hurry up and pick up the things on the ground and get rid of them. Just when they were about to pack up, Old Wang came over from the end of the yard, groaning, and Su Baiting, who was holding a whip, followed behind him. When Mrs. Wang saw Old Wang's appearance, she screamed, What's wrong with you? Old Wang heard the old woman's voice and cursed. Shut up. Damn old woman, get me out of her hand quickly, save your strength for later. Old Li was still calm. Why are you fine? Su Baiting did not answer this question. She used her strength to tie Old Wang a little tighter. Tell me the truth about what you did to make these people unconscious. I can still leave you a way out. Old Mrs. Li winked at old Mrs. Wang, and tried to outflank Su Baiting from the side. Su Baiting smiled faintly and said, I advise you not to act rashly. Don't even mention whether you guys are faster than me. It's a question whether you can survive the supernatural power in my hand. As soon as she finished speaking, several water ridges floated out from her side. After seeing them, Mrs. Li and Mrs. Wang were stunned. Su Baiting raised her chin and said, You guys, hurry up and carry out the people in the back room, quickly. Old Wang had a few people left in her hands, so he had to listen to her and carry them back one by one. Looking at Old Wang, whose mouth was still bleeding, Mrs. Wang bowed to her with her hands clasped in front of her chest. We didn't kill anyone, we just wanted to get some food and drink. Please let him go, and let us go. This person has been carried here for you. Can you do it? Su Baiting looked at them. It's not that simple. Since you have a way to make them faint, wake them up quickly. Old Li said awkwardly, We can't wake them up. We can only wait for them to wake up by themselves. Su Baiting closed her eyes. Okay, then what did you use to make them like this? Wangpa pointed to the place where she and Yunqiao came just now. It's the flowers we used. I heard it's called mandragora. We always use those. But it's true that we can only make them like this. But there was no way to wake them up. Su Baiting didn't waste time talking to them. He loosened the whip that was tying up Lao Wang and told him to tie them up by themselves. At first, they didn't want to, but after being whipped by Su Baiting, they tied themselves up tightly. The last person was tied up by Su Baiting himself. After tying them up, he sat there and waited to see when they would wake up, and to ask them how they found this thing. Chapter 314 Brain is a good thing. She casually moved a bench and sat in front of several people, flicking the whip in her hand while pretending to touch it casually and occasionally looking up at them. Tell me, how did you find the effect of these flowers, and where did you find these flowers? Old Li swallowed hard, looking at the whip in her hand, and shuddering when thinking of Old Wang's miserable appearance, stuttering out everything. It turns out that they didn't live here at first. They ran away after their village was destroyed by zombies. They were so panicked that they didn't know where to go. They just followed a few people, and came here by chance. Originally, there were two couples living here. When they saw them, they were wearing simple white coats and looked like doctors. The young couple received them warmly, and let them stay overnight. But this place was too quiet. A few young people felt unsafe again, so they discussed leaving the place the next morning. However, they looked at the environment and the supplies in the house, and they were not young anymore. So they told them that they decided not to leave, and they did not want too much food, just enough to eat. The young people agreed immediately, but the two young couples looked a little reluctant to see them. And finally they were relieved after they persuaded them. They left enough supplies for them to live for half a month and then left. Before leaving, the woman and the young couple pointed to the lush datura flowers next to them, and told them that the flowers were poisonous, so they should not touch them casually. When they first knew about it, they were very surprised. Since the flowers were poisonous, they could just shovel them away. But the woman stopped them. She told them that as long as they didn't touch them or use them, they would not affect anyone. It was then that they knew that the two young couple were retired researchers from an unknown research institute. The woman planted these flowers because she liked them. After the apocalypse, they were pleasing to the eye. She also wanted to try to make them survive. She didn't expect that they not only survived but also grew so well. They agreed. The woman comforted them, and left them a pair of the few remaining chickens and ducks. What Su Baiting and the others saw were the two that were born and grew up little by little. When supplies were sufficient, they also encountered convoys passing by here, and some teams that didn't know where they were going. They would also learn to entertain them like a young couple. But people need to eat, and the small animals they raise also need to eat. Occasionally, they would encounter passers-by who would steal their things. The supplies also began to become less and less, and people's hearts gradually changed. Until one day, two grown men came and said they wanted to take away the fat chickens and ducks they raised. Old Li was so angry that he saw the datura fluttering in the wind and came up with an idea. That was their first time using it. When they used it, they didn't know the dosage and trembled as they put two flowers. The two men fell on the table not long after they ate. Several people standing in front of the table were too scared to go over, fearing that they might have killed the man by mistake. Later, Old Manly mustered up the courage to check their breath. After finding that they were still breathing, several people looted their belongings and drove them home in their own car to a small road that no one knew about. After returning home, several people waited in fear for a few days, After the two men never came back, they were completely relieved. Things went unexpectedly smoothly, which nurtured their swollen desires. After several successes, they became more and more successful. So compared to other people, they were all very shiny, until they met Su Baining this time. The story is over. Oldie looked at Su Baining, who was swinging his legs in front of him. We are also trying to survive. If they hadn't thought of harming us first, we won't do such a thing. Just let us go because they didn't get hurt. Su Baining yawned. It's useless to tell me these things. I'm not interested. As for how to solve your problem, let's wait until their captain wakes up. I feel dizzy. As soon as Su Baining finished speaking, Chen Tianji, who was lying on the table and fainted, covered his head and screamed. Chen Tianji felt dizzy now. How come I fell asleep in the time it took me to drink a bowl of porridge? Am I so sleepy? He rubbed his head, frowned, and slowly propped up his upper body with the help of the table. Turning his eyes, he saw Su Baining leisurely holding a whip and... Why are these people tied together? Why is the smiling old man Wang bleeding from the corner of his mouth? He looked at old Wang and the others, and then looked at Su Baining with a head full of questions. What's going on? Before Su Baining could speak, the people lying on the ground woke up one after another. After waking up, they looked at the place where they were lying in confusion, and the empty bowl beside them. When the old manly, who was tied to the ground, saw it, his eyes rolled and he shouted, It's her. It's this woman who wants to kill us to silence us. So she poisoned the porridge to kill us. Su Baining wanted to applaud them for their speed of changing faces. Su Baining kicked him with his foot. You learned how to change faces before, right? To be honest, she doesn't care what these people think of her at all now. So it doesn't matter after hearing it. The worst that can happen is that we will go our separate ways. Yunqiao, who just woke up, jumped out despite being dizzy after hearing this. Pointing at Oldie and cursing, You are talking nonsense. Sister Su has always been with me, and we have never separated. There is no time to poison. Su Baining pulled Yunqi's hand. Don't worry. You haven't even told me how you fell asleep. And he said I poisoned you. How did he know I poisoned them? How come they are not hurt at all after I poisoned them? Instead, they are so clear-headed. And what's the point of me poisoning you? He hasn't said anything yet. We are all adults. We still have our own thoughts. Don't worry. Yunqiao knew that Su Baining didn't like them. Other people didn't have any feelings. But she was afraid that Su Baining would suddenly leave alone. Chen Tianji was not such a fool. When he woke up and saw them tied up, he had already begun to doubt this matter. But Su Baining was awake, and he was indeed very curious. Facing Chen Tianji's puzzled eyes, Su Baining casually said, The bowl of porridge was taken away before I had time to drink it. Chen Tianji suddenly realized that this was the case. Since he was awake, Su Baining stood up and pointed at Laoli and the others. You can do whatever you want. I'm not interested. After all, I didn't suffer any harm. After saying that, he pulled the brim of his hat and took Yunqiao back to Shiryu and the others, yawning from time to time and looking at Chen Tianji. Chapter 315 Conflicts Intensify. Chen Tianji looked at her in confusion. You can ignore it, but you have to tell me the story first, otherwise I don't know what happened. What should I do? Su Baining looked at his expression and slapped her forehead and laughed dryly. Sorry. I forgot, this is what happened. She simplified the matter. Yunqiao beside her suddenly realized after listening. No wonder that old man stopped us when he saw us picking flowers. Are they afraid that we will find this? The crowd woke up one by one. After waking up, they all sat in place to wake up. Chen Tianji waited until the last person woke up before clapping his hands and pointing at the tied old manly and talking about this matter. He felt that everyone was in trouble after all, and it would be good to gather a unified opinion. Su Baining shook her head at his expression. She could see that Chen Tianji hoped that someone would say that this matter would be forgotten. After all, these people were old. How many years can we live in this cannibalistic apocalypse? Who knows that everyone has different opinions? Some feel that they were not hurt and their things were recovered. Let it go. Some feel that they were knocked unconscious without anyone noticing. If it weren't for Su Baining, they don't know where they are now. Maybe they were thrown into an unknown grove and eaten by wild beasts. So these people must be severely punished. Shiryu looked at the noisy crowd in front of him and asked Su Baining, if it were you, what would you choose to do? Su Baining played with a whip in his hand. Give someone a taste of his own medicine. Chen Tianji was so confused by the noise that he looked at Su Baining. You are the first one to find out that they were exposed. Why don't you tell me what to do? Before Su Baining could speak, the person who had just snatched Su Baining's bowl of porridge shouted, "Why is she fine?" The base commander might be an accomplice. They changed their minds because the spoils were not evenly divided. Su Baining looked at this person with an expression that said, "You must be seriously ill. You really need to see a doctor if you have a bad brain. It's really hard for these people to survive without doctors now. Yunqiao, are you sick? Sister Su saved us, and you want to repay her with evil. Besides, Sister Su was not poisoned because you took away her bowl of porridge in the afternoon. What kind of brain do you have to forget about this matter after sleeping? I said you are an accomplice. Sister Su saved us at the base. If she wanted to harm us, she would not have done this. Ungrateful wolf." She knew this person on the way here. Su Baining did not save him when he met zombies. It was Qin Tianji's team members who helped him. Su Baining, Qiao, forget it. Talking to people with poor brains will lower your IQ. She looked at the man with amusement and pointed the whip in her hand. I am not saying that. I don't care about all of you. If I really want to punish you, it would be like fun. You are poor. What is there for me to do this for? Stop flattering yourself. This person's face turned red after being told by Su Baining and Yunqiao. He wanted to refute, but didn't know what to refute. Who told him that what they said was true? But Su Baining's words seemed to have aroused public outrage. One by one, they began to quietly condemn her for relying on her own supernatural powers to think that others were useless. Su Baining blinked. You are useless. Aren't you able to survive until now by relying on the protection of others? What qualifications do you have to judge me? Even if I go alone, I can live well. You may not be the same. What's so great about it? No one asked you to protect them. If you have the guts, don't move next time. That's right. You're talking as if you're the only one with superpowers. We also have family members with superpowers. And they can still protect us. You're talking as if you're the savior. What's so great about having some superpowers? Su Baining stretched. Having superpowers is great. Since you're begging me to stop caring, that's great. Please protect yourself next time. Don't ask for help when you meet zombies, especially from me. No one is asking you, don't worry. Yes. Su Baining, okay. Don't worry, even if you ask me, I will definitely not save you. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Qin Tianji stretched out his hand to interrupt their conversation. Su Baining glanced at him and turned around and walked towards the flower field. Sure, you and the others followed her out of the crowd. Yunqiao looked at Su Baining cautiously before leaving. Su Baining glanced at her. Why, you thought I would be angry? Yunqiao nodded embarrassedly. They are too ungrateful, Sister Su. You have done a lot. Su Baining whipped the bright mandala in front of her. It doesn't matter, I don't care about their opinions at all. It's better if they don't need my protection in the future. I'm too lazy to care. Sure, you watched her knock the flowers off and pull up the roots. So what you said just now is true? Su Baining turned around and looked at him strangely. Of course it's true. I have no relationship with these people. I am not a member of the base's superpower team. I am not hired by anyone. Why should I care about them? When I'm in a good mood, I'll take care of them. If I'm in a bad mood, even if they die, it has nothing to do with me. He looked at the mess in the flower field. Don't you think it's a pity? Su Baining took back the whip. What's a pity? If I'm right, your base commander will not do anything to these people. Can you guarantee that they will not continue to harm people after we leave? She whipped all the flowers that fell to the ground and crushed them into mud with her feet. Then she washed them with water. The flower fields that were still bright and swaying in the wind a few minutes ago completely disappeared in front of them. When they returned to the front of the house, Qin Tianji had already discussed the results of the treatment of these people. Take back some of their supplies. The rest should be left to them. Destroy the flower fields and let them live here alone. Su Baining looked at Shiryu, who had just asked her a question, as if he was saying, am I right? Your base commander will never really do anything. Someone walked by Su Baining and rolled her eyes at her. Yunqiao was so angry that she wanted to speak. Su Baining grabbed her and said, Hey, you are just a clown who stirs up trouble. If you are angry about this, you must be so angry. Who knew that the woman exploded when she heard this? She rushed over like a cannonball to argue with Su Baining. Who are you calling a clown? Who are you talking about? Su Baining didn't even look at her. You're talking about everything. Everyone. And everything else. If you don't know, you might think you've run into a teddy bear. She glanced at the woman. You're talking about everything. Talking about whoever you want to talk about. Talking about whoever comes up to you. What? Did it poke your fragile little heart? Yu Yan hated watching people quarrel the most. He pushed the woman away helplessly. Go away. You can't beat her. Don't make yourself miserable. Chapter 316. A meeting between mountains and rivers. Su Baining curled her lips at the woman who walked away cursing. You really have no fighting spirit. Sure you glanced at her? Did you do it on purpose? Su Baining, who said I did it on purpose? If she didn't deliberately make trouble, would I say anything to her? What can a weak little girl like me do? Really weak little girl. Su Baining waved the whip and walked away. While everyone was packing up and leaving, Su Baining walked at the back and in front of the tied-up Oldly and the others. She quickly put the 2 pairs of chickens and ducks left by Chen Tianji into the space. Oldly had a bad feeling when he saw Su Baining standing in front of them with a sly smile. Sure enough, the remaining chickens and ducks suddenly disappeared in the next second. They looked at Su Baining in front of them in horror and were about to scream, but Su Baining sealed their mouths with a stream of water until they could no longer see their figures. The water on their mouths rolled to the ground and disappeared. In the following days, Su Baining really did what she said, not caring about anyone and not paying attention to anyone, and usually stayed with Yunqiao and the others. Although she had always stayed with Yunqiao before, she would still help whenever she encountered zombies or small animals. This time, she really didn't care about anything. When she encountered zombies, she would only take care of the ones in front of her, or at most Yunqiao and the others. She would not care even if another zombie was right to their left and could be hit by a whip. When they encountered small animals that they wanted to catch, unless Yunqiao liked them very much and wanted her to help them, the rest of the time was basically spent sitting and resting. Some people even tried to choke her on purpose when eating. When you do nothing, you feel at ease when you eat? Whenever this happened, Su Baining would stop and stand in front of the person she was talking to, tear open the packaging bag bit by bit, eat the bread bit by bit in front of her, and then clap her hands. A bunch of losers can eat and drink without doing anything and be supported by others, and they can talk without panicking or panting. It seems that they haven't been beaten enough by society. Later, when they met zombies, the people who had said that to her threw away their shame and begged her for help when facing life and death. But she ignored them. So they just followed her. Su Baining didn't care about these things. But if they followed her, she would whip them away with a whip. Get lost. Shameless people. The result of this was that Su Baining's relationship with everyone became very tense. Except for Yunqiao and others. Chen Tianji couldn't say anything to her because of the relationship with the Yin family. Su Baining, on the other hand, didn't care. She ate and drank as usual, and even made a joke when she was in a good mood. After more than a month, their supplies were running low. When Su Baining felt that her clothes were getting rotten and dirty, and she couldn't hold on any longer, Chen Tianji announced that they would reach the North China base in a few days. That day, the sky was gloomy. Based on previous experience, Chen Tianji was afraid that it would rain. So he asked everyone to rest on the spot. When Su Baining and Yunqiao were sitting together and didn't know what to say, a voice came from not far away from them. Ning Ning. When Su Baining heard the first call, she thought she had been having an illusion and ignored it. She also laughed in her heart that she had been away for too long, and she would have hallucinations during the day. Yunqiao looked up and took a look at the source of the voice. Sister Su, there seems to be someone standing there calling you. The voice came closer and closer. Ning Ning. Su Baining's smile froze on her face. Yin Heshuan was sure that this was Su Baining just by looking at her back. He had been rushing with Yin Yu and the others for such a long time. Some things happened on the way and delayed them until now. When passing by Chen Tianji and the others, looking at Chen Tianji standing in the middle of the road, he felt as if he had seen him somewhere before. Yin Ziyu reminded him that he looked like Chen Tianhe. Yin Mo went forward to ask and found out that they were really from the South China base. They had already walked here. After knowing that they were from the South China base, Yin Heshuan rushed over to look at the people sitting on the ground. Some were dirty, some were messy, and everyone was hungry and skinny. Even the few cars that drove over were empty. Looking at the incredulous eyes of Yin Heshuan and the others, Chen Tianji smiled awkwardly. We have been traveling for too long, so now there is nothing left. Looking at Yin Heshuan in front of him, he slapped his forehead. Is Su Baining your sister? When Yin Heshuan heard him mention Su Baining, his eyes lit up, and he subconsciously grabbed his shoulders. You have seen Ning Ning, where is she now? Chen Tianji was caught and felt that his arm was about to break. Behind, the one who was laughing with a little girl next to a tree. Before Chen Tianji finished speaking, Yin Heshuan let go of his hand, and strode to the back. He seemed to hear Su Bining's voice. It came from a distance. Su Bining had her back to him. Although she was wearing a large sweater that covered her entire body, Yin Hexuan could still tell at a glance that it was Su Bining. Yin Ziyu and the others followed behind, looking at the dirty back of Su Bining, and grabbed Yin Mo's hand beside him. Third brother, I'm a little scared. Yin Mo's voice was also trembling. Afraid? What are you afraid of? She's our sister. What are you afraid of? How could I not be afraid? It was because they were not strong enough to protect her. Now seeing her appear in front of them in a dirty state, I don't know how to describe the feeling in my heart. Yin Bo, third brother, are you not afraid of what you are shaking for? Yin Hexuan walked behind Su Bining, as if he was afraid of scaring Su Bining, and softly called out, Ning. He watched smoothly as the person sitting on the ground in front of him became stiff instantly because of this call, and the little girl next to her opened her eyes and looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Su Bining slowly stood up from the ground, with her head lowered. She slowly turned around, looking at Yin Hexuan and laughing. Brother, long time no see. Looking at Su Bining's eyes under the brim of her hat and the mask covering her face, Yin Hexuan said nothing, but her eyes were red. Yin Ziyu couldn't help crying when he saw Su Bining like this. Yin Mo and Yin Bai also pursed their lips, and their eyes were red. Yin Yu looked at Su Bining and lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Yin Hexuan gently walked forward and took off the mask on Su Bining's face, looking at the still bright little face. He finally felt a little comforted. He stroked Su Bining's cheek with trembling hands. Su Bining smiled and held Yin Hexuan's hand. Brother, I'm back. I will never leave you like this again. Yin Hexuan held her face with both hands and lowered his head. In this gloomy weather, in this wilderness and sea of people, he kissed his beloved little girl. Chapter 317, It's the Little Princess. Yin Ziyu bit his little hand and shook Yin Mo vigorously. Beast, third brother, shouldn't you ask Ning to have a good rest first? Yin Mo pushed him away and dragged him and Yin Bo by the back of their collars. Why are you still standing here? Can't you see that our Ning has lost weight? Hurry up and make something for her to eat when she comes back. Yin Ziyu was pulled by the back of his collar and reached out to Yin Yu, who was still standing there. Brother Yu, pull me, I haven't even said hello to our little ancestor yet. Yun Xiao, who was standing next to Su Bining, opened her mouth in surprise, looking at Yin Hexuan, whose temperament and appearance were not comparable to those of ordinary people, pulled Yu beside him. Cousin, is this the brother that Sister Su has been looking for? Yu looked at the two people kissing with lifeless eyes and panicked. After being pulled back by Yun Xiao, he lowered his head and said irritably, I don't know. He really felt that Su Bining was in his arms. The empty space in Yin Hexuan's heart was finally filled at this moment. He looked up at Su Bining, whose face was flushed. Screw the cover-up. From now on, I will never hide our relationship again. Ning, are you ready? As Su Bining nodded, Yin Hexuan picked her up and walked through the crowd. When he passed by Yin Yu, he shouted, Bring the prepared things here. Yes, since they knew they were going to see Su Bining, they prepared a lot of things. Even if you don't use the things in Su Bining's space, you will not lack anything. From small things like Su Bining's earrings to large things like Su Bining's clothes. Everything is available. Yin Mo and the others watched Yin Hexuan carrying Su Bining back, and quickly opened the door, and were stunned for a moment when they saw the small and narrow compartment, and finally slammed the door angrily. This car is not worthy of their Ning. Su Bining had returned to Yin Hexuan and the others, and no longer had any worries, and waved her hand to release the RV they had been using. Looking at the vehicle that appeared out of nowhere, and Su Bining's movements, Yu and the others thought of Su Bining's ability. It turned out that she was not only a water-based superpower, but also a space superpower. However, she did not show any signs of being a space superpower during the journey. It seemed that she was full of distrust towards them. Yin Yu opened the door for them. Su Bining was going to go in and clean up by herself, but Yin Hexuan kept holding her tightly. Even when he went to the bathroom, Su Bining blushed and grabbed Yin Hexuan's arm. Brother, no. Yin Hexuan really wanted to follow him in, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He put Su Bining on the ground and kissed her. I'll wait for you outside. Their team members thought that the captain would be single for the rest of his life when they saw the always cold captain. They didn't expect that there was someone hidden here, but they couldn't see it even if it was covered. They were a little curious. When they looked at the car, they couldn't help themselves. Yin Hexuan kept holding Su Bining, Qilin and Xiaohe were very depressed because they couldn't touch the food. The car couldn't get in, so they had no choice but to stand guard at the door. Yin Yu looked at what Yen Mo and the others had made. Ning Ning was in a good mood today and didn't scold them. In the future, when I ask them to cook, I'll ask them to eat it themselves. Yen Mo and the others knew their cooking skills and put down their hands in dismay at Yen Yu's expression. At this time, the aroma of food was wafting from the RV. The aroma drifted to Chen Tianji and the others. The smell made them drool. Su Baining tidied herself up, put on a pretty little skirt, and walked out of the bathroom. Looking at Yin Heshuan standing in front of the induction cooker busying around, the table was already full of freshly cooked and smoking food. She hugged Yin Heshuan's waist from behind with affection. After washing his hands, Yin Heshuan turned around and hugged her and kissed her. Seeing her pretty face and clothes restored, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He touched her little face distressfully. You've lost weight. Brother will make more delicious food for you these days. Make up for it. Su Baining smiled and nodded. Leaning against Yin Heshuan's broad chest and the unique fragrance on his body, she felt very relieved. Yin Heshuan helped her to sit down at the table, eat something first, then take a nap. Su Baining obediently picked up the chopsticks and turned to look at Yin Heshuan as if she had thought of something. Brother, call the little girl Yunqiao who was with me just now, and her cousin and others. They took good care of me along the way. Yen Yu, who was about to get on the bus, heard it and directed the team members around him to call Yunqiao and others. When Yunqiao dragged her Yu and the others over, she was very happy to see Su Baining, who had restored her appearance and clothes. She was shocked to see Qilin and Xiaohe standing in front of the car. Qilin and Xiaohe looked at each other and silently moved their claws away. A few words popped up in her mind angrily. Hateful two-legged beasts. They are going to occupy the time I spend with my master again. When she looked at Su Baining's brothers again, she felt that her brother was not so good. Someone would pour water when the cup was empty, and someone would squat down to change the slippers when they got wet. Even after eating, you don't have to put away the chopsticks yourself. The brothers were busy serving Su Baining, and Su Baining followed them, as if she was used to it. Yunqiao supported her head with both hands and looked at Su Baining opposite, and then looked at Yen Yu who washed the dishes and cut the fruits and brought them to them. Sister Su, you should be spoiled, loved, and taken care of by your family like a little princess. Don't follow us anymore, suffer. Don't eat enough. Don't sleep well. The men standing in front of the glass stage got busy even faster after hearing this. Su Baining interrupted Yunqiao. I'm fine. Wasn't it fine when I followed you? If it weren't for the loss of the base, it wouldn't be like this. And everyone is the same. Finally, I saw the legendary idol Wenyan following Yin Heshuan and the others. In the end, Yen Ziyu couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him onto the sofa. He looked at the infatuated Wenyun with disdain. If it weren't for you saving my sister, I will ask Qilin to drag you to the deep mountains and forests and throw you away. My brother Yu's admirers have never been so stupid. Yin Heshuan glanced at Yen Ziyu. Xiao Wu, no. Yen Ziyu curled his lips. Got it. He shook the water off his hands and quickly sat on the left side of Su Baining. Yen Mo and the others looked at the seat on her right and silently brought a few benches and sat behind. After Yen Heshuan packed up, he returned to sit next to Su Baining. Looking at Shiryu and the others in front of him, thank you for taking care of her during our absence. If there is anything we can help you with in the future, please feel free to ask. Shiryu looked at him holding Su Baining's hand and his eyes darkened. It doesn't matter. She also saved our lives, so we are even. Speaking of which, we should be thanking her for taking care of us along the way. Yunqiao nodded. Yes. Yes. Sister Su is amazing. She doesn't even need our care, but she always takes care of us. Chapter 318 Group Pet. Yunqiao originally thought that Yin Heshuan and the others would be happier after hearing this, but unexpectedly, their expressions became even uglier. Yunqiao stuck out her tongue and pulled Shiryu and ran out of the car, and waved to Su Baining from a distance. After seeing this, Wenyun and the others felt embarrassed to stay here and ran away, even when Wenyun left. He looked at Yin Heshuan with tears in his eyes, just like Pan Nua and the others when they were going to compete with Su Baining. As they left, the carriage became completely quiet. Yen Mo and the others followed and sat opposite Su Baining. Su Baining looked at their serious expressions and laughed. Why are you so serious? Isn't it a happy thing that I'm back? Yen Mo said in a low voice. Sister, we didn't protect you well. It's all our fault. Yin Heshuan held Su Baining's hand tightly and rubbed the jade bracelet on her wrist with his thumb gently. His eyes were deep, and I don't know what he was thinking. Su Baining, It's okay, didn't I say we are a family? I can't always count on you to protect me, I also hope I can protect you. Yin Ziyu heard it, and whispered, but basically every time something really happened. You protected us, this time it was even worse, and you lost Qilin, you are the only one left. I don't know what scene he thought of. Yin Ziyu couldn't help but let his tears drip onto the table. Su Baiting felt mixed emotions when she saw her brother, who had been smiling at her since the end of the world, but was gentle and tolerant. Su Baiting, brother Ziyu, you are usually the one who can liven up the atmosphere, but now you have suddenly made the atmosphere so serious, I don't know how to respond. I have returned safely, can we just let these things go? Otherwise, you always look at me like this, I am also very sad. No one wants such a thing to happen, haven't we survived? In the future, we will always be together. Different from the atmosphere in the car, the team members under the car were eager to try. Just now, after Yun Xiao and the others returned, Qin Tianji and the others smelled the smell of fireworks and food from them. Looking at the hungry people on the ground, he licked his old face and came over here, hoping that they could give them some supplies for the sake of the people who were about to form a base. Qilin was guarding the door, so he had no chance to talk to Yen Heshuan directly. He could only find their team members as a second choice. After Yen Heshuan and his team members heard what happened, they were ready to come up and talk about it. It just so happened that he was also very curious about the car and the people in it. But when he stood at the door, he felt that the atmosphere in the car was a little inappropriate. Seeing Qin Tianji still standing there rubbing his hands, he had no choice but to knock on the door. This sound saved the dull atmosphere between them. Su Baiting pushed Yen Heshuan. Your team members must have something to ask you. You guys go and do your work. Let me get some sleep first. I haven't slept in bed for a long time. Everything in the car was ready. When Yen Heshuan and the others heard her say this, they quickly made way for her and helped her in. They covered her with a blanket and gently closed the door. He got out of the car and looked at Qilin and Xiaohe, who were still standing at the door, wagging their tails. He told them to stay at the door and not leave Su Baiting's side no matter what happened in the future. Especially Yen Heshuan, he pinched Qilin's mouth and warned him harshly. Qilin was very depressed, but thinking that he was also responsible for separating from Su Baiting this time, he nodded sullenly and lay on the ground. After knowing Qin Tianji's intention, Yen Heshuan gave them all the supplies they brought out. Because of Qin Tianji's foresight, when they set out, they not only brought their own rations, but also brought a car of supplies for Qin Tianji and his friends. They prepared it just in case they were suddenly seen on the road in a mess. Qin Tianji finally smiled as he looked at the full truck of supplies. The supplies can be given, but they need to move them by themselves. Yen Heshuan and the others were not in a good mood to help them. If it weren't for Qin Tianji, he wouldn't even be willing to give them these supplies. Don't think he forgot that when he asked Su Baiting's name just now, someone rolled their eyes beside them. Not only did he see it, but Yin Yu and the others behind him all saw it. So they rejected Qin Tianji's request for help. Qin Tianji had no choice but to go back to where the people in their base were and call a few people to help. Perhaps because of the momentum of Yen Heshuan and the others, the people in the South China base were the kind who worked silently and didn't say much. Yen Heshuan and his own team members looked at the bags of supplies in their hands on the car and were anxious. Captain, it will take us several days to go back this time. What should we do if you give them all? Yin Ziyu gave him a meaningful look. Young man, everything you need will be there, don't worry. Give them these bread and biscuits, Captain. I'll take you guys to a big dinner tonight. This was Yin Ziyu's first reaction when he saw Qin Tianji just now. You're not good to her sister. Right? I'll let you guys see what torture is tonight. The team member looked at Yin Ziyu with a puzzled look, thinking to himself. The captain must have gone crazy just after finding his sister. Until the evening when he saw the big table and the steaming hot pot on it that appeared out of thin air in front of him, I realized that I was naive. And who is the fairy sitting in front of the table? Is she the tightly covered child that the captain brought back this afternoon? It turns out that she is not a child but a fairy. This fairy looks so pretty when she smiles. Just when several team members were staring at Su Baiting in a daze, Yin Bo slapped them in the face and woke them up. He looked at the team members with a warning. Where are you looking? Hurry up and sit down to eat. If I catch you looking at my sister with such a lewd look, be careful or I will punish you. One of the team members grabbed Yin Bo. Captain, is this really the captain's sister? Yin Bo shook his hand away in disgust. It's not my sister. It's your sister. Tell them, my sister is delicate and weak, don't scare her. The really delicate and weak Su Baiting who was playing with Qilin and Xiaohe. What? But after a while, they were attracted by the hot pot on the table, knowing that it was not right to stand here. They followed Yanziyu and the others to serve dishes and wash dishes. Su Baining sat at the table and watched them busying around. Yin Heshuan helped her set the table. Even when eating, she didn't need to move her chopsticks. The bowl was never empty. Besides Yin Heshuan and his friends, the rest of the team members also handed her food when they saw that she didn't have much food. They were not idle at all. Su Baining watched the people at the table chatting and laughing. Yin Ziyu and his friends were back to their normal state. The heart that was hanging in the air finally settled down a little. Chapter 319. I'm so angry that I'm not willing to die. The idea of the hot pot on the table in front of me was thought up by Yin Ziyu. Originally, he was just thinking about giving Su Baining a treat when she came back. But when he saw Chen Tianji, he suddenly thought of the afternoon when Yin Heshuan went to ask about Su Baining's whereabouts. The expressions of the people next to him when they heard her name, combined with Chen Tianji's behavior of asking them for food, he thought of a way to both make Su Baining happy and make them angry. It can also fill your stomach and liven up the atmosphere. He squatted at the door of the room waiting for Su Baining when she was still asleep. Yin Mo saw him like this and laughed at him for being like a husky. He felt that this idea wouldn't make much of a splash if only one person knew it, so he called Yin Mo and Yin Bo, and the three of them squatted at the door of the room together. Yin Yu looked at the three people speechlessly. Xiao Mo, didn't you just say that Xiao Wu's behavior was very husky-like? Yin Mo, sorry. I was wrong, I am the husky. Yin Bo looked confused. I am just a follower. Yin Yu was in a good mood, and he also agreed with this approach, but it was absolutely impossible for him to do this. When Su Baining woke up and opened the door to her room, she saw 3 pairs of bright eyes staring at her door, and they suddenly appeared in front of her and scared her. Yin Ziyu saw Su Baining appear in front of them, and quickly stood up and crawled in front of Su Baining. Sister, let's play a game? Looking at Yin Ziyu who was about to fall on her, Su Baining stretched out her hand and pushed him away a little. Brother Ziyu, you can speak directly if you want to. You are so close to me that I can't see your face. Yin Ziyu stepped back a little and pointed at Yin Mo and Yin Bo. We want to eat hot pot. Su Baining, sure, then you don't have to squat here waiting for me. Yin Ziyu was shocked. How do you know we have been waiting for you here? Su Baining pointed at their eyes. Your eyes are bloodshot. I'm going to the space to get you something new now. Please wait a moment. Since the South China base was destroyed and they fled, she has never had the chance to enter the space again. This time she came in and found that the things in the space were almost piled up into a mountain. The little flower at the end of the stream seemed to be more colorful. The most important thing was that she saw Qilin and Xiaohe flying in the sky. They had been guarding the door of the car. But after it got dark, they suddenly thought that now that Su Baining was back, it meant that they should be able to return to the space. Forgive them for not going back for so long. When they were thinking about how to go back, they rolled on the ground twice. The team members who were guarding nearby thought something had happened to them and hurriedly tried to comfort them. They suddenly disappeared in front of them. These 2 little pets were the apples of the eye of several captains. This sudden change scared them all. Hurry up and find Yin Heshuan. Who knew that Yin Heshuan didn't even raise his eyelids after hearing this? It's okay, don't worry about them, they will be back soon. After playing with the small fish in the river and the crabs that crawled ashore in the sea for a while in the space, they felt Su Baining coming in, and they turned around and jumped into Su Baining's arms. The 2 little things are now fully grown. They have grown big and strong, and they really knocked Su Baining back 2 steps when they rushed over. Su Baining acted coquettishly with them for a while, and then moved a bunch of things out of the space. Yin Ziyu and the others quickly took it, got out of the car, and started working. The smell of hot pot drifted to the crowd gathering point of the South China base next door. They originally thought it would be great to get some food back from the North China base in the afternoon, but now they smelled the smell and instantly felt that the bread in their hands was unpalatable. 2 people stood up and looked at Su Baining and the others, and found that they actually set up a big table, which was full of chicken, duck, fish and meat, and a hot and spicy hot pot bubbling with hot steam. Looking at Su Baining with her back to them, they were stunned for a while. Then they realized that this little girl was the little girl who had been following them before. From her back, they could tell that she must be pretty. There was also a huge tiger lying at her feet. Su Baining turned around to tease it, and a delicate profile appeared in front of them, so beautiful that they were speechless. The people standing with Yun Xiao and the others mocked. It's just like this after being with you all the time. Didn't we just go out to eat something in the afternoon? Why didn't she come to call you now? That's what I mean. You took good care of her along the way. Now that she has found her family, she won't pay any attention to you? Yunqiao glared at them. Stop trying to sow discord in front of us. How do you know that Sister Su didn't come to call us? We are not as shameless as some people. When they see a bargain, they think of ways to take advantage of it. We have to be proud. After the hot pot was boiled, the meat exuded a burst of fragrance. In addition, Yin Ziyu and his friends deliberately asked Yin Heshuan to make roast chicken and roast duck. If it were the past, Yin Heshuan would not have followed them in such a mess. Thinking of what happened in the afternoon, he felt very uncomfortable. So he followed Yin Ziyu and his friends in their mess. What hurts my heart the most at this time? That is, you can only eat bran and vegetables, but as long as I want, I can eat delicious food at any time and place. The people at the South China base couldn't help but urge Qin Tianji to come here and ask if they can eat together. Qin Tianji had just emptied someone's car in the afternoon. Thinking about their previous attitude towards Su Baining, he decided to reject the request with dignity. After being rejected by Qin Tianji, they were not angry. They stood there and thought for a while before slowly moving towards Yin Ziyu and the others. They had a good idea. They all came here. How could he have the nerve to watch them eat and drink when he saw that they were hungry all the way? But would Yin Ziyu, who came here specifically to irritate them, feel embarrassed? Normally, he would be quite comfortable doing such things, and now, he was even more comfortable. Not only was he comfortable, he even plucked a chicken leg when these people came over, and chewed it slowly while watching these people perform. The team members on their side didn't know what happened at first, and in order to create a better atmosphere, Yin Ziyu said that they had bullied Su Baining before. The team members looked at Su Baining talking to them in a delicate and weak voice. The gentle look instantly made them want to protect. It was just like bullying their own sister. They even learned from Yin Ziyu. Not only did they eat with one hand, some even ate with two hands, and pretended that the food was not tasty, and took 2 bites and ate one hand. These people watched them eat and drink, but they didn't wait for someone to call them to eat together. They were so angry. Yin Ziyu sneered secretly, I told you to bully my Ningning, I'll piss you off. They threw the food they couldn't finish on the ground to Qilin. Qilin sniffed it with disgust and threw it away with one paw. Chapter 320 returned to the North China base. Most of the remaining people in the South China base watched them from the sidelines. If they could get food, they would go over immediately. Shiryu closed his eyes and leaned against a tree when he saw them like this. We should learn from these people. Okay? Su Baining didn't need our protection at all along the way, but she protected us a lot. If it wasn't for her that time in the base, I guess we would have died or been injured. People, you still need to have some conscience. Yu Yan looked around at those people. People in the past still knew shame. Let's not talk about the present. No matter what others do, just take care of ourselves. The people here saw that Yin Ziyu and his friends were almost done eating. Finally, they couldn't resist the gluttony in their stomachs, and walked up to ask flatteringly, we have been hungry for a long time and haven't eaten anything good. With so many of you, we thought you wouldn't be able to finish it. Yin Ziyu held a bamboo shoot in his mouth. Why, want to eat? Several people nodded. Of course they want to eat. Now they are so hungry that they can eat a cow. Yin Ziyu sneered. Why? These people were obviously stunned by this question. After a while, they came back to their senses and smiled awkwardly. Aren't you almost finished eating? We haven't had any for many days. Yin Ziyu interrupted him. What does it have to do with me? What does your not starving to death have to do with me? Aren't you? Yin Ziyu, we are nothing. This is our personal stuff. You know? You emptied the car this afternoon, and you are still not satisfied. You are too thick-skinned, not good. But you all gave us bread and biscuits? Yin Ziyu, so? It's good to have something to eat now. But you complain about this and that, then why don't you just not eat it? But you are all eating meat and fish here. Why don't you let us eat some too? Yin Bo, shameless, this is all ours. If you have the guts, go catch it yourself. Even if you eat a shark, it has nothing to do with us. Yin Ziyu covered Su Baining's ears. Sharks are still not edible. Ningning, you didn't hear anything. Su Baining's ears were covered, and she nodded obediently in Yin Ziyu's palm. Yin Heshuan sat beside her and his hands never stopped, adding some fish meat for her, and blanching some vegetables for her. The team member sitting next to them also handed over a piece of fruit. A dish was brought over after a while, which made Su Baining feel a little embarrassed. The people standing aside were scolded by Yin Ziyu, and ran back in shame. The people hiding aside also retreated in dismay after seeing them. When they saw them going back, they mocked them for a while. The people who went back also quarreled with them after hearing them. The noise was so loud that Yin Ziyu and his people could hear it. Yin Ziyu picked up his chopsticks and said leisurely, "What is this called? Dogs bite dogs and get all furry. If these people behave better on the way back." He wouldn't say anything. If they still don't behave, don't blame him, because he can do anything. Su Baining, who had slept for an afternoon, was in high spirits now. She didn't want to sleep even when it was late at night. Yin Heshuan fell asleep in her arms after taking a bath, looking at the dark circles under his eyes. Su Baining rubbed them with heartache. Yin Heshuan woke up several times when she was half asleep in the middle of the night. Every time he woke up, he would see if Su Baining was still in his arms, then hug her tighter and fall asleep again. Su Baining sensed the panic in his heart and let him go. The people from the South China base were received, so it was time for them to return. Yin Ziyu fully played his role in making people angry in the following route. Not only did he eat a lot of fish and meat every day, but he also placed plates under the car every time, and waited for the people from the South China base to start eating before doing these things. And considering that Su Baining had the water ability, he changed clothes once a day, washed several pieces at a time, and hang them under the car to let the wind blow when you rest. The people from the South China base have been running around all the way here and have run out of supplies. Even the food is given by Yin Heshuan and others, not to mention the clothes they wear. It's still good if the clothes are rotten. At least there is a piece of clothing to cover them. Some people encountered zombies on the way here, and some were torn by branches in a hurry, and some were scratched by zombies. There are many. After seeing Yin Ziyu making such a fuss for a few days, even the stupid people realized why he did these things, and could only swallow their bitterness. Yun Xiao smiled and said to Shiryu after seeing this, "Sister Su's brother is so interesting. Is he trying to vent Sister Su's anger in various ways?" However, Yin Heshuan and the others kept a casual attitude towards this matter, which made the people in the South China base angry. Qin Tianji also thought about communicating with Yin Heshuan and the others about this matter, but every time, Yin Heshuan dismissed him with the excuse that he couldn't control him. After many times, Qin Tianji didn't want to care about this matter anymore. There are so many people here. They did treat Su Baining very badly before, and what Yin Ziyu and his friends did was within their own capabilities. They didn't use anything from them, nor did they hinder them. You can't just stop others from using it because you don't have it. Fortunately, they ran for a few days, and after enduring Yin Ziyu's torture for a period of time, they finally saw the gate of the North China base. The moment they saw the gate, everyone cheered. Yin Ziyu was not satisfied. He hadn't been so busy yet, and had already reached his destination. When they first went out, it rained and blocked their way. This time, they didn't see anything along the way. The sun was shining brightly. The people in the South China base were happy. After experiencing the double mental blow from Yin Ziyu, they now saw everything in a friendly way. Finally, they were going to get rid of this torment. How could they not be happy? The guard at the gate saw Yin Heshuan's car, recognized it as the hunting team's, and knew they were going out to carry out a mission this time. Looking at the men, women, old and young following behind, and the extra vehicles, they should be the targets of this mission. It is said that they are from the South China base, who came to join them, and the base commander is their base commander's brother. So after seeing the vehicle, he quickly told the people on duty next to him, and ran in to inform Qin Tianhe as soon as possible. Yin Heshuan led them to the gate and stopped. Qin Tianji knew that this was the first condition for entering the base, so he didn't say anything and waited obediently behind. Some people following the car couldn't stand it anymore and started complaining. "What are you standing here for? Why don't you ask us to go in? We have been traveling for such a long time. Hurry up and ask us to go in first. What's the matter with you being tired and thirsty? Is there no room for us inside, so you ask us to wait here? Maybe that's the case. You don't know until you go in." Chapter 321 Resettlement of Residents of the South China Base. Qin Tianhe was sitting in the office reading a work report when he received the news. He didn't expect Yin Heshuan and his team to bring the people back so quickly. In his impression, they seemed to have been out for more than a week, including the few days since they came back. It has only been more than half a month. The base was already saturated with people. While he was studying how to resettle these people, they had already returned before he had any idea. You can't not go to pick someone up when he comes back. These things can only be discussed slowly. The people who came back from hunting outside saw a group of ragged people at the door and thought something had happened. They looked at them in a murmur. The guard at the door brought Qin Tianhe over. After seeing Qin Tianji, he first hugged his head and cried, and talked about how difficult it was for both sides to miss each other. Yin Heshuan saw that they were talking non-stop and quickly interrupted them. Can we talk about business first? Let's talk about reminiscing about the past another day. Now that our mission is complete. Can we retreat? Chen Tian has stopped him. No. 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 As the captain of our base hunting team, I need your help with something very important. What's the point of playing Liao Sha with a 1,000-year-old fox? Yin Heshuan pushed Chen Tianhe away with a fake smile. Captain Chen, even if I'm still here, I'll only be in charge of hunting zombies. The rest has nothing to do with me. The implication is that you can find whoever you want, do whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me. Chen Tianhe hurriedly said, Don't, it's not a big deal, you guys left too quickly, I haven't had time to plan where they live. Yin Yu, then you plan it, what can we do? Chen Tianhe, please help me think about it, see where is more suitable. To be honest, he was indeed mentally prepared to welcome the residents of the South China base at the beginning, but he thought that the number of residents who could walk here after passing this road should be about 100, which was acceptable. But he was standing in front now, looking at the huge crowd behind them. He knew at a glance that there were definitely more than 100 people. If you said there were 200 or 300 or even thousands, it was possible. The base usually accepted outsiders. But basically there were only 1 or 2. 2 or 3. And the most were 5 or 6. Or about 10. He really couldn't figure out how to accommodate so many people when they suddenly appeared. Yin Heshuan is not only a good zombie hunter. If we don't ask him for help now, who will he ask for help after he leaves? Yin Ziyu accompanied Su Baining in the car and looked at the people under the car. I'm telling you. Sister, this guy just likes to waste time. No matter how big the matter is. He likes to ask others for help. This base leader is really doing it. Su Baining can understand his mentality. Brother Ziyu, if there are suddenly so many people in your house, where do you plan to put them for a while? Yin Ziyu yawned and cracked the walnut in his hand. With so many people, how can you easily settle them? The problem is that I brought you here and completed my mission. How to live in the future depends on you. Did they also rely on Chen Tianji to support them when they were in the base? The worst that can happen is that we can just look for the place where they lived at the beginning. With so many people, you can just find a place to set up some tents to live in. What happens next depends on them. Wow, when you think about it this way. It is indeed a very simple matter. She pushed Yin Ziyu. Go and tell Big Brother, lest this base commander Chen Tianhe keeps not letting us in. It's boring to wait here. I want to see how you live in this base. Oh, it would be better if he didn't say it. When he mentioned this matter, he remembered that they lived in this base in a very simple way. Because Su Baining was not around, and several people were not in a good mood, didn't she live with the team members in the team base? But now Su Baining has been found. They can't live with these team members anymore. It's not bad, but she must be worried about living alone outside. Thinking of this, he quickly stuffed the walnuts he had just peeled into Su Baining's hands and ran out of the car in a hurry. He ran too fast and didn't brake in time, and hit Yin Yu. Yin Yu supported him. What are you doing in a hurry? Didn't I ask you to stay with Ningning in the car? Yin Ziyu, I forgot something. Should we move to a new place? Ningning is back. Yin Yu clapped his hands. Yes, I almost forgot about it after being disturbed by Director Chen. Chen Tianhe heard their conversation and looked at the new car curiously. He was very curious just now, but never asked. We found your sister. What is this car? Yin Heshuan stopped his gaze and said. Found it. Captain Chen. You still have time to care about our sister. Let's solve your brother's problem first. He heard what Yin Yu and Yin Ziyu said. Now he was too lazy to argue with Chen Tianhe about this matter. If you can help, you can help. It's just a matter of talking. Seeing that he agreed, Chen Tianhe took Chen Tianji and the others to do physical examinations one by one. Those who have no problems can go in and wait. We'll talk about it later if there's any problem. Yin Heshuan got in the car and asked Su Baining, Ningning, do you think we should stay here or go back to Kyoto? Anyway, they've been staying here because they want to find her. Now that they've found her, they're not in a hurry. It's just that they haven't had time to tell Kyoto about what happened on the Canopy Island. Su Baining smiled and looked at them. Don't worry, you've been running for so long without a rest. Let's rest here for a few days now. As for the Canopy Island, I'll trouble Xiao Hei first. This time they learned their lesson. When they went to the housing registration office, they did not rent for a month at a time, but chose to rent day by day. Who would complain about having too many crystal cores? As for the people brought by Chen Tianji, after a strict physical examination, although there was a little unpleasantness, but fortunately everyone finally came in safely. Su Baining liked the little girl Yunxiao, and asked Yin Heshuan to help rent a small house for them directly, but he did not go to meet them. Yunxiao also knew the reason, and thanked the visitor obediently, and did not say that she would bother Su Baining. After discussion, Jin Tianhe and his team settled all the remaining people in an empty corner of the base. It was the only place that could accommodate so many people. It took them a whole day to set up the tents. At the beginning, some people made trouble, and did not want to live in tents. After being driven out by Jin Tianhe, the remaining people became obedient. They obediently started to build their own tents. It was good enough to accommodate them. Now they are still picky. No one will take care of them. Chapter 322 News sent back to Kyoto. Jin Tianhe brought Jin Tianji back to his own nest. After all, Jin Tianji was the base chief of the South China base before. He was a little uncomfortable to be idle all of a sudden. After consulting him, Jin Tianhe gave him the position of deputy base chief. From that day on, the entire North China base began a dual base chief management period. On the day when Yin Heshuan and his friends moved to a new house, the members of their hunting team had a great time in their new home. When Su Baining went out the next day, she found that many teams in the base respected Yin Heshuan and his team. Until now, she had never asked Yin Heshuan how they lived in the North China base, and how they got to the North China base. Yin Heshuan just told her briefly, and didn't ask any detailed questions, but Su Baining could tell from the attitude of the people in the base towards them that they had made a lot of efforts to gain a foothold in this base. After 2 days of excitement, the house became quiet. Yin Heshuan did not take any more missions these days. The members of the hunting team liked Su Baining very much. They were very considerate, and did not bother them too much when they saw their family reunion. Yin Heshuan simply wrote a letter about the Tarpaulin Island and gave it to Xiaohe. It would take Xiaohe more than a week to get from North China to Kyoto. Jing Si, who was far away in Kyoto, now spent his time every day with Jing Yang to manage the distribution of materials in the square. Now it is on the right track, as the crops in the experimental fields gradually matured, together with the huge supplies left by Su Baining when she left. Although they could not live a life of luxury, they could still have enough food and clothing. Many people have begun to realize the importance of their own military strength, and have formed their own non-staff team members to train with the members of the training camp. The rest of the people have also begun to look for suitable jobs in Kyoto. One of the things that bothers them now is that Yin Heshuan and his team have lost contact again after going to the Tarpaulin Island. Not only did they lose contact, it was said that all the foreigners on the Tarpaulin Island lost contact. Jing Si would never believe that anything had happened to Yin Heshuan and the others, but he was always worried. Until this day, a black eagle flew over the square, and the eagle's cry resounded throughout Kyoto. Since the last zombie attack, everyone knew Qilin and Xiaohe. Now, when he saw Xiaohe alone, he thought something had happened. After seeing this, Jing Si threw the things in his hands to the people around him and rushed to Yan's house. When Zhou Bo opened the door and asked him to come in, Cheng Jun was sitting on the sofa with Su Yule reading a letter. He was afraid that the letter would not be read like last time. So he quickly squeezed to the other side of Cheng Jun and sat down and leaned over to read. Cheng Jun pushed him away with disdain and handed over the letter in his hand. "We have finished reading it." Here. Jing Si took the letter. "I was afraid that they would do the same thing as last time." Right? The letter told them where they were now. As for why they had not returned yet, it was because they were now stranded in the North China base. After what happened on the Tarpaulin Island, they were going to rest for a while before going back. If there was no urgent matter that required them to go back, there was no need to rush. If there was any urgent matter, they would write back to tell them. After reading the letter, Jing Si threw it on the coffee table. Although the letter was very simple, they must have encountered something on the Tarpaulin Island. Otherwise, how could they have returned to the North China base from the island? Cheng Jun crossed his legs. So this is just a letter to assure safety. Kyoto has been relatively peaceful recently. Don't rush them back, lest they run into danger on the road. Jing Si looked at Cheng Jun as if he were a monster. "Are you sure they will run into danger?" Cheng Jun smiled. "I am sure you will be in danger if you run into it, but my brother and his friends will only encounter appetizers." "Jing Si, you are asking for trouble." Cheng Jun wrote a short message and gave it to Xiaohe. After giving Xiaohe a good meal, he watched him fly into the sky. Su Yule stood behind him and sighed. "I don't know when this damn life will return to normal. It's too easy to lose contact. Chung Jun rubbed his head. Wait until the next time when Big Brother and his friends return to Kyoto. Tell them to stay at home for a few more days, and wait for you to come back and get together. Okay. After reading Yin Hushuan's text message, Jingxi went to the office and told Pang Lao about their affairs. After listening, Pang Lao thought for a while. I didn't agree with going to the tent island at first. Who doesn't know what those people are thinking? Don't have the intention to harm others, but be on guard against others. We can only talk about the specific things after they come back. Fortunately, there is nothing big happening in Kyoto recently. As for other things, let's talk about it later. When Yin Hushuan and his friends received the letter, they were lying on the grass for a picnic, although this picnic was just a stall at the door of their house. Qilin was lying on the side, yawning and lazily watching the busy Yin Ziyu and Yin Mo. Yin Bai sat on the ground and cracked walnuts one by one. I don't know who told him that walnuts are nutritious. He didn't deny that they are nutritious, but isn't it a bit too much to eat them all day? Su Baining looked at the bowl of walnuts in front of her with a frown, not knowing what to think. After seeing this, Yin Ziyu gave an example to explain the effects of walnuts. It seems that vitamins A, B, C, D are all present. Yin Mo covered his mouth and said nonsense, in order to avoid teaching the child bad things. I just felt that Su Baining had been wrong these days, so I wanted to give her some supplements, but I didn't eat walnuts exclusively. Su Baining was in pain and happiness now. When she finally saw Xiaohei in the sky, she put down the bowl in her hand and waved at Xiaohei. Yin Hushuan took the letter from Xiaohei and told him that there was nothing wrong in Kyoto now, so they didn't have to worry. Yin Ziyu cheered while holding a handful of chicken wings, and the oil on them almost dripped onto his clothes. Su Baining's face had become a little rounder in the past few days, and Yin Bo finally stopped feeding her walnuts. Unfortunately, this kind of day didn't last long. They had just finished lunch at noon that day, and Yin Hushuan was walking with Su Baining in the base, when a group of people suddenly ran in at the gate of the base. Looking at the expressions on their faces, it seemed that something big had happened outside. The members of the hunting team ran to them breathlessly. Yin Hushuan looked at them and said, "Take a breath before talking. What happened?" "Zombies, so many zombies." Yin Hushuan organized his words. "You mean there are a lot of zombies outside, zombies attacking the city?" Su Baining opened his eyes wide. Again, what's wrong with this group of zombies? Can't they rest for 2 more days? Yin Hushuan patted the team member's shoulder. "Go and tell the base commander about the current situation. Organize people to fight back as soon as possible. The strength of the superpowers in our base has greatly improved during this period. Don't be afraid." He pulled Su Baining and walked quickly towards home. Chapter 323 Target North China Base. Yin Ziyu and his friends were wearing training clothes at home and preparing to go out. They had not been out much these days, because they were thinking about taking care of Su Baining. Today, they took advantage of Su Baining's absence to go to the training camp. They were standing at the door putting on their shoes. They looked at the 2 people who ran back and felt strange. "Don't you think we are light bulbs and want to go out for a walk? Why are you running back in a hurry?" Su Baining said as he walked in. "Zombies, your team member said that a large number of zombies are coming. So we came back to inform you. Pack up and go." She waved her hand and put all the things into the space. Yin Ziyu and the others hurriedly put on their shoes and followed them out. The moment they walked out of the house, the piercing alarm sounded throughout the base. Many of the superpowers in the North China base were taken out by the hunting team to hunt together, and they were trained under Yin Hushuan and his team. So their abilities are much stronger than those of some people in the South China base. Even if Yin Hushuan and his friends didn't come over now, it would still be easy to deal with these zombies that were staggering over. The people in the South China base were very curious about their abilities. They were all people with abilities. How could some people's abilities be like this, and theirs were like this? Chen Tianhe and Chen Tianji, as the base leaders, stood at the front with their men and weapons. Su Baining pointed at them and said, "As ordinary people, can't they not stand at the front? This is very detrimental to the behavior of the superpowers. Although they are standing here to boost morale, but as an ordinary person, waiting for the zombies to attack in large numbers to protect you is also a waste of resources." After hearing what Su Baining said, Yin Hushuan signaled the team members around him to bring Chen Tianhe and the others back. "Even if you want to go to the front line, don't stand at the front." Many people in the base only saw Su Baining standing next to Yin Hushuan at this time. When they first came, it was not that no one had planned to attack them, but they were all scared back by their cold expressions. Only one of Chen Tianji's little nieces never gave up. After seeing Su Baining, she thought about it, and finally decided to give up Yin Heshuan. Yin Heshuan pulled Su Baining and led Yin Yu and the others to the front. Many people around her who had never seen Su Baining looked at her curiously. Su Baining was embarrassed and prepared to break free from Yin Heshuan's hand, who knew that the more she struggled, the tighter Yin Heshuan held her. She even took the time to look back at him and said, "Just follow us, don't go anywhere." He stood at the front and looked at the superpower behind him, who was fighting with the zombies, and then looked at the superpower in front of him, who was rushing over, and signaled to Yin Yu with his eyes. After receiving the order, Yin Yu arranged Yin Imo and the others to stand along the corners of the wall. Su Baining looked at Yin Ziyu and Yin Bai, who were standing farther and farther away, and hurriedly said, "Don't stand too far away, otherwise. What if my superpower can't be transmitted to you?" Yin Ziyu shook his hair. "Just kidding, my current ability is so different from before." Su Baining tilted her head and looked at him. "Have you upgraded your ability?" "No, but it is indeed much stronger than before. Who knows that this ability will be more difficult to upgrade later, even if the sutra and the innate energy in the hand are enough. It is difficult to upgrade." Su Baining took out the purified crystal cores from the space and put them in their hands. "This time, I have been outside for so long and I understand a truth. No one in this world is more important than the family that loves you. I don't care whether others live or die. I just hope that my family can stand in front of me safely. You have your responsibilities, and my responsibility is to protect you and fulfill your responsibilities." If it weren't for the inappropriate location and scene, Yin Ziyu wanted to hug her and cry out loud again. The superpowers passing by looked at the handfuls of purified crystal cores in their hands with envy. Su Baining generously gave each member of the hunting team a handful. She liked these team members very much, whether it was because of Yin Heshuan or because of themselves. They treated her like their own sister. When they first received it, the members of the hunting team were not used to it and felt a little embarrassed. But Yin Ziyu said, "What are you afraid of? Just accept it. My sister's crystal core is like sugar beans. I usually give it to Qilin and Shohei as snacks." Only then did they accept it with red faces. Yin Heshuan observed the situation and arranged for the Earth-type mutant to stand in the front. Fire-type psychics are second. Of course, if Water-type psychics are very familiar with their psychics and can use them, they can also stand in front. Lightning-type psychics and Ice-type psychics are second. Wind-type psychics will ensure that the Fire-type psychics are blown to the zombies. Strength-type psychics stand at the end to ensure their own safety before attacking. In the most favorable situation, it would be best if Wood-type psychics can reinforce the city wall. The rest are up to you. All ordinary people can just stand at the end. If the superpowers in front can't hold on, and you can't stand it, you can attack the zombies. As long as you are strong and willing to go to the front line with the superpowers, you are welcome at any time. Sure, Yu and his friends came late behind. Yun Xiao looked at Su Baining sitting on Qilin and screamed. Sure, Yu and his friends had never seen Su Baining like this before. Although she was wearing a sports suit, she was imprinted in their hearts like a sparkling light. All the superpowers found their positions in an orderly manner under Yin Heshuan's arrangement. Fortunately, there is a large strait behind the North China base, so the zombies cannot attack from behind. Yin Heshuan held Su Baining's hand tightly. "Just follow me. Don't go anywhere." After this incident, he figured out one thing. If he lives, he will live with Su Baining. If he dies, he will die with Su Baining. Thinking that even if he dies, there will be another man who will repeat what they have done before. He will have a violent mood. He didn't care whether he was a psychopath or a paranoid person. Su Baining nodded obediently. "I'll ride beside Qilin and follow you." She couldn't lie on Shohei's back, so Shohei had already rushed to the front with the main group. She turned over and rode on Qilin's back. Qilin took her up slowly and flew forward with Yin Heshuan. This time she didn't need to hide her weakness. As soon as she made a move, a water column taller than a person rushed away the zombie in front of Yin Heshuan. Every time Yin Heshuan swung the golden sword and the red whip in her hand, there would be zombies lying down wherever they went. The zombies began to become more and more numerous, but under the airtight protection of this group of superpowers, the gate of the base and the corners of the wall were not loose at all. The ordinary people in the North China base stood at the back and looked at the excitement leisurely, while those from the South China base looked ahead tremblingly, fearing that the zombies would suddenly break through the defense line and rush in. Chapter 324 Familiarity. The residents of the South China base couldn't understand the behavior of the residents of the North China base. "Why don't you look scared?" The residents of the North China base turned their heads and looked at them. What is there to be afraid of? There are people fighting for us in front of us. We can't be cowardly. Anyway, I won't be the only one to die. If they want to be surprised, they are the residents of the South China base. Why are they so scared when there are so many superpowers protecting them in front of them? After a long battle, the psychic's physical strength and energy have been almost exhausted. The gate of the base is still standing firm under their strict defense. This time, the zombies finally found a breakthrough when a psychic was exhausted. Two claws grabbed the gate of the base. The black-fingered it pulled up and swung forward into the gate, trying to press on the psychic in front of him. Su Baiting quickly wrapped the whip around the edge of the gate and swung it back to crush a group of zombies. The zombies that were crushed were trying to get up in a panic with stiff movements. This scene was a bit like boiling an octopus head in boiling water. Sorry, these people made me feel sick. Although Yin Hechuan and his men had the support of crystal energy guns and crystal cores, their energy was almost exhausted. Seeing Yin Hechuan and his men's faces gradually becoming ugly, Su Baiting knew that she couldn't swing her whip this time. She put the whip back into space, opened her hands, and closed her eyes. Qilin brought her down and stopped when he was close to Yin Hechuan. The psychics around Yin Hechuan looked at the milky white halo that began to emerge between Su Baiting's open hands as she sat on the Qilin's back. The halo slowly, gradually spread closer to Yin Hechuan, who was closest to her, and then began to spread outwards little by little. All the psychics who came into contact with this halo felt that their powers had been restored to their fullest at once, and they almost forgot that there were zombies in front of them, and looked at Su Baiting in surprise. This is simply a walking human power bank. After seeing this, Sure Yu and the others felt mixed emotions, and didn't know what to think. It turned out that Su Baiting had hidden a lot of things when she was with them. Qilin felt the closest when he sat at Su Baiting's feet. It was like it was full of chicken blood and lightning power was flying all over the sky, roasting a group of zombies. The unpleasant smell came out of them with smoke, and was blown away by the wind-type power user. The milky white power continued to pass from Su Baiting's body to the power user. This was the first time that a gate had been broken in the zombie siege. But without anyone noticing, a zombie quietly crouched down in the corner and inserted his hand into the ground at the foot of the base. As his blue-gray hands moved, the ground around him slowly began to take on a smoky gray color, and it continued to spread along the lines of the ground, and the tender green grass that grew wherever it went quickly withered and decayed. Su Baiting opened her eyes, retracted her hand, and splashed a large amount of water on the zombies. Qilin released a thick lightning bolt. There was a crackling sound of electricity, and a large number of them fell down. Even if she restored everyone's superpowers, some people would still be suddenly dazed for a moment under the long-term high intensity and concentration. A member of the hunting team, who was following Yin, was caught by the zombie's arm without noticing it for a moment. This time, the zombie seemed to have found a breakthrough, while he was covering his arm. They all rushed over there. The psychics were caught off guard and almost lost their composure. Fortunately, Yin blocked the gap in time. However, a few zombies still ran in, and injured many ordinary people and psychics around. After fighting for so long, many people were already exhausted. Yin Hechuan and the others took out their crystal guns and started to clean up the zombies in front of them. Su Baiting looked at the zombies falling one by one with shining eyes. What fell down was not a zombie, it was simply a large number of crystal cores delivered to the door. The zombie that polluted the land smiled when he saw the land under his feet was polluted, slowly stood up, and walked towards this side behind the large group. He slowly walked to the corner of the wall on the other side, and repeated what he had just done, then walked a few steps along the wall, and did the same action several times. His behavior attracted the attention of other zombies. They also squatted down, and put their hands into the ground like him. The ground under Yin Hechuan's feet began to turn gray due to the zombies' behavior. The green vegetation began to die in large areas wherever it spread. Faced with a group of zombies that suddenly squatted down, they were still a little unresponsive. When they saw clearly what they were doing, the group of superpowers suddenly didn't know what to do. What were these zombies doing? Because everyone was looking at the zombies nervously, fearing that they would attack them when they were not prepared. No one noticed that the tender green grass under their feet had quietly died. The green vegetation behind them, that they had not noticed, was also rapidly decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not until a child squatting by the wheat field found that the wheat seedlings in front of him suddenly turned yellow, and withered, and shouted loudly that the people in front realized that all the wheat seedlings in the wheat field had begun to turn yellow and wither. Yin Hechuan and the others watched the group of zombies do this, and stood up collectively. Then they began to retreat in an orderly manner. The child shouting alarmed Chen Tianhe, and he and Chen Tianji rushed to the wheat field together. Su Baining and the others waited at the gate of the base for a while, and only felt relieved after confirming that the zombies had indeed begun to retreat. She rolled off Qilin's body and walked to the people who were scratched by the zombies. She saw that half of their arms had changed color, and even the blood that flowed out had turned black. Su Baining grabbed one person with one hand and began to treat them. What's wrong with these zombies? Especially likes to attack people's arms. As their wounds returned to their normal color, their blood returned to crimson. The psychics looked at Su Baining with fiery eyes. The people in the hunting team thought differently from them. They thought that our captain's sister was indeed awesome. After treating the wounded, Su Baining noticed that the grass under his feet had all turned yellow and withered. He crushed it with his feet, and it all turned into ash, as if it had been burned. The color of the ground under her feet seemed to be different from before, because it was covered by something, and it was hard to see without careful observation. Thinking back to the zombies' behavior at that time, she suddenly figured out what was going on. Why was this scene a bit similar? What was it like? She frowned and thought for a while. Ah, yes, this scene was very similar to the original Hope base. But it seemed to be different in some way. Chapter 325. Let's go together. Yan Hechuan looked at Su Baining, who was frowning and wondering what she was thinking, and put his arm around her shoulders. Ning, what are you thinking about? Su Baining twisted the grass ash on her fingertips to show him. What are you thinking about? Yin Ziyu and the others squeezed in at this time, and after seeing the grass ash on Su Baining's hand, he casually said, "Isn't this the same as what we saw at the Hope base?" It was this unintentional remark that reminded them. Yin Mo squatted down and pulled away the withered grass on the ground. Only then did he realize that the color of the ground seemed to have changed. At this time, a person who followed Chen Tianhe squeezed in with the crowd. "Mr. Yin, the base commander said there is an urgent matter and asked you to go over." Chen Tianhe now stood in the middle of the wheat field with a gray face. Beside him were large tracts of wheat fields. Just a few minutes ago, the wheat fields here were still growing very lush. When he came here with Chen Tianji a few days ago, he also praised the farmer who planted this wheat field, saying that this wheat field would have a great harvest in autumn. But now this wheat field is gone. In just a moment, all the wheat fields withered and fell down. The farmer who had been carefully planting this wheat field is now lying on the side of the road and crying. When the few people he sent to check other crops came back and told him that all the crops had withered for unknown reasons, he didn't know what to think. When Yan Hechuan and his friends arrived here, they saw him standing in the wheat field in a daze, holding a handful of withered wheat seedlings in his hands. Su Baining stepped forward and pinched the wheat seedlings in the wheat field. The situation was the same as before. Yan Hechuan looked at Chen Tianhe, Director Chen. "I have to tell you that this land is likely to have been contaminated by zombies, and is not suitable for growing crops." Chen Tianhe suddenly sat on the ridge of the field. He muttered, "It's over. It's all over." Chen Tianji stepped into the wheat field and helped him up. "Can you fall down at this time? You are the base commander." Chen Tianji's words brought back some of Chen Tianhe's rationality. He looked at the crowd standing on the horizon. The old and young residents looked at him with full eyes. The responsibilities and burdens on his shoulders did not allow him to show such a fragile expression. Seeing Chen Tianhe standing up straight, he said, "At most, we can just take everyone to migrate. Look, didn't I come all the way here with so many people? Yes, being alive is the most important thing, isn't it?" Chen Tianji looked at Yan Hechuan and the others standing on the horizon and laughed. "Besides, isn't there the little girl from our Yin family? I've seen a lot of delicious food along the way." Su Baining raised her eyebrows. "Waiting for me here?" She smiled slightly. "That's my personal stuff. What does it have to do with you? Base Captain Chen, after all. We are all here together. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Are you trying to blackmail me?" Chen Tianji was embarrassed by the retort. "We are all from the same base, right? Isn't there a saying that a hero has 3 helpers?" Yin Ziyu sneered. "You also know that a hero has 3 helpers. Come and tell me who is a hero among you." Base Captain Chen, "You are not very good at learning proverbs. Besides, we are not from this base. We are just staying here temporarily. If it weren't for the zombie siege today, we would have planned to leave in 2 days. What are you thinking about all day long? Where do you get all those evil thoughts in your mind?" Chen Tianhe grabbed Chen Tianji. "Okay. According to reason, he should be our superior. You know, if it weren't for them leading the team here during this period, we would not have been able to resist the zombies today." Chen Tianhe spent half a day to digest and absorb the bad news. It is said that he locked himself in the office for an afternoon. And when he came out, he looked like he was enlightened. After taking everyone to rest for a night, he gathered everyone together the next morning to announce the relocation of the base. He explained the reason to everyone, and said that if anyone wanted to stay, he would not stop them. But it would be better for them to follow the main group. They would start to migrate to Kyoto. He had been thinking about this idea for a long time. First, they have a large number of people. Now they are merging people from two large bases. Even if they find a large base, it is impossible to absorb all these people at once. Although it may be difficult to go to Kyoto now, but going to Kyoto is the safest way. Su Baining stood at the door biting an apple. Brother, do we follow or go alone? Yin Heshuan, whatever, you can go alone or follow me. A head suddenly appeared in front of their courtyard gate and then quickly retreated. But this speed was enough for Su Baining to see. Su Baining pointed at the door. Is it a member of the hunting team? Why is he standing at the door secretly and not coming in? Yin Ziyu jumped down the stairs and walked out of the yard. He was shocked when he saw a group of people hiding in the corner. He patted his chest. What are you doing hiding here? If you don't know, you will think you are going to attack us by surprise. The boy standing in the front scratched his head. Captain, we want to ask if we can follow you. They have heard about what happened in the field yesterday. Thinking of Yin Heshuan's purpose and what he said yesterday, they are not sure what they are thinking now. Yin Yu looked at the big boy standing in front of them. What's wrong with you? You should know where you belong before you followed us. Can you follow us alone? The boy standing in the front straightened his chest. We don't want to cause trouble to the base commander anymore. At this time, and he lowered his waist dejectedly. Base Commander Chen Tianji and his team brought too many people. There are not enough places in the base. Yin Ziyu was confused when he heard this. So you came to us? Yin Mo grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him to stagger, waving his hands. Hey, what are you doing? Don't I want to maintain my image? Outside the courtyard gate, there were people rushing to pack their luggage. Seeing Yin Ziyu dancing with joy, he was stunned, looking at the people standing at the door with their heads down, with scattered luggage packages at their feet. Why do they look so pitiful? Yin Yu touched his forehead in distress and looked at Yin Heshuan and Su Baining standing in front of the door. He felt bad, too. These children were very obedient during this period, and they had been with him for so long. If Chen Tianhe could be better to them, he would actually be relieved. It was true after seeing this. Su Baining smiled slightly. Then let's go together. Chapter 326 Completely Empty City. It's not a big deal to follow them. The problem is that this group of team members may not be able to accommodate their cars at night. Su Baining now saw that Yin Heshuan and the others were here and didn't care at all. She said directly, It's okay. I have a motorhome in my space that is the same size as a bus. It's enough to accommodate these team members. After hearing this, the members of the hunting team opened their mouths and eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Su Baining looked around. The place here is too small, so it can't be put down. Anyway, it's only used at night. It doesn't matter. You can just follow us during the day. Although she only spent a few days with them here, these team members treated her very well. It is said that their families died for various reasons at the end of the world. And now they are just a group of brothers who depend on each other. During the days that Su Baining was at the base, this group of people occasionally brought her some flowers from the roadside, or brought her some rare fruits. Some even brought her 2 small skirts. Although these things were all in Su Baining's space, they were hard to find in this apocalypse. Yin Ziyu said that these things were exchanged by these team members with the crystal cores they got from hunting. As people, if you treat me well, I will treat you well. After all the things that happened to Su Baining, she could still tell who would really treat her well. So when these people showed up at their door and said these words, she agreed to take them with her. And they didn't force them to go with them because they were members of a small team. Instead, they carefully asked for their opinions. Yin Heshuan looked at them who were trying to suppress their desire to jump up and said, Okay, don't listen to her nonsense, you can go with us. Let's set up a tent near the car to sleep together at night, but we can still provide enough food and drink. With a cheer, the team members consciously picked up their luggage and rushed to the car park nearby, packed all their luggage, and put them on the roof of the car. Yin Yu was still worried about the rain, and asked them to put the luggage in the car. When they packed up, people carrying large and small bags and driving cars could be seen outside the gate. Yin Hechuan and the others decided not to follow Chen Tianhe and the others and walk in the front. They had already done everything they could and were willing to do at this base. And they should do the next thing by themselves. Chen Tianhe and the others waited for a long time in front. But Yin Hechuan and the others did not come. They knew that they did not want to follow them anymore. They looked at the bustling crowd behind them and shouted and drove out of the base. The noisy crowd gathered around. And the vehicles and people walking together could not move fast at all. Later, Chen Tianhe couldn't stand it anymore and directed all the vehicles to go at the back. The crowd walked in the middle, which was a little better. When walking out of the base gate, Su Baining looked at the empty base behind through the car window. This will soon become an empty city with no people, a dead city where you can't survive even if you stay here. It stands there alone and desolately, like a lonely giant watching them walk out of the city one by one, waiting for its owner to return to it one day. Yin Hechuan looked at Su Baining staring at the car window and looked over. Ning. What are you looking at? Su Baining came back to his senses. I didn't see anything, I just felt it was a pity, such a good base is left empty. What should we do after so many people go to Kyoto? Yin Ziyu, oh? Our little sister has started to think about this problem. I'm a little surprised. This is none of your business. It's already the end of the world. Why should we care so much? These people still don't realize how hard it is to survive. He didn't tell Su Baining about the dangers they encountered when they went out hunting to improve their strength before they found her. Yin Hechuan sternly warned them not to tell her what happened before they found her. So until now Su Baining didn't know what they encountered. It's not like she didn't try to ask. But they always laughed it off. After a while, Su Baining knew she couldn't get any information out of it. So she simply stopped asking. The team members, who got on the car, walked around the car body, as if they had discovered a new world. Seeing the speed of the car, they wanted to jump out and see before getting back on. But Yen Mo stopped them, saying that such behavior would not teach children bad things. Chen Tianhe and Chen Tianji were sitting in the front car, and were discussing what to do after arriving in Kyoto. Chen Tianhe reprimanded Chen Tianji for his attitude towards Yin Hechuan and the others at the base. You should know in your heart that whether at the base or back in Kyoto, he is our superior under normal procedures. Chen Tianji, didn't I say anything or do anything? Besides, why are you still talking about these nonsense now? Chen Tianhe, I'm not talking about these things. Look at the people behind us. For their sake, you should treat them better. It doesn't matter ourselves, but after making a decision to take them away, they should ensure their safety. This big group of people walking on the road seemed to look like a lot, but compared with the zombies that are really eliminated, it is simply Jionyo. A figure on this vast empty road cannot be seen. I don't know how desert. There was no one on the street in the past. Even the tree-lined trails can still meet too faintly. In addition to the vegetation that grows outside, you can also see the previous color. The river water we encountered was either black or gray. All of them were polluted. The human population has been decreasing little by little, and now people are busy surviving, not to mention marriage and raising children. There are not many pregnant women now. The birth rate has plummeted to an unknown extent, but even so, the resettlement of this group of people in Kyoto is a big problem. Chen Tianhe hopes that after he takes these people there, Yin Hechuan will find them a place to stay in Kyoto, because he has lived with them for a while. Chen Tianji has become sober now. Don't worry, they are not that kind of people, otherwise they would not have stayed in your base and not left. Your best prayer now is that we are the only team like us, otherwise it will be really difficult to deal with it in Kyoto. Chapter 327, The First Birthday and the End of the World. After discussing these things with the Chen Tianhe brothers, they always looked for opportunities to get close to Yin Hechuan and the others during the days on the road, and their attitudes were so good that Yin Ziyu was embarrassed to lose his temper with them. Yin Hechuan and the others really didn't have time to get close to them. They were also very busy these days. It was really uncomfortable to hide from Su Baining every day to prepare things. This car has such a small space. How could Su Baining not notice that they were busy in the car? But they didn't say it was a serious matter, so she didn't care too much. What are Yin Hechuan and the others busy with? Look at the days. Su Baining's 20th birthday is coming soon. Although the conditions are limited now, it's still okay to have some fun. Every day, they waited for Su Baining to take a nap or rest at night, and then quietly got up to make birthday cakes. One night, she almost found out. Fortunately, she fooled them in the end. Just like tonight, when Yen Ziyu and Yen Mo were in a stalemate over strawberries or chocolate, Su Baining's door opened. They were so scared that they quickly stuffed the cakes in their hands under the table and hid them. Then a group of people stood in front of them. Su Baining rubbed his eyes and looked at them. Why don't you rest so late? Do you need so many people to keep watch now? Yin Ziyu, well, how can I let them get away when I can't sleep? Except for you and Big Brother. Everyone has to get up and have fun with me. Yin Yu stood aside and yawned very politely, pretending to look at her with a look of despair. Su Baining was half asleep and didn't think much about it, but nodded after listening. Okay, Brother Ziyu. You should be careful after all. You can't beat them alone. Be careful that they get angry and throw you out, and I have to pick you up. After saying that, he muttered and poured a glass of water, and went back to the room. Looking at the closed door, Yin Ziyu and the others breathed a sigh of relief and condemned each other. Can't you keep your voice down? You woke her up. It's because you insisted on pretending to be strawberry. How can strawberry cake be as delicious as chocolate? Bah, you can eat it if you like. Ningning likes to eat strawberries like me. Yin Bo sighed. What's the point of arguing? Why don't you just have one layer of chocolate and one layer of strawberry? Yin Ziyu and Yin Mo thought about it. It seems to work this way. After several nights of cover and hard work, a 3-layer cake was finally made. Everyone looked at the cake and kept their mouths shut. How should I put it? The cake was still very fragrant. The bottom layer was lemon flavored, the second layer was strawberry flavored, and the top layer was chocolate flavored. Imagine the scene of the 3 colors mixed together. Only Yin Ziyu and Yin Mo nodded with satisfaction at the shape of the cake. This day officially arrived for Su Baining's birthday. She got up and washed and dressed as usual and walked out of the room. There was a bowl of noodles on the table. She thought it was porridge and didn't take it seriously because she was used to it. But when she was eating, Yin Heshuan and the others came to sit around her, and a few team members were waiting at the door, making her feel like she didn't know whether to eat or not. Yin Ziyu looked at her in a daze and urged her, Sister, eat quickly. She wanted to eat quickly, but what were you thinking about? All of you looking at her so attentively. She quietly approached Yin Ziyu. Brother Ziyu, did you do something wrong again? Yin Ziyu didn't know why she asked this and shook his head. We are fine, just eat the noodles quickly, otherwise they will clump up. Su Baining took a chopstick and put it in her mouth under pressure. When she took a bite, she didn't know what was in the noodles, which made her teeth sore and tears flowed down. Looking at Su Baining's tearful appearance, Yin Ziyu sighed. Oh my sister, are you so touched that your brother made you noodles? I can make noodles for you if you want to eat them in the future. Su Baining smiled dryly. Brother Ziyu, it turned out that you made it. I was wondering why it was not cooked. And what did you put in the bowl that scratched my teeth? Ah, it turned out that you were not touched. Yin Mo slapped Yin Ziyu on the head. I told you not to make it. Don't you know whether it tastes bad or not? Yin Ziyu took the bowl and turned it over. A finger-sized transparent object appeared in front of him. Yin Ziyu picked it up and put it in his mouth to taste it. Ah, this is the sugar I put in it that hasn't melted yet. Su Baining, Brother Ziyu, why do you put sugar in the noodles? And why is it such a big piece of sugar cube? Yin Ziyu, well, it means a sweet life. This explanation is outrageous. Su Baining sighed. Are you hiding something from me? You have been so secretive these days. Why are you doing this so early in the morning? Seeing that things were not going well, Yin Bo walked to their room and brought out the cake and placed it in front of Su Baining. Today is your birthday. Ning ning! Su Baining was stunned when she saw the cake in front of her. She had never celebrated her birthday before. After coming here, she basically had no time to pay attention to the date. Birthdays seemed so far away. Su Baining said that she really wanted to be touched. But who made this colorful cake? What should she do if she wants to laugh? Looking at her expression of wanting to laugh but not wanting to laugh, Yin Ziyu said to Yin Mo, I just said 2 colors, lemon and strawberry are so good, why add chocolate? Yin Mo was unhappy. Why didn't you just say chocolate or lemon? Why did you have to add strawberry? I haven't said anything about you yet, and you're talking about me. Eating more fruits is good for supplementing vitamins. Don't you understand? Su Baining burst out laughing at the 2 people bickering in front of her. With tears in her eyes, she scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The fresh sour and sweet taste of lemon and strawberry melted on her tongue. Although the cake didn't look very good, it was surprisingly delicious. Seeing the small wounds on several people, they should have been scratched when making the cake. She was very touched. Don't quarrel. Since today is my birthday, everyone should be happy. This cake is delicious. I didn't say it was not delicious. She called the team members standing under the car to come up and share the cake. Everyone was very lively and smeared the cake on each other's faces. Some team members were stunned when they looked at Yin Yu with a cold face, then smiled and touched the things in their hands to him without hesitation and quickly ran away. Su Baining was very happy sitting at the table watching them noisy. It has been so long since she came to this world. So long that she almost forgot that she was not from this world. But it doesn't matter, today will be her birthday every year in the future, whether it is hers or that Su Baining. Chapter 328, Encountering the People at the Central China Base. This birthday was simple and warm. Yin Hechuan and his friends not only made a cake for Su Baining, but also prepared a big meal for her, and invited Miss Yunqiao to accompany her for a day. The people under the car only saw the car shaking with the door closed. Laughter and joy came out from inside, and occasionally food and a sweet smell like cakes would float out, which aroused the appetite of this group of people. Yin Hechuan gave Su Baining a ring, a pair of rings that had been prepared but never given, finally took this opportunity to put them on Su Baining's ring finger. When he knelt on one knee and trembled as he put the ring on Su Baining's finger, Yin Ziyu and the others cheered, "Brother, don't be nervous, you are a henpecked husband. You should have had this self-awareness a long time ago." How could he not be nervous at this time, looking at the ring shining on Su Baining's hand? Ningning, after the end of the world, I will definitely give you the most grand wedding. A wedding that you like and are satisfied with. Su Baining nodded vigorously with tears in her eyes and a smile. Yin Bo silently shook open a bottle of wine in the wine cabinet and opened it with a bang, pouring it all over the group of people who were not prepared. Seeing that everyone was in a mess, the always calm Yin Yu took the lead in laughing out loud. And today was a day like this. So let them be happy. Yun Xiao looked at the ring on Su Baining's hand with envy. "Sister Su, this ring is so beautiful. I want to find a man to give me a ring like this in the future." Su Baining looked at it. He said this ring is something called eternity. This ring was found by Yin Hechuan's grandfather when he was away. Later, he took it back, polished it into shape, named it, and gave it to Grandma Yin. After Grandma Yin passed away, the ring was handed over to Yin Hechuan's mother. After Yin Hechuan's mother gave birth to these children, she asked for the consent of Yin's father to cut the ring into 5 pieces. He gave each child one. As for the matching ring, he had been looking for a similar one for a long time. While they were cheering, there was a group of people moving slowly at the intersection in front of them. The number of people was not as large as theirs, but they all looked very poor. A team member with cream on his face leaned against the car window and glanced out. "Am I seeing wrong?" There seemed to be a lot of people in front. After hearing his words, everyone in the car stopped, and they all gathered in front and squeezed together to look forward. The situation over there seemed to be different from this side. They surrounded the crowd in the middle to ensure their safety. All the vehicles over there followed behind. Yin Hechuan clapped his hands. Okay. You should go wash it." The butter was very oily, and it was very troublesome to wash it. Suyu was feeling mixed emotions. He had just taken over the base when he was caught off guard by a wave of zombies. After losing half of the base's personnel, the zombies retreated on their own. He thought he could take a break for a while, but the next day, someone discovered that the crops in the base had completely withered and decayed. After 2 days of persistence, he confirmed that the land in the base was indeed polluted, and he had no choice but to give up the base. At the beginning, he also arranged for the residents to follow the center, but after encountering a small group of zombies on the road, they found that they were more vulnerable in this state. So they simply asked them to walk in front. The reason for walking this way was because he remembered that there was also a base here, which should be the closest base to them. Who knew that they would encounter it just halfway? Suyu and Qin Tianhe had met before, so they naturally recognized their cars. Qin Tianhe and his friends stopped at the intersection after seeing Suyu's car, looking at the group of people in front of them, who were even more embarrassed than them. They didn't know what to say. Suyu walked up from behind and greeted Qin Tianhe and the others. Qin Tianhe looked at the group of people. "What's going on with you? Where are you going?" Suyu looked at Qin Tianhe and the people behind him and didn't understand anything. "I was planning to take the residents of the base to your base to take shelter first. Now it seems that you are probably in trouble now." Qin Tianhe was surprised. Is your base also in trouble?" Suyu shook his head and sighed. "It seems that we have encountered the same thing. So what are you going to do now?" "Qin Tianhe, let's go to Kyoto. You see, there are so many people here. Which base can suddenly accommodate so many people? Now that your base has also had such a thing, I think other bases are also in danger." Suyu was also very distressed and looked at him with difficulty. I have an unwelcome request now. Can you please?" "Qin Tianhe, what's wrong? Just tell me if you have something to say." Suyu pointed at the crowd behind him. The old and young people walking in front had pale faces, and their clothes were already tattered, and now they squatted on the ground when they saw Suyu talking to Chintianha and the others. Suyu had a bitter look on his face. We met a wave of zombies on the way out, and we lost a car when we ran too slowly. Now the supplies in our only car are almost exhausted. We basically have very little stuff every day now. We can only guarantee that we will not starve to death, but there are only so many people in the car. The rest of us can only walk, and many of them are exhausted now. How could Chintianha not understand what he meant after saying so much? But there were many people behind him, and the supplies they brought could only barely guarantee that they could reach Kyoto. He gritted his teeth and thought for a while. I can only give you one bag at most. You should also understand that there are so many of us. We have to make it to Kyoto. We don't know what we will encounter along the way, so we still need to be prepared. You can borrow some from other people in our team. If they are willing to lend it to you, I have no objection. So you also knew that this was too much to ask, but looking at the group of people behind him, he had no choice but to do this. At this time, Yin Hshuan and the others had already washed and dressed, sitting in the car. I watched through the window Suyu and Chintianha talking about something, and then I saw Chintianha pointing in their direction. Yin Hshuan looked at Suyu, who turned his head and said, "It's Suyu. He should be in the central China base. If he appears here at this time, it seems that their base is also in danger." Su Baiting looked at the group of people outside thoughtfully, and his eyes rolled around. And I don't know what he was thinking. Chapter 329, Traveling Together. Yin Ziyu glanced at them. "Brother, do you know this person?" Yin Hshuan nodded. "Not only do I know him, look at the way Chintianha talked to them. He should know him too. We had the honor of meeting him once in Kyoto before, and we haven't met since then. The last time I went back to Kyoto, I did hear that he seemed to have gone to the central China base." Yin Mo washed the dishes and came over. Now it seems that the central China base has also fallen. The route they were walking seemed to be heading to the North China base. This is really a good start, according to Chintianha's words. Suyu gritted his teeth and asked the people driving cars in the North China base one by one, until he asked Yin Hshuan in his car. He only had no more than 10 breads in his hand. Suyu had already walked here and felt embarrassed not to open the door. Suyu looked at the car in front of him and thought that this car was obviously better than the one he had met before. In any case, the things he wants should not be too little. Seeing Suyu standing in front of Yin Hshuan's car, the people who knew about it began to laugh secretly. "I bet he can't get anything." "Me too, maybe he will be stabbed by the girl inside." Although they tried to lower their voices, Suyu still heard it. He smiled awkwardly and asked, "Is the person in this car difficult to deal with?" "That's too easy to talk to. You will know if you try it." After saying that, he also found it funny, and laughed out loud. Just when Suyu didn't know whether to knock on the door or leave, the car door opened with a bang. Suyu looked at Yen Bo, who was opening the door reflexively. Suyu looked at the familiar face in front of him and asked hesitantly, Have we met somewhere before?" Yen Bo did not answer him, but stepped back to make way, looking at Yin Hshuan appearing in front of him. Suyu slapped his forehead. "I was wondering why they look so similar. It's you." Yin Hshuan nodded. "Long time no see." Suyu held a few bags of bread and looked at their clothes, and then looked at his own clothes and smiled bitterly. "What's so good about seeing you at this time? It's rare to see you, and you don't look good at all." He looked behind Yin Hshuan. "Is the guy who looks like you just now your brother?" When he was in Kyoto, he heard some of Yin Hshuan's family affairs, and knew that he seemed to have several younger brothers. Yin Hshuan nodded. "Yes, I don't like to talk much. I don't think I'm offending you." Suyu shook his head. "No, I just feel a little weird when I suddenly see someone who looks like you." Yin Ziyu pushed Yin Hshuan aside. "Brother, please stop pretending to greet each other like this. Your fake smiles are giving us goosebumps." The team members behind him stretched out their arms, and shook them as if to cooperate with Yin Ziyu's words. Yin Hshuan laughed out loud. "Stinky boy." Suyu leaned over and looked at the people in his car. They were dressed neatly and tidy. The car had all the equipment, and he was envious. Thinking about the situation on his side, he let out a sigh of helplessness. He was embarrassed at first. Looking at these people, he felt even more speechless. But thinking about the people in his base, and the few children who were born not long ago, he felt that there was nothing he couldn't say. "Suyu, I know we don't seem to have anything to give you now, but can you lend me some dry food first?" "I'm fine, but there are several women who are breastfeeding on our side. Those children have only been talking for a short time, but they are very obedient. They didn't make any noise along the way, but they like to get a little mad when they are not full. We are really in trouble now. He blushed. I have no choice now. We can go without food and drink, but the children can't. And now so much time has passed, these are the only children born in our base. Children? It feels like this is a word from a very old time. Su Baiting thought about whether the child of Chung Jun's Uncle Li who in the Hope base should be born now. And Qijin and his wife and Hao Hao, I wonder if they are doing well now. After Su Yu finished speaking, he looked at Yin Heshuan with a look of expectation and embarrassment. Yin Heshuan thought for a while, and waved to Yin Mo. After receiving the order, Yin Mo packed a small box of things and moved it over to Su Yu's hand. The heavy box pressed on the bread he had received earlier. The sound of the packaging bag bursting was a snap. Su Yu wanted to cry when he saw the neatly arranged self-heating rice in the box. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and forced back the tears. He looked at Yin Heshuan and bowed. Thank you, really. Yin Heshuan, we can only help you here. If it weren't for you talking about the child, I would actually, but you and I both understand that no matter now or in the future, children should not be sacrificed. I hope those children will be lucky enough to say thank you when they grow up. So you felt relieved when he got the dry food? Hey, why are you saying that? Isn't this what I should do? Then I'll go back first, thank you. Just when he was about to turn around and leave with the box, Su Baiting called him. Wait a minute. Su Yu heard a soft and tender voice asking him to wait a minute. He turned around in confusion, seeing Su Baiting suddenly appearing in front of him. He was first amazed, and then curious. Who is this girl? Su Baiting motioned Yin Ziyu to put the box under her feet on Su Yu. Su Yu's hand sank. This box seemed a bit heavy. Su Baiting, since we both have the surname Su, I'll give you these milk powders. Anyway, there are no children here who need milk. Su Yu was shocked. This is not appropriate. I can just take some dry food back. This is so embarrassing. Su Baiting waved her hand in disdain. If it weren't for our child not being here, you wouldn't be able to take it away. Go back quickly. Don't you think it's too heavy? Yin Heshuan took Su Baiting's hand and said, It looks like you will go with us. Then you can go back and give the things to your subordinates. If you don't have time to find hot water to soak the milk powder, come to us. You can do it yourself. So you couldn't bend down holding the things and thanked him repeatedly. Yin Ziyu waved his hand. Thank you for what? Go back quickly, aren't you tired of carrying so much? He walked down and whispered to Su Yu. Be careful not to be seen by other people in this base. We will not be responsible if we snatch it from you. When he heard the word snatch, before Yin Ziyu finished speaking, Su Yu ran away with 2 boxes of dry food as if someone was chasing him. Wow, you don't mind the weight now. Yin Ziyu covered his head with one hand and sighed as he watched Su Yu running away. Yin Mo looked at him disapprovingly. Why do you scare him for no reason? Yin Ziyu pouted. If I don't scare him, he will keep saying thank you. It's too polite, and I can't stand it. Chapter 330 Human Cub. Watching the head of the base go out and bring back 2 boxes, his men hurried over to help carry them down. Next time you go, take us with you. We can help you if something happens. Su Yu took a breath. If there are too many people, others will think we are just going there for a snack. That's not good. As he spoke, he opened the box of milk powder that Su Baiting had given him. 8 new cans of milk powder were neatly stacked inside. There were several new milk bottles placed in the empty space next to it. Su Yu had a team member whose child was just born. He had mixed feelings when he saw the milk powder in front of him, because the mother of the child was always hungry. The child was pale and thin. Now looking at this whole box of milk powder, he had the urge to run away with it. But he just thought about it and held back. There were several children in the team who were just born not long ago. The oldest was less than 2 years old. Su Yu knew his concerns and patted his shoulder. All of them. I can only bring them back because I can't hold them anymore. No child will be hungry, they said, if it's not enough. You can ask for more. If there's no hot water, I'll go get it. But I have to go, because he's an old acquaintance of the base commander. Looking at the team members who have been following him, he doesn't know what will happen in the future, but can only say this first at worst. He can just show off his face. The people under Yin Heshuan's car were furious when they saw Su Yu running away with 2 big boxes. We are all from the same base. But he didn't help but went to help others. Eating and drinking all day and watching us starve. He really has no empathy at all. How could we be in a team with such people? It's just. Yin Ziyu wanted to go down and teach this group of people a lesson after hearing this in the car. The group of people who were talking were the group from the South China base at the beginning. because they had always been dissatisfied with what Su Baining did on the road, until now. He still speaks badly. Yin stopped him. You can't control others' mouths. Besides, can you control everyone if you can control one person? Don't care what they say or do. We just need to have a clear conscience. Su Baining held a cup of sweet hand-ground milk tea, and one hand was holding a small spoon and spitting in the quilt. At worst, we cannot follow them. I think the people on Su Yu's side are good. That's right. Yin Ziyu slapped his forehead. Why didn't he think of this, anyway? Su Yu would definitely go to Kyoto with him. If he's not happy staying here, then change his position. It's no big deal. He patted the team members around him, and went down to Su Yu to ask for some information. Chen Tianhe saw the team members, who got off Yin Heshuan's car, and went to Su Yu's side and knew that it must be the residents of their base, who had provoked them again. Sure enough, after the team member went around Su Yu and his group and went back, Yin Heshuan and his car headed towards Su Yu and his group. Chen Tianji saw this and grabbed Chen Tianhe. Why don't you stop them? Chen Tianhe, why stop them? We are all going back to Kyoto together anyway. Besides, they are not under my control. It's almost the same if he controls us. Think about the residents you brought to the base. They haven't been nice to others until now. They wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the girl. Chen Tianji understood this. But there were so many residents in the base, and he couldn't take care of every one of them. When Yin Heshuan and his friends drove over to Su Yu's place, Su Yu had just finished distributing the milk powder in the box, and several little babies were sitting in their car, slurping milk. The feeling of being able to eat and drink enough for the first time since birth might be too good. One child drank more than 200 milliliters in one breath, and his mother stopped immediately for fear that he would have indigestion if he drank too much for the first time. Su Yu led Yin Heshuan and the others to look at these children, lest they say he was lying on purpose. Yin Heshuan followed because Su Baining was curious about the cubs, so he followed behind to see. Although these children were not fat and white, they looked well-fed and in good spirits. They grabbed Su Baining's little fingers tightly. They also seemed to like this beautiful little sister very much. Su Baining's heart melted when she saw them sticking out their tongues and looking round in the eyes. Their soft little hands looked so cute. When the mothers of the children knew that they gave them the milk powder, they wanted to hug their children to thank them, but were stopped. Su Baining shook her hands embarrassedly. She was afraid that the mothers would feel embarrassed when they saw them. So she looked at them for a while, and took Yin Heshuan and the others back. As soon as they got in the car, Yin Ziyu covered his chest. Oh my god. I'm melted. Human cubs are really the cutest creatures in the world. After saying these words, he pushed the person in front of him away, and began to rummage through the cabinets, finding out the milk powder hidden in the cabinets, and the toys that Hao Hao had left behind. Yin Yu and Yin Mo did not follow them out, and now they had come back after a round of wandering around somewhere, looking at the carriage with no place to put their feet. What's going on? The team member next to him raised his hand, and said, just now the base leader here took us to see some children, and they were so cute. Yin Mo squatted down and picked up a small car. Xiao Wu, then you wouldn't have found such a thing. Those kids are so young that they can't understand it. Yin Ziyu grabbed it, and threw it into the box. What do you know? You single dog, you can give it to other kids to play with. Just talk, why make personal attacks? Yin Heshuan pulled Su Baining. Ning, don't you care? Su Baining shook her head. It's rare that Brother Ziyu is so excited suddenly. I hope he's happy. Yin Ziyu looked at her with a sneer. My sister is still the best. If it weren't for my elder brother being here, I would definitely kiss you like hell. Seeing Yin Ziyu running down happily with the things in his arms, Yin Yu swept the dust off the ground. Forget it, I've encountered so many things recently. It's rare to encounter something that can make him happy. It's good to make him happy. So you watched Yin Ziyu carrying another big box, opened it to see the toys on the top, and the neatly arranged milk powder on the bottom, and was so scared that he almost sealed the box. Yin Ziyu raised his head. Seeing how these cubs are laughing when they see us, I will give you these milk powders that no one has ever drunk, and toys. Su Baining laughed at Yin Ziyu's arrogant look even though he was doing a good deed. Brother Ziyu is really a treasure in the world. Su Yu looked at him like this, and knew what he didn't understand, cooperated. Ah, thank you so much, we are very honored. Yin Ziyu almost stuttered. No, you're welcome. Chapter 331 The Expanded Team. Because of the addition of Su Yu and his team, they spent a long time adjusting on the spot, mainly because there were not only more women on Su Yu's side, but also because they brought several children. With the addition of Su Yu and his team, plus the people brought by Chen Tianhe and Chen Tianji, it was hard to count how many people there were from a distance. The happiest person these days is Yin Ziyu. Su Baining and his team only now discovered that Yin Ziyu was so popular with children. Every day when eating, he would secretly hide some things and take them out. Yin Heshuan and the others saw it. But seeing him having so much fun playing alone, it was hard for them to cooperate with him. He even asked his team members to cooperate with him. Yin Ziyu was like a fish in water among the children, and was extremely happy. Su Baining looked at the child who could be coaxed by a few lollipops. Children are really the easiest to coax in this world. A piece of candy, or a candied Haws can make them happy all day long. Yin Heshuan handed over a candied Haws at the right time. Then I will cheer you up, make you happy. Su Baining took it with surprise. Where did this come from? A sweet smell of hawthorn mixed with melted sugar wafted from behind, turning around. It turned out that they were making candied Haws when they were free. Su Baining smiled and said, "Are you guys too bored? You actually make candied Haws." As she said this, she followed them to the table and learned to make it with them. Yinmo held up the candied Haws he made. "I have nothing to do now, so I can take a break from my busy life." Su Baining didn't even raise her head. "Brother, you said this with more feeling." "Third brother, you are more suitable for the kind of person who looks at the sun in the sky and suddenly says, 'Oh my God, the sunset is so beautiful.'" Ha ha ha. Yin Mo was speechless. Maybe the sweet smell attracted Yin Ziyu back. He took away all the candied Haws he made and played the game of Eagle Catches Chicken with the children under the car. The children of Suyu and his group were indeed very sensible. They knew that the car was private, and they stood at the bottom and would not go up without permission. Even the youngest child, who was 5 years old, stood aside with his sister. Yin Heshuan almost cried out when he saw the candied Haws he made for Su Baining, but he thought about it and let it go. After spending a few days together, the people in Suyu's base got along better and better with Yin Heshuan and his group. Now, if someone didn't know, they would think that Yin Heshuan and his group had come with Suyu and his group. After resting for a few days, after Suyu and his team members had rested enough, they finally set out on the journey again. But this journey was no longer as boring as before. Yin Ziyu occasionally invited a few children to play in the car. At the beginning, they were very reserved. They were quite scared when they saw the serious uncles in the car. After getting familiar with them, they were much better. But they still didn't dare to face Yin Heshuan and Yin Yu. They were puzzled by this. Yin Mo sighed. What if my eldest brother has a child who is also afraid of his father in the future? Yin Heshuan snorted coldly. Don't worry, if you dare to teach him bad things, I will be the first one to not let you go. My dear brother. The boss can't be offended, he was just joking. Although they will occasionally encounter a few scattered zombies on the way, but because of the number of people on their side, they are often eliminated by the superpowers walking in front as soon as they meet. Although there is no way to purify the crystal core by themselves, however, due to their long-term experience and increasing strength, their abilities were gradually upgraded. As long as Yin Heshuan and the others did not make any moves, Su Baining smiled and comforted them. Why are you in such a hurry? It is actually harder to upgrade as time goes by. Yin Ziyu looked at her. That's not fair. How come your abilities are so easy to upgrade? This question really made Su Baining speechless. She didn't know, so she upgraded without caring. Halfway through the journey, they met a small group of people. According to Suyu, they didn't know which small base they ran from. At the beginning, they just found a place to survive in a daze. There weren't many people, so they could support themselves by doing something. The base was very remote and basically no one would go there. So there were basically no people with special abilities. Most of them were ordinary people. They were living well. But no one knows when a zombie ran in from outside. It polluted their fields without anyone noticing. They stayed in the base for 2 days, just like Suyu did at the beginning. After confirming that crops could no longer grow on the land, they abandoned the base and walked out with their luggage. They didn't know how far they had walked, nor where their destination was. They just thought they would talk about it after they got out. They were so confused that they didn't know what time it was. Until I met them today. Suyu sighed. It's getting harder and harder to live now. He pointed to the vast land in front of him. You can grow crops here, but there is no shelter. What else can you build at this time? It's impossible for you to even build a simple house. Not to mention that once you build it, you have to enclose all the crops. Who said that? This group of zombies look like they have no brains, but they actually do things with brains. Look at the weeds growing outside. If we step on them, they will grow taller than a person in 2 days. It's not just this group of people. They stopped and walked and met many people. All the people they met joined their team after knowing their destination. When they walked, they could occupy a big city. Yin Heshuan looked at the crowd worriedly. There are too many people. If there is something here, it will be very difficult to protect it. Yin Yu looked silently. It's not something. I think it's better to go separately if possible. If we go on like this, the target will be too big. You can't guarantee that we won't meet anyone next time. Yin Mo bit the apple. Actually, these people seem a lot, but if you really count them, they may not be as many as the number of people in our previous city. The number of humans has really become much smaller now. Yin Yu, no way, we can't go to every city. These are just the number of people we met on the road. You don't know how many people there are in other places. Or there may be some people living in the mountains and forests who don't plan to come out. After all, the main cause of water pollution is zombies. Right? Chapter 332. After listening to the words of Yu Yu, there was a thought in northern Jiangsu Ling's brain. She had thought so before, but he has never really tested it. But when I thought of the real-life base, she had not tried it to hold the water pond water. Now that her ability is more refined, can it be tried to make more and more reservoirs? With this idea, she communicated with Yin Heshuan when she was resting at night. Yin Heshuan said it can try, but we still have to wait until we return to Kyoto before we discuss this matter. After all, it is not easy to arrange so many people in Kyoto now. The sudden increase of so many people is enough to give them a headache for a while. The next day, Jin Tianhe and Suyu sat together to discuss the issue of the number of people for a long time. They almost broke the table because they were too excited. In the end, no one was willing to back down. Suyu definitely couldn't back down. There are so many children in his base who need protection. How can they be separated? Jin Tianhe and the others didn't mean to separate them. They just said they were afraid that if something really happened, it would be difficult to protect the children. After Yin Ziyu knew about this, he went straight to Suyu. You don't have to worry about the children here. If we really encounter zombies, we will not leave these children alone. This was the first time he decided something so directly. After saying these words, he squatted in front of Yin Heshuan and the others. You can do whatever you want to me. I just can't stand by and watch these kids. Yin Heshuan looked at him. What do you mean by that we are such cruel people? Yin Ziyu raised his head and glanced at him carefully. That's not what I meant. Didn't I make the decision on my own without discussing it with you? So, Su Baining sat aside and kicked his knee with her toes. Brother Ziyu, you should look like you before. Yin Ziyu approached her quietly. What did it look like before? Yin Bai stood aside and coughed. I don't care. I don't care. Who do you love? I said who to protect it. Whoever protects it, you can't help but give me this face. Silent nodded. There is no reason to be straightforward. Yin Ziyu opened his mouth. Am I like this? Impossible. Yin Bai patted his shoulder. Then you are so humble. How can I learn your essence? This is just a little bit of your fur. Shame. It's really shameful. He touched his nose embarrassedly. They are just children. They have been with me for such a long time. I still like them. Yin Mo rolled his eyes in an ungracious manner. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Yin Ziyu was confused. What do you mean? Are you scolding me for not having enough IQ? Yin Mo covered his heart and took a breath of cold air. My heart hurts. I can't stand it anymore. It's really terrible to have such a brother in my life. Yin Yu pulled Yin Ziyu up. Can you see that Ning Ning is helping you out? There's no need to make the atmosphere so serious. It's normal for everyone to help each other now. You don't have to make yourself so miserable. Su Baining, brother. Why don't you go and listen to what they discussed in the morning? When you return to Kyoto, won't these people still be yours and Chung Jun's business? Yin Heshuan, even if I don't listen, I can guess how they discussed it. No one is willing to give up the people in their base. The so-called discussion is just a waste of time. Soon, the disadvantages of so many people acting together appeared, because the distance between the front and the back was too far. Even if some of the superpowers were separated to protect ordinary people on both sides, they could circle several blocks together. However, the number of superpowers is limited. Putting aside those who are alone, those who have families still prefer to be with their families. Since they are not members of the training camp, it is understandable that they are with their families. This has led to the uneven distribution of superpowers. Some places have more, and some places have fewer. But Yin Heshuan and his friends, who drive like this, can only follow the front or the back. Originally, they considered driving on both sides of the crowd, but the vehicles are too big, and they can only do this on relatively open roads. But if they are on small roads, this will not work at all. In the end, There was no choice but to separate the front and back of the vehicle. However, only the old, weak, sick and disabled were in the vehicle. Anyone who was still capable of fighting went downstairs. As for Yin Heshuan and his team, no one could do anything to them. So no one said anything. Finally, the members of the hunting team in their vehicle went downstairs, and Yin Ziyu and his team followed them downstairs. Su Baining, Yin Heshuan and Yin Yu stayed in the vehicle. The members of the South China base saw that Su Baining and his team's vehicle was empty, and wanted to squeeze 2 people in, but were rejected. After hearing that they were rejected, Su Baining slammed the car door shut. Bah, why don't they do something in their own car? That's a weird thought. But even with this arrangement, they will still have casualties when they encounter zombies. Looking at the corpses on the roadside, they really don't know what to think in their hearts. There was even a child who was scratched by a zombie because of poor protection. When Yin Ziyu came to Su Baining with a purple-faced child in his arms, her mother was crying behind her, and was out of breath. Su Baining glanced at him and said nothing, but silently cured the child in his arms. When Yin Ziyu got off the car, Yin Yu stopped him. This is the first time, and the last time. It was not until he returned the child to her mother that Yin Ziyu realized what Yin Yu meant. Although Su Baining's ability is very special, in Kyoto, and even in the eyes of many people, this is a very normal thing, so it is inevitable that they have almost forgotten the special features of her ability. He obviously forgot that among this group of people, except for the initial rescue of Su Yuqing in the South China base in order to repay the life-saving grace, no one knew about this matter. But now Yin Ziyu actually exposed her ability to the public because of those children. You can't guarantee that no one among so many people will have bad intentions towards her. But except for Yin Yu, who said this to Yin Ziyu, no one said anything else to him. Not even Su Baining. When he apologized to Su Baining, Su Baining said, "I can understand the relationship between you and those kids. If it were me, I would save them. So this is not a reason to blame you. Brother and the others just want you to remember that you must stay awake at any time and under any circumstances." After this incident, many people began to look at them covetously. Yun Xiao and the others were also worried about Su Baining in the crowd. Yin Heshuan knew that they had to walk the rest of the way by themselves. Chapter 333, Jingyang Crisis. Yin Heshuan and his team chose to leave in the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep. A few people set off. They left the members of the hunting team behind, but left enough dry food for them. When the members of the hunting team woke up in the morning and saw the dry food around them, they had a premonition when they thought of Yin Heshuan and his team's hesitant expressions the night before. They could understand this behavior. After all, they were originally members of the team at the North China base. Moreover, Yin Heshuan and the others had already said that they really needed to return to Kyoto in advance. In addition, with what happened, it was right to leave early. Su Yu and the child's mother felt guilty, because they only cared about the child's injuries and left without saying thank you. Since then, Su Yu decided to take the people in his base and leave first, and did not follow Chen Tianhe and the others. Yin Heshuan and the others were driving faster because they did not follow these people, and were driving on an unknown wide road. What they don't know is that the Jing family in Kyoto is almost at a loss, as they can't find them. Jingyang is in the second crisis since the end of the world. The situation is like this. Originally, the current situation in Kyoto is pretty good. Many residents outside the city are very hardworking after joining the training camp. After so many days of training, it is unknown how effective it is. So on this day, Jingxi wanted Jingyang to take them out for some training, even if it was just to find 2 scattered zombies to practice. In order to avoid the ineffectiveness of always talking on paper, Yang readily agreed, and led a team out of the city. Because there were a lot of people outside the city now, so they walked quite far before encountering a few zombies. It was originally pretty good, but there was a resident in the team who had never seen a direct fight with zombies, like other residents, since the end of the world, so he was a little scared when he rushed forward. When he saw the drooling zombies rushing in front of him, he sprained his ankle accidentally because of fear. Jingyang accidentally got scratched on the back by a zombie while trying to drag him away. The severe pain immediately swept through his nerves, but he still endured and cleaned up all the zombies in front of him. The team members he brought to protect and assist the residents saw him and quickly carried him back. Jingxi was originally inspecting the situation in the square, when he saw them running back in a panic with Jingyang on their backs. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when they walked in front of him with Jingyang on their backs, Jingyang's lips had turned pale. The smell of blood with rusty smell hit him in the face. He went around to the back, and saw that Jing Yang's back was already wet. Because he was wearing a training suit. The color of blood could not be seen. The team member carrying Jing Yang looked at Jing Si, whose face was pale, and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Captain. It's because we didn't protect Captain Jing well that he was injured by the zombies. Jing Si felt dizzy when he heard this. He had experienced what it felt like to be infected by zombies. Now Jing Yang's ability has reached a high level. The erosion he is suffering now will only make him more painful. But Su Baining is not here now, and he panicked for a moment. The team member carrying Jing Yang looked at Jing Si, whose face suddenly turned pale, and said anxiously, Captain, you can't be in a daze at this time. You should think of a way to find a place to put Captain Jing down first. Jing Si forced himself to calm down. Quick, take him home first. Jing Yang must not go to the hospital in this state. He can only go home first. No. He almost forgot that Jing's mother was at home. If she saw it, she would definitely go crazy. Yes. Yan's family. Let's go. Hurry up. Someone go to the office building to find Chung Jun. Tell him that I have something urgent to do with him. Tell him to go back to his home immediately. Why did this sound so strange? The team members following him were stunned for a second, and then quickly ran towards the office building. Jing Si asked a few of his men to stay in the square, and continue to do their own things. He took the team members carrying Jing Yang, and rushed to Yan's house. When he met Han Jing on the road, he didn't even say hello. Han Jing raised his hand, and asked the people around him awkwardly, Didn't he see me? Am I so invisible? The people around him took a look at Jing Si's face. Captain Jing doesn't look very good. Is the person behind him carrying Jing Yang? He doesn't look very good either. Chung Jun is not in his office now, but in Mr. Pang's office to report some recent events. When the team members of Jing Si hurried to the door of Chung Jun's office, they were stopped by the guard at the door. Captain Chung is not here. Captain Chung is in Mr. Pang's office. Ah! What should I do? He stamped his feet anxiously outside Mr. Pang's office. After thinking about it, Jing Yang, who looked grim, gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and knocked on the door of Mr. Pang's office. Chung Jun opened the door in confusion while talking, looking at the nervous team members outside. What's the matter? He looked at Mr. Pang inside the door. Then at Chung Jun and the guards on both sides. Captain Chung, our captain has something urgent to talk to you about. He's waiting for you at your home. Chung Jun was confused. Why go to his home when you have something to do? Besides, why go to his home? How did this guy make his own home look like his home? The team members of Jing Si looked at Chung Jun with a puzzled look on their faces. It's urgent. It can't be discussed in the office or at home. After hearing this, Mr. Pang behind the desk said, Chung Jun, if Mr. Jing is in a hurry to find you, just go there. Put the things down and I will look at them myself. Chung Jun hesitated. This is not good. Mr. Pang, hey. What's wrong with it? Do you think I am old and my eyes are blurry, or I can't read? Chung Jun, Mr. Pang. That's not what I mean. Okay. He put the documents neatly on Mr. Pang's desk, closed the door, and followed him out. Mr. Pang picked up the documents on the desk and read them while muttering, Not only do I have good eyesight now, I'm still full of energy, huh? Chung Jun looked at the team member who was jogging in front, and looking back from time to time. Can you run slower? Is his matter so urgent? Now there is no one on both sides. Jing Si is willing to bring Jing Yang to the Yin family, so he must tell Chung Jun about this. So he stopped and approached Chung Jun and whispered, Our captain Jing Yang was scratched on the back by a zombie, and now he is unconscious. The captain dare not take him home. So, when Chung Jun heard this, he hurriedly followed him home, and ran into Han Jing, who had just patrolled here, and rushed forward without saying hello. Han Jing, they just deliberately didn't see me. I want to protest. Chapter 334 Superpower Water is at hand. Jing Si was walking back and forth in the living room of the Yin family at this time. Jing Yang was lying on the sofa. His clothes had been cut open. He drove everyone out, paused when looking at Zhou Bo. Zhou Bo, you are the elder, and I can't drive you away, but it's a bit dangerous here now. Why don't you go back to your room? After watching Zhou Bo return to his room, he squatted on the ground, and wiped the blood off Jing Yang's back with a towel bit by bit. When he touched Jing Yang's wound during the wiping process, Jing Yang even hummed a few words in his coma. After wiping the blood, Jing Si saw that in addition to the scars left by some previous injuries on his back, 2 claw wounds stretched from his shoulder to his tailbone. The long wound was cleaned up in a half-clean and half-unclean way. The skin and flesh were separated and turned outward, and the blood oozing out was slowly changing color. This was the scene Chung Jun saw when he rushed home. Jing Si squatted beside Jing Yang with a towel in his hand, as if he didn't know how to start. One of Jing Yang's hands was hanging on the edge of the sofa. The clothes on his upper body should have been taken off. The wound on his back was exposed. Jing Si stood up quickly when he heard the sound. When he saw Chung Jun, his face changed, and he walked up to him and grabbed his shoulders. Do you have any way to find Su Baining as quickly as possible? Chung Jun's 2 arms were almost broken by his grip. Can you let go of my arms first? It hurts. Big brother. Jing Si let go of his hand. I'm sorry. I'm too nervous now. I am. The towel in his hand wet Chung Jun's arm, and the blood stains on it were printed on his clothes. He looked at it and shook his head. Don't be nervous. Let's think of a way. Jing Si sat back at Jing Yang's feet. Tell me what you can do. Can Kyoto find another person with supernatural powers, like Bei Ning? If you can find one, I will be willing to exchange it for anything. Chung Jun could understand his current mood. Now the color on Jing Yang's back has gradually changed. The speed is a bit fast. Chung Jun thought for a while. Wait at home now. I'll go to the research institute to find Yule. I remember Ningning went to the research institute once before she left. I heard Yule said that she seemed to have gone to refill the water. Jing Si was so nervous that he forgot about this matter. You go find Yule. Jing Yang's matter can't be told to others, otherwise he will be. Chung Jun patted his shoulder. I know. Otherwise the first thing I will do when I come back is to throw you out. Don't be so panicked now. You can't let your aunt know about this. Right? He's like this now. It's not good for you to panic. I'm going to find Yule now. You find someone to quietly leave the city and go to the North China base. Or if you think it's too slow, you can ask him to drive your car out openly. Bring Ningning and the others back as quickly as possible. Do you think it's okay? Jing Si calmed down after Chung Jun said this. Okay, we will split up. You go find Yule now. I will send someone to find Bei Ning and the others. He sat on the sofa and stared at Jing Yang for a while before walking out the door. When he opened the door, they were all waiting at the door, and the young man who was saved by Jing Yang. Jing Si looked at him. I don't want anyone to spread this matter from other places, especially you, if you still have some memory of how he saved you. After saying that, he didn't want to see their expressions, and pulled someone next to him. I have a task for you now. Take enough dry food with you, and leave the city immediately. There is only one destination, which is the North China base. You know Yan Heshuan and Commander Yan, right? Find them as quickly as possible. Tell them about Jing Yang. They will follow you back. Looking at the people running away quickly, Jing Si prayed silently in his heart. I hope Jing Yang can survive this. Everything will be easy in the future. When Chung Jun found the research institute, Su Yule was following his teacher and studying something. He was a little confused when he heard the researcher next to him say that someone was looking for him outside. Who came to see him at this time? When he saw it was Chung Jun, his eyes lit up and he ran over. Are Ningning and the others back? Chung Jun sighed. You little kid. Do you have any conscience? I came to see you. Can't you ask me what's going on first? Su Yule, TSK, is it so strange to see you when I go home? Why did you come to see me at this time? Speaking of business, Chung Jun lowered his voice. I came here just to ask if you came to the research institute to refill the pool of supernatural water when Ningning left last time. Su Yule nodded, wondering why he suddenly asked this. Why are you asking this? Are you injured somewhere or what? After saying that, he was about to take off his clothes. Chung Jun quickly held his hand. I welcome you to come home and take off my clothes anytime, but it's not me who needs this, it's Jing Yang. Su Yule stopped. What's wrong with Jing Yang? Chung Jun briefly explained the matter to him. Seeing Su Yule's embarrassed look, he also began to worry. What's wrong? You have already used up all the virus. Right? Then is there any other way to suppress it? Jing Si should have sent someone to find Ningning and the others. Now we just need something to suppress the spread of the virus. Hearing this, Su Yule's frown relaxed. He thought for a moment. Then you wait for me here. I can fill a pot for you. It should be okay. If I fill too much, I'm afraid the teacher will find out and ask about it. You can only use it sparingly. Maybe if you are lucky, you can last until Ningning comes back. Chung Jun handed the porcelain bottle brought back from the research institute to Jing Si. Yule has no choice but to take out this much. If he takes more, his teacher will definitely find out. If these can't wait until Ningning and the others come back, you can only tell this matter to Mr. Pang, with Mr. Pang's consent. Before they finished speaking, Jing Yang, who was lying on the sofa just now, suddenly yelled. The sound coming out of his throat was faintly hoarse. The pain of the virus eroding his body woke him up. After shouting, he gritted his teeth to block the roar that was about to burst out of his throat. Jingxi rushed in and saw that Jing Yang's face was full of blood. The veins on his face were all popped out. Cheng Jun was in a hurry to hold him down when he wanted to turn over. Jingxi quickly pulled out the cork in his hand and poured water on his wound. When he poured it, he spilled a little because of his shaking hands. He felt so distressed that he just wanted to stamp his feet. Cheng Jun looked at Jing Yang with a ferocious face. Jing Yang, bear it. Think about it. You were able to survive such a bad situation. You can definitely survive this time. We are trying to find a solution now. You can't let us waste our efforts. The feeling in his body almost tore the sofa cushion in his hand. Chapter 335. Jing Yang is half zombie. Yet he can still say a word now. He wants to complain. Can this sour feeling be compared with the time in the forest before? When he was in the forest before. No matter what. As long as he was not dead. He could still wait for Su Baining to rescue him. Now Su Baining and the others are not only not there, but also unknown where they are. He feels that he is not far from death. When the supernatural water was sprinkled on the wound, they could clearly see black smoke and black blood coming out of the wound. Every time such blood flowed out, Jing Yang's body would tremble, and his face would turn pale. Jingxi picked up a cup of water and poured a cup for him to drink. It was not known whether the special water he drank had an effect, or whether it was the effect of pouring it on the wound. Jing Yang felt a little better at this time. He struggled to raise his head and looked at Jingxi. Brother, I can't make it this time. Jingxi closed his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? We have already sent people out to look for Bei Ning and the others. You also helped to fill a large bottle of water. You can't say discouraging words when we haven't given up yet. Jing Yang now feels weak all over. He held up his eyelids. Brother, while I am still conscious and can control myself, you find a chain to tie me up. I am afraid that I will not be able to control myself at that time. Jingxi, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I tie you up? Listen to me carefully. I will go to Panglao now to find a way to suppress the poison for you. You just hold on. There was nothing left in the bottle that Cheng Jun brought back, so he could only go to Panglao now. Jing Yang raised his hand and held Jingxi. Don't go. Brother, Panglao has too many things to do. Don't bother him because of my problems. At this time, Zhou Bo poked his head out of the room upstairs and called Cheng Jun. Cheng Jun let go of his hand and walked upstairs, looking at Zhou Bo in confusion. What's wrong? Zhou Bo, are you scared or not? Uncle Zhou shook his head. I saw the water that Jingxi just poured out and remembered something. The young lady seemed to have left a lot of water bottles when she left this time. You can go and see if they are useful. Cheng Jun clapped his hands. Yes, Su Baining would leave something for them every time she left. But he was curious and followed to see it the first time. Later, Uncle Zhou basically cleaned it up. And he didn't pay attention to this matter. He happily hugged Uncle Zhou. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. I'll go to the storage room now. For safety reasons, you should stay in the room as much as possible, and don't come out. He ran down happily and shouted to Jingxi, keep an eye on him. I'll go to the storage room now. Uncle Zhou said that Ningning left a lot of water bottles when she left. I'll go see if I can take them out and see if they are useful. Jingxi said excitedly to Jing Yang, see. So you have to fight for your courage. Hold on, you have to think about your mother. How sad would she be if she knew about this? She was already traumatized by what happened to me. You can't make her sad again after me. Cheng Jun searched through the boxes and cabinets in the storage room. He actually found a few boxes. He was an ordinary person and couldn't feel what was inside. He had to move a box out and ask Jingxi to see if it could be used. After Jingxi checked it, he found that all the boxes could be used. He immediately gave it to Jing Yang. But this bottle of water can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. It will be ineffective after a certain degree of suppression. Besides, Jing Yang really can't drink it anymore. Finally, Jing Yang lay on the sofa and grabbed Jingxi's hand. He is almost confused now because of the long-term bleeding. Brother, I know my own body. I really can't hold on any longer. You just listen to me. Tie me up quickly. Jingxi looked at the gray-black blood that had just been wiped off Jing Yang's back in front of the sofa, and closed his eyes helplessly. Cheng Jun took out two long and thick chains from the storage room and put them on the ground. He looked at Jingxi. You decide what to do next. None of us can do anything. Jingxi looked at the chains on the ground in pain. Why did your family prepare such things? Cheng Jun kicked. This was tied by the fourth brother when the third brother was about to turn into a zombie. Later, Ning Ning said that it was of special commemorative value. So she brought it back. Jingyang's eyes began to change color, and he began to make unclear horse sounds. Cheng Jun pulled Jingxi. Now is not the time to be soft-hearted. I know you can't be cruel, but if you don't tie him up quickly before we can catch him, he will run away, and it will be really over. Jingyang began to tremble all over because of the excessive blood loss. Jingxi didn't dare to sprinkle water on his wound. After hearing what Cheng Jun said, he gritted his teeth, picked up the chain, and tied up Jingyang's hands and feet. As Jingyang's body began to change, because his hands and feet were tied up, and it was difficult to move, he began to twist his body uncontrollably. Jingxi looked at Jingyang like this, and hit him hard on the head. He thought he would knock him out. Who knew that he not only didn't faint, he turned his head, and glared at Jingxi fiercely. Jingxi was shocked by his eyes, that began to change color. My heart almost stopped when I saw this. Cheng Jun was almost scared to death by his actions. What are you doing? Do you think he is a normal person, who can be knocked unconscious by a punch? He poured a cup of water on Jingyang's face. Jingyang's face returned to normal, looking at his hands and feet tied up. He was stunned for a moment. After a while, his face began to become ferocious. He frowned and frowned, as if he was fighting with someone. Jingxi had no choice but to tie up his body first. I don't know if he drank too much supernatural water. In addition, the toxins discharged caused the skin color of Jingyang's body to be fine, but the color of his eyeballs changed. In addition, with a low and hoarse voice, he looked no different from a normal person as long as he didn't speak. Because of the fight with the virus in his body, he couldn't help but fainted. Looking at Jingyang, who fell asleep on the sofa, the two of them finally couldn't help but collapse on the ground. Fighting with such a person is too exhausting. Cheng Jun kicked the water tank under his feet in front of him. Leave it to you. As long as he wakes up and is confused again, you just throw water on him. Anyway, the living room is already like this now. It doesn't matter. Later, because Jingyang couldn't drink water, they just kept throwing water on his face, and kept throwing water on his wounds. The living room is now a mess. Cheng Jun can already imagine what Yin Heshuan's expression will be when he sees this when he returns home. But he has no strength at all now, zombie or not. Jingyang is really too strong. If he hadn't been training during this period, Jingxi really couldn't handle him alone. Chapter 336 Xuan, in the middle of the road. The team member sent by Jingxi to find Su Baining, and his team is called Xuan. He has been with Jingxi since a long time ago. He is the one who has been with him the longest. He followed Jingxi's words, and took what he thought was enough dry food and hurried on the road. Everything was going well. There are people on duty every distance from the outside of Kyoto to the border with Jinshi, so it is relatively safe. But after leaving the territory of Jinshi, it is not as safe as he imagined. He walked along the border of Jinshi for an unknown period of time before he met a group of people. Not only were they dressed in rags, but they were also skinny and hungry. He relaxed his guard because he saw several women among them. Besides, his own status did not allow him to ignore such people. He kept meeting them along the way, and kept giving away his dry food. In the end, he had nothing left. He slapped his forehead and remembered Jingxi's instructions. So he quickly quickened his pace and hurried on. But when his physical strength and energy were running out, he could only find something to eat and drink on the roadside. Where in the wild could he find food to eat? Even when he was half-dead, tired, and drowsy in the middle of the road, he was still thinking that he had not completed his mission this time, and he must hurry up when he wakes up and get to the North China base as soon as possible. Just when he was sleeping in the middle of the road began to tremble slightly, and the roar of vehicles came from far away, until a sharp brake sound stopped not far from him. He wanted to look up to see who it was, but he had no strength. Yin Heshuan and his friends were very fast after they hurried on their own. They were not far from Kyoto now. If they took the time to rest at night, they could almost get home the next day. As a result, they saw someone sleeping in the middle of the road just after turning a corner. They thought someone had heard their voices and deliberately slept there. Who knew that he hadn't gotten up even when their car had already driven in front of him. Yinziyu had no choice but to stop the car and check who was lying in the middle. He really wasn't afraid of being hurt by mistake. He first looked and walked to Xuan to take a look. He recognized that it was the man who always followed Jingxi and waved at the car. Su Baining and the others squeezed in the middle of the car and opened the door. They saw Yin Ziyu dragging the man on the ground in and putting him on the bed on the coffee table. Su Baining looked at this man. This man looked so familiar, if I remember correctly. Is he the one who always follows Jing Si? Yin Ziyu took a breath. I just recognized him. So I moved him up. How could he appear here? It seems to be quite far from Kyoto. Su Baining looked at his face. He seems to have no strength left. Let's wait until he wakes up. Xuan woke up after a short while of slumber in the car. When he saw Yin Yu sitting in front of him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yin Yu looked up at him and raised his head. He woke up. Xuan heard Yin Yu's voice and confirmed that this was not an illusion. It seemed that he was picked up by them. Yin Bo came over and handed him a glass of water. Drink a sip first. You don't seem to have much energy. We'll talk later if there's anything. Xuan gulped down the water and wiped his mouth. It's Captain Jing Yangjing. He was injured by zombies. I came out to find you at the North China base. Yin Ziyu was driving, hearing the news suddenly. He stepped on the emergency brake, almost making Yin Heshuan and the others fall down. Yin Mo touched his bumped head. What are you doing? Xiaowu, can you slow down a bit? Yin Ziyu, sorry, I just heard the news suddenly, and I can't react. Yin Yu looked at Xuan. When did this happen? Xuan thought about the days, and lowered his head. From the day I came out, it should be several days. As he spoke, his voice lowered. It's my fault that I was too slow to find you. Captain Jingyang might have already been injured. He felt very guilty now. Su Baining didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. This is not your fault. Can you tell us what happened first? How could you be injured suddenly? Is there any mission in Kyoto recently? Xuan shook his head and briefly recounted the whole process. It's also our own fault. I thought they were almost done with the training. But I didn't expect that I still neglected their actual combat experience. Yin Heshuan, this is not your fault. It's great that you dared to go to find us alone at this time. You don't have to be so pessimistic. Let's go back and see. Now they have already entered the territory of Jinshi. As long as they are at a normal speed, they will definitely reach Kyoto the next day. It seems that they need to hurry. At this time, Chung Jun in the Yin family's living room has cleaned up all the blood on the ground. But I still dare not open the door or the window. The thick bloody smell floating in the living room is really a bit unbearable. There is no way to fix the scratched parts of the sofa. Now Jing Si has tied him up and put him in the guest room, so that no one will see him when they visit suddenly. Jing Yang is in a very special situation now. You say he is a zombie, but he will not hurt people, and can even recognize people. It's just that the wound on his back will occasionally ooze out a little black blood. Every time he can't control himself, Jing Si splashes him with blood, and he will temporarily wake up. And now he doesn't need to eat. These 2 days, Jing Si stayed by his side day and night. He didn't even have time to go to the office. At first, he tried to ask someone to watch him, but he almost let Jing Yang out. There was no other way. So Jing Si just took a leave and came back to look after him. He was exhausted from the noise these 2 days. Looking at Jing Yang like this, Jing Si sighed, if you keep doing this in the future, I really can't stand it, and will beat you up. Jing Yang, huh? Don't even think about it. In the past, I could see Jing Yang walking around every day. Now, I am a little uncomfortable not seeing people in the square these days. Occasionally, I would ask where Jing Yang went. Luckily, all the people who followed him out kept their mouths shut, especially the young man who was rescued by Jing Yang. Now he is practicing hard every day. These days, he even went out with the members of the training team, trying hard to control his fear, hoping that this kind of thing will not happen again next time. Although he was worried about how Jing Yang was doing, he still hoped that Jing Yang could return to normal. One day, he could stand in front of him when he took him out again. Yin Ziyu and his friends arrived in Kyoto in the evening. After entering Kyoto, they didn't even have time to greet the guards on the roadside. As soon as they entered the gate of Kyoto, they rushed home without stopping. Han Jiang was quite surprised when he saw Yin Heshuan and his friend's car. Why did this group of people come back at this time? Just when he was about to say hello, a car whizzed past him. He was left with his hand raised and a puff of car exhaust. He was silent for a long time and spit out, impolite. Chapter 337 Withered Flower Path. When Yin Heshuan and his friends entered the house, Jing Si was fighting wits and courage with Jing Yang in the guest room downstairs. Chung Jun stood at the door and looked at them helplessly. Seeing Yin Heshuan suddenly appear in front of them, He opened his mouth in surprise. Big brother! Yanzi rolled his eyes. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you only see Big brother every time we come back? Are we invisible or are our presence so low that you really can't see us? Yanemo kicked him from behind. Shut up. Get out of the way, you talk too much. Chung Jun rubbed his hands. No. No, you suddenly appeared in front of me. Jingxi heard Yen Ziyu's voice in the door, and quickly pushed Jing Yang away, and walked out. Seeing Su Baiting following them, he breathed a sigh of relief. Auntie, you are finally back. You should come and see this guy first. I really can't hold on any longer. Su Baiting handed the coat in her hand to Yin Heshuan and walked towards the door. Suddenly, a strong force came from behind, and pushed Jingxi away, and collided with Chung Jun. Jingxi, oh my god, again! Yin Heshuan and the others saw Jing Yang staggering out of the room, looked at the group of people in front of him, and when he saw Yen Ziyu, his eyes lit up, and he jumped towards him. Yen Ziyu was stunned by Jing Yang's appearance. He covered his mouth with force and stammered. I'm sorry, I express my deep sympathy for this, but I want to laugh a little bit. Jing Yang was now tied up tightly with chains. When he jumped in front of Su Baiting, she did not smell the rotting smell of zombies, so she did not stop him for a while. Seeing Jing Yang jumping towards him, Yen Ziyu stretched out a hand to hold his chest. What are you doing? Don't think you can do whatever you want now, that's impossible. He shouted at Jingxi. Why are you still standing there? Get him away from me. Jing Sigong stood firm and waved his hand. Don't worry, he won't attack you. He just ran towards you because he likes you. Yen Ziyu, thank you. Yin Heshuan put the things in his hand on the sofa. Chung Jun looked at Yin Heshuan nervously, afraid that he would be angry when he saw the crack on the sofa, who knew that Yin Heshuan just glanced at him lightly. Please Captain Jing compensate us with a new sofa after Jing Yang recovers. He sat down and looked at the struggling Jing Yang. So what's going on? Jingxi scratched his head, and briefly explained what happened. He became like this when he woke up yesterday. He seemed to know people, but also seemed to not know people. But he must be dishonest. Look! My eyes are red. Yen Mo, didn't you say that when he wakes up, he will sleep? You should also rest for a while when he sleeps. I am crying after talking too much. If he has the same schedule as normal people, would he still need to worry? Jingxi, isn't he different from normal people now? I'm afraid if he runs away while I'm asleep, then it's all over. Right? While they were talking, Jing Yang suddenly squatted on the ground and began to twist his body, and began to make an unpleasant roar. Jingxi was frightened and rushed forward to hug him tightly. What's going on? He was fine these few days. Why is it suddenly like this? Su Baiting squatted down and took a look at him. Although his skin color is normal, you have been using the supernatural water to control him. But this didn't get rid of the root after all. Now the toxin hidden in the body should have exploded. Jing Yang's eyes, which were empty just now, suddenly became bright. He twisted his face and looked at Su Baiting in front of him. Ningning, save me. Su Baiting looked at Jingxi. Do you want him to have no pain or suffer a little? Jingxi, what do you mean by no pain? If possible, I want him to have no pain. Because of Jing Yang's long-term suppression, and the fact that they have been using the supernatural water to control, that's why the virus in Jing Yang's body has been lurking. It should have erupted now. She was a little afraid that Jing Yang would not be able to bear it if she used her supernatural power. In just this short period of time, Jing Yang had bitten his lips and bled. Su Baiting stared at the dark red blood on his lips for a while. Wait a minute. I'll go back to the space to get something out. Take him to the room before I come out. Su Baiting suddenly thought of the method she used to save Pang Lao last time. She returned to the space and walked straight to the small flower bud beside the orchid. I didn't check it carefully last time. This time I found that the small flower buds I picked last time had withered, and no new ones grew like before. She was stunned for a while, and picked another one. The moment the small flower buds left the flower path, the flower path quickly withered in front of her, leaving only a lonely orchid still blooming luxuriantly. Su Baiting suddenly felt an indescribable panic in her heart. Something was slowly changing. She stood up and looked over and found that the stream, which had been quite wide before, seemed to have become narrower. She held the small flower bud in her hand and looked at it for a long time, feeling confused. But standing here all the time was not a solution. She couldn't figure out what was going on. She would come in and take a closer look after solving Jing Yang's problem. When she came out, Jingxi had called Yen Mo and Yen Bo to press Jing Yang down on the bed. Jing Yang struggled hard, not knowing whether he was fighting the virus or fighting them. Jingxi panted and advised him, Jingyang, you should be more sensible. Bei Ning has taken something to remove the virus from your body. If you keep struggling, we won't be able to control you. The three of them really used all their strength to trap him in the bed. When Jingyang heard what Jingxi said, his eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and raised his head without moving. But the tense muscles and sweat on his body reminded them that he had been trying his best to control it. Bei Ning walked in and held the flower bud in front of him. Hey, open your mouth and swallow it. Don't spit it out. She wasn't sure if it would turn into water directly this time like last time, so it was better to explain it. Jingyang nodded with difficulty. Bei Ning saw him open his mouth and gently stuffed the flower bud into his mouth, and then quickly pulled her hand away. Sure enough, this time the small flower bud did not turn into water, but was eaten little by Jingyang as his lips moved. In an instant, the room was filled with a strong orchid fragrance. The zombies' nature made them reject this kind of thing abnormally. Jingyang tried several times before he could swallow it all. After a while, it was as if the drug began to take effect. Jingyang's tense body slowly relaxed, and his fists loosened. Jingxi and the others also stood up tentatively. They stood by the bed and watched for a while. Jingyang's body began to emit a faint black smoke, and his eyes began to close little by little. Chapter 338 Jingyang, the second time. After watching Jingyang fall asleep, Bei Ning followed Yanimo and the others out of the room. Jingxi sat by the bed and accompanied Jingyang. Bei Ning sat on the sofa thinking about the space. She said hello to Yanimo and the others and returned to the space. This time she could check it carefully. She walked around in the space and found that there was no change in other things, except that the stream water became shallower and the flower buds and flower paths withered. There was nothing else different. She sat by the stream and watched Qilin and Xiaohe having fun in the distance. She gradually calmed down. In fact, this was just returning to the original state. When she first came to this world and found this space, wasn't there only this small orchid? After thinking about it, she felt relieved for a while. When she came out, she saw Yin Hushuan coming out of the kitchen. Yanimo said, you went to the space, what happened? Bei Ning smiled and shook her head. I'll go see the flowers. Don't we have to think about how to get the used things back from Jingyang? Jingxi was holding the bowl, and he couldn't leave or not leave. Don't look for me. I didn't hear anything. Yin Ziyu, shameless. When Jingyang woke up, everyone was around his bed. He looked at this unfamiliar place, and the people around the bed, and always felt that if he wasn't weak now, his eyelids would definitely twitch. He had a bad premonition. Sure enough, he heard his brother sneer. Jingyang, you don't remember what you did when you were unconscious. Jingyang opened his eyes wide in fear. Did I do something strange? Bei Ning put his hands on his chest and looked at him. Jingyang, this is the second time I saved you. Tell me what you think. Jingyang laughed dryly and said tentatively, I thank you. Bei Ning rolled his eyes. I thank you. A thank you is like solving the problem, that's impossible. Jingyang covered himself. I am still very weak. I am still a patient. Yin Hushuan is still here. You have to control yourself. Yin Ziyu said, stop being narcissistic. Who is interested in you? I tell you, you have to make the following compensation to us. In order to make the effect realistic, Yin Ziyu also specially prepared a piece of paper. He waved the paper in his hand and unfolded it in front of him. The first thing you do after you wake up, just mop my living room 3 times from inside to outside. The second thing is that no matter how you find a way, so my sofa for me. The third thing is that as your repeated lifesaver, from today on, call me brother. When he heard the first 2 requests, he could understand. It was probably because he had made their sofa useless when he was not sober. What did the third thing mean? Yin Ziyu coughed and continued. In view of the various actions you have taken towards me when you were not conscious, please stay 10 feet away from me when you see me next time. Jingyang looked at him in horror. What have I done to you? Am I so greedy now that I am willing to eat anything? Impossible, impossible. Bei Ning waved her hand. Okay. Okay. He is still a patient. Let's talk about it after he gets better. But? She looked at Jingyang seriously. You have been too much of a hassle this time and twice, and you always make yourself so embarrassed. I don't know what to say to you. At least you should consider your brother. I heard that you haven't been home these few days. I'm afraid that if you see your mother, she will ask you, and I don't know how to answer. Jingyang looked at his brother. Brother, thank you. I will definitely pay attention next time. I was too careless this time. Jingxi saw that he was no longer in trouble and hurried out. I don't have extra time to take care of you now. I'm going to the training camp. Yanemo looked at Jingxi, who was leaving. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. You looked like that before. Your brother was almost kneeling down to Ning Ning. We came back so quickly because we met the guy named Shuan who was beside your brother. We met him on the road. We heard about your situation and came back as fast as we could. We almost didn't recognize your brother when we saw him. When we came back, we saw Jingxi with a beard and a shiny face that looked like he hadn't washed for several days. No wonder they couldn't recognize him. Jingyang knew his brother's awkward look and nodded. I know, I still have to thank you for this time. Yinziyu, then I still have to make it clear. What I just said is still valid. The first thing you do after you recover is to clean my living room 3 times. God knows that when he first entered the house, although the living room had been cleaned, but because the door had not been opened for ventilation for a long time, the bloody smell and the dampness from mopping the floor almost made him come. Jingyan was so disgusted. I know. You are so nagging. If you don't know, you would think you saved me. Yinziyu, I don't like to hear that. Isn't it the same that my sister saved you and I saved you? Jingyang, the difference is really huge. Look at how gentle and cute Ning Ning is. Why are you so annoying? Hu Nuyen Bo suddenly said, he is so annoying, and you threw yourself on him when he was unconscious. Jingyang coughed without even taking a breath. It's all hallucinations. All hallucinations. Yin Heshuan, okay, tell him to rest first. Bring him some food later. We haven't reported to Pang Lao for such a long time since we came back. Rest first today, when you get up tomorrow. Come with me to report. Yinziyu asked hesitantly, do I need to go too? Yin Heshuan glanced at him. You don't need to. You can stay at home with Ning Ning. We haven't told Pang Lao about what happened on the Tarpaulin Island. After we finish here, we should go talk. The next morning, before Su Baining woke up, Yin Heshuan took Yinyu and the others out. Yinziyu and Su Baining were left alone at home. Yinziyu looked at Su Baining. Ning Ning, how about we go out for a walk? It's so boring at home. Su Baining, what will happen to Jingyang if we leave? Yinziyu, oh, it's annoying. He's so old. Can he still fall? Now that he's well, he can take care of himself. Su Baining, but he lost too much blood, and his body is still very weak. Yinziyu was angry. This Jingxi is very realistic. He won't come to see us after we come back. How can he be so confident to leave Jingyang in our house like this? Jingxi is very busy now. He wants to finish all the things he didn't come to do in one day. Besides, Jingyang has been with Su Baining and the others for quite a while, so there is nothing to worry about leaving him in their house. Chapter 339. 3 major bases gathered in Kyoto. Yin Heshuan and his friends briefly told Pang Lao what happened on the Tarpaulin Island. After listening, Pang Lao did not speak for a long time. After a long time, he spoke softly. They don't have time to think about these things in the near future. No one wants to see such a thing happen. If you have nothing to do during this period, you can rest in Kyoto. Thank you for your hard work. Yinyu glanced at Yin Heshuan. Pang Lao, we came back early. After we left, many people have not returned yet. We estimate that they will be here in the next few days. He was talking about Suyu and his group. They have been back for so long. Theoretically, if nothing goes wrong, they should arrive in a few days. Yin Heshuan, Mr. Pang, they have a lot of people. It's the number of people in the 3 bases combined. And there are some newborns and young children in Suyu's base. Mr. Pang, so you guys too? Yin Heshuan nodded. There is another problem now, that is, the land of these bases has all been polluted. After he and Yin Yu discussed this matter at home, he was still worried about the problem that, among the large bases they knew about outside, this was already the 3rd large base that was destroyed. On the way back, after Su Baining's reminder, they recalled that it seemed to be like this when they were at the Hope base. And when I went to the Hope base for the 2nd time, I found that the zombies seemed to have this plan. But Su Baining found it and strangled it in the cradle. If all the people from these bases flocked to Kyoto, overload would be something that no one could control illegally. Pang Lao, I went to the research institute once before, and now everything is on the right track. The main reason is probably the problem of water sources. Now the water left by the little girl in the research institute can barely maintain purified water. If you look at what you said, then we are really far from enough. You should all know that there is a large inland lake in Kyoto, but we haven't been there for a long time. If you have time, you can go there and take a look. Yin Heshuan and the others thought about this on the way back. So we have been back for so long and have never been to that inland lake. Yin Yu, we are so busy. Who has time to care about this, since you asked us to go and have a look? There must be something you want us to know. It happened that they had nothing to do in the afternoon. So Yin Hushuan took Su Baining and Yin Yu to the inland lake that Mr. Peng mentioned. Yin Yu and his friends drove the car and said, I would have forgotten about this lake if you didn't mention it. We have actually passed by here before. But we never brought you here. It is just behind the training camp. When they stood by the lake, they realized what Mr. Peng meant. There used to be a circle of lush sycamore trees around the lake. But now they are all dead. Unlike the lush trees outside the training camp. The trees here are completely dead. When you clap your hands, a piece of bark will fall off. The trunks have shrunk. But for some reason, they have not fallen down. There is no vegetation growing around the lake. There is a bare land with a diameter of about 50 centimeters outside the trees. Dry branches hang on the treetops. Occasionally, there would be a creaking sound when the wind blew. As if they would fall down at the next moment, the foot of the tree was already full of dead branches. Su Baining didn't know what to say when she saw the scene. She carefully stepped around the branches on the ground and took a step towards the lake. Is there really such a big lake in Kyoto? She didn't know it. But the clear lake water before has now become turbid. I don't know what is floating on the lake. The whole lake looked gray. Yin Hushuan followed behind and looked over. It's already a stretch that the materials in the Research Institute can guarantee that a place with such a large annual progress will not have power outages or water outages. Mr. Peng said that as more and more people come, the new things developed in the Research Institute can still be barely maintained. This lake looks like the polluted city after the end of the world. Originally, they had their eyes on this, but now as more and more people buy, the zombies are causing trouble. This lake has been here all the time. It is said that nature has the ability to heal itself. Now it seems that it is too difficult to heal itself. Su Baining, you told Mr. Peng about Qin Tianhe and the others. Right? Yin Hushuan nodded. According to their pace, they should be arriving soon. Su Baining and the others took a last look at this inland lake and left this place. People couldn't help but talk about it. On the third day after they said that Qin Tianhe and the others were about to arrive, someone came to their house at noon to tell them that Qin Tianhe and the others had arrived. Strictly speaking, they came to tell Jingxi why Jingxi has been staying at their house. And they want to ask why Jing Yang doesn't want to go home. Jingxi chewed the bones in his mouth. You tell me, you go tell Han Jing. No, you go tell Cheng Jun. I don't care about these things. Cheng Jun, who was sitting next to him, meow meow meow. Although Qin Tianhe and his friends didn't go through many hardships along the way, they also went through 2 dilemmas before they finally got to Kyoto. No one knew how excited they were when they passed the intersection and looked at the guards standing on the other side of the Jinshi border. Originally, when Yin Hushuan and his companions had not left, they had a few more people to help them. After they left, they walked slower because of the large number of people. I don't know if it was because of bad luck or something else. They encountered zombies at every turn, all in groups, and many people were killed. Many people lost some family members and friends because of this. Therefore, they hated Yin Hushuan and the others, who had already left even more. Now they finally arrived at the gate of Kyoto, but were told that they could not just go in, but had to hand in supplies before they could enter. Many people were exhausted and collapsed at the moment. Now there were wailing sounds at the gate of Kyoto, some squatting on the ground, some sitting on the ground, leaning against the car with a look of despair on their faces. There were also some people who secretly hid supplies and handed in, and then followed the crowd to have their health checked before entering. It was very lively for a while. Cheng Jun sighed. This is another difficult job. Yin Hushuan reminded him, if there is no accident, the people who came should be from 3 bases. Their names are Qin Tianhe, Qin Tianji and Su Yu. Cheng Jun, Qin Tianhe and Qin Tianji should be brothers according to their names. Yin Ziyu, they are the base chiefs of the North China and South China bases, and there is another base chief of the Central China base named Su Yu. He is a good person. Yin Hushuan, this is the basic information, in case you don't know anyone after you go there. Chapter 340 Crowded Crowd. Cheng Jun silently memorized these names in his heart. When he left, he glanced at Yin Ziyu and hesitated to speak. Su Baining saw it and kicked Yin Ziyu. Brother Ziyu, you also follow Cheng Jun to help. If someone makes a scene, go up and deal with him. Yin Yu was helpless. What are you doing? What kind of mess is this? Just go and check the situation first. Don't make trouble. Yin Ziyu pouted. Okay. Yin Hushuan looked at Su Baining, Ningning. Do you want to go and see the fun? Su Baining blinked. Can I? Mo nodded. Of course, you have nothing to do in the afternoon. Ask the elder brother to take you to see it. We can't go with you. You can follow behind to see what's going on. If Chungjun can't win over them, you can support them. Yinziyu, what a joke. I can argue with everyone by myself. Su Baining sighed. This word must not be a compliment here. When Chungjun arrived at the city gate, Qin Tianhe and his base were pestering the guards outside the gate, saying something. Seeing the red faces and helpless hands of the guards, Chungjun hurriedly stepped forward and pulled them apart. Just talk. Don't touch our team members. Okay. If you have any demands, you can tell me. They have rules and can't agree to anything you say, in order to prevent them from hindering other people from entering and leaving the base. So he led them to the side. Looking at the noisy crowd in front of him, his head hurt. Yinziyu poked his waist with his elbow while holding his signature lollipop. Shocked? Chungjun sighed. To be honest, I have never seen such a scene since I took over the big brother's hand. I am a little confused for the time being. He stretched out his hand to the crowd in front of him. Press down and raise the volume. Everyone, please stop arguing. Can you ask your base leader to come out and talk to me as a representative? I can't hear clearly what you are talking about. Yinziyu very considerately handed him a speaker with a bow. My sister's special speaker, I'll lend it to you. Chungjun looked at the pink bow on the speaker and fell into deep thought. Su Baining saw it from a distance and shook her head. No, this is not my special bow. He's talking nonsense. Qin Tianhe and Su Yu finally squeezed through the crowd and came to Chungjun. Looking at the unfamiliar Chungjun in front of them, they asked tentatively, Excuse me, who are you? Is Yan Heshuan not here? Chungjun, No, I'm in charge here now. What's going on with you guys? He couldn't reveal that he already knew about them. Qin Tianhe and Su Yu were speechless for a moment when they saw the loudspeaker in his hand and Yinziyu standing behind him. Chungjun lied with his eyes open. You can just say what you want, otherwise. It's not good for you to crowd here and hinder traffic. Qin Tianhe reacted. It's like this, we can't go back to our base now. We met people from other bases on the road who seem to be in the same situation as us. So we came to Kyoto together, hoping to settle down in Kyoto. Chungjun nodded. You have also seen the situation outside Kyoto. Kyoto is now overcrowded. Not everyone can enter. I think your base didn't ask you to go in vain when you first entered. Before you came, we formulated a series of survival plans. You'd better ask the people in your base to be quiet and listen. I will only say this once, otherwise you will just have to fend for yourself here. Qin Tianhe signaled everyone to be quiet. Chungjun briefly explained the requirements of the base. The general meaning is that if you want to enter the base, you must hand in your supplies when you first enter the gate. After the supplies are handed in and inspected, you will be given a base medal. Of course, if you don't have supplies and can't enter the base now, you can find someone outside who is willing to accept you and squeeze in. Then find something to do outside to earn some supplies before entering the base. After hearing Chungjun's words, the crowd started to talk. Why, we just came here and there is nothing. What should we do if you don't let us in? Isn't this making it impossible for us to survive? We came all the way to you, and this is how you treat us. You are so cold-blooded, you look like a decent person. But how can you be so cruel when you say such things? What are you guys telling us? A group of elderly people in their 70s and 80s. To do? How long can we live? When the people in and out of the Kyoto base looked at these chattering people, they all showed puzzled expressions. Chungjun couldn't raise the loudspeaker in his hand. Everyone here has been through this. When they first came here, they were not much better than you. Aren't they living well now? Our rules are not just for individuals, it's all people. You are not the only ones who have come here from afar. Others can follow the rules. Why can't you? If I set this precedent for you, wouldn't it be unfair to the people in our base? But they have always lived here, even if they don't work. They have a place to live and food to eat. Chungjun pointed to the tents outside the city. Don't think that only the city is safe. Outside the city is just as safe. You should be able to see it when you come. There will be guards patrolling and on duty at every few positions. And all the people with labor here will choose jobs according to their own conditions. We don't keep idle people here. If the only purpose of your coming to Kyoto is to find a place to support you for free, then you can turn around and go home. Qin Tianhe and Su Yu understood what Chungjun said, and it was hard to say anything. Su Yu thought for a while and asked Chungjun, Can I take out my supplies in exchange for the mothers with children behind me to go in? Chungjun nodded. Check how many women with children there are in your base, and then report to our gate. Someone will take them to check and make ID cards. So you gave up his chance to go in. In his opinion, it didn't make any difference whether he lived outside or inside at this time. His identity, as the head of the base, was useless at this moment. The team members he brought back would also be taken away and reorganized. Yanziyu glanced at Suyu. Don't go. You don't think it can be solved so easily? Suyu thought about it. Yes. Such a large base suddenly disappeared. And they must find out what happened. Whether they are willing or not. The rules are the rules. And no one will indulge them. Seeing that their protests were ineffective, they had to take advantage of the daybreak to see if they could find a place to stay for the night. Chapter 341 Base Expansion. Looking at Suyu standing in front of the table without saying anything, Chung Jun finally put down the documents in his hand. You have been standing here since you came to the office. Don't you have anything to say? Suyu held it in for a long time and said, You took over Yan Heshuan's position? He saw Yanziyu behind Chung Jun just now, but it was a pity that Yanziyu didn't say hello to him, and he disappeared when he came back. Chung Jun nodded and supported his hands. Yes, Big Brother rarely cares about these things now. If you have anything, you can tell me. Suyu, you call Yan Heshuan Big Brother, who are you? Chung Jun looked at him strangely. It's Big Brother, if you want to see them. I can take you home. Knock knock knock, the door rang. Come in. As the door opened, several people walked in. It was Yunqiao and the others. Originally, they were thinking about where to stay outside the city. A young man in camouflage uniform stood in front of them, saying that someone wanted to see them. Yunqiao was a little excited when she stepped into the office building. Until she saw Chung Jun, he was relatively calm. Although he didn't know who the man in front of him was, he was able to make decisions for these people just now. And he could work in this place. So he must be a leader. Chung Jun looked at them calmly and said, Since we have entered the city, just look at the rest of the matter. Sure, you frowned. What does it mean? Chung Jun knocked on the desktop gently with one hand. We have always had grace. The materials you enter the city have helped you pay it. The badge is delivered soon, in the future. You will be able to settle in the city. But how to settle, where to do it after the foothold is your own business. Someone walked in from the door during the talk, putting the things in his hand on Chung Jun's desk respectfully. Chung team, this is the finished badge. Also, Captain Jing asked you to go to the square to find him after you are done with your work. Chung Jun, tell him I don't have time. If you have anything, just come to my office. What a joke. Didn't he see how many people were outside? After the things here are solved, he shouldn't report these problems to Mr. Pang. Why go to him? Chung Jun pointed at the badge on the table and raised his head towards Yu and the others. This is to thank you for saving Ningning and taking care of her in the base. Yunqiao blushed in embarrassment. No. It's Sister Su who's taking care of us. Wow. Are all the people around Sister Su so pretty? Chung Jun looked at them motionless and said, Take it quickly. You can go out after you take it. I have something to do now, so I won't entertain you. Okay? When Yu and the others were leaving with the badges, they ran into Jing Si, who rushed over. Jing Si frowned and looked at them and asked the people next to him, Who are these people? Who brought them in? Chung Jun heard his voice. Come in quickly. Okay. I called them. Didn't you come to see me for something? Ah, yes. Jing Si glanced at them and turned into the office. Looking at Suyu standing in front of the table, he frowned again. Who is this? How come several people from the base came? I don't know any of them. Chung Jun looked at her strangely. How could you not know him? Didn't he study in Kyoto with the base leaders of South China and North China before? Suyu also said that he didn't know everyone in the school. For example, he really didn't know this person. Chung Jun saw that the two of them really didn't know each other and briefly introduced them. No way. There are too many people now. Yanziyu said he is not bad. I think he can come to help us. Jing Si slapped the table. Why don't you ask Mr. Pang before making a decision on the expansion of the base? Chung Jun, if you dare to break my table, I will go back and complain to my brother immediately. Not even a second will be wasted. Jing Si gritted his teeth and looked at him. If you have the ability, don't always complain to Yan Heshuan. Chung Jun, I won't complain if I don't have the ability. So you tried to shrink to one side? I have nothing to do with the rain. Jing Si raised his index finger. You are cruel, but this matter cannot be decided so hastily. Your opinion alone does not count. Chung Jun, of course my opinion does not count. I didn't have time to go to Mr. Pang because I had something to do. I'll go right after you leave. Or do you want to come with me? Jing Si thought for a moment. Then let's go together. He pointed at Suyu, who was almost shrinking into the corner. What about this person? Chung Jun looked at Suyu and smiled. I think there may be no one other than you who can manage the people in your base. So I hope you can continue to manage your base personnel, and please take care of the bases in North and South China. Someone will come to take you to make badges in a while. You can go back after you finish. We have something else to do now. So we won't keep you here. He packed up his things, closed the door, and took Jing Si to Pang Lao's office. Yan Heshuan, Su Baining, and Yan Ziyu stood at the gate of their house. Looking at the passers-by on the street, Xiao Jun has a good idea, but expanding the base is not such a simple matter. Yan Ziyu came over. Brother, you must agree with what I said. If I were to say, brother, you are back. Why don't you go back to the office? Xiao Jun will definitely agree. Yan Heshuan glanced at him and pushed him away. Go away. Yan Heshuan was right. In Chung Jun's opinion, the base is now populated by a large number of people. Even if all the houses are used, there is no way to accommodate so many people. The survivors outside the city have already lived less than 10 meters away from the boundary of Jinshi. It is difficult to arrange people to patrol and protect them every day. In addition, so many people have suddenly come now. Whether they enter the city or not, it is difficult to settle down. Chung Jun wants to recruit some young people with ideas. No matter men or women. As long as they are willing to go out hunting together and protect everyone, they can sign up. The expansion of the base, he mentioned, is nothing more than expanding the protection circle. The recruited students will train with the members of the training team. And then the members who have learned well will be assigned to patrol. This is the best way he can think of now. Otherwise, there will not be enough members in the base. What's more, it's outside the base. This way, they can not only protect themselves, but also protect everyone when encountering zombies, killing two birds with one stone. Pang Lao asked for everyone's opinions. After a period of silence, Li Lao was the first to agree to this proposal. With everyone voting by raising their hands, this proposal was quickly put on the agenda. The next morning, such notices were posted at the city gate and outside the city. The content of the notice was very simple, which was to encourage everyone to sign up to study, to eat and live with the training team members, and to form their own team after learning. Those who are willing can sign up directly at the square. Chapter 342 Harassment. Jing Yang was kicked out of work just a few days ago, and the expression on his face is hard to describe. Jing Si glanced at him and said, just be content. Pang Lao asked you to do this because he understands that you have just recovered from your injury. You should go out on patrol with everyone now. Don't you know? After Jing Yang rested in Yan's house for 2 days, Jing Si decided to tell Pang Lao about this matter. After listening to him, Pang Lao didn't say anything else, but just told him to tell Jing Yang to pay more attention to rest. No matter what happens in the future, you must pay attention to safety. Chung Jun just proposed that plan. So Jing Si arranged him here. First, his body has not fully recovered, and second, it is safer to keep him under his own eyes. It's just that Jing Yang himself is not very happy. After Suyu returned, he managed the people in his base very well, whether they had entered the city or were outside the city, because he chose to stay outside the city. Chen Tianhe and Chen Tianji, the people in their base, did not understand at first that Suyu was asked to manage them. At first, I wanted to find someone to make some trouble, but I couldn't even get into the gate of the base. So I slowly died down. Chen Tianhe and Chen Tianji are still managing it, but it's different from managing alone and assisting. Chung Jun has been very distressed recently. For several days in a row, someone has reported being harassed by zombies in the middle of the night. This group of zombies seems to have learned to be smart. For several days, no one knows where they came from. As for why they say that it was the zombies harassing them instead of someone deliberately making trouble, that's because every time they found out, there would be traces left on the ground. Either a pool of smelly liquid, or cloth torn by claws. Su Baining looked at Chung Jun, who was sitting on the sofa, and going crazy. Junjun, don't overuse your brain. Otherwise you might become bald at a young age. Chung Jun, he sighed, what can I do? I don't want this to happen. Su Baining rolled her eyes and leaned towards Yan Heshuan. Brother, it's been so boring at home lately, why don't we go and have a look at night? Yan Heshuan glanced at her. You can ask Qilin or Xiaohe to go, you just stay at home. If it doesn't work, you can go find your friend Yunqiao. Su Baining pouted, it's no big deal if you don't want to go. When it was getting dark, she called Qilin and Xiaohe out together. Hey, you two just observe secretly, and see who did those things. Okay. When I woke up, Jilin and Shiohei were already rolling on the floor of the living room. When they saw Su Baining, they rushed over to tell her the result. It turned out that these zombies sneaked in when they were changing guards. After sneaking in, they did nothing else. They just tore down the tents they saw, and did not hurt anyone. After destroying them, they turned around and left without saying a word. Su Baining told Chung Jun what they said, and Chung Jun was speechless. If this continues for a few days, the tents outside the city will not be enough. Jing Si and his men sent several waves of people to wait at night, and captured quite a few. But it was a long time like this that made people very tired physically and mentally. In less than half a month, Jing Si's team members were a little distracted during daytime patrols, and they were almost injured when they went out hunting. Jing Yang recruited enough people, but because it was just formed, the distribution of men and women was not complete, and it was still in the trial training stage, so it couldn't help much. Later, due to the lack of female coaches, Su Baining was dragged over for a period of time. Later, Su Baining was not very good at being a teacher, not to mention that she escaped back as such a teacher, but Xiao Hei was left there. Just when Chung Jun and his team were trying to deal with this group of annoying zombies, people from the East China base also came to Kyoto. When they came to Kyoto, they looked even worse than Suyu and his team. Anyway, they still had a few cars when they came. When the people from the East China base came, they didn't even have a car. They all came here on foot. It is said that their base commander died while protecting them. They were able to walk to Kyoto because one or two of the survivors had been to Kyoto before, and could barely recognize the road here, and walked all the way here. They had nothing to eat on the road, so they ate trees and grass and barely managed to get here. They all looked malnourished, and fainted when they saw the gate of Kyoto. Hospitals have never been idle since the end of the world. This time it was even better. All the people living on the 2 floors were from the East China base. On the second night after the people from the East China base were admitted to the hospital, the survivors outside the city met the zombies face to face, and started fighting. They didn't pay attention and injured a few people on their side, and the zombies ran away. Now they have come to the city gate. Just when they reached the city gate, the guards who were supposed to be guarding the border between Kyoto and Sioux City rushed in by pushing the crowd. What are you doing? Don't you see someone in front of you? Don't push. Don't push. You're squeezing people. We're going to fall. That's right. Don't you see someone in front of you? Will it be okay if you walk slower? Why are you rushing? The 2 guards were scratching their heads anxiously. There were too many people, and they couldn't shout. If they did, it would definitely cause panic. They had no choice but to wave to Chung Jun, who was standing at the gate of the base, hoping that he could see it. Chung Jun saw it, and waved to the crowd to make way. The crowd shouted at him in dissatisfaction. Why can't we come over or go in? They can squeeze in first when they come. That's right. Don't we have something to tell you? How should Chung Jun explain that if these 2 people were in such a hurry? They must have something urgent to do before they pushed forward. If they had nothing to do, they wouldn't follow the crowd to push in. And this group of people blocked the bases tightly. People who wanted to go out couldn't go out. And people who wanted to come in couldn't come in either. There was a commotion at the entrance of the base. Just when everyone was making a fuss, a group of injured people suddenly ran in from behind. Run! Open the gate of the base quickly! Hurry up! Hiding quickly! Zombies! There are zombies coming behind! This sound exploded in the crowd, and the noise instantly turned into panicked screams and exclamations. Run! Run! Zombies! There are zombies coming! Open the door! Open the door! Chung Jun was standing at the highest point, and was pushed forward by the crowd below and fell down, falling on the ground. If he hadn't been pulled up by the people around him, he would have been trampled into several pieces by now. Chapter 343, Heavy Casualties. Because there were too many people outside the base, the current scene was in a state of panic, and no one was mentally prepared for the sudden zombie attack. Chung Jun quickly ordered the door to be opened. The moment the base gate was opened, all the people standing outside the base rushed into the city. Chung Jun ran and shouted to the people inside, "Zombies are coming! Go and notify the 2 captains Jing Si and Jing Yang, and Captain Yin of the training camp. Hurry up!" He shouted to the people behind him, "Don't follow me. I'm going home to find Captain Yin and the others now. You guys hurry up to the square to meet Jing Si and the others. Hurry up!" He rushed home panting and pushed the door open without holding back for a moment. The sound was so loud that the book in Yin Hechuan's hand fell to the ground in the living room. Yin Ziyu was so scared that the tea in his hand fell to the ground. "Oh, which brought open the door like thunder. Chung Jun was so tired that he leaned against the door. "Brother, big brother, there are zombies are coming." Hearing this, Yin Heshwan didn't even bother to pick up the book on the ground and dragged Yin Ziyu beside him and ran out. "Ning Ning. Come slowly, don't run too fast. We will go to the city gate first, you just follow us if you are obedient." When they ran to the city gate, zombies scratched many people. Yin Imo and Yin Bai were urgently recruited here, and were now rushing to direct the people around them where to go, and what to do. Yin Heshwan took the loudspeaker he brought with him when he went out, and put it in Yin Ziyu's hand. Yin Ziyu raised it and shouted, "Don't panic. Don't panic, walk back in an orderly manner. Okay? Don't trample, don't run in a hurry to avoid stepping on people." This time, Pang Lao and his men were finally willing to stand behind and support them. After Jing Xi arranged a position for them, he brought Jing Yang and his men over. He pushed the still weak Jing Yang to Su Baining's side. "Little ancestor, please keep an eye on him, try not to let him go and get killed." Su Baining looked at Jing Yang, whose clothes were held by Qilin. Maybe, perhaps, probably, it's okay." Anyway, everyone ran away without waiting for Su Baining's answer. The panic and screams at the gate of the base continued one after another. This time is obviously much more difficult than the last time. The people in the city are already saturated, so it is difficult for people outside the city to come in. This time, such a thing happened suddenly without anyone being prepared. Many people were injured. Han Jing hurriedly brought people to bring crystal guns and crystal cores to distribute to the superpowers in the city. Yin Heshwan squeezed to the gate of the base and began to direct everyone to move in little by little, leaving space for the superpowers. Fortunately, the superpowers in Kyoto had the experience of the last time, and after hearing Yin Heshwan's words, they quickly found their positions. Han Jing also put the things down and ran away. Jing Yang patted Qilin's head back. "Qilin, I know you won't keep holding me like this. Your master still wants to go to heaven." Su Baining kicked him. "Speak properly, what do you mean by still wanting to go to heaven? You are the one who wants to go to heaven." She signaled Qilin to let go of Jing Yang. She handed Jing Yang a crystal energy gun, grabbed several crystal cores, and put them in his arms. "I just rescued you. Please don't waste my kindness like this." Jing Yang made an okay gesture and rushed out of the crowd behind Yin Ziyu. Su Baining turned over and sat on Qilin's back. As Qilin walked forward, she would whip survivors, who didn't have time to run in when she met them halfway. After several such scenes with the whip, she could now use the whip to perfection. This person was squeezed into a ball, and was shocked when he was suddenly rolled up. He didn't come to his senses until the whip rolled him up and put him into the base. After a period of turmoil, the crowd had already run back a lot. The remaining ones also began to retreat in an orderly manner according to the arrangement of the psychic. Su Baining sat on Qilin and saw that the tents outside the city had been destroyed like last time. The difference from last time was that the zombies had already started to attack them. Many people who had not had time to run into the base just now were lying on the ground groaning. They should be injured. Yin Imo was arranging people to move the injured in. At this time, the psychic took the crystal gun in his hand and shot into the zombie group. The zombies outside swarmed towards them from all directions, roaring and rushing towards them. For a moment, the only sounds at the entrance of the entire base were the sounds of weapons and the release of superpowers. Su Baining stood behind Yin Heshwan as Qilin attacked and delivered superpowers to them. This time she learned her lesson and did not use her superpowers in a big way. Instead, she separated her superpowers into a thin line and went around the back of each superpower user to replenish their energy. She always paid attention to the empty positions on the field and filled them up to block the zombies outside. Now we must not let the zombies enter the city gate. Otherwise they will have to find a new place to build a new base. Jing Yang stood under Qilin and shouted at them, "Baining! Baining! Come down!" Su Baining lowered his head. "What are you doing? Shouldn't you be with Yin Ziyu?" "Jing Yang, don't stay here for now. Go to the south of the city first. There are suddenly many wounded people there." Su Baining followed him to the south of the city. "What's going on?" Yang was angry. There was a group of ordinary people who were too scared to leave when seeing the zombies coming, so they all hid in a small tent. After being discovered, they panicked and ran around everywhere. Many of your brother's superpowers were injured in order to protect them. When Su Baining rushed there with a stern face, Yin Imo was leading the remaining 10 or so team members to block the front. Behind them, leaning against the corner of the wall, were the ordinary people who did not run away. The one lying in front of them and Rolling was the superpower who was injured to protect them. Su Baiting just glanced at them lightly, jumped off Qilin's back, walked over to them, and checked them out. Fortunately, they were only injured in their arms and legs. Su Baiting took some time to heal them. When they stood up, someone called her name again. This time, people from the north of the city were injured again. The situation was similar to this side. But the group of people did not deliberately not run away. But they did not have time to run. This happened several times. The gate of the base was now closed. So they had no choice but to protect these ordinary people. But this slowed down their attention. They would be distracted from time to time for their safety. They were either injured by zombies here or there. Su Baiting felt that she should grow wings. Because she was so busy, she had no time to replenish Yin Heshuan and other superpowers. As a result, the zombies became more and more fierce. And more people were injured. Chapter 344, Shortage of Medicines. Su Baiting saw that this was not a solution. So she asked Qilin to follow Yin Heshuan and the others to help. When Su Baiting came to her senses, the zombies had already retreated without knowing when. All the people collapsed on the ground at once, and did not want to move any further. Su Baiting felt that her feet were no longer her own feet. Anyway, she was so tired that she started to sweat all over her body, and did not care whether she was dirty or not. So she sat on the ground. Yin Heshuan came over with the sword in his hand, and pulled her up. Don't sit on the ground. It's so dirty, the base door is open. You go in first. Su Baiting pointed at the people around her. But they are still injured. When will the doctors and nurses come to carry these injured people in? As soon as the voice fell, several people in white coats and masks ran out of the base, hurriedly carrying a stretcher. They walked along the corner of the wall, and bypassed the people who were bandaging themselves on the ground, and carried the seriously injured people up. Yin Yuzheng led people to clean up the battlefield. The ground was already polluted in large areas. Some small puddles on the ground were filled with someone's clothes and blood. When I walked down the road, I felt sticky on my feet, as if I wanted to stick my shoes to the ground. The black mucus slid down the slope of the ground little by little, flowing into the small puddles below, and gathering into a ball. The last time Qilin and Shohei were outside collecting crystal cores this time, he just found a clean place, and sat still. The team members of Jingxi who were sitting next to them laughed out loud after seeing this. The little girl's two pets are really funny, a little cute. Oh, it hurts. He accidentally pulled the wound while laughing, and he screamed in pain. Qilin shook his tail and yawned at him. You, a human with fish lips. Call me the king, how can I be cute? This is called mighty. Su Baiting guessed where Qilin sat, and wiped his feet on the ground, then walked into the base. I thought the inside of the base should not be the same as the outside. Who knew that when I walked into the door of the base? I saw people lying in the corner of the base, and I don't know how many people were sitting here. Peng Lao rushed here, and looked at the wounded, and was very sad. Are there too many wounded this time than last time? Yin Yu came in after cleaning up. There are indeed a lot of wounded this time, because there are too many survivors outside. The zombies came suddenly this time. We were too panicked when we retreated, and we were not prepared at the moment. Old Peng looked at the wounded on the ground angrily. What's wrong with the doctors and nurses? Why don't you take them to the hospital quickly? At this time, the doctor wiped his sweat and walked to Old Peng. The hospital can't accommodate them anymore. Now I hear that all the beds are made. Yin Yu frowned. How can such a big hospital be out of space? Doctor, the people who came to the base a few days ago are still staying in the hospital. They haven't been discharged yet. So there is no empty space in the hospital now. Yin Ziyu was furious. Aren't those people malnourished? Why don't they stay here for 2 days? Go and get them off the bed quickly. And then get these people in. Su Baiting stuck out her tongue, and walked to the corner to check them one by one. If she met a superpowered person, who was contaminated by zombies, she would treat him. If the wound looked serious, he would be relieved. And the doctor would be waiting for him to come back. Who knew that the doctor would come back with a bitter face? They said that he had not recovered yet, so he would not be discharged. They were lying on the ground and refused to come down. Yin Ziyu rolled up his sleeves. Hey, I have a bad temper. Su Baiting also wanted to follow behind to see the excitement. But when she saw the person in front of her, who was grimacing in pain, she turned her head away resignedly. After she had almost turned around, Yin Ziyu came back with the doctors and nurses behind him. Su Baiting looked at Yin Heshuan. What's wrong? Have those people come out? Yin Heshuan pointed behind him. Look. Following Yin Ziyu, and the others were survivors in hospital gowns. These should be the people from the East China base, who have been staying in the hospital, and have not been discharged. Since their base leader was gone, they have always felt that no one is taking care of them. So after being admitted to the hospital, they have been reluctant to come out. They don't know where to go after they come out. So they were really a little scared when Yanzi ran to the hospital and spoke harshly to them. After coming out of the hospital, they looked at the injured people at the gate of the base, silently watched the doctors and nurses carry them on stretchers one by one, and then silently stepped aside. Old Pang looked at the wounded. Be nice to our wounded, be gentle when carrying them, be careful of their injuries. He looked at Su Baining gently. Little girl, can you please go and take a look too? If there are any infected by zombies, give them treatment. As long as they can get better, I can agree to any request within my ability. Su Baining was flattered. Mr. Pang, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Yin Heshuan followed her and said to Mr. Pang, Mr. Pang, Chung Jun will come to compile the report this time. I will follow Ningning to the hospital first and see if I can help. Mr. Pang looked at him with disgust and waved his hand. Go. Go. Go, let's go quickly. I feel a little headache looking at you now. He taught Yin Bo beside him. Looking at your brother like this, you must not learn from him in the future. Understand? Otherwise, your family status should be like this. Yin Bo looked at Pang Lao with a confused face. Regarding the current family status of the Yin family in front of Su Baining, isn't this as it should be? Pang Lao looked at him with a matter-of-fact look, sighed, shook his head and walked away. The hospital hall was full of beds. Sleeping side by side were the psychics and training team members who were injured in the battle. Jing Si and Yang Yang, who were not seen just now, were holding cups to check one by one to see if anyone was thirsty and wanted to drink water, and then they fed them water one by one with their hands. Su Baining stood there and took a look at the several seriously injured patients who needed surgery. Then some who needed medicine and bandages were left to the doctors and nurses. Then some infected people had the toxins forced out. A hurried nurse ran over from her side, whispering quietly to the doctor standing behind her. Others might not be able to hear, but with Su Baining's current ability, she could hear what they were saying. It turned out that the hospital's medicines were beginning to be in short supply. There were originally medicine manufacturers in Kyoto. However, after the apocalypse, due to the shortage of raw materials, it had been a long time since the apocalypse, and the medicines in the hospital had always been stored before the apocalypse. It had been so long since the apocalypse, and the medicines in the hospital had almost been used up. Chapter 345 Returning to the Normal Land. Su Baining lowered her eyes and pretended not to hear such a thing. After finishing her own things, she followed Yin Heshuan back home. The atmosphere outside and inside the hospital was very heavy, because there were too many people outside this time. In order to protect the survivors, the wall in the south of the city was pushed down without notice. After Su Baining followed Yin Heshuan home, Yin Heshuan left. The house was empty, and she was the only one left. She suddenly had a strong premonition that she had to do something. After saying goodbye to Zhou Bo, she went out and walked towards the lake in the city. When she came to the lake again, the withered land by the lake seemed to have grown larger. Although the green plants have begun to wither, the green plants by the lake are obviously different from those that have decayed naturally. The lake water in front of her was gray and seemed to be darker than the last time she came. A large number of dead branches had fallen by the lake. One of them even fell into the river. She began to slowly approach the lake, and for a moment she didn't notice that she was tripped by a dead branch and fell to the ground. She sat on the ground with her hands and tried to pull her feet out of the pile of dead branches. The ground under her hands was as gray as the water in the lake. There was no one around. When the branches collided with each other because they were dry, a pile of branches fell down with a sound of creaking. Her attention was all on her feet. Without noticing that her palm was emitting a faint glow, the land covered by this halo was slowly returning to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. When she finally pulled her foot out of the pile of dead branches and took back her hand, she found that the land under her palm had changed color, and the gray color next to it could no longer be stained. She raised her hand in doubt. What did I do just now? I don't think I used my supernatural power. She tentatively pressed her hand on the gray land on one side, and slowly released her supernatural power. She opened her mouth in surprise, as she watched the land in her palm slowly return to its normal color. She retracted her hand, and looked at the land in front of her that had regained its color. She didn't know what to say for a moment. She blinked, stood up, kicked away the branches in front of her, and stood there for a while. She still reached her hand into the lake, as she had thought before. As the color of the water in the lake slowly returned to normal, her thoughts began to drift away. With a bang beside her, Qilin ran out of the space, and came to her side. She looked at Qilin curiously. "Why did you run out?" Qilin shook his body. "I don't know what happened in the space just now, it suddenly trembled." Su Baiting was shocked when he heard it. What did you say?" Qilin repeated what happened just now. It was playing well with Xiao Hei in the space, but suddenly it felt the ground under its feet vibrate, and it was startled. Xiao Hei laughed at it when it jumped to the side. It came to its senses, and still felt that it had no illusions. This was something that would never have happened before. So it ignored Xiao Hei and ran out. After listening to this, Su Baiting withdrew her hand without even looking at what the lake in front of her had become, and took Qilin back to the space. She found the location where Qilin had mentioned the vibration just now, and she squatted down and took a careful look. But she didn't find anything wrong. But what she said just now should be when she was experimenting with the land under her hands. She touched it carefully, and she really touched something. She used her hands to push away the grass under her hands. A thin and narrow gap appeared in front of her eyes. She didn't know what it meant, but she suddenly found that her ability was closely tied to something. So what this meant was unknown. Qilin looked at her staring at the small lawn in front of her, and touched her with his claws. Su Baiting stood up, and said hello without saying hello to Qilin and Xiaohe. She turned around and left the space, and found a great piece of land to experiment again. This time she increased the range of her ability release, after watching the ground in front of her return to its normal color. She returned to the space. She looked at the Qilin who was no longer standing there. Did it tremble again just now? The Qilin nodded, pointed to the grass in front of it with its claws. Xiao Hei came down from the sky and stood in front of him, looking at her in confusion. Su Baiting walked to the place where the Qilin's claws pointed and parted the grass. Sure enough, the result was the same as before. She squatted on the ground all of a sudden. Does this mean that she has the ability to restore everything? But the price to restore all this is that everything in this space will disappear. She hurriedly got up from the ground, and she almost fell down because she slipped without paying attention, but Qilin came over to stop her. She walked to the stream, and the stream in front of her was shallower than the last time she came, and it was almost dry. Everything seemed to be the same, but everything seemed to start to change. Only the orchid at the end of the stream was still blooming alone and passionately. It was at this time that she noticed that the orchid tattoo on her hand had been there at some point. The color had begun to get darker and darker. It became clearer and clearer, as if it had really grown on her body. She couldn't care about anything now. After leaving the space, she didn't even have time to look at the lake in front of her. She walked home in a daze. She ignored the greetings of people she knew along the way, as if she didn't hear them. When she got home, she let herself lie on the bed. Her mind was in a mess, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She didn't even notice that the bedroom door was open. When Yan Heshuan came in, he saw Su Baiting staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. He met many team members on the way back. They said they saw Su Baiting coming back from the training camp, but she didn't talk to them when they met her along the way. She didn't look very well. Suspecting that something had happened, Yan Heshuan ran back in a panic after hearing this. As expected, she seemed to be in a daze, and she didn't even notice him coming in. He walked over and knelt on one leg beside the bed, looking down at Su Baiting. "Ningning, what are you in a daze about? Where did you go after we went out today? What happened that you didn't even notice me coming in now?" Su Baiting came back to her senses and looked at Yan Heshuan in front of her, nestling in his arms. "When did you come back?" "I have nothing. Just a little tired." "Has the problem of drug shortage in the hospital been solved? Now that you are back, isn't Chung Jun the only one there?" Yan Heshuan looked at Su Baiting nestling in his arms, knowing that she was avoiding his questions. "It has been solved. The Research Institute has begun to study drugs, with existing drugs as specimens. It will be solved soon. I came back because there is nothing going on." On the way back, I met many team members who told me that you are not in good condition. So are you willing to tell me now? Chapter 346, The Return of the Elders. Su Baiting sighed, knowing that if she didn't answer this question today, she couldn't escape it. "It's nothing, I was bored after you guys left. So I went to the lake for a walk. Maybe it's because I used my supernatural power, I just feel a little tired now. There's really nothing else." Yan Heshuan touched her head. "Okay, then you take a rest and take a nap, I'll be here with you." Su Baiting shook her head in his arms. "Go and do what you want, I will ask Qilin to accompany me. Yin Heshuan lifted her chin and bit her nose. You are so heartless. You drove me out as soon as I came back. Su Baiting wrinkled her nose and slipped out of his arms and got into the quilt. I know you are a busy man. I am so gentle and lively and willing to understand you. Where can I find a girlfriend? Yin Heshuan stayed with her for a while and watched her fall asleep before going out. Su Baiting was sleeping soundly on the bed in the room. Not far from them, Zhu Lao was leading the remaining people in the Hope Base and making a difficult journey towards Kyoto. Yin Heshuan and Cheng Jun were waiting for the drug research to be completed in the research room. Who knew that the guard at the gate of the base suddenly ran in and said that another group of people had come outside the base, and they wanted to see Yin Heshuan by name. When Yin Heshuan was still wondering who wanted to see him, the guard at the gate of the base said that the people who came were from the Hope Base. When they heard that they were from the Hope Base, Yin Heshuan and Cheng Jun looked at each other and hurried out. The elders at the gate of the base looked at the busy crowd outside the base and sighed constantly. Yin Heshuan was already in front of him. Yin Heshuan was very surprised when he saw the dirty Zhu Lao. Zhu Lao, what's wrong with you? When Zhu Lao saw Yin Heshuan, he shouted, It's gone! Hope Base is gone! One morning a few days ago, they had just woken up and were patrolling as usual, when the guard at the gate of the base suddenly ran in and said that zombies were coming. Hope Base was not enough manpower after the relocation. In addition, the geographical location they occupied after the relocation allowed them to be relatively stable for a period of time. Many people's abilities were only at that level. The strange thing was that the zombies that came this time did not hurt anyone, but they destroyed the facilities in the base and polluted the fields and water sources so that they could not stay in the base. There was no other way. Zhu Lao had to lead everyone to move to Kyoto. Who knew that as soon as they arrived at the border of Kyoto, they saw guards standing by, and two more not far away. And it seemed that there were tents destroyed by something on both sides of the road. It was not until we walked to the gate of Kyoto base and saw the dense crowd that we realized that the current situation in Kyoto was not very good. Yin Heshuan saw Qizhen, Li Shuan and Hao Hao's family standing behind him. When they saw Yin Heshuan, their eyes were a little evasive. Yin Heshuan did not think much about it, and just asked them to wait and take Zhu Lao in to see Pang Lao first. When Su Baiting woke up, it was already dark. She opened the door, and it was dark outside. It seemed that Yin Heshuan and the others had not returned home. She turned on the light in the corridor and walked downstairs. A shadow on the sofa suddenly spoke and startled her. Don't turn on the light. Ning ning! It turned out that Cheng Jun was sitting there. The living room was dark. Only his shadow stood there blankly. It sounded a little wrong. She covered her chest and walked slowly towards him. Cheng Jun, are you crying? Cheng Jun covered his face. Ning ning, just stand there and don't come over. Su Baiting stood there for a while before she heard him speak softly. Ning ning, do you know? I heard that Aunt Shinqing gave birth to a very cute daughter. Uncle Li was very happy and gave her a nice nickname. Gu Yuan? Su Baiting clapped his hands. That's great. Isn't this something to be happy about? But how did you know about this? Cheng Jun touched his face. Mr. Zhu is here this afternoon. Elder Zhu came. Elder Zhu brought everyone from their base with him. Su Baiting understood now. The Hope base was also destroyed. Right. So Aunt Shin and the others are still outside. Why don't you bring them back? And Hao Hao and the others? Gone. All gone. Cheng Jun stood up and walked past Su Baiting while muttering this. Through the light on the stairs, Su Baiting saw the tears on his face. Combined with the meaning of this sentence, she suddenly didn't know what to say. After waiting for Cheng Jun to go upstairs, she turned on the light and sat on the sofa. The first one to come back was Yin Ziyu. When Su Baiting saw him, he was rubbing his shoulders and walking in from the corner of the entrance. When he saw Su Baiting, he was stunned for a moment. Sister, why are you still not asleep in the middle of the night? Su Baiting, you haven't come back in the middle of the night. And I just woke up. What have you been doing? Yin Ziyu laid down on the sofa. Stop talking. I helped them move materials for a whole day, and now I feel like my whole body is not my own. Su Baiting kicked his toes. Cheng Jun is back. He's not in the right state. He's crying. What's going on? Yin Ziyu. Ah well, didn't Mr. Zhu and the others come back? I heard that Mr. and Mrs. Li Hu and their child are gone, so don't mention this matter in front of him in the future. It turned out that in the afternoon, Cheng Jun heard that Zhu Lao had brought the people from the Hope base back. He was very happy, and wanted to find Li Hu and the others. They were not in the same base before, and he had no ability and no savings to find a good place for them. Now he has saved some crystal cores and can find a good place for them. When he went to find Li Hu and the others happily, Zhu Lao told him that Li Hu and his wife were gone. They were on the way here. They met a group of zombies. Because of the level of the superpowers and the lack of weapons, Xinqing was accidentally caught by a zombie while running with the child. Xinqing was also caught by a zombie to protect the child. Seeing that his child and wife were infected, Li Hu was disheartened and died with the zombies. This is why Qizhen and his wife dodged when facing Yin Heshuan at the gate of the base. They didn't know how to tell Cheng Jun about this. If Cheng Jun knew, he would be very sad. After hearing what Yin Ziyu said, Su Baining didn't know what to say. She turned around and looked at Cheng Jun's room. A little worried, will something happen to him if he keeps himself to himself? Yin Ziyu sighed, let him be. He needs some time to digest it. He is an adult. There is nothing he can't accept. Su Baining suddenly thought of the things in the space when he heard him say this, Brother Ziyu. If something like this happens to me, I will also be infected by zombies and can't be saved. Before she finished her words, Yin Ziyu jumped up and covered her mouth. Sister, can you please let your brother live for 2 more days? If something happens to you, do you think we can still survive? Su Baining blinked and closed her mouth. Chapter 347. Su Baining was brought back. The house became quiet from that night on. Su Baining could only occasionally see Yin Mo and Yin Bo at night, and they were always in a hurry. Jing Si and Jing Yang hadn't seen each other for a long time. Cheng Jun didn't know whether he had really recovered or was just pretending. Anyway, he looked no different from usual. The one who was really free at home was Su Baining. She heard that Qizhen was living outside the base with Li Shulan and Hao Hao. I originally wanted to go find them and come back home to live. But thinking about Cheng Jun's current mood, she had to give up the idea. Thinking of what she could do now, her eyes flashed, and she decided to go to the lake again. When she came to the lake again, she could clearly see that the color of the lake water was different from before. She checked the color of the ground along the place she walked last time, and found that the color of the place where she used her supernatural power was indeed different. She calmed down and walked to the lake and put her hand in. Now there are more and more people outside the city, and the water consumption is increasing. Even if she doesn't consider herself, she has to purify the lake water for Yin Heshuan and the others. This lake is indeed the largest lake in the city. She, an 8th level skill user, still feels a little bit strenuous to purify it. It has been a long time since she felt that she had crossed the yellow line. She was squatting on the ground and thought about it. Then she took out Qilin and sat on the ground and leaned on it. Qilin yawned and watched the lake water in front of him change color. She stretched out her paw, took a lick, and then put it in her mouth and licked it. Master, it seems that it is drinkable now. Su Baining nodded. The area in front of you is indeed drinkable, but the area in the distance is not drinkable yet. So you still have to wait a little longer. Su Baining didn't stop until noon. She felt that she was almost at her limit, but the water in front of her was still not purified. She didn't know what was blocking her ability, and the purification was particularly slow. Qilin looked at her face and was worried. Master, you don't look very well. Are you okay? Su Baining felt a little dizzy now. She waved her hand. It's okay. After that, she leaned on it and prepared to stand up. But before she could stand firmly, her eyes went dark and she fainted on Qilin's back. If she lay down, Qilin could carry her back directly. But she stood on the ground and fell on its back, and it couldn't carry her. Qilin was anxiously digging his feet on the ground, in his mind. He called out Xiao He, and told him to stay here and watch Su Baining while he went to call for help. While Qilin was on his way to call for help, Xiao He also tried to pick her up from the ground with his claws. But she had no strength in her body after fainting, and her head was hanging down when he lifted her up. It looked a bit scary, so Xiao He didn't dare to try again after trying a few times. Qilin walked along the corner of the training camp and saw Jing Yang, who he hadn't seen for a long time, leading people in training. He hurried over, bit his clothes and pulled them back, pulling Jing Yang to the ground without noticing. Jing Yang looked at Qilin speechlessly. If you have something to say, just call me directly. Don't be so sudden. My team members are still here. Do I have no face? Qilin didn't have time to talk nonsense with him here. He just opened his mouth and shouted at him. Jing Yang felt that his ears were about to be blinded. Seeing Qilin constantly scratching the ground with his feet, he realized that Qilin really wanted his help. He turned around and said, Continue training? Then he waved to Qilin to indicate that it was in front. And he followed. When he followed Qilin to the back, he realized that the back was the location of the lake. What was this guy doing running to the lake? Until he saw Su Baiting fainted on the ground. He saw Su Baiting lying on the ground with a pale face. The clothes he was wearing were stained by the dust on the ground. And his face was pale. He squatted down and picked up Su Baiting from the ground. Qilin, go and tell Yin Heshuan to come back. How come he suddenly appears here? Why didn't they tell her when she left? Qilin watched him pick up Su Baiting and walk home. Then he ran towards the office. Xiao He followed them step by step and walked home. When Jing Yang was carrying Su Baiting through the street, he met Yin Mo's team members. What is your Captain Yin doing now? Is he busy? Yin Mo's team members shook their heads. A little bit, but Captain Yin Yuyin doesn't seem to be very busy. Jing Yang, tell him to go home. Within half an hour, 5 big men ran out from the office and some unknown corner. One of them even brought a tiger. All hurried in one direction. When Yin Heshuan and the others got home, Jing Yang had already put Su Baiting on the bed in the room, and he sat in the living room waiting for Yin Heshuan and the others. Yin Heshuan glanced at him and went upstairs, asking what was going on while walking. Jing Yang took a sip of water. How do I know what's going on? I want to ask you guys. Why did you just let her go out alone? Do you think it's safe inside the base? Yin Ziyu and the others also rushed back at this time. Jing Yang pointed at them and said, you guys are so busy. Why don't you spare someone to follow me? If Qilin hadn't come to pull me today, wouldn't she have fainted by the river for a whole day? Yin Yu and the others followed Yin Heshuan and were scolded by Jing Yang. Even Yin Ziyu, who usually loves to bicker, didn't reply a word. They opened the door of the room and looked at Su Baiting sleeping on the bed with a pale face. Yin Heshuan brushed the hair off her face. How did she run to the lake? Is there no one else around? Jing Yang. Fortunately, Xiaohei and Qilin were with her. When I went there, Xiaohei was watching. She was sleeping by the lake. How could I know that she would suddenly appear there? Yin Heshuan lowered his head. I felt that she didn't look very good when she came back 2 days ago, but she didn't say anything when I asked her. Yin Ziyu scratched his head. This is not right. Ningning's ability level is very high now. No one in the base can beat her, and everyone in the base knows her. Qilin and Xiaohei are also there. How could this happen? Yin Mo, I'll ask someone to go to the lake to check what's going on this afternoon. Xiaowu, if you're okay, stay at home and don't go out. Watch her carefully, and don't let her run around. Yin Ziyu nodded. I understand. There seems to be nothing going on in the square this afternoon. I will stay at home with Ningning. Yin Heshuan also wanted to come back to accompany Su Baiting, but Cheng Jun has a lot of things going on, and he can't get away from it. So he could only ask Yin Ziyu to take care of her. If Ningning wakes up, ask Qilin to notify me as soon as possible? Yin Ziyu nodded heavily. I know. Go quickly, and finish your work quickly, and come back if you have time. Chapter 348. Gathering of Major Bases. In theory, Cheng Jun has taken over Yin Heshuan's position now. And it should be Cheng Jun who handles these things himself. But these things had not happened when Cheng Jun took over his position. The heads of some major bases knew Yin Heshuan when they were in Kyoto. And now that Cheng Jun has taken over, some things are really not easy to handle. There is no way he could only learn from Yin Heshuan while handling some things alone. After knowing about Shinqing and the others, Cheng Jun had not smiled for several days, and he often stared blankly when doing things. Today, someone from some base came back and was clearing things, but he was absent again. No matter how Yin Heshuan called him, he heard no response. When he turned around, he only saw Cheng Jun staring blankly with a pen and a notebook. He sighed and patted Cheng Jun on the shoulder. If you are not in the mood now, go back and rest for 2 days. Don't look absent-minded all day long. Cheng Jun came back to his senses and looked at Yin Heshuan. I'm sorry. Big brother, I am. Yin Heshuan. Xiao Jun, I'm not blaming you. I just think if you feel uncomfortable, it's okay to go back and rest for 2 days. You can't always be like this. What would you say to him if you saw it? At this time, Yin Mo came over and waved after seeing them. I just asked someone to check what happened to the lake where Ningning went this morning. The lake has been almost purified. Yin Heshuan was surprised. No. If it was just because of this problem, according to Ningning's ability level, it shouldn't be like this. Su Baiting had woken up while they were discussing here. Yin Ziyu was sitting on the bed holding an apple and looking at her. Ningning, little ancestor, you finally woke up. Su Baiting, What happened? I remember how I came back. Yinziyu. And how you came back? Do you want to scare us to death? Why didn't you tell Jilbo before you went out? Why didn't you tell us? If Jilin hadn't seen Jingyong, how long would you have stayed by the lake? Su Baining, I didn't do anything. Yinziyu crawled to her side. Be honest, what were you doing there? Why did you faint there? Did someone attack you? Su Baining, no, because... She'd briefly told Yinziyu about the matter, but he hid the fact that the ground was restored to normal. He just said that when restoring the water source, it might be because the water surface was too large. So a lot of superpowers were wasted. I didn't notice it when I got up just now, so I fainted accidentally. Yinziyu didn't suspect anything else. If you want to do anything outside, just call us to accompany you. Don't go out alone. Look how scary it is that you suddenly do this. Su Baining, aren't you very busy now? Yinziyu, indeed. I am very busy. You didn't know these days. Not only did the people from the big base slowly come back, but even some of the small bases around them have gradually appeared at the gates of the bases with people these days. Didn't you notice that a lot of strangers suddenly appeared in the base when you went out? Su Baining nodded. I found out. So is the situation outside so serious now? Yinziyu nodded. This is nothing. The main thing is that our base has begun to expand outward. We almost don't recognize many people from the base. Su Baining didn't talk to Yinziyu for a long time. After drinking a sip of water, she fell asleep again. Yinziyu lay on the bed and watched her go downstairs for a while. When he went downstairs, he saw Yin Heshuan coming back. Yin Heshuan glanced at him. What's wrong? Ningning hasn't woken up yet. Yinziyu. She woke up for about 5 minutes, chatted with me for a few words, and fell asleep again. What's wrong? Did anything happen? Yin Heshuan didn't know how to tell him what Yin Mo had found. Yinziyu spoke first. Ningning said, she fainted because she used too much force to purify the water source, but I don't think so. Yin Heshuan, you think you can't believe it. So you asked? Yinziyu, she didn't say it. So I didn't ask, but I think there must be something. Yin Heshuan nodded. Yes, Yin Mo came back after the investigation and told me that the water source was almost purified, but when I was on the shore, I found something. I don't know if it has any impact, but I still came back and told me. They found a place on the shore where the color of the ground was very different from other places. The normal color is grayish yellow, and the polluted color is gray. Yinziyu, so that piece of land is normal grayish yellow, right? Yin Heshuan nodded. He didn't want to think too much, but he had to connect Su Baining's fainting with this matter. Yinziyu played with the apple in his hand. Brother, if you and I both know Ningning's ability, even most people know, but have you ever thought that her ability is not only useful in this aspect? Yin Heshuan, I know what you mean, but I also tell you it's impossible. In the next few days, Yinziyu followed Su Baining closely every day under Yin Heshuan's instructions. Yin Heshuan and the others began to be busy. Su Baining learned from Yinziyu that a lot of people from the small bases had come recently, and now the bases were no longer able to accommodate people. Even the city outside the bases had begun to become crowded. After 2 days, Su Baining heard that the survivors of several large bases had all gathered in Kyoto. Even Jing Si's little follower Sun Simu had returned with the survivors of the Magic City. Su Baining stood at the door and looked at the hurried crowd outside. So what's going on now? Have all the survivors come here? Yinziyu, yes. Didn't the third brother borrow Qilin to go out and take a look a few days ago? Because a group of them suddenly appeared a few days ago. So the third brother asked Qilin to take a look. Qilin said that there were always groups of survivors not far away on the road, and many survivors, who could not see the end, were all heading towards Kyoto. Su Baining did not speak. If it has become like this now, does it mean that the base outside has basically been wiped out? What is Yin Heshuan doing in the office now? What are Yin Mo and Yin Bo doing? What is Yin Yu doing beside them? Everyone is trapped here now. If there is a mistake in the zombie attack, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Su Baining stood up and left without saying a word. Yinziyu followed behind and couldn't stop him even if he shouted. Su Baining said as she walked, Brother Ziyu, if you want to follow me, just keep following me. I must go and see it now. Yinziyu, I didn't say I wouldn't let you go, but can you walk slower? Chapter 349 Crisis. Yinziyu watched Su Baining walk towards the river and ran up to her and stopped her. Ningning, what do you want to do? Su Baining frowned. What? Don't drag me. I was already halfway through the purification last time. You only needed to do the last little bit. Why didn't you ask me to go? Yinziyu shook his head. This is not something you should worry about. Since you have returned to Kyoto, you can just do what you want to do at home. These things will have nothing to do with you in the future. Su Baiting stood there and looked at him. Brother Ziyu, how do you know this is not what I want to do? Yin Ziyu, I don't know if this is what you want to do, but this cannot be what you want to do. Su Baiting, so you stay at home to watch over me. Right? Yin Ziyu didn't know how to answer this question, hesitated for a long time and said, we are all for your own good, don't look at me like that. Su Baiting didn't say anything for a long time. Brother Ziyu, you know you can't stop me. And now I will be fine if you follow me. If there is any accident, can you interrupt me immediately? Yin Ziyu finally lost in her eyes, and followed her to the lake. Su Baiting sat on the ground with her eyes closed, and purified the impurities in the water. Yin Ziyu stayed by her side. Su Baiting suddenly asked him, is Chung Jun feeling better these days? Since she saw him once that day, she has never seen him at home again. Yin Ziyu thought for a while, not really good, anyway. He is much better after Yul went to see him once. But now, he finds a lot of things to do every day. Su Baiting, it's inevitable, Anshin's family is like another pair of parents to him. Have you forgotten those little things piled up at home? They are all for the child he has never met. Fortunately, Su Baiting was in good condition today. After purifying such a wide river, she was not tired at all. She looked at her wet hands in front of her, and put them on the ground at her feet, when Yin Ziyu was not paying attention. When she saw the ground began to return to normal, her eyes went dark, and she fell to the ground again. Yin Ziyu was listening to her talking quietly, but he turned his head, and saw Su Baiting fell at his feet again. He raised his hand and hit his head. You are really a mentally retarded person. I let my guard down after hearing what she said. He quickly stood up, picked up Su Baiting, and ran home. But on the way back, I didn't know what happened. I could see many people who were in a hurry like him, and they were mumbling something, and one was running faster than the other. At this time, he didn't care about much, he just wanted to get Su Baiting home first. Who knew that when he got home, Su Yul, who rarely went home, actually came back home. He was also surprised when he saw Su Baiting in Yin Ziyu's arms. Su Yul, what's going on? Where did you go? Why did Ningning faint? Yin Ziyu avoided him. You are so talkative. Why did you come back? Shouldn't the research institute be busy now? Su Yul looked embarrassed. It's my master. The supernatural water left by Ningning in the research institute is gone. My master hopes that I will come back to find Ningning and get some. Now there are more and more people outside the city. You know I ran into Mr. Zhu on my way back just now, and it scared me. Yin Ziyu put Su Baiting on the bed gently, and covered her with a blanket. You also saw Ningning's current situation. She fainted just a few days before you came back. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have such a problem at her current ability level. So now, excuse me. If my brother knew about this, he would definitely not agree. Su Yul, how could such a thing happen? This shouldn't happen. What happened at home during the time I was away? How did it suddenly become like this? Yin Ziyu looked at Yul. Yul, you may have to say sorry to your master. I can't take care of her every day in her current state. It's impossible for her to follow you to the research institute. Su Yul understood and understood. Just when he was about to reply, a loud bang echoed, and the huge vibration woke up Su Baiting, who had just fainted. She opened her eyes. What's that sound? Yin Ziyu sat on the bed and held her hand. Nothing, you go to sleep. Don't worry about these things. He gave Su Yul a look. Su Yul quietly left the door to see what happened. Su Baiting glanced. Is it Yul who came back? How could he have time to come back? Yin Ziyu said softly, don't worry, this is not your business, just have a good rest. Su Yul just went downstairs, and was about to go out when he bumped into Yan Mo, who was rushing in. Su Yul covered his forehead. Third brother, take it easy. Yan Mo was surprised that he was at home at this time. Why are you home? Is Ningning at home? Su Yul nodded. I'm resting upstairs. Brother Ziyu asked me to come out to see what's going on. Did something happen outside? Yan Mo looked at him seriously. Since you're back, don't go out. The zombies broke through the city wall. Listen. Su Yul heard extremely shrill screams coming from outside, and cries for help were louder and louder. Yan Mo pushed him away. Just stay at home and don't go out. I have something to do with Ningning. Su Yul thought he wanted to ask Su Baiting for help and quickly grabbed him. Third brother, Ningning just fainted and was brought back by Brother Ziyu to rest. If you have anything to say, wait until she is rested. Yan Mo looked at him strangely. What are you thinking about? I just asked her to borrow Qilin and Shohei for a while. Of course he knew that he couldn't ask Su Baiting to go out. In his opinion, it would be better for Su Baining to rest at home while she was unconscious. That way she wouldn't think about running out. Now the wall in the south of the city was broken, and waves of zombies rushed into the city, as if they didn't care about their lives. The city was in chaos. It would be best for her to stay at home. But it was okay to borrow her 2 pets. Su Baining had fallen asleep in the room when Yan Mo opened the door. Only Yan Ziyu was sitting beside her. Seeing that Su Baining had fallen asleep, Yan Mo said nothing but waved to Yan Ziyu. He told Yan Ziyu what was happening in the city, and told him to keep an eye on Su Baining if she woke up, and not to ask her to go out no matter what happened. After hearing the noise, Yan Ziyu knew that something serious must have happened. He wanted to agree with Yan Mo, but he knew it was impossible. Yan Ziyu, third brother, you know that once we go downstairs and hear the noise outside, we can't keep the secret. Chapter 350 Immeasurable Loss. How could Yan Mo not understand what he meant, then just delay for a moment? He didn't have time to continue talking nonsense with him here. He originally came back to borrow a pet. Since she fell asleep, let her continue to rest. Yan Ziyu sighed as he watched Yan Mo, who came back in a hurry and left in a hurry. What is going on? Su Yul stood at the gate, watching the people coming and going on the street through the cat's eye outside. He looked hurried. Occasionally, you could see bloody training team members helping each other through. He was staying here now. He didn't know what was going on at the research institute. Yan Mo hurried back to the office building. Seeing him coming back alone, Yan Bo was curious. Why did you come back alone? Didn't you say you were going back to find Ning Ning to borrow Qilin Xiaohei? Yan Mo shook his head. Ning Ning fainted again. So I came back. Yan Yu heard this and pushed Yan Bo away. What do you mean you fainted again? Yan Mo briefly explained the matter to him. After listening, Yan Yu frowned and wondered what he was thinking. Why would something like this happen at this time? Didn't she ask Yan Ziyu to follow her? What does Yan Ziyu do for a living? Yan Mo, okay. Brother Yu, now is not the time to discuss these things. If Ning Ning stood in front of you and told you what she wanted to do, would you refuse? What's more, Ning Ning is already asleep at home. It's safe now. What we need to do now is to guard this place well. We can't let zombies come in again. They didn't see anything when they were patrolling in the morning, and they didn't know where this zombie came from. Without saying a word, he released his supernatural power to collapse the wall on the south side of the city. When the wall collapsed, several people were accidentally crushed to death. While everyone was in a hurry, many zombies ran in and scratched many people. Although it can be barely controlled now, but I don't know, and I'm not sure if there are still people who have been scratched and haven't admitted it. Jing-Si has brought all the survivors to the square with his men, and prepared to check them carefully one by one. After receiving the news, Chung Jun hurried upstairs to tell Yin Hushuan about this matter. Yin Hushuan pondered for a moment and called the guards at the door. You all stay here and don't let Pang Lao and Li Lao go out. Understand? He pushed Chung Jun, who was following behind him, in. You just stay here honestly, I can go alone. Chung Jun was anxious, but big brother, I can do it too. Yin Hushuan strode out without even turning his head. Jing-Si was leading people to count the number of people in the square. There were too many people he had contacted on the street. Now he couldn't find a better way to eliminate them. He had thought of asking Su Baining to help before, but his team members told him that they had just seen Yan Ziyu holding a girl and hurried back half an hour ago. I think it should be Su Baining. I just heard from Jing Yang 2 days ago that she had something wrong and was unconscious. It seems that something is wrong today. The crowd standing below him was ready to move. A thin and small man covered his arm and trembled constantly. The people around him pushed him after seeing it. What are you afraid of? Do you think they are going to kill you? You keep shaking and trembling, which is so annoying. He was pushed onto the people around him. What are you doing? It's already crowded. Why are you pushing? Besides, isn't it normal for him to be afraid? It wasn't the time when you were afraid just now. Right? What's wrong with me pushing him? He kept shaking, and it made my eyes blurry. Besides, what's there to shake about? Is it necessary to be so scared? After saying that, he forcibly lifted his head. In the meantime, his face was mixed with innocence. His face was dizzy, his expression was twisted, and he kept sticking out his tongue with a bare tooth. Then he looked at the hand that was pinching his cheek, and grabbed it, and bit it. The smell of blood irritated his nose. He hugged the man and bit his arm. Ah! Zombies! The person who was standing next to him just now screamed. Before he could react, he was slapped in the face. The fingertips slid across his skin, and the broken skin was instantly stained black. The crowd was crowded together, and couldn't escape for a while. He grabbed this and bit that like a fish in water. In a short while, everyone within a half-meter diameter of him became his companions. The people who were fleeing in a hurry were crowded together, stepped on, fell down and couldn't get up, got caught by the ankles before they could stand up, and couldn't get away even if they kicked. Jingxi shouted and yelled, but it was useless. In order not to hurt the survivors around, he and his team members had no way to shoot at them. The scene began to become chaotic, but he finally controlled everything with his supernatural power. But some people still ran away with contaminated bodies. Jingxi looked at the fleeing crowd and said, "Chase them. Hurry up and catch them all. If we let them all run away, the consequences would be unimaginable." These people turned into zombies on the road and lost their humanity. They attacked anyone around them, and the streets became more chaotic. In order to stop them, all the psychics and training team members were dispatched. But they changed too quickly. Basically, they changed within a few seconds after being hurt. There are even a few people with superpowers who will use their superpowers to attack humans after being mutated. Yenemo and his team looked at the people fleeing on the street and wondered, what's going on? What happened in front? Some people answered him while running, "There are zombies. There are zombies coming from behind." Yenemo cursed inwardly, what is the purpose of this when the corners here have not been blocked yet? How does Jingxi do things? Although he complained, he still explained to Yen Yu and took people to the direction of Jingxi. Jingxi and his men were fighting with those mutant zombies with superpowers. Jingxi was so frustrated that he didn't dare to use his superpowers because he was worried about the survivors around him. Seeing Yenemo running over, he quickly shouted to him, "Quick! Quick! Use the crystal gun to kill them for me!" After Yenemo heard it, he took out the crystal gun and knocked them all to the ground with a few bangs, until the last mutant fell to the ground. Jingxi squatted on the ground, looking at the destroyed houses and shops on both sides of the street. He dropped his hands helplessly. This time, not only were many survivors injured, but one of his team members also sacrificed himself to save others. Looking at the messy houses on the road and the pools of blood on the ground, he sighed and stood up. "It's over. I don't know how much we lost this time. It's impossible to calculate. Yenemo, Jingxi, this is just the beginning. You'd better be mentally prepared from now on." Chapter 351, Wave After Wave. Jingxi didn't understand this sentence. What does this mean? Yenemo pointed behind him. "Didn't you see that I was the only one who brought people here? Is there another person who didn't come?" Jingxi looked behind him. "So the situation over there hasn't been resolved yet, right?" Yenemo shook his hands. "How can you be sure that you have cleaned up all the infected people this time?" Jingxi, "I'm not sure what I can do now. Now it's already like this. Give me some manpower to do other things." Yenemo didn't want to get entangled with him here because of this matter. Now that the matter has been resolved, he should go back to help Yen Yu guard it. Before leaving, he grabbed a handful of crystal cores and gave them to Jingxi. He knew that Jingxi had a crystal energy gun in his hand, and it might be that the crystal cores were gone. He pointed at the zombies on the ground. "These are all just mutated. They should be out of crystal cores. If you don't have crystal cores, come to me again." Yenemo led his men to scrape out all the broken bricks on the ground bit by bit, and then built the wall bit by bit, and put 2 people to guard inside and outside the city. Before this wave was cleared, someone came to the gate of the base to report that there were new people. When Jingxi arrived, he found that it was Sun Simu who came back with his men. When Sun Simu saw Jingxi, his eyes were filled with tears, and he almost cried. He finally brought these people back from the magic city. There were constant dangers along the way, and he almost thought he would never come back. Jingxi patted his shoulder. "You did a good job. Now go back and report to Mr. Pang. As for the people you brought back, they can only live outside the base. There is no place for them to live in the base." The people who were lucky enough to come in to visit were very angry when they saw the large areas of empty space at the door of the Yen family's villa. They shouted at the door of the office, "There is obviously room for tents in the base. Why don't you let us in?" After Yen Heshuan saw this, he went to the office to discuss this issue with Mr. Pang. When they got home, Su Baining had already woken up, but Yen Ziyu was watching too closely, so they had no chance to run away. Yen Heshuan saw Su Baining and asked them to sit down. "I want to tell you something. There are still a lot of empty spaces in front of our house. As you can see, people may live there, and set up tents soon. So you? Yin Ziyu didn't care. Su Baining waved her hand. It doesn't matter. If there is no room outside the base, then you must live inside. That piece of land is not ours, anyone can live there. Yin Heshuan pinched her little hand. I saw Sun Simu when I came back. Ning Ning, it seems that we can't go back to our home. Yin Ziyu felt sad after hearing this. Brother, when I heard you say you saw Sun Simu, I thought of it, so our home is gone too. Right? Yin Heshuan didn't know how to comfort him. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Su Baining pulled Yin Ziyu over. Brother Ziyu, it's okay, home is where the family is. Yin Yu and Yin Bo pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing that Su Baining had woken up, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Ning, do you still have crystal cores on you now? Su Baining didn't know what they were going to do, but seeing that he was in a hurry, he waved his hand and took out a small pile from the space. Is that enough? After seeing this, Yin Bo took out the box behind him and started to put it in. Yin Ziyu looked at them and thought it was a bit exaggerated. Aren't you exaggerating a bit? You brought a box back specially because you were afraid you couldn't pack it all? Su Baining, something happened outside. Right? Yin Yu, nothing. I just don't have enough crystal cores, so I came to you to get some in advance. Su Baining looked at Yin Yu's eyes without saying anything. Yin Yu was startled by her look and coughed, not knowing what to say. Su Baining smiled and touched the tip of his nose. When Yin Yu saw this, he immediately gave up. Don't worry about these things. Just rest at home and don't worry about these things. As Su Baining nodded in agreement, the sound of banging things could be heard from the next day at their doorstep. Within a few days, several white tents were erected at the doorstep. Now, except for a small way out of their doorstep, the rest of the place was completely covered by dense tents. Su Baining had searched among the people who moved into the tents, trying to find Qizhen and his family inside, but he never found them. After Yin Heshuan found out, he told her that Qizhen and the others gave up the opportunity to move into the base to many other children, and that he lived outside the base with Hao Hao. They missed her, but they didn't want her to add any burden to them. Su Baining accepted this fact in disappointment. Since she came back from the river last time, she always felt that her health was not very good. Even using her superpowers was a bit strenuous, which might be due to the long-term consumption of superpowers. During this period, the city wall on the west side of the city was also broken by zombies. Under no one's notice, countless lives were lost. The office building is very close to the west of the city. After the wall was broken, Yin Heshuan decided to move the office to the Research Institute for their safety. The last time the zombies ran in, they destroyed a lot of buildings, including power equipment. Now, during the daytime, we have to find a lot of people with lightning powers to store electricity. Now we are strictly controlling the use of electricity. Only from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. After 9 p.m., the whole city will be plunged into darkness. In this huge city, there is a small window with a ray of light. Su Baining stood in front of the window and looked at the dark weather outside, feeling nervous. Yin Heshuan rarely came home to accompany her today, seeing her standing in front of the window. He came over and pulled her over to close the window. What are you doing standing here alone? Be careful not to catch a cold, the weather is not good now. Su Baining looked at him nervously. What's going on now? Is the situation in the base serious now? Why do I know about these things? Yin Heshuan covered her eyes. These are things that have nothing to do with you. You just need to protect yourself. We are enough for these things. Su Baining, but you are outside every day. I am still worried. Yin Heshuan rested his head on her head. Because you purified the lake behind the training camp, so there is no need to worry about the water source in the base during this period of time. As for the power outage, it is because there are too many people in the base now. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, the power will be cut off after 9 o'clock. Su Baining didn't believe it. Really? Yin Heshuan smiled and rubbed her face. Really? You see? Most people now have returned to Kyoto. So many people are a big target. We can't be as casual as before. Although Su Baining knew that he might be coaxing her, she still shut her mouth and nodded obediently. She believed whatever he said. Chapter 352 Li Zhu. Since that night, Yin Heshuan began to go out early and come back late. The responsibility of taking care of Su Baining fell on Yin Ziyu. Everyone seemed to be very busy. Every day, you could hear the noise of people at the door. In the past, they would stand at the front door to see what was happening outside. Since the door was full of people, they never opened the door to look outside. Now, They just walk around in the backyard when they have nothing to do. Su Baining was trapped at home all day and actually wanted to go out for a walk. But every time Yan Ziyu refused her request on the grounds that it was unsafe outside. She felt that she was about to get sick. After resting for a few days, she felt that her body had almost recovered. She said goodbye to Yan Ziyu and returned to the space. She saw a visible crack on the bank of the stream. The water in the stream had turned into a stream as thick as a little finger. The only thing that had not changed was the orchid that was still swaying. But if you look closely, you can still see that the color of this orchid is getting darker and darker. It used to be pure white, but now it has turned into ivory white, and the stamens in the middle have almost turned orange. Su Baining thought about it and left the space. When Yan Ziyu saw her coming out, he asked her, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the space?" She shook her head. "Nothing, I just haven't seen it for a long time, so I went in to take a look." "Brother Ziyu, isn't it boring for you to stay with me all day long? How about we go out for a walk? You go out with me, I won't go out alone." Yan Ziyu saw her pitiful look and agreed. "Well, okay, but you have to be good, otherwise I will really lock you up at home next time I come back." Su Baining happily changed her clothes and went out. Pulling his clothes. The people living in the tent outside the door always knew that there were people living there, but they hadn't seen anyone coming out of it in the past few days. Yen Mo, Yen Bo, and Yen, you have been guarding their positions for several days, and have not returned. Yen Huishuan and Chung Jun go out early, and come back late every day. It is no wonder that they can't see them. She was a little surprised to see the two people going out suddenly. Su Baining dragged Yan Ziyu away from this place awkwardly. It felt so good to breathe fresh air. She knew that Yan Ziyu would definitely not agree if she asked to go to the riverside again. It was rare for her to go out. So she had to go to Yen Mo's place first. Yen Mo was arranging for the shift change at this time. He was surprised when he saw Su Baining and Yan Ziyu. He grabbed Su Baining's shoulders and looked up and down. "Why do you feel thinner after not going home for a few days? Have you recovered now?" Su Baining nodded. "I have recovered and I am fine now. It's just that I was too bored at home. So I finally begged Brother Ziyu to come out." Yen Mo looked at Yan Ziyu behind her. "It's all for your own good. Don't be angry." At this point, he looked at Su Baining. "Ning, last time, I actually wanted to go home and borrow Qilin from you. But I never had the chance. Now that you are here, can I?" When Su Baining left, Qilin was still reluctant to leave. Su Baining touched its head. "Qilin, be good. I have prepared delicious food for you." On the way back, they suddenly bumped into someone. After standing up straight, they found that it was an old acquaintance. Yan Ziyu looked at the acquaintance in front of him in surprise. Li, the assistant base commander, how did you appear here? Where are you going?" Li Zhu was rushing to deliver his men to Yen Mo. He didn't look at the road and bumped into Yan Ziyu. Looking at the haggard Li Zhu, Yan Ziyu supported him. "Captain Li, what's wrong with you?" Li Zhu saw that it was Yan Ziyu and sighed. "It's you. We came back 2 days ago. Now I plan to bring these team members I brought back to your brother. My mission is completed." Yan Ziyu, what happened? Li Zhu thought for a moment. What could happen? It's just that the base is gone. After they left, they relied on the supplies they gave them to survive for a while in the apocalypse. Later, he changed his strategy and put the base back on track. Although not everyone could eat enough. At least, they would not starve to death. However, they did not live like this for long before they were suddenly attacked by a group of zombies. There weren't many people in the base. And there weren't many superpowers. So they hadn't reacted when the zombies came. The crowd was scared to death when they saw the zombies. Everyone rushed out, completely ignoring Li Zhu's shouting behind them. Fortunately, the zombies only destroyed all the buildings in the base and didn't attack anyone. But there were still many people who ran for their lives when they saw the zombies and bumped into the zombies and got infected. Seeing that they could no longer stay in the base, Li Zhu had to take them to another base. Who knew that they did not see any other bases along the way? When they finally found a base, they asked Li Zhu to resign from his position. Li Zhu had no choice but to accept it for the sake of the survivors in the base, who knew that they did not treat their survivors well. Not only did they not have food from time to time, but they also always asked them to do hard labor. Even every time they went out, they always asked their psychics to rush in front. After 1 or 2 accidents, they lost several psychics, and many people starved to death. Li Zhu was really angry at that time. What really made him decide to leave and bring people back to Kyoto was that during the last zombie hunting, someone pushed him into the zombie pile, and Xiaobo fell in to save himself. Li Ju regretted it. He regretted bringing people to this fictitious base. Not only did he fail to protect his people, but he also made them live a life neither human nor ghost. That night, Li Ju gathered all the people in his base. He knew they couldn't beat these people, so he didn't fight them. Even if he had to eat tree bark and dig wild vegetables, he would bring the people in his base back to Kyoto. He was supposed to take tens of thousands of people with him when he left his base. But when he left, he could only take more than 10,000 people. Li Ju's heart was bleeding, but he had to endure it. He wanted to bring all these people back. Fortunately, the people in the base could understand his approach. No one said anything bad about him. After experiencing zombies chasing, encountering a heavy rainstorm, sunset, no water, and a series of other things, they finally reached the border of Kyoto at the last moment of their energy. They didn't even walk in by themselves. They were carried in one by the guards guarding the border of Kyoto. When they were carried in and spread on the ground, they took up a lot of space. There was nothing they could do about it, because the hospital was full of people. There really wasn't enough space for so many people. Fortunately, after a doctor examined them, he found that they were just suffering from the sequelae of malnutrition, and they would be fine after a rest. After they had rested, someone took them back to the food collection point outside the base. Li Ju then took his team members to arrange them under Yin Mo's command. Chapter 353, The Fall of the City. Su Baining has not been feeling well for a while, and has not been outside the base. When Li Ju saw Su Baining, he sighed. The little girl has grown up. She is getting prettier and prettier. Does she have a boyfriend now? Yin Ziyu coughed. Why would you want to have a boyfriend at your age? Captain Li, if you have something to do, go and do it first. My brother is over there. I will take her around. I don't like to hear that. You can have a boyfriend at any age. Really? Yin Ziyu interrupted him. Okay. Don't worry. I will. After saying goodbye to Li Ju, Su Baining followed Yin Ziyu to look around. She found that all the places where tents could be set up in the base were now set up with tents, leaving only a small passage for walking. Looking at the dense crowd in front of her, Su Baining no longer had the desire to walk around. Has the base become like this now? Yin Ziyu, there is no way. There are more and more people. The place outside is big, but it is not good for us to spread out too much space. So they studied it, and decided to set up tents inside the base. Now the places to receive supplies in the square have shrunk by more than half. All of them are next to each other. Some are even handed over one by one. Just when they were about to turn around, a bang suddenly sounded in front of them, which scared them. A gust of dust blew in their faces. When the dust cleared, they saw a big hole in the city wall not far from them. Something was struggling to crawl in. With sparse hair and skinny hands, it grabbed the ruins of the city wall and pushed its body forward. Ah! Zombies! The crowd retreated in panic and kept bumping into Yin Ziyu and Su Baining. Yin Ziyu held Su Baining in his arms, looking at the crowds retreating on both sides. He shouted, "Why are you running? There is only one zombie. One person can kill it with one kick. What are you afraid of?" But no one heard him. Yin Ziyu gritted his teeth and held Su Baining and walked forward. He threw a fireball at the head of the man with sparse hair. The smell of the hair burning in the flames rushed into the noses of the two people. Su Baining shuddered. This smell is too stimulating. A painful howl sounded. Because of the burning pain, his two hands kept digging at the wall. He dug up the walls on both sides. He simply stood up and rushed towards them. Su Baining swung out the whip, wrapped him up and pulled hard. The gray-black blood spread on the wall beside him. Why are there zombies coming here? What's going on with the people outside the base? They originally wanted to go in and check, who knew that a few more would rush in from the hole in the wall. Yin Ziyu controlled his supernatural power to kill them all, and then pulled Su Baining carefully towards the hole in the wall. After confirming that there were no zombies coming in, they kicked away the zombie corpses in front of them. They saw that the ground outside the hole in the wall was full of people. Some had been gnawed beyond recognition. The broken arms and legs had become normal. Su Baining hadn't seen such a scene for a long time. She immediately covered her eyes. What's going on? Where did the superpowers here go? Yen Mo, who came here after hearing the noise, hurried here with his men. She was stunned by the blood on the ground outside the wall. After a while, he reacted. Recently, the zombies have become smarter. And they know how to fight in a roundabout way. He looked at the survivors standing in a group in the distance. From today on, travel together. Don't go out alone. Don't be afraid if you encounter zombies. A single zombie does not have such a strong attack power. As long as you think that it's either them or you who will die, you should have the courage to raise your weapons. Su Baiting looked at everything in front of him and had a bad premonition. After such an incident, the whole city began to be under martial law. Yin and his men also began to patrol 24 hours a day. Jingxi took all the crystal energy guns from the research institute and distributed them to the people below. But some people couldn't use the crystal energy guns they got. The crystal cores in their hands were either not purified or there were only one or two. Su Baiting seemed to be doing his old job. When his body allowed, he went to the research institute to purify all the crystal cores collected. And then Jing Yang distributed them. Su Baiting gave him a few of her crystal cores to thank him. When he saw Su Baiting standing across the table, Jing Yang raised his eyebrows at her. Yan Ziyu, who was standing next to Su Baiting, rolled his eyes. Su Baiting looked at Yan Ziyu. Brother, don't you think it's a waste for you to stand next to me now? Yan Ziyu, no waste. Su Baiting blinked. But the third brother and the others are outside. Can you stand here alone? Yan Ziyu looked at Su Baiting and laughed. Sister, I know what you want to do. It's impossible to drive me out. Put away your little thoughts. My mission is to watch you and never let you go out alone. Su Baiting pointed at the team members behind her. I didn't go out alone. Am I not working now? You should go out and help Yanimo and the others now. No matter what Su Baiting said, Yan Ziyu was unmoved. After they distributed all the crystal cores that day, there were continuous bangs outside at noon. And it didn't come from the same place. They heard a hurried voice coming from outside. Hurry. Hurry. Hurry, this way. Don't go there. No. No, people are needed there too. Don't all go to one place. Yan Ziyu pushed open the door and grabbed someone. What's going on? The city was broken. All the city walls were broken. Yan Ziyu and Su Baiting looked at each other. How could this happen? Recently, the number of patrol personnel has been stepped up a lot, logically. This shouldn't happen. Just as they were thinking about it, a fierce fire broke out in front of them, and thick smoke rolled in, illuminating the entire base. Ah, it's on fire. Run. Run for your life. Run backwards. There's a lake behind, go inside. Hurry up. One team at a time, drive them out quickly. Jingxi led his men past them. When she saw them, she pushed Su Baiting to the research institute. Go in. Don't come out. It's dangerous outside. Su Baiting staggered after being pushed and supported Yan Ziyu to stand steadily. The fire had burned inside. It seemed that the superpowered zombies among the zombies were dispatched. She grabbed Yan Ziyu's arm and looked at Yan Ziyu. Brother Ziyu, I want to go out. As if she was afraid that Yan Ziyu would not agree. She held Yan Ziyu tightly. I must go out. Chapter 354 Endgame. Yan Ziyu understood what she wanted to say. He was also worried. So he just thought for a while. You have to be good. If anything happens to you, your brother can only die to apologize. Su Baiting nodded heavily. Yan Ziyu saw that she agreed. Then he held her hand tightly, pushed open the gate of the institute, and pulled her into the crowd. As the crowd squeezed to the front, they found that it was the gate of the base that was burned down. It should be done by a high-level fire-type zombie. When I walked in front of it, I could feel the burning temperature of the flames. The gate was still burning fiercely. The walls on both sides were already burned red and black. Yin Heshuan was standing in front of the gate directing the water-type zombies to put out the fire. Su Baiting walked over to him and waved his hand. A water curtain was thrown over to put out the fire. The thick smoke irritated their noses, and they coughed one by one. When Yin Heshuan saw this large water curtain, he knew that Su Baiting and his men had come. When he turned around, he saw her standing behind him. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the research institute? Su Baiting looked at him. Brother, am I a daughter? Are you going to keep me locked up in the house and watch you guys rush to the front, and then I'll wait at home? Su Baiting has always known that her disappearance on the sea is a thorn in his heart, so now he wants to lock her up at home all the time. But how can she watch them at the front while hiding behind? Yin Heshuan pursed his lips, not knowing how to answer her. He was just protecting her. Ever since Yen Mo told him the results of the investigation after she fainted by the river, he had always had a bad feeling in his heart. Although Yan Ziyu did not say that she fainted by the river this time. Someone saw her when they went back and told him. He went to the river alone, and saw the ground that had returned to normal. So he could not take risks. And he did not dare to take risks again. Just when he didn't know how to answer Su Baining's question, Yang Yang ran over breathlessly, and pointed behind him. The city wall is all broken. In front of them, the city wall that had been protecting them was already riddled with holes, as if it would fall down with just a touch. Yang Yang's words were simply adding insult to injury. In their sight, the city wall that was closely connected by a thin iron rod, finally couldn't stand the extreme cold and heat and broke apart. Then the whole wall collapsed with a bang, stirring up a large cloud of dust. The people standing outside the base, and those standing inside the base looked at each other across the ruins, stunned and not knowing how to react. Yin Hechuan took a deep breath and looked at the other crumbling walls. Find someone to demolish all the walls, and then gather all the people inside and outside the base together. From today on, we really have to protect ourselves. Without the city wall, I hope everyone will be vigilant. Our patrol officers patrolled in 24 hours. Coupled with everyone's own vigilance, there should be no big problems. Jingyang, impossible. What are you joking, and disassemble the city wall? Yin Hechuan pointed at those walls. Come, you tell me, what is the use of these walls? Are there any time and extra materials to repair now? This is indeed a fact. At the moment Jingyang broke the shoulders and agreed with this. For a while, the sound of bricks being knocked could be heard everywhere in the base. Looking at the empty surroundings, the wind blew, and it felt like something was missing. Su Baining blinked and approached Yin Hechuan. Brother, this wall is missing, and it feels a bit strange. Yin Hechuan touched his head. It can't be helped. Originally, Yin Ziyu wanted to stay with Su Baining, but Jingyang and the others were too busy in the afternoon and had to call him. When they left, Yin Mo came back and gave Qilin back to her. From today on, let Qilin stay by your side. Anyway, everyone in Kyoto knows about your little pet. To prevent any accidents, don't put it in a space. Su Baining nodded and agreed. After they left, Su Baining rode on Qilin's back. Let's go. Qilin, we haven't gone out alone for a long time. Who knew that? Qilin looked at her with a very aggrieved look. Master, on the way back just now, your third brother warned me that if I dared to take you out and something happened, I would skin me alive. Su Baining, she was speechless. Childish, are you my pet or his pet? How come you forgot about me? Your master, after just a few days away? Qilin had no choice but to take her around the base. Su Baining saw that all the walls in the base had been demolished. Looking down at the base was more intuitive than standing inside the base. Without the separation of the walls, it looked like the tops of tents at a glance. Circles of white tents surrounded the base. It looked spectacular. But soon she found that a group of zombies were slowly approaching this side not far from the base. She quickly asked Qilin to approach Yin Yu, who was directing everyone to patrol. Brother Yu, zombies, a large army of zombies is coming from the east. Yin Yu, you go and inform the eldest brother and the others. We need to prepare immediately. After receiving the news from Su Baining, Yin Hechuan immediately notified the people around him. Quick, all the superpowers, gather together. All the earth and wood power users stood in the front and built a fortress. All the survivors began to gather inside and began to find buildings to hide in. But this time, the zombies were obviously faster than before, and before they were ready, the zombie army had already arrived. They saw the crowd on the opposite side rushing forward in an orderly manner, as if they didn't see anything, and didn't care whether the zombies in front of them were hurt or not, and when one fell, another would immediately follow. Some even used their superpowers. Most of the zombies were fire-type, and small fireballs were thrown at the crowd, and the water-type superpowers were overwhelmed. But fortunately Su Baining was there to assist. Yin Hechuan held a sword in his hand, and chopped off the fireballs that flew in front of him, and the fireballs were split in half, and fell to both sides, burning the ground black. Not every fireball could be caught, and some of them caught fire as soon as they touched the buildings of the base. All the water-type psychics were a bit flustered for a moment. Although there were earth-type psychics, who built a fortress in front of them, it was made of earth after all, and it was very brittle when burned by fire, and it was basically torn apart by a zombie's claws, and they didn't feel any pain at all. Waves of zombies fell before their eyes. The muzzles of the crystal energy guns were almost burned, and the crystal cores were consumed one by one, until the box was empty. Chapter 355, The Final Battle. Seeing that all the things in his hands were used up, Su Baining did not hide, and threw all the crystal cores in the space into the box. All the superpowers who can get them, come here and get them. The current scene is very strange. The zombies rushed forward one by one in silence. Only the sound of weapons and the sound of command can be heard here. I don't know which zombie among the zombies shouted. The zombies, who were still calm at the moment, seemed to be injected with chicken blood and began to attack them fiercely. Water, fire, and even spiritual powers came together. Su Baining rode on the Qilin and waved the whip among the zombies. The zombies collided with the superpowers. Some people who were scratched were mutated at that time. Looking at the sudden increase in the crowd, Yin Heshuan was furious. What's going on? How could ordinary people appear here? I don't know where the ordinary people came from. But before they could shout, they were bitten off the neck by the zombies. Blood splashed on their faces, presenting a strange and hideous feeling. This group of ordinary people had been hiding on the left side of the superpowers. They did not follow the survivors behind them, because they were afraid that the fireballs would fly onto them when they walked, so they hid on the spot. Who knew that the superpowers here would have to protect them and fight the zombies in front of them after seeing them? The result of doing two things at the same time was that they were distracted and caught. After the zombies caught the superpowers, they saw the ordinary people hiding behind them. Each of them grabbed and bit a few times. Blood was still dripping down his face, but the whole person had turned into a zombie and licked the blood that fell on his mouth carelessly. The crystal cores disappeared one by one in front of her eyes. Some people's crystal energy gun switches were broken and had no choice but to throw them away. Some people mechanically took the things in their hands and kept throwing them forward, or threw themselves in, just to stop it for a moment longer. Su Baining flew back behind them. Yin Heshuan and the others were covered in dirt on their bodies and faces. It was so black that no one knew what it was. She returned to Yin Heshuan's back and opened her hands to release her supernatural power. Yin Heshuan turned around and grabbed her hand. Don't use it. You are not allowed to use it. Su Baining looked at him and grabbed her shaking hand. Brother, what's wrong with you? I'm fine now. I just overused my supernatural power before. I'm fine now. Really? But no matter what Su Baining said, Yin Heshuan didn't let go of her hand. Su Baining had no choice but to let go. I know. I won't use it. This battle lasted longer than any previous one. Whether it was the psychics, the training team members, or the zombies on the opposite side, more than half of them were killed or injured. Especially the psychics' powers were almost exhausted. All the crystal cores were consumed. Even if there were zombies in the bodies of the zombies dead on the ground, they needed to be dug out and purified before they could be used. Seeing that Yin Heshuan and the others were about to give up, Su Baining secretly asked Qilin to take her up and fly, and then opened her hands to release her superpowers. Yin Heshuan and the others really felt that their superpowers were almost at their limit. At this moment, a wisp of mist floated into their bodies, and they instantly felt that their superpowers were full of water. Yin Heshuan looked back and saw Qilin carrying Su Baining and flying in the air. Su Baining, who was riding on Qilin's back, closed her eyes. The halo from the open hands penetrated into their bodies little by little. He looked at her with an uncertain expression, not knowing what he was thinking. The psychics on the field felt that their bodies' superpowers had recovered, and they used their superpowers on the zombies like crazy. The training team members, who had used up their bullets, went into battle with bare hands. They fought with them one by one. The burning building was put out by Su Baining with water. The sparks were still flickering little by little. The battle lasted from day to night. But the number of zombies had not decreased. The superpowers of the superpower users had been replenished several times. Su Baining felt that she was almost overwhelmed by replenishing their superpowers. She took Qilin to a deserted place and returned to the space. When she ran to the stream and lay down, she found that the stream had completely dried up. At the end of the stream, a little orchid root emerged. Su Baining looked at it with an unclear expression. When she was almost recovered and was about to go out, the zombies either retreated or were completely eliminated by them and were gone. While she was in a daze, Yin Heshuan grabbed her hand and pulled her towards home. Yin Yu and the others watched Yin Heshuan drag Su Baining into the room and made a look of wishing her the best. Su Baining sat on the bed and lowered her head obediently, waiting for Yin Heshuan to lose his temper. Who knew that Yin Heshuan just stood there for a while and then leaned over to hug her. Ning Ning, please think about us when you do anything. Okay? I don't want to criticize you. I'm just worried about your current state. Su Baining nodded obediently to show that she understood. Yin Heshuan knew from her expression that this girl must be saying one thing and thinking another, but what can he do? Yin Heshuan still has a lot of things to do. He can't always stay at home. He bit Su Baining and turned to leave the room. Su Baining touched her lips and was stunned. Yin Hushwan still has a lot of things to do. He took the Yin brothers back to the front line. Chung Jun is now leading medical staff to bandage the wounds of the wounded. The scene is in a mess. The hospital is completely full. Just now, a fireball burned the glass door of the hospital. Now there are fragments all over the ground in front of the hospital. Some buildings are still burning with tiny flames. But there is nothing to do. They have completely lost their superpowers. They can't release any of them at all. Chung Jun looked at Yin Hushwan nervously. Brother, if there is still no medicine, these people may not survive today. The people infected by the zombies on the ground struggled painfully. And their bodies were dirty, and no one knew what they were covered with. Yin Ziyu looked at Yin Hushwan with difficulty. So should we call Su Baiting here or not? Yin Yu patted Jingyang. You. Bring Ningning here. Treat these people infected by the zombies. Treat the seriously injured, the rest. He sighed. The rest can only be taken care of. Yin Hushwan clenched his fist and looked at Yin Yu. Yin Yu looked back without fear. Brother, this is the only way. If we don't do this, I don't think we can still hold on. He knew that Yin Hushwan was trying to protect Su Baiting. But how could he protect her when she was gone? With his mouth. After hearing what Yin Yu said, Yin Hushwan laughed at himself and let go of his clenched fist. Jingyang saw it and rushed out, for fear that Yin Hushwan would regret it. Chapter 356. Abundant Superpowers. What is Su Baiting doing now? After Yin Hushwan left, she always felt that something was calling her in the space, so she put Qilin aside and slipped into the space. When she first entered the space, she felt something exploded in her body. When she looked forward, she could only see the orchid swaying in the breeze and emitting a faint light. Looking at the glowing orchid, she walked over involuntarily. When she reacted, she had already picked the flower and placed it in her palm. The orchid stem did not wither and dry because it was out of the ground. Instead, it looked even more radiant. The whole flower and its stem glowed faintly. Su Baiting held it in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully. Before she could take a closer look, the ground under her feet suddenly began to shake. The place where the small flower grew actually began to slowly close together, then slowly turned into a line, and finally became as if this piece of land had never bloomed. Su Baiting felt the palm of her hand holding the flower begin to get slightly hot. When she looked back, she found that it turned into a ball of water and slowly soaked into her body. She could feel the energy flowing slowly in her body, filling her internal organs, meridians and veins, but she didn't feel any pain at all. In just a moment, she felt like she was ascending to heaven and her supernatural power was growing. With a light bang, the threshold of the 8th level was broken. Then it was level 9. Level 10. And I didn't know what would come after level 10. Until it stopped at the top of level 10. She felt that she was full of strength now. Even if there was a circle of zombies in front of her, she could kill them all with just a light push. She felt her chest burning, as if something was gathering in her chest and eager to burst out. She turned around, left the space, opened the door, and walked towards the main door. It happened that at this time, Jingyang came in and met her. Jingyang always felt that Su Baiting looked so unfathomable now. He looked at her. You are you? Su Baiting looked at him curiously. Why, do you feel that I am different from others? Jingyang nodded. Yes. I feel that there is something different, but it doesn't matter. I asked you to come here because I hope you can help me. Su Baiting covered her mouth. Brother, did you agree to let me go out? Jingyang looked at her strangely. Who locked you up, if you want to go out? Who can stop you? Su Baiting followed him out and said, how can it be the same? My brother is already very tired now. I don't want to make him worry. Jingyang, you are just like that. Your brother is worried about you. Otherwise, why would he watch you? If it's not because there are few people now, do you think he will leave you alone at home? Su Baiting wanted to cover his mouth. I know. I know. When Su Baiting followed him to the scene, Yin Hushwan and the others were holding a person tightly, or a zombie. Su Baiting ran over and grabbed the man's arm after seeing it. After a flash of light, he had fainted and fell asleep on the ground. His face slowly returned to normal. Yin Hushwan looked at Su Baiting. Ningning, is this your special ability? Su Baiting nodded. Yes. Yin Yu pulled her over. Let's not talk about this for now, Ningning. You should treat these infected people for the time being. There is no other way now that the hospital has run out of medicine. So I can only trouble you. Su Baiting waved her hand to indicate that it was okay. She was full of energy now. It seemed that even if she cured all these people, it would not be a big deal. She thought for a while, and picked up a large cardboard box that had just been filled with crystal cores and took out the medicines in the space. You can use these temporarily. I collected them before for our own use, but we don't need them at all. I almost forgot about this matter. She pushed the box in her hand to the doctor, and then began to work. It was strange. No matter how she used her special power, the burning sensation in her chest never disappeared. It burned her so much that she had to drink water all the time. Qilin seemed to sense her current state and anxiously circled around her. She knew that her current state seemed a bit abnormal, but she could only endure it in front of Yan Heshuan and the others. After treating all the wounded, she went back first. After returning home, she frowned and stroked her chest. The tattoo on her knuckles changed color, and it looked like an illusion in her eyes. She knelt beside the bed, panting and looking at Qilin on the side. Qilin, go back to my space and see if it has changed now. Qilin heard it and screamed and disappeared. She had a hunch that something must have gone wrong with the space after the orchid fell. Qilin was very fast. It reappeared in front of Su Baining in a short while. Master, it seems that there is no change in the space, but I can feel that the air seems to have changed a little. It's a bit hard to breathe after a long time. Xiao He was running around in the space when Su Baining absorbed the orchid. Who knew that after she left, it felt more and more that its breathing was not smooth. It thought it was an illusion before, until Qilin appeared in the space and took a look at it and left quickly. It stopped from the sky curiously. Suddenly she found that some crystal cores that had been left on the ground began to become transparent and even disappeared in the end. It opened its mouth in surprise and flashed out of the space, seeing Su Baining kneeling beside the bed. She shouted, "Crystal core, the crystal core is gone!" After Su Baining heard Xiao He shouting, she thought, sure enough, this orchid is the energy that supports the operation of the entire space. Now that it has been absorbed by her, the entire space has begun to become turbulent. These crystal cores disappeared, probably because they were absorbed by it to maintain operation. She looked at Xiao He. If you can't stay in the space anymore, then you can go outside and take a look. Aren't the third brother and the others outside? Her body was burning hot now, and her face felt hot when her hand touched it. If she went out now, she would definitely be asked what happened, so she couldn't go out now. Qilin saw that she was in a very bad state now, so it squatted beside her obediently without moving. It always felt that it was dangerous to let Su Baining stay here alone, so no matter how Xiao He patted it, it would not move. Su Baining touched Qilin's head, struggled to stand up, walked into the bathroom, and looked at her face. Although her body felt hot, her face looked fine. Su Baining was relieved to see her appearance. Just when she was relieved, she heard a cry of surprise from outside. Ah! Zombies! There are zombies again! The voice was a little far away, but Su Baining heard it clearly. Chapter 357, Breaking Defense. She walked out of the bathroom and called Qilin. Let's go, Qilin, we are going out now. Qilin led her to walk among the zombies with ease, not letting her get contaminated by anything. Although the border between Sioux City and Kyoto is not very far away, it still takes a certain amount of time for the people in front to come over because of the distance and the number of people. In addition, the scene is in chaos now, and soon a group of zombies found an opportunity to take advantage of them. They rushed into the crowd frantically, regardless of what they caught in their hands. They stuffed it into their mouths. Many zombies bit themselves, smelling the strong smell of blood in front of them. The crowd fled everywhere. Blood and filthy liquids splashed everywhere. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. When Yen Imo and his men arrived, a small number of people had already been mutated by the virus, and even the members of the training camp were bitten to protect the survivors and mutated before they could be rescued. Yen Imo looked at the zombies in front of him angrily, as if he saw an enemy, and he swept them wildly with his crystal gun. The zombies in front of him blocked the road behind him, which bought some time for the survivors to retreat. He built a thick earth wall in front of him, commanding the team members around him to cover the survivors and retreat. Yin Yu followed him, and used his mental power to control the zombies on the opposite side, trying to buy more time for the people behind him to retreat. But before everyone left, the earthen wall in front of Yen Imo and the others was pushed down, and the earth fell heavily on Yen Mo's face, and his open mouth was filled with mud. His shoulders, face and eyes were hit directly, and he shook his head and spat out the mud in his mouth. He didn't care about the pain in his body and rolled on the ground to avoid the zombie's hand. Yin Yu used his lightning power to swing a flashing whip, and threw several zombies in front of him away, and fell behind with a burst of electric sound and a burning smell. Yen Imo got up and sighed. Brother, you can. Does this skill learn with the whip of the lemon? Yin Yu looked at him like a fool and glanced at him. Are you a bit stupid? I used to go out when we were at the North China base before. As the survivors behind the departure, their space becomes larger, then let go of your hands and feet to show the power. When Yin Yu came, they felt that the scene was very amazing. In front of it is a burst of dust from the dust in the dust. You can see lightning flashing, like lightning in a thunderstorm. Occasionally, you can smell something burnt, mixed with the smell of zombies, and it gets into your nose, feeling sour and refreshing. This shows that he doesn't need help at all. Just then, a cry for help came from the south. Yin Yu and Yin Bai led them to the south. I don't know if it was inspired by Yin Yu's power, or if he was anxious for a moment. The power in his hand was thrown out and retracted like the whip in Su Baiting's hand. Not only did the number of zombies on their side increase, the zombies in front, behind, left and right began to find the right opportunity to attack them. Looking at the scene in front of them, Yin Yu and Yin Mo had to separate. Yin Yu and Yin Bai had to separate as well. It was a bit uncomfortable for Yin Heshuan to be in front of him. Because of his special ability, the people around him did not let him rush forward. They blocked him from behind one by one. Because the walls of Kyoto were broken, there was no shelter at all. If you want to stop these zombies, and not let them have any chance to take advantage of you, you could only use a human wall to block them in front. Chung Jun organized the people to evacuate, and all the training camp members began to stand in front one by one like a human wall, blocking the ordinary survivors behind. After Sun Simu came back, he and Han Jing took over the task of the training camp, and now they are distributing all the shields that they can collect one by one, hoping to stop the zombies. The superpowers stood behind the training camp members one by one, while they attacked with weapons. They also coordinated their superpowers to output, and kept the zombies out. Jing Si and Jing Yang stood at the main entrance and pushed the zombies piled in front of them back with all their strength, pressing their flaming hands on the zombies, making a crackling sound. Su Baiting rushed to the weak defense position, and followed the superpowers to drive the zombies out. Because the unicorn she rode was too big, she rushed to the front of the shield, and waved the whip to shuttle through the zombies with ease. Maybe it was because she absorbed the orchid energy, her body seemed particularly excited now, and the superpower she released seemed to have some strange characteristics, and the zombies fell down after they met them. She took a look at the zombies that were staggering in front of her, and she let go of the whip in her hand, and opened her hands to restore the superpowers of the superpower users below. She felt tired when using superpowers on such a large scale before, but now she felt nothing when using them. Yin Heshuan looked at Su Baiting in midair and angrily shouted to Chung Jun behind him, "Why is Ning Ning here?" She even ran so far ahead. Is there no one watching her at home? Chung Jun was confused by the shouting. We don't know. Brother Ziyu seems to be in front too. There's indeed no one watching Ning Ning at home now. Yin Ziyu squeezed to Yin Heshuan's side and said, Brother, why are you trapping Ning Ning at home like this? Aren't you just destroying your bridges? Just now when we needed Ning Ning, we called her over. Now that we don't need her anymore, we should send her away. Yin Heshuan gritted his teeth and didn't know what to say. He just glared at him fiercely. Yin Ziyu's shoulders shrank, and he ran to the front in shame. This time the zombies' attack seemed to have turned on some switch, rushing forward like crazy, even with Su Baiting's blessing. There were still times when people didn't notice. The shield in the hand of one of Yin Ziyu's team members was cracked by a zombie. The moment he looked down, a zombie swung his claws away. The person behind him couldn't dodge and was caught. The zombies behind him took the opportunity to rush in through the gap. The superpower next to him saw it, and couldn't dodge and release his superpowers. He was tripped by the person next to him, and almost had a close contact with the zombie. For a moment, he was panicked and fell backwards subconsciously. It doesn't matter if he doesn't fall, but this fall is like pushing a domino. One after another fell backwards. The situation got out of control all of a sudden. Zombies rushed in groups. Ordinary survivors hiding behind the superpowers began to flee in all directions. Zombies grabbed one by one. Yin Heshuan and the others stood there and shouted. But it was useless. Su Baiting had just dodged a group of survivors while protecting them, and another group of survivors ran towards her. Looking at Su Baiting's back and forth, Yin Heshuan didn't know what expression to make, and could only let her do what she wanted. Su Baiting looked at his expression, and obediently escorted the survivors away, and then returned to his side. Chapter 358 Kyoto Crisis. The zombies' swarming attack caused a large loss of combatants. Many psychics were accidentally injured while protecting the survivors. Because of the untimely rescue, all of them mutated. The former teammates watched them lose consciousness after the mutation, and killed them one by one with tears in their eyes. Before they could feel the spring and the farewell, another wave of zombies rushed in. This time, they began to destroy a large number of buildings. The tents built on the original site were destroyed. The toxins on the bodies of these zombies are now highly corrosive. Once a little bit of it touches you, it will start to spread inwards over a large area. From a distance, you can hear screams and calls for escape. The survivors around Yin Heshwan hugged their heads and ran behind them, as if this could resist damage. A corner of the office building was swept by the zombies' supernatural powers and burned. There were bursts of green smoke, and the cloth on the ground was ignited with a burst of fire. When Chung Jun was organizing water-based superpowers to put out the fire, Su Yul suddenly ran over in a hurry. Looking at the hurried Su Yul, Chung Jun grabbed him and said, "Why are you running so fast?" Su Yul took a breath and said, "The Research Institute. The Research Institute is gone." Yin Heshwan and the others were stunned after hearing this. What's going on? Although the scene is indeed a bit chaotic now, but the location of the Research Institute is so far back, they didn't notice any zombies running over. Su Yul shook his head to indicate that he didn't know what was going on. They were originally adjusting the water that they had drawn from the lake behind them to check if the ingredients were healthy. Who knew that the gate of the institute would vibrate? When they reacted and wanted to check, the gate fell down with a bang. The gate of the institute was made of a special material, which was very thick and difficult to penetrate. Who knew that it would be opened so easily by their claws? You could still clearly see claw marks on the fallen gate. The black liquid in the claw marks flowed down the silver-white door. The zombies standing at the door and the researchers inside looked at each other. The scene looked very strange through the door. Just as they were in a daze, the training camp members, who were protecting them, pushed them away and shot a group of zombies at the door. Professor Zhou pushed Su Yul out. Go and call for help. I'm afraid the Research Institute can't be saved." Su Yul then stumbled out to find someone. It seems that some zombies ran to the back while people were not paying attention. Yin Yu walked over and looked around. Now there may be zombies everywhere. The scene is so chaotic. You can't stop them or see clearly. Just as they were talking, a group of people ran from the front to the back. After seeing Yin Heshwan and the others, they shouted, Captain, the training camp is destroyed. The planting base of the Research Institute is gone." After Su Yul ran out, Professor Zhou and the others all hid in the Research Institute. But they hid inside, and all the research equipment was outside. The small ones were okay, but the large ones were completely useless. They could only watch them being destroyed. Professor Zhou was anxious and wanted to rush out to grab the equipment back. You know, if this set of equipment is damaged, it will be really destroyed. There is no way to get a second set. Some young researchers behind him held him back and didn't let him go out. He was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Even the half-zombie that had been locked deep inside the institute died this time, and his research direction came to an end. After destroying the equipment and killing the half-zombie, the zombies did not go out, but walked towards a small path at the back. The back door of the institute opened to a wide field. In order to ensure everyone's food problem in the end times, it has always been used as an experimental planting base of the institute. Before that, they would try to grow other crops. Later, due to the destruction of zombies outside the base and the reduction of land in Kyoto, this wilderness became an important location for growing food. It can be said that all the food growing in Kyoto depends on this wilderness. When Professor Zhou and his team arrived, the rice and wheat planted in the fields outside the gate were all destroyed. The water in the rice fields had turned black, and silk-like pollutants were spreading in the water. The edges seemed to be coated with a layer of light. The reflection was in everyone's eyes. The ears of rice and wheat seedlings withered visibly, gradually turning yellow and shrunken, and finally falling on the gray ground. After seeing this, Professor Zhou collapsed to the ground and kept muttering, "It's over, it's all over." After destroying the fields, the zombies went straight to the training camp and took advantage of the fact that there were few people to push down the doors and walls of the training camp, and completely destroyed the training equipment and instruments in the training camp. The wire mesh slid over the zombies' bodies, sliding away their body tissues. Drops of liquid dripped down the tip of the wire, gathering into a small black puddle. The black filamentous pollutant spread outward little by little along the texture of the land, and soon the area around the puddle turned gray and black. I don't know which zombie spit out a fire that burned the rest room of the training camp. Yin Heshwan and the others looked at the current situation, and there was nothing they could do, just organize people to gather in the square. The originally built competition venue for superpowers has never been used since that time. Yin Hushwan suddenly thought that there was a lot of space in the competition venue, and there was a protective cover on the competition stage to protect them inside. Yin Yu and his friends walked at the back. Su Baining put Xiao He behind them, and rode Qilin to the front to clear the way for them. The gate of the competition venue was open, and after the survivors entered, Yin Hushwan quickly walked to the control console. The machines here had not been used for a long time, and they could not be turned on quickly for a while. Some survivors, who had never seen this scene before, exclaimed in amazement. Wow! It's amazing here. It looks very safe. It looks so high-tech. When did this come out? But there were some different voices in the team. There is such a safe place. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Let's talk about it early. We cannot come in early. Don't you have to be frightened outside? That's it. Many of us have died outside. It's almost harmful. Why do you of you speak like this? Didn't you see that scene outside just now? If you are so capable of being able to go. What are these cool words here now? Kowloon Lemon watched the person standing in the center of the scene, and shook his head and left. And what is it now? There are actually such things such as leisure workers. Really sad. Chapter 359 Kyoto Falls. After studying for a long time, Yin Hushwan finally figured out how this thing works. A buzzing sound was heard. Along with this sound, the glass cover in the center of the competition venue that had not been seen for a long time rose up from the ground little by little. The survivor standing in the center of the venue saw a thin crack on the ground next to the seats, and then something came out from it little by little. When it was almost as high as the chair, they could see clearly. It turned out to be a transparent glass cover. The moment the glass cover rose and closed, the door they came in through slammed shut. As the door closed, all the people squeezed together, and the person standing in the middle of the field was lifted up by something on the ground. It was the competition platform from the previous competition that rose up from the inside. Now it was filled with confused people, and a few people standing on the edge were accidentally pushed up to the side of their legs and fell down. Because there were too many people, they were all squeezed together. When they were knocked down, a large group of people fell down. Someone standing next to the glass cover touched the glass in front of him. When he knocked on it, it made a dull thumping sound, which sounded very thick. Yen Ziyu, who was standing outside the glass cover, looked at the crowded crowd. Doesn't this look like a group of lambs to be slaughtered? All the people were locked inside. When the door and the glass were closed, no matter what they said inside, they couldn't hear it outside. All we can see are the expressions on their faces. The people who didn't go in were very anxious after seeing the people inside. They all went in. What should we do if we didn't go in? Are the zombies outside going to come in? Yes, they are all protected. What should we do? How can you just let them in and ignore us? That's right. That's right, they are human beings. Aren't we? Why can they go in, but we can't? Aren't we human? Or is there someone inside who is your relative or good friend, so you didn't let us in? Yen Ziyu heard this and said, What are you doing? What time is it now? You still have the mood to quarrel with us? Why can't you see the current situation clearly? What's the matter? You all want to go outside to test the power of the zombies? Did we protect you to come in just now? Did we block the zombies from behind to protect you to come in? Did you see the person riding a tiger in front of us to clear the way? That's my sister. You know? We are the ones who cleared the way for you and didn't let you get hurt. You ungrateful bastards. He snorted. They should have been told to stay outside. The protective cover is only so big. It was originally prepared for the competition. It's good enough to fit so many people now. There's really no room for extra people. After Yen Ziyu finished complaining, Yin Hushwan patted his shoulder and said, Sun Simio and his men will stay here. Protect the survivors here. We need to go out and see if there are any more people coming in. I didn't pay attention when I came in just now. Now when I walked outside, I found that the outside was no longer the same as before. Yen Imo and the others were still blocking the door tightly. The zombies outside were eager to attack them. Jing Si saw Yin Hushwan coming out and hurried over. I have gathered all the people in our house. Yen Hushwan nodded. Now the competition venue is full of ordinary survivors. Mr. Pang and his men had to appease the ordinary survivors first, and then consider themselves. There was no way to stay in the office any longer. It was difficult to protect Mr. Pang and his men if they were scattered one by one. Jing Si had no choice but to take them back home. When Jing Yang saw Mr. Li with his son, wife, and Li Kaier standing in front of him, he almost died. Who knew that Li Kaier just glanced at him lightly, and then looked at Su Baining in the sky with shining eyes. Jing Yang looked at Su Baining flying far in the air and shuddered. What can you see from such a distance? It's best if you don't bother me. Old Pang stood at the door and watched Jing Yang leave. Jing Yang, tell them, don't worry about us. Now it's time for life and death to be determined by fate. If we are unlucky enough to encounter something, it has nothing to do with you. Jing Yang pursed his lips and didn't look back. He just waved to both sides. The team members standing by closed the door of the Jing family after seeing his gesture, and stood guard at the door with guns. Mother Jing looked at Mr. Pang and the others and brought them water. Mr. Pang, please drink some water first. We must believe that the children can do it. Li Kaier took the tray from her hand. Aunt, aren't you worried when Brother Jing Yang and the others are on a mission outside? Mother Jing sighed. How can I not worry? But they only eat this bowl of rice. What's the point of worrying? The only thing I can do is to take good care of my body, and not let them worry. They are already very tired, so we can't let them worry about other things. After hearing what Jing's mother said, Pang Lao and the others stood in front of the window, looking at the thick smoke outside and the flying superpowers, and sighed deeply. The zombies seemed to have temporarily retreated, and the whole Kyoto seemed to have completely quieted down. The once bustling streets were now empty, and the place where food was usually distributed in the square was now empty, and only broken tables, chairs and benches could be seen. Su Baining sat on Qilin and flew in the air. She saw that the training camp, which was neat and orderly before, had been burned to ruins. The wire mesh used to separate the training had been burned red. Su Baining splashed some water over, and made a crackling sound. Qilin took her over the sky above the lake behind. She saw that the lake water, which had been purified before, had changed again. Yin Heshuan saw Su Baining in the air and shouted to her, Ningning, come down quickly. Su Baining was still watching this huge city become like this, feeling sad and depressed when Qilin suddenly descended and scared her. When she reacted, she was already in Yin Heshuan's arms. Qilin heard Yin Heshuan's voice and fell with Su Baining. He looked at Su Baining, who was still in a daze on Qilin's back, and hugged her down. He pinched her little nose and asked her to come back to her senses. What are you thinking about? Su Baining rubbed her nose. I think the situation may be a little bad. Yin Heshuan sighed, watching the sky gradually darken, and sighed in his heart. He had just asked Yin Yu to take people for a walk in Kyoto. And when he came back, he told him that Kyoto was basically destroyed. There are so many people in Kyoto now, whether they are ordinary people or them. The food planting base they rely on for survival is gone, and there is no drinking water. The people who are still standing outside now look sad and don't know what to do. They are all frowning and making bitter faces. And I don't know what they are thinking. Chapter 360 Food Crisis. Yin Heshuan looked around. This is not just a little bad, it is simply terrible. I wonder if anyone can find something in their own warehouse, otherwise so many people will starve to death here. Jingxi ran over from somewhere and grabbed Yin Heshuan's sleeve. Su Baining blinked and watched his movements without saying anything. Jingxi calmed down and stood up. The research institute was burned to ashes. The training camp is gone too. I brought people to find some things in the office and other places, but it's too little. Too little. Jingong asked me to ask if you can take out some of the things in your warehouse? Yin Heshuan, I'll go and take a look. All the things Jingxi and his men found were placed on the square. The materials that were piled up like a mountain before were just a drop in the bucket compared to the huge crowds of people at the scene. Without Yin Heshuan saying anything, Chung Jun had already taken people to move the things in the warehouse at home. Pile them together with what Jingxi found. Su Baining lowered her eyelids and said nothing. Jingxi looked at the supplies in front of him and sighed. We can only wait and see how long we can hold on. We have to be careful with these things. And we have to be on guard against zombies suddenly jumping out. He pulled his hair irritably. What is going on? Yin Heshuan gently held Su Baining's hand behind him. The supplies for our Yin family don't need to come from here. And neither do the supplies for old Pang and his men. Jingxi looked at him strangely. Are you talking like a human being? You think I will count you in? What are you thinking? Not only that, there are also our Jing family, and Han Jing and Sun Simu. He stopped and thought for a while, then waved his hand. Forget it, I'll give my share to my team members. Su Baining, this is really a clear arrangement. Why don't you ask her opinion already? Yin Heshuan glanced at him. How shameless, when you said these words. Did you ask us if we agreed or not? Do you have any opinions? Jingxi's eyes widened. Do I have to ask you what you think? You are bargaining with me at this time? Yin Heshuan looked at him expressionlessly. At this time? What does the material represent? Everyone is not a fool. In the past, we could find a test field to try. Now we have to eat a little less. What do you want to do by saying it so loudly? Don't you understand the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure? Su Baining tugged at Yin Heshuan's sleeve and poked her head out from behind him. She pointed her remaining hand at Jingxi. Just starve for a few days, it doesn't matter to others. Jingxi, what do you mean? Yin Heshuan, it means that it's fine for you to starve. As for the team members, they are not your concern, mind your own business. Jingxi pouted, it doesn't matter, anyway. He doesn't believe that they can really watch him starve. The night came quietly, the power system in the base was completely destroyed this time. It was now pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Jingxi arranged for people to light bonfires around the square, and then set up several large pots to cook rice porridge on the spot. The aroma of rice wafted out, and the stomachs of the people who had been hungry for a long time began to growl. Su Baining was sitting at home with Su Yule and the others who had returned. Because the family had a generator, the lights in their home were like a bright light in the dark night. However, the two people sitting at the table at this moment did not have a good appetite. Everyone was busy outside, only the two of them looked like idle people. Su Baining looked at Su Yule. Yule, now the research institute is gone, doesn't you have a way to go back? Speaking of this, Su Yule got angry. Those zombies are simply beasts. Beasts, you didn't see the miserable state of the research institute. Everything was destroyed. It was destroyed so cleanly, the teacher was so angry that he almost fainted. He lowered his head. I guess I won't get through the apocalypse. I'll have to keep you company until all the zombies are dealt with. There was a sudden noise outside the window, louder than the last. Looking at the curious Su Baining, Su Yule stood up. Let's go and see what's going on. Anyway, I don't have much appetite now. I can't eat anything. Su Baining nodded. Just say this at home, but don't say it when you go out. Supplies are hard to find now. Everything in the warehouse at home was taken away by Chung Jun. The noise became louder after the door was opened. Now everyone was walking towards the square. The people who stayed at the competition venue were arranged to line up and come to the square to receive supplies. The people who were making the noise now were the people at the front. When Su Yule led Su Baining to squeeze forward, the people next to them were very dissatisfied. Someone who knew Su Baining thought she was here to cut in line. Did you see that? Knowing someone in high-level positions is amazing. She doesn't even queue up and just pushes forward. And no one says anything to her. Who are you? Are you trying to cause public outrage by cutting in line at this time? Yes. Everyone is queuing up, and they are actually rushing forward. It's amazing to know someone. Isn't it? Kick them out? Why? They should also queue up at the back. Looking at the increasingly noisy crowd, Su Baining was still a little confused. Su Baining pointed at herself with a confused look on her face and asked Su Yule, So, are you talking about us? Su Yule realized it later. Maybe. Forget it, there's no point in arguing with people at this time. She pulled Su Yule through the crowd and squeezed to Yin Heshuan and the others. She saw that the people in the front of the line were talking excitedly to the people distributing supplies. Holding a small bowl in his hand, water spilled out of the bowl as he spoke. Yin Heshuan saw Su Baining and the others and quickly pulled them over. Why don't you stay at home? It's a mess here. Let's go back. Yin Ziyu looked at their curious eyes. What are you two doing back home? Just play here for a while, there's nothing to do back home. Just watch the fun. Su Yule, what are you doing? Chung Jun, they said the porridge we gave them was too watery, but there's nothing we can do about it. All the food for the entire base has been moved here, and there's only so much, and we don't know how long we can hold out. What should we do if we don't save some money now? I think these people are still not hungry. Let's starve them for 3 days, and see if they still make trouble. Su Baining saw something piled high in the place where the bonfire was reflected in the square behind them. It seemed to be covered with something. It looked very magnificent. Like a small mountain. This should be the food for the afternoon. But it seems to be a lot less than before. It should be that they used a little. So it looks a lot less. Chung Jun frowned and looked at the crowd who were still making a fuss. These people are really... It's time now. And they still have the energy to make a fuss here. Chapter 361 Hunger. In the end, Jing Yang couldn't stand it anymore and snatched the bowl from the man's hand and put it on the table. If you don't want to eat, just starve. It's good to have something to eat now. How dare you be picky? He pointed at the guards standing around. These people are waiting for you to line up one by one before they can eat. All the food here is for you first. How dare you complain here? There's nothing to eat. Then starve. We are not deliberately looking for trouble. It's just that this is porridge. It looks like water when you scoop it up. How can it fill your stomach? Yes. It looks like a few grains of rice added to water. How can it be porridge? Aren't we asked to express our opinions? That's right. We are not making trouble on purpose. Jingxi patted Jing Yang's shoulder and told him to go away. He pointed to the small pile behind him. This is all the supplies we can collect in our base now. There is no way after eating. The experimental field of the Institute has been completely destroyed. You can look at it for yourself, and think about how long you can eat this if you eat like you did before. Look around you, and look at us, think about it yourself. The scene fell into a strange silence. After a while, the people in line in their sight silently picked up the bowls in their hands. For a while, only the sound of slurping could be heard at the scene. There were also the sounds of the guards swallowing their saliva, and their stomachs rumbling. Su Baiting heard the guard standing next to him swallowing his saliva. Seeing the look in Su Baiting's eyes, he smiled shyly. This kind of scene was fine at the beginning. The materials piled up in the square were reduced little by little in their eyes. Every time the people who came to line up, they became thinner. The atmosphere at the scene began to become more and more serious. No one could see a smile on their faces anymore. It rained all night long. It just happened to rain that day. Jingxi and his team were preparing the supplies for lunch. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. But suddenly it became cloudy. Before they could react, the heavy rain started to fall. Not only did they get soaked, but all the supplies on the square were also soaked. Everyone was frightened by this scene. After a moment of shock, they came to their senses and tried to lift the supplies on the ground onto the table. Because there was a tarpaulin outside, there was no need to worry about it getting wet. But it would not work if it was left on the ground for a long time. They rushed to grab the things on the ground regardless of the heavy rain, but many of them could not be moved because of slippery feet or hands. When they saw that the things were about to get wet, they suddenly saw a clear view in front of them. Looking up, they saw a huge water curtain appeared above their heads. Under the water curtain, a little girl riding a tiger appeared in front of them. When she looked at them, she blinked and smiled at them. Who else but Su Baiting? Now the energy in her body seems to be endless. Every day, she needs to keep refilling water in places where Yin Heshuan and the others can't see. Just now, I saw it raining outside and thought that there must be people rescuing supplies in the square. So I thought about it and rushed over with Jilin. Yin Heshuan and the others followed behind with umbrellas. Looking at Su Baiting in the sky, she sighed helplessly. Although they were rescued in time this time, but some of the food was still soaked. After the rain stopped, he opened it for inspection. A small part of it was wet. Jingxi quickly used his fire ability to roast all of it before it became moldy. Su Baiting looked at the crackling sound of the food roasted by his ability in his hand, and suddenly remembered the rice sticks he had eaten when he was a child. No matter how economical the food was, if there was no way to find land for planting or other things that could replace food, then this little food would really not be able to hold on. During this period, Yin Heshuan could not resist Su Baiting's request and took her to the experimental field of the Research Institute. Looking at the black rice fields and withered rice seedlings, they didn't know what to say. Su Baiting no longer needs to touch the water to purify the water source. She can purify it directly by placing her hands above the water source. Looking at the water source that has returned to normal, Su Baiting said helplessly, even if it has returned to its original state. Without the Research Institute, we don't know when the rice seedlings will mature after being planted now. When they came to the square again, Jingxi was squatting in a corner of the square and sighing. Su Baiting walked over and patted his shoulder. Hey, I'm here to bring you warmth. Jingxi looked up at her. What warmth? I just hope that a thunderbolt will kill me. Hey! Yin Heshuan kicked him with his foot. Don't be ungrateful. What are you doing standing up? Jingxi supported his head and pointed back. Look for yourself. What's going on now? The square was full of people, all with a look of despair, sitting on the ground leaning against each other, looking malnourished, and not looking good. Their empty clothes rustled in the wind. The gurgling sounds in the square frightened her so much that she didn't know what to say. Su Baiting waved her hand, and the empty square was immediately filled with supplies. The aroma of bread instantly spread out. The listless crowd, who had just been sitting on the ground, got up, as if they had been injected with chicken blood when they smelled the smell. Seeing the supplies all over the square, I was so surprised that I almost couldn't close my mouth. Jingxi came to his senses, and quickly called the team members, who were guarding on the side to surround the supplies. Don't move, don't act rashly. Su Baining blinked. I told you that I came to give you warmth. Why don't you believe it? Jingxi, shouldn't you give me some psychological preparation for your sudden move? I can't react to you like this. In fact, Su Baining didn't really want to take it out so quickly at the beginning. She always wanted to wait. But she found an opportunity to go to the space. And suddenly found that something seemed to be broken. The space without energy had been restored to a space that could only store supplies. And it no longer had the function of a refrigerator. She felt very distressed when she saw the spoiled yogurt. If she didn't use up the supplies in the space quickly, they might just have to wait to spoil. She happened to see Jingxi again. So she used the supplies that were about to expire first. When she took the initiative to bring it up this time, Yin Heshuan and the others were shocked. They didn't know what happened, and asked her if she had done something wrong or said something that made her have a little illusion. She kept explaining for a long time before they believed that she was really willing to take these out this time. Looking at these things on the ground, thinking that there are only a lot of rice, wheat, vegetables, fish and livestock left in the space. It is just unknown how long the remaining oxygen can last. Chapter 362 Doomsday Carnival. Su Baining pointed at the supplies on the ground and said to Jingxi, use them as you like, you can even ask them to come and have a full meal today. Is her performance okay? Jingxi looked at Su Baining strangely. What's wrong with you today? Why do I feel something is wrong? Yin Heshuan coughed behind Su Baining and signaled Jingxi with his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? What can he say that he doesn't know what's going on with Su Baining recently? It feels different from before. I don't know if it's because her ability has been upgraded recently. Every time I get close to her, I always feel different. Su Baining has been feeling really bad recently. Yin Heshuan and the others finally have time to go home and accompany her these days. But because of absorbing the orchid energy, I always feel that my body is not very good recently. Especially when my ability is upgraded suddenly, I feel that my body is always floating and I don't know what's going on. There was always a fire burning in her chest. Before Yin Heshuan and his friends came back, she could use water openly. Now that Yin Heshuan and his friends came back, she could only use water without their knowledge. She was so exhausted. Because she was afraid of being asked about this situation, she had to hide from them and do this. She was almost going crazy. Today, people in the square were very happy to see the piles of supplies. It was said that they could eat as much as they wanted today, without worrying about not having enough to eat. Yin Heshuan and the others squatted on the side and observed everyone's faces. Hey, I didn't expect that we would become like this now. Ning Ning, you told them to eat as much as they want. Aren't you afraid that there won't be enough food in the space? Su Baining slapped her thigh after being reminded by him. Yeah, I didn't think about this. I haven't been there for several days. You guys block it for me. I want to go back and see what the space is like now. When Su Baining came to the space again, he felt that the air was not as good as before. The grass under her feet had already started to turn yellow. The vegetables planted in the field had not yet matured. Qilin had been following her. Now after entering the space, he ran to the river to have a bite to eat. Who knew that when he ran to the river, he suddenly braked and roared at Su Baining. Su Baining was checking the vegetables in the field. After hearing Qilin's roar, he hurried to the river. It was fine when she didn't see him. When she saw him, she almost screamed. The river water that used to be lively has now become lifeless. There are actually a few fish floating on the river. They look like they are dead. But no one knows how long they have been dead. Su Baining found a rake in the small warehouse and reached in to pull a few dead fish ashore. Qilin pressed it with his claws. These fish are dead. It seems that they have been dead for a long time. Su Baining pursed her lips and looked at the crystal cores that disappeared around her feet. There were complicated thoughts in her mind. It seems that if it weren't for the crystal core supporting them, more fish would have died. She sighed and looked at the coast beside the river. Many crabs had already climbed up the shore. She kicked them, but they moved listlessly. Su Baining thought for a while and left the space. She squinted her eyes and thought about the sun in the sky before approaching Yin Heshuan. Brother, let's have a barbecue dinner. Yin Ziyu held his cheek and muttered, Sister, don't do such dangerous things now. A pheasant in this base can drive people crazy. And you still want to have a barbecue dinner. Do you want them to demolish our home? Su Baining waved her hand nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. We can invite them to eat together. After saying that, she stood up and walked to Jingxi's side without waiting for their answer, whispering to Jingxi for a while. Jingxi looked at her in disbelief. Are you really going to do this? Is this bad? If you do this on this day, I'm afraid it will be. Su Baining clapped her hands. It's okay, I have enough food here for them. Yin Heshuan looked at the happy Su Baining and said to Yan Yu and others around him, have you noticed that Ningning is not normal recently? Sometimes she disappears suddenly, and we don't know where she goes. Yin Yu nodded. I found it, I thought you didn't find it. Brother. Yin Mo and others didn't say anything, but just nodded lightly with Yin Yu. Since Su Baining is rarely interested, Yin Heshuan and the others did not stop them. At this time, the more happy you can be, the better. After Jing'an got the news, he went home and told Pang Lao the news. Pang Lao and the others were very happy when they heard about it. They thought it was a good time to boost morale. The survivors found that at noon, after they had eaten and drunk enough, the superpowers and training team members in the square began to line up and went to unknown places. After half an hour, everyone was holding a basin or a big bowl in their hands. There were also people holding very large chopping boards. If they were not mistaken, there should be some meat on them. When they looked closer at the large basins and buckets, they were actually filled with bubbling crabs, lively shrimps, and fish wagging their tails. After being vegetarian for so many days, everyone's saliva almost flowed when they saw such fresh meat again. Everyone stared at it with wide eyes. Someone swallowed his saliva and said, these things are taken out, what are you going to use it for? Sun Simi glanced at the man. You should thank our organization and Mr. Pang. Today is a treat for you. There will be these every day after today, but not a lot. I hope you can be more grateful. You know? Don't complain about the unfairness of this world. It has always been you who eat what we eat. Now we eat these things and you won't be hungry. Mr. Pang decided to give everyone a snack tonight. Let's have a barbecue dinner. After hearing this, cheers broke out. Everyone rushed to help carry things, fetch water, wash crabs and shrimps, cut meat and prepare charcoal fire. It was very lively for a while. As evening approached, the bonfire was lit, and the charcoal fire was already burning. All the tables and benches were placed in the square. Several tables were set up on the long tabletop. The charcoal fire was burning, and the cut and skewered meat was placed on the wire mesh, making a sizzling sound. When the seasoning was sprinkled on, the aroma of barbecue wafted out, tempting everyone to eat. The survivor who had been a chef took the spoon at this time, and fried 2 vegetables for everyone to eat while the barbecue was not yet done. Su Baining was in a good mood seeing everyone like this, and generously took out a lot of wine from the space and distributed it to them one by one. Not only that, when cooking crabs and shrimps, wine was needed to remove the fishy smell. Soon, the aroma of the food could be smelled from several kilometers away. Chapter 363 Preface to the Grand Finale. Soon, bowls of delicious dishes appeared on the table, fried prawns, spicy crabs, grilled clams, and stir-fried snails, making people salivate. More and more people joined in, helping, collecting firewood, passing sticks, serving dishes, having a blast. Knowing each other, not knowing each other, you touch me, I touch you, saying hello and chatting with each other. As everyone chatted enthusiastically, the grilled skewers and pig trotters were served on the table one by one. The laughter could be heard from far away. Yang Yan was holding a cup and grabbing a huge crab, toasting with Yen Ziyu. Yin Heshuan was sitting next to Su Baining, peeling shrimps for her carefully. Yin Yu was talking to Jing Si, and they drank a cup. Yin Mo and Yin Bai seemed to be competing to see who could eat faster. They kept grabbing the food in their hands and stuffing it into their mouths. Su Baining was so scared that she almost pushed them apart. Yin Heshuan looked at them with disdain. Can you be more polite? If someone doesn't know, they would think you have been hungry for many days. Li Kair sat opposite Su Baining and glanced at her secretly. Old Li sighed. Kair, what do you want Grandpa to say about you? Li Kair pouted. I don't want Grandpa to say anything, I just admire her. Su Baining ate the shrimps peeled by Yin Heshuan in small bites, looking at everyone's red cheeks and happy smiles from the fireworks. She instantly felt that this time was worth it, just as she was eating, and the people around her were chatting and laughing. Her chest suddenly felt hot. She groaned from the high temperature. Yin Heshuan asked her what happened after hearing it. How come her face looked so good just now, and suddenly became so ugly? Su Baining didn't want to make him worry, so she held the bowl tightly and smiled. I accidentally bit a small stone, and it hit me. Yin Heshuan touched her face with his palm. Open your mouth, so I can see if you have any bite wounds, see if there's any bleeding. Yen Ziyu was horrified. Brother, are you a pervert? You should be more reserved in public. My sister's mouth is full of lobster meat now. If you want to eat it, I'll peel it for you. Yin Heshwan let go of his hand and glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? I just want to see what's wrong with her mouth. She said. She bit a stone. Didn't you wash it clean when you washed it? Yin Ziyu turned the bowl over and looked at it. His eyes were almost cross-eyed. But he didn't see a small stone. No, just be more careful next time. Su Baiting pinched her fingers. It's okay. It's okay, I'll just be more careful, it's nothing. She lowered her eyes and bit her teeth, chewing the food in her mouth bite by bite, as if she wanted to bite the food in her mouth to make water. She wanted to endure it, but the temperature in her chest was really unbearable for her. She put down her chopsticks and said to Yin Heshwan, Brother, I want to go back now. I feel a little uncomfortable. Yin Heshwan looked at her worriedly. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Su Baiting couldn't tell him the truth. So she had to say, my stomach hurts a little. Yin Heshwan quickly told the people around him after hearing this, and told Mr. Pang, and took Su Baiting home. After returning home, Su Baiting pretended to go to the bathroom, and after coming out, Yin Heshwan also said he was going to change clothes. While he was changing clothes, Su Baiting sat there and thought for a while, then went downstairs to the warehouse, put all the things in the space, if there is no more space. Open the door next to it, and put them in, until there is no more space. It is dark outside the window, and I don't know what is knocking on the window. When I open the door, I can still see the roses that Yin Heshwan planted when he came back. Now they are sprouting and ready to bloom. She still remembers what Yin Heshwan said to her when he was planting flowers. When these paintings bloom, it will remind me to propose to you. It's time to prepare for the wedding. Then you will marry me holding this bouquet of roses I planted. My Ningning will be the most beautiful by then. She stroked her burning chest, finally knew why so many orchids were absorbed now, finally knew what she should do and how to do it. After doing all this, she returned to the room, saw that the bathroom door was still closed, and sat outside and kept drinking water, stopping only when she could no longer drink. Her chest was very hot, so hot that she felt a little flustered. Yin Heshwan came out wiping his hair and held her tightly in his arms. Ningning, if we can get through this time, the first thing I want to do is to hold a grand wedding with you. Then quit my job and take you away from this place. Anywhere is fine. I know I've been busy and neglected you recently. Su Baiting, I know. Brother, you've been too hard lately. I believe that after this thing is over, our lives can get back on track. No need to run around anymore. Let's find a place to live in seclusion in the future, and live our own life. Okay. She held Yin Heshwan's hand and asked softly, Brother, aren't you going back? Yin Heshwan hugged her. It's okay, Yin, you and the others are there. I'll stay at home with you if you're not feeling well. It's been a long time since we were alone at home. Su Baiting put on her clothes and sat by the bed. Yin Heshwan on the bed had fallen asleep. She stroked Yin Heshwan's outline, thinking of everyone and everything she had met since she came to this world. From not being able to fit in at the beginning to her family, who now cares about her in everything. Thinking of the people who are still struggling outside, and Yin Heshwan with dark circles under his eyes. Even in his dreams, he would call Su Baiting's name anxiously. Since they were together, Yin Heshwan had never forced or asked her to do anything. She looked at Yin Heshwan's face with affection and said to the Qilin under her feet, Qilin, if I am gone in the future, please remember to help me look after them. Okay, she said to herself. I don't know if you can still understand what they say if you all return to normal. I don't know if you will be sent to the zoo after the world returns to normal. You were a wild animal before. If you return to normal, will you return to the forest? But we have never kept you in captivity. Even if you return to normal, you will live well in the wild. Of course there is also Xiaohei. You will all live well. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but shed tears. Now that I think of it, I can't bear to leave my current life. I don't know if what she thought was true, whether it would come true, whether this ending was destined when the orchid appeared in her palm. Chapter 364 Finale. She covered Yin Heshwan with a blanket and gently closed the door. She gently stroked the stair handle as she walked down the stairs, looking at the dark living room and imagining the laughter they had when they sat here some time ago. But I can't see it any more recently. Su Baiting has forgotten how long it has been since they had a meal together with laughter. She was alone every day. Even Qilin and Xiaohei were not there. Every day, a table of food was placed on the huge table, from one end to the other. There was only her bowl and chopsticks. The whole room was empty and deserted. She could occasionally hear news about Yenimo and the others in front of the base from passers-by, and know who was injured again. She knew that even if she tried, Those who should leave would still leave. Yin Heshuan and the others sighed every day in the office. If it weren't for the heavy casualties this time, he would not have agreed to let Jing Yang come to her house. That was enough. He had done enough for her. Then what she wanted to do for him next. When she closed the door, she took a last look at the room where she could not see anything and left resolutely. She walked around the corner of the street and saw a superpower trying to light the firewood in front of him. The fire in the base lit up the path in front of her. She seemed to be able to hear the voices of Yin Mo and Yin by talking. Yin Ziyu must be arguing with Yang Yang again. Jing Si and Yin Yu must have looked like they wanted to beat them up. And Yin Heshuan, he was deceived by her and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he found that she was not there. How sad he was. But what to do? Even if she was very selfish, she still hoped that they could live well. She bypassed the path, lit the bright light in her hand, and came to the lake. The light reflected on the lake, and the sparkling light was reflected in her eyes, which looked very weird. Qilin was originally guarding their bedside, but suddenly woke up with a start, sniffed and stood up to look at the bed. In the dim light, Yin Heshuan was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, but there was only one Yin Heshuan. It thought Su Baiting had gone to the bathroom. It walked over quietly and opened the bathroom door, only to find that there was no one. It shook its little nose and sniffed along the scent left by Su Baiting, went out the door, and bypassed the resident's tent. Then they came to the lake along the training camp. There was a little light flickering by the lake. It was Su Baiting standing there looking at something. Qilin ran over quickly and threw himself into her arms. Su Baiting was startled. How could she forget that Qilin's nose was very sensitive? But what should she do? She couldn't put it into the space. She squatted down and touched Qilin's head. You have to be good and don't do anything. Okay? Don't shout or yell no matter what you see. Okay? While Qilin was still wondering what this meant, Su Baiting had already stood up, let go of his hand, and slowly released his supernatural power. In Qilin's incredible eyes, Su Baiting rose uncontrollably into the sky, and a refreshing orchid fragrance spread all around. If Qilin still didn't realize the problem at this time, he would be really stupid. He roared angrily at Su Baiting, who was rising into the sky. Seeing the light in front of him getting brighter and brighter, he turned around and ran back home. Yin Heshuan woke up for some reason at this time. He habitually touched his side and found it was cold. He sat up in surprise and shouted, "Ning ning ning ning. Are you there?" The door of the room was open. When he was wondering, he was suddenly startled by the dazzling light outside the window. What is this? Qilin ran in and saw Yin Heshuan standing at the window and staring at the light in a daze. It walked up to him, grabbed his trouser leg and walked out. Yin Heshuan was confused by being pulled. Qilin, what are you doing? Qilin dragged him out without saying a word. When he was dragged out, all the survivors in the base looked at the increasingly bright light source in surprise. Qilin became more anxious as he watched the halo grow stronger. Yin Heshuan couldn't understand. Are you taking me to find Ning Ning? Qilin understood and nodded, raised his hand, and pointed at the halo in the air. Yin Heshuan widened his eyes. Is that Ning Ning? Qilin nodded. Yin Heshuan pushed it away and rushed towards the halo. Go find Yin Yu and the others. Hurry up. Yin Yu and the others were sitting here listening to Jing Yang and Yin Ziyu bickering. Qilin hurriedly ran past Li and pushed them out with his waist. Xiao Hei. Go. Go. Hurry up. Hurry up. The master is in trouble. Yin Yu and the others were confused and didn't know what was going on. After hearing this, Xiao Hei grabbed Yin Bai and Yin Ziyu with his two claws and flew towards the ball of light. By the time they arrived, Su Baiting had already risen to the air. She now felt the supernatural power in her body surging out through her palms. Yin Ziyu looked at Su Baiting in the center. What is going on? When Qilin and Xiao Hei flew to the air and tried to get close to her, they were separated by something and could only watch her from a distance of about 1 meter. Yin Heshuan sat on Qilin's back and was extremely anxious. No matter how he called Su Baiting, she didn't respond at all. Yin Ziyu was so anxious that he almost jumped up and down. Yin Yu looked at Su Baiting in midair. What's going on? Who is with Ning Ning tonight? Why did this happen suddenly? Yin Heshuan looked at Su Baiting with her eyes closed and said to himself, the first time I lost you, I tried my best to improve myself in the hope of protecting you, but I didn't do it. The second time I thought I had enough ability to protect you now, but I still didn't do it. So I'm finally going to lose you for the third time. Right? No one answered him. The people below didn't know how to react after they knew it. Suddenly, Qilin's body began to tremble. It felt that it couldn't keep its body and mind stable, and quickly landed on the ground. Yin Hexuan grabbed it. "What's wrong with you?" "Qilin." Qilin put Yin Hexuan on the ground and tried to fly, but it suddenly found that its abilities seemed to have disappeared. Why couldn't it fly? Xiaohei looked at it. "Qilin, what's wrong with you?" "Qilin, I can't fly anymore." Seeing that Qilin couldn't fly, Yin Yu and the others tried their own abilities. Only then did they realize that their abilities seemed to have disappeared. The halo around Su Baiting in the air became thicker and thicker, and the fragrance of orchids filled the entire sky. Su Baiting was feeling very bad now. She felt that she had no reaction just now, but now she found that her body was about to split apart. It was like someone was chopping her open from the head with a knife, but the knife was very blunt, and the knife tormented her nerves one by one, and it was very uncomfortable. But there was no other way to avoid it. She could only endure it herself, and her only feeling now was to let her be free as soon as possible. Chapter 365 Finale. Although she closed her eyes, she felt that she could see Yin Hexuan and the others talking, but she could see their lips moving, but she could not hear their voices. She felt very uncomfortable now, as if something was pulling her body, trying to pull the nerves out of her body. The tattoo hidden in her palm suddenly disappeared. She felt that the space had left her. She could see the anxious faces of Yin Yu and the others under her feet, and Yin Hexuan sat on the ground with a depressed look on his face, staring at her blankly. Suddenly, she wanted to cry out loud. She was so sad. Why did she ask her to do such a thing? After living a new life, it ended up like this. Is this the ending after she came? But there is no turning back after the superpower is released. Su Baiting's last second thought was, meeting you in this world is the luckiest thing in this life. At the beginning of 2334 in the last century, the 3-year apocalypse wave has completely ended. This world seems to have lost nothing, and it seems to have lost something. The day before the end of the world, a huge bright moon appeared at night, bright and cold, and attracted everyone's attention. It seemed to be burning itself and releasing all its brilliance. This light made everyone unable to open their eyes, just like all the lights were on in the daytime. After the brilliance disappeared, an indistinct figure fell from there. She floated down like a kite, and finally fell into the arms of the person who had been waiting below. It was hard to see how many figures there were in the dark night. They only saw that after picking up the person, they quickly stepped into a car next to them and went away. A huge animal was running fast beside the car, and a flying eagle in the sky cried out in sorrow. The next day, all the superpowers found that their superpowers had disappeared. They ran out of the door in shock. They saw that the river had regained its color. The trees returned to their original size, and the grass would collapse if stepped on. The color of the land returned to normal, and the zombie bodies that had not been cleaned up outside the base disappeared. The guards guarding the source river saw that the source river had returned to normal. Everyone realized now that the end of the world seemed to be over. In Kyoto, Jing Yang stood at the door holding the crystal cord that had become ordinary in his hand, and his mind was full of thoughts. The end of the world was over, and he knew why it was over. Will those people come back? Old Pang sighed in Yin Hexuan's former office. Beside him stood Chung Jun and Su Yul. They all lowered their heads slightly. The flickering eyes and tightly pursed lips seemed to be unbelieving this. The end of the world is over, but the Yin family also disappeared silently in Kyoto. Days passed. The city slowly returned to normal. Roads were repaired one by one, and the TV was finally able to play programs again. The programs became more and more numerous day by day, and the planes flew back into the sky. Everything was being restored in an orderly manner, except that they never saw the Yin family again. On this day, Jing Yang rejected Jing Si's request and embarked on a journey to find them alone. He believed that they would meet again one day. Day after day, year after year, he traveled to many places, but never met them. Until one day, he accidentally stepped into a small valley when I was thirsty and found a stream to rest. I suddenly heard a voice, "Yin Aning, stop right there. I will spank you today." The familiar voice shocked Jing Yang. He followed the voice and walked behind a few trees. There were a few small houses standing there. In front of the open door, a long-haired woman grabbed a child's ear and said something angrily. A tall man stood next to him and laughed, and there were also a few tall men persuading him. A tiger and an eagle kept circling around them, and his eyes suddenly became wet. The end of the text. Chapter 366 Extra, I leaving. The story goes back to the day when Su Baining decided to sacrifice herself. When looking at Su Baiting in midair, Yin Heshuan suddenly calmed down. He looked at Yin Yu beside him. Go, drive the RV we have been using, check the room by the way, pack the things you need and gather here. Since returning to Kyoto, Su Baiting has taken out all the cars in the space, and basically put them all in the backyard of the house. After hearing what Yin Heshuan said, Yin Yu ran back home quickly, pushed open the door, and ran straight into the yard. When he passed by the room downstairs, he was suddenly attracted by the open door. He remembered that except for Uncle Zhou and Aunt Wang's room on the first floor, which was close to the gate, the doors of other rooms should have been closed all the time. Even Jingyang didn't seem to have stayed in this room. He approached the room carefully, and kicked something with his foot. He turned on the light in the room, and was surprised by the full supplies in front of him. He was trembling all over as he looked at these things. His eyes flashed for a moment. But he said nothing. He just turned off the lights silently, walked to the backyard, opened the car door, and started the engine. He filled the car with all the things little by little, then stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the lake. The people who were chatting and drinking in the square only heard a buzzing sound, and a puff of green smoke drifting past. The shadow of the car disappeared before they could see it in time. The drunk people thought it was their own illusion. Yin Yu parked the car aside and walked to Yin Heshuan's side. Brother, when I went back, I saw the things in the house. Except for the few rooms where people lived, all the rooms on the first floor were filled with supplies. It seems that Ningning took out all the things in her space. I just don't know when she prepared them. I remember that these things didn't appear when we were at home this afternoon. After being reminded by Yin Yu, Yin Heshuan remembered that he was in the bathroom for a while after they went back tonight. Su Baiting was outside alone. None of them spoke at that time. The things should have been placed there at that time. He waved his hand. None of this is important. What I am going to tell you next is important. Listen carefully, and think about what you should do. There will be no second chance to make this decision. I suspect that after Ningning does this, the end of the world will almost be over. I plan to take Ningning and retire. This is my promise to her. I don't know what you are going to do. You can walk the rest of the way by yourselves. Since Ningning has left you so many supplies, you won't be in trouble for a while. So, Yin Ziyu interrupted Yin Heshuan before he finished speaking. Where are you going? Brother, I want to go with you. I don't want to stay in Kyoto alone. Yin Heshuan looked at him calmly. Follow us. If you are lucky, you will meet someone who is willing to spend your life with you. If you are unlucky, you may never meet him. Do you want to stay with us like this forever? Yin Ziyu, I don't care. I will go wherever you go. I don't want to be separated from you. Yin Yu, brother, we are a family. You know we will never ask you to go alone. We once said that no matter what happens, our family will never be separated again. Yin Mo and Yin Bai said nothing, but they stood firmly with Yin Ziyu. Yin Heshuan smiled after seeing this. I respect your choice. If you insist, then let's go together. Yin Mo and Yin Bai hurriedly followed behind them without moving. Their attitude was that you will never get rid of us anyway. Chapter 367 Extra 2 disappeared. The orchid fragrance in the air slowly faded. The light on Su Baiting's body also began to fade bit by bit. Finally, it disappeared and turned into starlight points that drifted all over the world. She fell from the air like a butterfly with broken wings. Yin Heshuan ran forward and stretched out his arms to catch her. She fell lightly into his arms. As if she had no weight at all, Yin Yu quickly opened the car door and let the two of them get in, while it was dark. Yin Yu and his friends got on the car and found a small road to leave Kyoto. Qilin shouted at the sky and ran after them. Xiao Hei heard Qilin's shout and howled as he followed the car on the small road. If you look closely, you can see that Qilin's body seems to have slowly recovered to the size of a normal tiger before the end of the world. Xiao Hei's body in the sky also slowly changed. But Jingxi and his friends didn't know all this. They were all drunk and fell down in the square. They fell asleep without any sense of crisis. When the next morning came, they woke up from their sleep in a daze. Jingxi rubbed his forehead and stood up while watching the fallen people. He didn't know why, but he always felt that the world seemed to be different. Looking left and right, who was here? But the Yin family seemed to be missing. He stepped out and looked at Cheng Jun and Su Yul at the table and pushed them awake. Wake up, have you seen Yin Heshuan and the others? Where did they go at this time? After they wake up, we still have to prepare to clean up these things and start today's work. Cheng Jun lay on the table and woke up for a while. Then stood up and looked at the crowd on the ground. Wait a minute, I'll go back and see if they are at home. Didn't Ningning go home because she was not feeling well last night? Cheng Jun rubbed his forehead and led Su Yul to walk home in a daze. When they arrived at the door, they found that the door was open. I thought it was open when Yin Heshuan and the others just came back. After entering the door, they shouted twice, but no one answered them. Zhou Bo and the others were standing at the door of the warehouse, frowning and wondering what they were thinking. After seeing Cheng Jun and the others walk in from the door, they hurriedly called them over. Cheng Jun walked over and saw that the doors of the warehouse and several rooms were open. The supplies inside were piled up full, and they were about to overflow. Su Yul didn't know why he woke up in an instant. When he entered the door just now, he didn't see Qilin and Xiaohe, who usually slept in the living room. He let go of Cheng Jun's hand and ran upstairs to open their door. The room was very clean, as if no one had slept there before. They ran upstairs and downstairs, but no one found it, until Cheng Jun ran to the backyard and saw that a car was missing. He called Su Yul. "Don't look for it, they are not at home. Let's go and tell Jingxi. Did we vaguely hear the sound of a car passing by last night, but no one noticed it? It seems to be true now. They did hear the sound of a vehicle late last night, but they were all drunk at the time, and it was so noisy that no one would notice it." When they returned to the square, Jingxi was already leading people to clean up the mess on the square. Seeing that only the two of them came back, he was puzzled. What happened? Why are there only two of you left? Where are Yin Heshuan and the others? Cheng Jun looked at Jingxi nervously. Did you hear the sound of a vehicle last night? It's very loud and noisy, just like the sound of the RV we drove before. After being reminded by Cheng Jun, he scratched his chin and frowned for a while. It seems that there is indeed such a sound. I forgot the details. I drank too much last night. What happened? Cheng Jun looked at him seriously. An RV in our family is missing, the one they usually use, and my eldest brother and his family are also missing, except for Zhou Bo and his team. Everyone else is missing. Jingxi realized the seriousness of the situation at this moment. He looked around. Except for Yen Imo and Yen Bo's team members who were all still there. Yen Imo and his team were indeed missing. He quickly called a few people and asked them to take people to search around the base. Maybe the base was too big, and they drove away happily. Although he knew that this might be just an excuse to comfort him, his hands had begun to tremble. Who knew that his team members ran around and didn't see the shadows of Yin Heshuan and his friends? Even the two pets of Yin Heshuan's family were not found. Although they didn't find them, they found something else. The water of Yuanhe River seemed to have returned to its normal color, and the lake water in the base also returned to its normal color. They even found several bodies at the junction of Tsu City and Kyoto. If it weren't for the wounds on their bodies, they would have almost thought that someone had deliberately attacked them. But after a careful inspection, they found that they should have been zombies before. Somehow, they suddenly turned back to normal people. Jingxi quickly revealed the news to Pang Lao. Pang Lao ordered him to take people to continue to check in the distance. Jingxi led people all the way to the territory of Jinshi. A lot of people were left to cooperate with Cheng Jun to continue to search for the whereabouts of Yin Heshuan and others. Until he saw that the earth had returned to its normal color, the rivers and mountains began to return to their previous appearance. The corpses that were supposed to be zombies have all returned to normal. Even during the break, the hospital doctors came to inform that the patients who were infected with the virus have returned to normal. All this made Jingxi feel incredible. Jing Yang absolutely did not believe that all this was God's will. He seriously suspected that all this was related to the disappearance of the Yin family. But until now, he had not found any trace of the Yin family, which almost made him lose confidence. The rice and wheat planted in the institute have begun to sprout, and the water of the Yuan River has begun to flow again. Crabs of all sizes have begun to crawl onto the coast not far from Kyoto. And even fish and shrimp have jumped out of the coastline and into their hearts. Cheng Jun suddenly thought of the huge moon that appeared in the sky the night before Yin Heshuan and the others disappeared. When he was dazed, he thought it was the moon that reappeared. Now when he calms down and thinks that it is not the moon, the color of the halo was very similar to the supernatural power in Su Baining's palm. The fragrance in the air, at that time, was the fragrance of orchids. I could only blame myself for not paying attention to it at that time. Thinking about the things in the warehouse and the room, I should have been ready to leave a long time ago. But if it was really Su Baining that night, how is Su Baining now? Where did Yin Heshuan and the others take Su Baining? Will there be a chance to see each other again in this life? Will there be a chance to get together again? These have become mysteries in his heart. Chapter 368 Extra, Part 3, Where to Go. Yang Yang went to look for them after they disappeared for a month, but was severely rejected by Jing-si, and took him with him every day. Everything started anew after the end of the world. He is very busy now, but this naughty kid is still making trouble, which really gives him a headache. Yang saw that he was determined not to let him go out, so he simply didn't mention it. He followed him to do things during the day, and when he came back at night, he would be in a daze in his room with a transparent stone. If Jing-si saw it, he would definitely recognize that it was the crystal core produced in the bodies of zombies at the end of the world. At the end of the world, all the superpowers disappeared overnight, and even the crystal cores in their hands all faded and only left transparent color, becoming the most ordinary stones in people's mouths. Many people have thrown it away, and the reason why Jing Yang didn't throw it away was because this one was pushed out of his hand by Yen Ziyu when the zombies attacked that day. Yen Ziyu had given him a handful of crystals, and when he used them to the end, this one got stuck in his pocket. He thought he had used them all up, until he found it when he touched his pocket after the zombies had retreated. He had kept it until now. He looked at the crystal core carefully under the light, and then looked through the window at the lights outside. The walls of Kyoto had been rebuilt in the past month, because of the support of the researchers. Soon the power was back on. It wasn't that he couldn't leave. Jing-si didn't really control him. He didn't leave because he didn't want to embarrass him because of his own affairs, but now there was no reason to keep him. He finally opened the door gently and took a look at his mother and Jing-si who were talking downstairs, opened the window of the room and jumped down, leaving here little by little. Hearing the sound of the door upstairs closing, Jing's mother sighed. You obviously didn't tie him to your side. I am willing to let him go. Why make such a fuss for the past few months? Jing-si pursed his lips. Mom, I don't know when he will come back after he leaves. I just hope he can stay at home with us. Jing's mother touched his head. Silly child. When he finds the person he wants to find, he will come back naturally when it's time to come back. In the early morning of this day, the sun climbed up secretly. A tiger's roar came from a deep mountain, and then an eagle flew into the sky. It flapped its wings and looked at the tiger that couldn't fly with pride, making a bird-like sound. Oh, my two little ancestors, you really have to do this every day. You are so noisy now. Ningning will be angry when she comes back. The one who spoke was Yen Ziyu. He squatted on the ground helplessly, looking at the angry tiger and the eagle flying above his head, not knowing how to persuade them. Originally, when they left, these two were running behind them, but along the way, they found that Qilin and Xiuhe's bodies were slowly returning to their normal size. Yinyu said that if this was the case, it was very likely that their intelligence would also return to its original state. Maybe they would not recognize them after a while, and they would follow them. If they wanted to leave at that time, they would leave. They had their own world. Who knew that Qilin and the others had indeed returned to normal? The intelligence developed at the end of the world was left behind for some unknown reason. Even though they had stopped here, they could still recognize them, especially when they saw Su Baining. They were particularly affectionate. If Jing Yang was here, he would definitely recognize where this place was. This was where the three of them were separated from Yenyu and the others. The reason they chose this place was because they had been to too many places before. Now that the apocalypse was over, everyone should return to their hometowns one after another. If they chose a random place, they would definitely be recognized. After experiencing all this in the end of the world, they were exhausted physically and mentally. They didn't want to participate in any current affairs anymore. They just wanted to live the rest of their lives in peace. It happened that Yen Heshuan thought of this location at that time. When they first came here, they didn't know anyone, and they had never seen the base here. Even if there was a mudslide, it didn't rush to this small mountain. Here is not only a beautiful scenery, but also a small river. No one would know them, and it wouldn't be so inconvenient even if they traveled. Just build a road yourself. This place is not far from the main road. Yin Yu and his friends looked around the mountain and agreed to this matter. In the first few days, they did not immediately show the road and drive the car in. Instead, they parked outside and waited for Su Baining to wake up. After Su Baining was carried into the car, Yen Heshuan was sure that she was just unconscious. He stayed by her side for several days before Su Baining woke up with a cry. Su Baining did not expect that she could still wake up. Before she left, she had actually made preparations. Although she regretted not saying goodbye to them properly before she fell into a coma, she would never regret it again. She looked up with her eyes wide open in disbelief. This didn't seem to be at home. This place was a bit like a motorhome. Seeing Su Baining wake up, Yen Heshuan cried with joy. Tears fell on her uncontrollably. He hadn't spoken for several days. His voice became hoarse when he spoke again and again. She smiled at Yin Heshwan, who was hugging her. Brother, is everything over? Yin Heshwan nodded gently on her shoulder. Everything is over. I promised you that I would take you away from that place. So we are now in the canyon where we flowed before. From now on, don't leave me again. Okay? He couldn't accept it all. His heart almost stopped when he saw her falling from the sky. He couldn't imagine how he would live the rest of his life without her. Fortunately, she just fainted. Fortunately, she is awake now. Su Baining nodded. I know. Brother, I will never do such a thing again. Knowing that Su Baining woke up, Yin Ziyu and the others jumped outside happily and almost danced with Qilin. To celebrate Su Baining's awakening, Yin Mo went to shoot 2 pheasants. He held the pheasants and showed them to Su Baining, who was sitting on the sofa with clothes on. Ning, look. The apocalypse is over and these chickens are out. They are fat. Ask brother Yu to stew you his specialty. Yin Yu snorted coldly with a knife in his hand. If you keep flapping it, I will stew you. Believe it or not. Hey. Yin Mo sighed sadly while removing the feathers and skin of the pheasant in his hand. Brother Yu's temper has really become more and more irritable recently. They say that menopause is not at this time. How can he be like an old man at such a young age? Chapter 369 Extra 4. Travel and Settlement. Yin Bo took the opportunity when Yin Heshwan went to wash up to make a pot of strong black tea for Su Baining. When the steaming and fragrant black tea was placed on the coffee table, Su Baining suddenly felt that everything was worth it. Yin Ziyu picked a few wild flowers from somewhere and put them in the vase on the coffee table. Looking at the colorful and shapeless wild flowers, Yin Yu frowned and turned his head away. Yin Ziyu secretly said to Su Baining, Brother Yu, my uncle has come recently. I'm not happy with anything I see. Yin Yu chopped the chopping board with a kitchen knife. Xiao Wu, you better control the tone of your voice. Don't think I can't hear you. If you didn't make a fuss every day, would I be so irritated? The eldest brother was away these few days, so they were thinking about how to wait until Su Baining woke up to build the house. After all, they couldn't live in the car all the time. Yin Mo felt that he and Yin Bo were relatively experienced people, and they had to participate in the decoration. They have been arguing about this for several days. Yin Yu is very upset. The house hasn't even been built yet, and they're already talking about decoration. Isn't it too early? After listening to Yin Bai's words, Su Baining can understand why Yin Yu is angry. Yin Ziyu curled his lips and said nothing. Yin Mo handed the pheasant to Yin Yu. You can't eat too much of this thing. The end of the world has just passed, and I don't know if it's clean. Yin Ziyu looked at Su Baining. Ning, have you found any discomfort in your body? Or something is wrong? Our abilities have all disappeared. Speaking of this, Su Baining hadn't really noticed it when she just woke up. She first looked at the position of the orchid tattoo on her hand. The tattoo that was printed there had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Then she stretched out her hand and tried, and found that she really had no abilities. She could no longer feel the space. That night, she had already felt that the space was gone. It should have collapsed. She shook her head. Are we all back to normal? Then if I still have superpowers, wouldn't I be different from others? If I go out and get caught, I'll be arrested. This was the first and happiest meal since they left Kyoto. They were all so happy when Su Baining woke up. Even Yin Yu, who had been angry all the time, was not angry when Yin Ziyu and Yin Mo joked with him. She just kept silent with a stern face. Yin Bo and Yin Heshwan hurriedly brought all the delicious food on the table to her, as if they were afraid that she would not be able to eat enough. Su Baining looked at the bowl full of vegetables and felt helpless, but could not refuse. In the end, Yin Ziyu changed her bowl. What are you doing? Are you trying to feed her to death after she just woke up? The next day after a good rest, they stood in the sun and looked at the stream by the river and fell into deep thought. A few days ago, Su Baining didn't wake up and could find excuses. Now that Su Baining has woken up, it seems that she is going to work. Yin Yu called Qilin and walked out without saying a word. He planned to go to the previous direction to have a look. It is said that there is a small city there. There should be things to build a house there. Yin Heshwan will stay here to accompany Su Baining. When they came back, everyone was carrying a lot of things. Qilin also had something on his back. Anyway, it looks very heavy. Yin Ziyu looked at Su Baining, who was at a loss. Ning, we have thought about it. We will build a simple house, the kind that can be dismantled, and when we get bored of living here for a while, we can dismantle it and tie it to the back of the RV, and then go to the next place. How about that? Su Baining, this is good, but isn't it too expensive? Now it's because everyone hasn't recovered yet, but after a long time. When everything returns to normal, if we go out to buy things, shouldn't we spend money? Yin Ziyu snapped his fingers. Don't worry, sister. We took our bank cards with us when we left. Even if we can't use them, we can just go back to Kyoto and ask Chung Jun for some money. We're all good friends now. How can he not help? Although he might get entangled, but what does it matter? Right? We can take him on a day trip. And weren't travel bloggers popular before? We will record our daily life and post it later. We can make money and travel with you at the same time. How about killing two birds with one stone? My idea is great, isn't it? Su Baining was indeed a little moved by what Yin Ziyu said. Yen Mo threw away the things in his hand. Why build a house if that's the case? Can't we just live in the RV? What's the point of carrying these things back from afar? In the end, Yin Heshuan decided that it would be better to build a house. Even if they cook inside, otherwise. If they cook in the RV for a long time, they are afraid that the fumes will stick to them and cannot be washed off. They did it right away. They opened the joints of the steel plates they brought back one by one, fixed them, and started working with chairs and ladders. Qilin and Xiaohe followed them to help pass tools and the like. After the house was built, they looked around and were quite satisfied. Although it was relatively simple, it didn't matter to them now. As long as the family lived together, it doesn't matter where you live. Yanimo went out again after the house was built. When he came back, he brought back some fireworks and lighters. He placed the fireworks on the ground. It is said that when a house is built, it is necessary to celebrate. Let's just be simple and casual. I wish you all the best in the future. Swoosh, as his voice fell, the colorful fireworks rushed into the sky with tails and exploded in front of their eyes. Su Baining looked at this familiar scene with deep emotion. Who would have thought that they would have such a moment? Qilin and Xiaohe followed them and cried out. Su Baining squatted down and touched Qilin's head. Why do I feel that Qilin's temperament has become more and more silly recently? Why is it crying again? Yenemo said with disdain. Don't you see who is raising it recently? How can its temperament be different? Yinziyu, hey, just talk. Don't make personal attacks. Am I raising Qilin badly? Look how fat and strong it is now. Yin Bo, I'll just watch and not say anything. The next day they moved all the things in the car into the house. Su Baining sat by the river with a shawl on her body, leaning against Qilin and watching them busy. She hasn't been in good health since she woke up. She has had a slight cough these days, so basically they don't ask her to do anything. She was just curious about whether she and Yin Heshuan would settle down together. Why did Yin Ziyu and the others run out with them? If they stay in the deep mountains and forests, do they not plan to find girlfriends in the future? With this question, she asked Yin Heshuan when she was resting at night. Yin Heshuan patted her back and said softly, I've thought about it. When the time is right, throw them all back to the city. I'll take you out to travel. When they solve the problem of being single, then they will meet up with us. Chapter 370 Extra, V, Wedding and Pregnancy. Su Baining is pregnant. This news disrupted their original plan. After settling down, Yin Yu prepared a simple and warm wedding for them. It was a wedding with only a few people. Yin Heshuan once said that he would give her a grand wedding, but now he could only prepare it in such a simple and hasty manner. But Su Baining didn't care at all. For her, as long as he was her, nothing else mattered. The weather was particularly good on the day of the wedding. They went to a city they had been to for a long time, and found a decent wedding dress shop to bring back a Chinese dress for Su Baining. Yin Heshuan thought of how Su Baining would look in it almost the first time he saw it. They set up their new home in the built house, separated a bedroom in the house, and the living room outside was used as their ceremony place. Although he had already had physical contact with Su Baining, Yin Heshuan was still very nervous on this day. The night before, Yin Ziyu, as the bride's family, drove Yin Heshuan to the small house outside the RV. They were going to marry Su Baining off in the RV. Yin Ziyu and his friends were very considerate and decorated the RV and the small house with red silk and small flowers. As night approached, Yin Ziyu looked at Su Baining and sighed. I didn't expect that our Ningning would get married in the blink of an eye. I still vaguely remember how you looked when you first came to our house. Su Baining asked cautiously, Are you annoying? Yin Ziyu touched his nose. It's not that I hate her, it's just that, anyway. She doesn't fit in with us very well. Didn't the third and fourth brothers go back to the team later? My eldest brother was busy at that time, basically. There were only me, brother you and you at home. What he didn't say was that when Su Baining first came to their house, she was very small, Like a little carrot head, she stood timidly behind her mother and looked at them. And she was so cute. Yin Ziyu was also young at that time, and he was still very happy looking at his soft sister at that time. I was the youngest, and was always oppressed by them. Now that I finally have a little sister, I am not unacceptable. It's just that my brothers seem to be very cold. But no one expected that this soft sister would become more and more annoying as she grew up. At the beginning, Yin Ziyu was still willing to help her. Later, I heard in school that she often took advantage of her family background to do whatever she wanted. Not only that, her attitude towards others was really bad. And she gradually became distant. Yin Ziyu thought of this and looked at Su Baining in front of him. Ning Ning. You are very good now. You always felt that we were not a family before, but now we are a real family. Although he didn't like her before, he always treated her well. It was mainly because Yin Heshuan scolded Yin Ziyu when he saw him trying to throw away Su Baining's things when he came home one time. He told Yin Ziyu that Su Baining came to this family as an outsider. The place where she lived before was very ordinary. It was difficult to accept these things when you suddenly came into contact with them. And the attitude of the family members towards them was not very good. She always felt that they seemed to come for the money of the Yin family. She had never seen these things before. She had such an attitude to cover up the inferiority in her heart. If Su Baining did not accept them, she should also ask herself whether she had also accepted Su Baining. Although Yin Ziyu had not said anything bad to Su Baining since then, but that's all. After hearing this, Su Baining finally understood why the original body also liked Yin Heshuan. It turned out that Yin Heshuan was the only one who understood her in this family. Yin Heshuan got up very early the next day. Although they had already had physical contact, he was still very nervous at this time, especially when he saw Su Baining walking slowly towards him in a bright red wedding dress. His trembling body and restless heart completely calmed down when he took the little hand handed by Yin Ziyu. Yin Yu and Yin Mo stood up and said congratulations on their behalf. When he sat on the bed and lifted the curtain, Su Baining's bright face with makeup appeared in front of him. The red candlelight shone on the two of them. Yin Heshuan looked at Su Baining, who was smiling in front of him, and his heart was finally fulfilled. Su Baining found out she was pregnant a few months after marriage. At first, she didn't worry too much when her menstrual period was irregular, because her health had not been good since the end of the world. In addition, they were not very stable yet, so they had been taking measures. Until one day when they saw Qilin tearing a piece of pheasant meat. She couldn't help vomiting and asked them to pay attention. Yin Mo drove a long way to find a city with people. It was not easy to buy a pregnancy test paper. They were stunned when they saw the two red lines on the ears. Especially Yin Ziyu was very excited. He looked at Su Baining's belly with stars in his eyes. So, I'm going to be an uncle soon? Yin Mo scratched his chin and thought carefully, well, I must give my nephew a nice nickname. Although Yin Yu and Yin Bai didn't say anything. One of them silently picked up the book, and the other took a bench and sat down by the river. When Yin Ziyu ran over to see him, he found that he was gesturing with a small piece of wood, as if he was preparing to carve something. Before Su Baining got pregnant, they were originally planning to travel to other places, and Yin Heshuan was planning to find a place to leave them. Now, it was impossible to ask them to leave after knowing that Su Baining was pregnant, so they had to put it aside. Since she became pregnant, the little girl who had been pampered before became even more pampered. She didn't even need to walk, and we carried her back and forth the whole time, fearing that she would accidentally bump into something and fall. All the tables and benches at home became round-headed overnight, and there was really no trace of a needle tip. When her belly grew bigger in 5 months, it was even more exaggerated. Yin Mo cut down several dead trees, split them into pieces, and pieced them together, all the way from the room to the front of the car. He also tried to see if it would slip before letting Su Baining step on it. There were small ropes hanging on both sides of the woods, and the ropes were tied with little figures carved by Yin Bo. Yin Heshuan named the child before he was born, whether it was a boy or a girl. They would be called Yin Aining. When Yin Aining kicked the first time in her mother's belly, it was not the father, it wasn't Yin Ziyu who was always around. It was Yin Bo, who was about to help Su Baining get out of the car. At that time, Yin Bo's expression was as incredible as if he had won 5 million. According to Yin Mo, Yin Bo didn't even wash his hand the whole day. Yin Ziyu was extremely jealous after knowing it. He was determined not to let Yin Bo have the next time. If there was a next time, he must have it first. Even Yin Heshuan was sent to sleep outside the small room after Su Baining became pregnant. Yin Yu and the others said they were afraid that he would be bad for the baby. Chapter 371 Extra 6. Little Dumpling. Little Yen Aning was born on a snowy day. It is said that his mother was so exhausted that day that he was willing to be born. The first person who held him when he was born was Yen Ziyu, and his father was kneeling beside the bed with deep affection, looking at his mother, who was sweating on the bed. Yen Huishuan held Su Baining's little hand and kissed her gently, saying, "We only want this one, and we won't have any more." Yen Ziyu felt very curious when he held the soft Yen Aning. This child has not cried since he was born. Finally, after struggling for a long time, Uncle Yen Yu gently patted his little feet. He woke him up and hummed twice. After confirming that the baby could talk, he felt relieved. Yen Yu's heart, which was similar to that of an old father, felt tired instantly. This was simply calling him a sinner. Little Yen Aning grew up very fast. When Su Baining came out of confinement, he could already smack his fingers and turn his head to look at people. Yen Aning inherited the excellent genetic traditions of Yen Huishuan and Su Baining. A pair of big eyes flickered, which made Yen Ziyu and the others feel soft. There was also a pair of small hands that were white, tender and soft, and his whole body was soft. Yen Ziyu and the others really liked him more and more. Yen Huishuan initially thought that Su Baining must be a girl because she looked so pretty, but he didn't expect to find out that it was a boy after the baby was born. He immediately rolled his eyes at his own son, and grumbled that his wife had suffered so much. Su Baining interrupted him with a smile. "This is your own son. Why do you have such an expression?" Yen Aning is a smart little baby. When he was 1 year old, he could already call people. The first person he called was not his uncles, who would dress and wash him every day, nor his mother, who would hold him and feed him all day, but his father, who always disliked him for monopolizing his wife's attention. When Yen Huishuan heard the soft call of Dad, he was completely stunned. Yen Ziyu and Yen Bai were also stunned. Their expressions were rather exaggerated. They looked at Yen Aning, who was sitting on the bed, pitifully and aggrieved. "Why didn't you call us first? The uncles are always showing off their presents in front of you, and you actually called your ridiculous father first." Yen Huishuan threw them both out of the car with one hand each, turned around and picked up the sweet and tender Yen Aning, looked at them and sneered, "Nonsense, this is my son. So of course, it was me who called. If you want someone to call you that, then you better get out and find a wife." Yen Ziyu, personal attack, not martial ethics. On the day when Yen Ailing was 1 year old, they took him to the new city after the end of the world for the first time. The new city was still under construction. The first thing they came here was to celebrate Yen Ailing's birthday. The second thing was to register Yen Ailing's household registration. Yen Ailing, who came to the city for the first time, felt very excited when he saw the bright lights and colorful city. He kept saying "ah" towards the bright lights. They could see the lights at home, but they were not as beautiful as this. I still remember when they saw the moonlight above their heads again after the end of the world, his expression was exactly the same as Yen Ailing's now. When Yen Ailing was 1.5 years old, he could already shout out a lot of words. Although he only shouted out 2 by 2, it was enough to surprise them, especially when the second person he shouted was Yen Ziyu. That day, Yen Ziyu was holding a small bowl and preparing to feed him egg custard. He saw Yen Ailing open her big eyes, stretch out her white and tender little hands, grab his nose and call out incoherently, "Ball," when he was still wondering what she was calling. Yen Ailing swallowed a mouthful of egg and called out clearly, "Uncle." This shout melted Yen Ziyu's heart. Why didn't he speak when he wanted him to speak? After the first and second times, Yen Ailing started the long journey of language learning. When they had nothing to do, they would gather around his bed and keep pointing at each other, pointing at themselves, hoping that he would open his mouth and shout. Sometimes Su Baining was so annoyed, this naughty kid called Daddy first, and Uncle the second time. Why didn't he want to call Mommy anymore? When she was sleeping in bed at night and looking at Yen Ailing with a pouty mouth, Su Baining wanted to spank his little but angrily, but when it came time to do it, she would just pat him lightly and cover him with a small blanket. The next day when feeding him, he smacked his lips and grabbed Su Baining's collar with his little hands and said, "Ah, Mom, Mom." Su Baining was so happy that she didn't know what to do. But when Yen Ailing could walk at the age of 3, everyone finally started to worry about him. Since he could walk, Shilin always liked to take him to the woods to play secretly. Although Xiaohei would always follow him, he was afraid that he would not be able to take care of him sometimes. This is the time for everyone to go out together to look for the little ancestor. Yen Ailing is also very good at finding opportunities. Every time he sees Su Baining looking at him fiercely, he will pout, look at Yanziyu and the others with tears in his eyes, then stretch out his little hand, and say softly, "Uncle, hold me." Yanziyu and the others will immediately turn into a baby-protecting team, one by one drags, one by one pushes Su Baining away, and then anyone will hug Yan Ailing, who is pretending to cry, and run away. Su Baining was angry, and wanted to laugh when she saw the little guy making faces at her. Finally, she had no choice but to hit Yin Heshuan beside her. "Look at your son." Yin Heshuan also had no choice but to smile. "I will definitely punish this little bastard tonight." "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Don't hurt your hand. Although there will always be someone to protect him, but there are always unexpected things. Today, Yan Imo and the others have all gone to the city, and only Yan Aining is left at home. Su Baining and the others were with Yanziyu. Lil Yan Aining had always been particularly interested in the long hairs on Xiaohei's tail. Today, she finally got the chance to see Xiaohei fall to the ground. She pulled him without paying attention. Su Baining only heard Xiaohei scream in the house. When they came out, they saw Yan Aining with a silly face, saliva dripping on the ground, pulling a long black tail hair in her hand. Xiaohei had already hidden in the tree and looked at his tail distressfully. At that time, Su Baining was furious, and rushed over to spank his little butt. Yanziyu quickly stood in front of him and tried to stop him. Yin Heshuan also held her hand to persuade her. Su Baining had no choice but to glare at them fiercely. The two of them stood with Yan Aining obediently. At this time, Yan Aining seemed to have seen something and pointed to the distance. When Su Baining and the others looked over in the direction of his hand, they saw Jing Yang, who had been standing there for who knows how long, with a shocked face. Chapter 372 Return. This is the second spring festival since Su Baining came back. She stood on the balcony of her rental house and looked out the window at the prosperous spring festival atmosphere. Suddenly, she felt very lonely. This body, why do these hands always feel like something is missing? Looking down from the balcony, the streets are filled with a festive atmosphere. There are families of 3, families of 4, and even families of 5 or 6 with their parents walking on the street, and young couples kissing each other and carrying their newly bought handbags out of the store. Just when she was feeling sad, the door suddenly opened. "Sister Ningning, you are still here. I thought you were going out for the holidays." The person who opened the door was a little girl named Yun Yun, who shared the apartment with her. When she first heard the name, she was in a trance. She thought that Yun Xiao, the little girl, had come back with her. She smiled and looked at Yun Yun. "I'm not going out." "Aren't you going home?" Yun Yun complained. "What home are you going back to?" "Sister, you know my home is so far away. Originally, my boyfriend said he would stay with me to celebrate the new year, but his parents insisted on asking him to go back. Now I am alone." Su Baining closed the French window and took out her phone, tapping it and saying, "Are you sure you don't want to go out tonight? Then let's celebrate the new year together." Where else could she go home? When she came back just now, she didn't know why she came back. Although so much time had passed, she just remembered that she should have been hit by a car and died. Why did she suddenly appear in a strange rental house when she came back? But she was indeed herself. Everything, including her ID card and suitcase, was so familiar. It was just that this rental house was not very familiar. She was still confused when she met Yun Yun. Finally, after she got familiar with Yun Yun little by little, she realized that she didn't like to go out before. Basically, she didn't say a few words to her in a month. Usually, she would go out early and come back late in the day. Quietly, Yun Yun said that sometimes she even doubted whether she was the only one in the rental house. Su Baining was completely confused at that time, and she often made mistakes at work. She was scolded by her boss several times. It was not until the first Chinese New Year that it rained heavily, when she fell asleep in bed with a fever after being caught in the rain. All the days she had spent with Yin Heshuan and others flashed through her mind. When she flashed back to the present, she realized that she was really back. And no matter what, she really couldn't go back. When she was there, she didn't have an accident but accompanied them to death. So she came back and became alone again. She liked Yun Yun very much. Su Baining felt that Yun Yun was very similar to Yun Xiao, same lively and fresh. Compared to herself, her face was full of yearning and expectations for future life. Yun Yun cut some fruits and put them on the sofa. Just then, the takeaway that Su Baining ordered arrived. Yun Yun brought everything in and put it on the sofa. kicked off her velvet slippers, and sat cross-legged on the sofa. "Oh, there are only two of us here. Can we just eat on the sofa?" "Sis." Sue Biting smiled and nodded. "Okay." The smile on Union's face infected her. Looking at the smile on Sue Biting's face, Union breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister, you finally smiled." Sue Biting hesitated and touched her face and asked doubtfully, Do you rarely smile?" Union pouted and nodded. "Yes, you don't know how scared I was when you appeared in front of me with disheveled hair that day." That day, she went home after work as usual after having dinner with her boyfriend. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Sue Biting, who rarely talked to her, rushed out of the door and ran to her in pajamas with disheveled hair, red eyes, and cracked lips. If it wasn't dark yet, and the living room was bright, she would have thought she saw a ghost. Who knew that Sue Biting just looked her up and down, turned around, walked around the house, and went back to her room. Union didn't think much about it at the time, and thought she had a nightmare. Although the sister didn't talk to her very often, her living habits were quite good, so the two of them got along quite harmoniously. The next day, when she saw Sue Biting, she was already wearing a floral dress, with her hair combed smoothly, sitting in the living room drinking black tea. Union walked over slowly and touched her back. "Sister Sue. Sister Sue. Are you okay?" She saw that when Sue Biting heard her shout, the hand holding the tea obviously paused. Then she put the teacup on the table, turned around and looked at her with a strange look and asked, What did you call me just now?" "Union, I asked you before. You are older than me, so I call you sister. If you don't want to, I won't call you that in the future." Sue Biting responded lightly, "It's okay. I just remembered an old friend when I heard this name." From that day on, Sue Biting seemed to have become a different person. Although he still didn't talk much and didn't communicate with her, he would occasionally sit in the living room and drink tea with her and chat for a few words. At first, she was a little nervous, but then she got used to it. During the first Chinese New Year, she happened to spend the New Year with her boyfriend because her home was too far away. She thought Sue Biting had gone home, so she brought her boyfriend back. Who knew that when she came back, she saw Sue Biting wearing a bright red dress, turning on the air conditioner, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the snowflakes outside without moving. After hearing the door open, she just turned her head to take a look. Even when she saw Union and her boyfriend, she just nodded at them and turned around. Union was a little embarrassed, because she had agreed not to bring the opposite sex back at the beginning. This time, she brought her boyfriend back for no reason, and she was in a dilemma. Sue Biting seemed to have remembered this, and didn't look back. She just said softly, "It's okay. Today is New Year's Day. Just be happy. Don't be so restrained." Union asked cautiously, "Sister Sue, you won't go home for the New Year?" Sue Biting just looked up at the sky calmly. "Well, I won't go home for the New Year. My home is too far away." Somehow, Union felt that Sue Biting was very sad when she said this, and she felt a sense of desolation. From the second year after that, Union saw that Sue Biting became more and more different from before. She always liked to wear some simple clothes before, but they were all thrown into the trash can. The clothes she wore became brighter and brighter. It was strange. I don't know if it was because of Sue Biting's face or temperament. No matter how bright the clothes were, they were particularly suitable for her. They looked very well matched. The relationship between her and Sue Biting also changed, from the two of them going their own way before, until later they would slowly go out to say hello, and occasionally make plans to have a meal together. Chapter 373 Return Part 2. In the second year, the relationship between Sue Biting and her could already be described as good friends. When Union encountered a small matter that she couldn't make up her mind about, she would ask her for her opinion. Since Sue Biting came back, she always looked absent-minded and made many mistakes, big and small. Later, she felt that she really couldn't do well in this class, so she decisively resigned and returned to the rental house. During this period, her adoptive parents called her. She heard her adoptive mother's hypocritical words on the phone and calmed down to answer her questions casually. Later, she was too lazy to pretend to be a snake with them and directly asked to buy out this hypocritical relationship. Originally, there was still some savings in her bank card, which was used to buy a house. But in order to buy out this hypocritical relationship, Sue Biting gave them everything, and she still stayed in this small rental house. Union knew that she wanted to buy a house, so Union always thought that she would not stay in this small house for long. When they signed the new contract with the landlord, they were surprised to see that Su Baiting was still determined to live here. But Su Baiting said nothing, just smiled at her faintly, signed the contract and went out. Su Baiting sat in her small room and sneered at the contract in her hand, thinking silently in her heart, okay, so be it, when I was here before, my adoptive mother's house was just my adoptive mother's house, not her home. When I lived in my adoptive mother's house before, I also lived in the utility room. She did everything, big or small. She earned her tuition and living expenses by working part-time. After going through so many things, she felt that it was enough. She put down the contract in her hand and walked to the window of the room. Looking at the traffic outside the window, she felt melancholy. She came back because she was originally from this world, which meant that she would never meet Yin Heshuan again. At work, because of her change, she changed from an unknown person to a person with taste and style in everyone's eyes. Su Baiting wanted to laugh when she heard it for the first time. After following Yin Heshuan and his friends for so long in the apocalypse, how could she not learn anything? Since she changed, many single and high-quality men have pursued her, but she rejected them all. In her heart, no one can compare to Yin Heshuan, and she also believes that no one will treat her as well as Yin Heshuan. After she resigned, many people tried to keep her and asked for her contact information, but she refused. After resigning, she stayed alone in the small rental house for several days. It was so long that Yun began to worry about her, so she ran out of the room with disheveled hair. Although she may look bad, she is actually in a good mood now. She thought for a long time and decided to write a novel about her experience in the end times. She felt that she could travel through time and space to return to that era. Why can't Yin Heshuan travel through time and space to come here? After writing the novel for several months, it was successfully published. Although the performance was mediocre, it still made some money. Anyway, her ultimate goal was not to make the book a big hit, but to try to find Yin Heshuan. When she came back to her senses from these memories, Yun had drunk too much and fell on her. She burped and hugged Su Baiting's arm. Sister Su, you are so beautiful. You don't know that I don't dare to bring my boyfriend back home. I'm afraid he likes you. Su Baiting looked at this silly child. If you wake up tomorrow and think about what you said, I wonder if you will be ashamed of drinking too much. Yun was confused, but I know that you, Sister Su, will not like him. I don't think anyone can match you. Sister Su, you must be a person with a lot of stories. Your eyes tell me that you have someone in your heart. Su Baiting was curious. Can you still see this? Yun nodded. Why not, although Sister Su, you usually look very gentle and like an older sister. You must not have noticed that every time you sit here alone and look out the window, your eyes are particularly melancholy. If it weren't for the fact that we have always lived together, and I haven't seen you bring anyone back, I would have thought you were heartbroken. Or that you have someone you like, but he doesn't like you? But that's not right. Sister Su, how could anyone not like you when you are so good? She seemed to be talking to herself. Maybe some people are just so short-sighted. He is not worthy of my Sister Su's love at all. Say hell to those bastards. After saying that, he raised the beer can in his hand and shouted loudly. After shouting, he lowered his head dejectedly. Sister Su, I was originally planning to go home with my boyfriend for the new year this year. He clearly promised me, but he suddenly regretted it and didn't want to go back. I told my mother that I would go to my boyfriend's house for the new year this year, so I didn't go back. But he didn't take me back. I don't want to make my mother sad, so... Seeing that she was already confused, Su Baiting gently helped her back to the room and put her on the bed. She covered her with a quilt and stood by the bed to watch her for a while to make sure that she was fine. Then she turned around and left the room. She asked why the child didn't go home for the new year. It turned out to be this reason. She was sitting in the living room watching the evening party on TV. Suddenly, firecrackers rang outside the window. She finally entered the third year since she came back. She held the bottle in her hand and said softly, "Brother, Happy New Year." The sound of firecrackers outside the window fell, and the cheers of the crowd came from nowhere. Su Baiting sat on the empty sofa and recalled the scene of celebrating the new year for the first time in the apocalypse. At that time, the apocalypse had just passed, and they were counting the days in the deep mountains and old forests. It seemed that the new year was coming soon. Yin Heshuan decided to take them to the city to feel the new year atmosphere of the first year after the apocalypse. The driving distance was not far, and the city had basically returned to normal, although it has not reached the peak before the end of the world. It is already very good now. Many buildings have been repainted, and cars have driven onto the road. The shops have lit up the twinkling lights, which shine in their eyes. There are cheers everywhere on the street. Yin Heshwan and his friends surrounded Su Baining tightly, fearing that someone would bump into them. There are fireworks exploding in the air, and the cheers indicate the arrival of the new year, and also the farewell of the old year. It was as if they were celebrating each other's rebirth. It was so difficult for them to survive in this chaotic era. They bought some things and returned to the cottage. The family gathered together to spend a happy and warm new year. Su Baining looked at the empty cottage and herself alone. She felt even more empty and sad. She really missed Yin Heshwan and the others. Why were all the people gone? She was the only one in this world. She was the only one left. No one was around. No one could help her if something happened. No one would call her softly in her ear. Chapter 374 Return, Part 3. Su Baining woke up from her dream crying. When she woke up, the sky outside the window was still dark. When she wiped her tears, she realized that it was still 5 o'clock in the morning. She put down her phone, got up from the bed, and went to the bathroom. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar self in front of the mirror, she didn't know what to think. She had been dreaming a lot recently, but she didn't like these dreams at all. She dreamed that Yin Heshwan and the others still disliked her as much as before. Even Yin Ziyu would ignore her when he saw her. Yin Heshwan even brought back a woman on a sunny day. He said she was his girlfriend. Yin Mo and Yin Bo were still serving in the army. They wouldn't come back for a long time. Even if they came back, they would pretend not to see her. She watched them get married and have children, but it had nothing to do with her. Especially the way Yin Heshwan looked at that woman. She was like a bystander when she reached out her hand to touch someone. She passed through their bodies. The person she saw was her and not her. The end of the world did not come in her dream. She left the Yin family after graduating from college, found an ordinary man to marry and have children, lived an ordinary life, and never had any contact with the Yin family again. But when she saw Yin Heshwan looking at the woman tenderly, when she saw them walking into the marriage hall in wedding dresses, she cried. Tears flowed down her eyes uncontrollably like water. Then she woke up. Her hands were still shaking. Although it was just a dream, it was a dream she could not accept. She stood in front of the mirror and calmed down. In order to avoid falling into such a dream again, she dressed, washed, turned on the light, took out a book, and began to daydream again. She thought of the woman in the dream. The woman in the white dress, who was not clearly visible. Did Yin Heshwan like this type of person before? Su Baining, who was still in a daze, was awakened by a knock on the door. Su Baining closed the book and opened the door. She saw Yunyan standing in front of her, yawning. Su Baining, who was already dressed neatly, buried the words she was about to say in her stomach. Su Baining, what are you daydreaming about? Do you have anything to ask me? Yunyan came back to her senses. Yes. Yes. Sister Su. Did I say something I shouldn't have said last night? Don't take it personally. I was just talking nonsense when I was drunk. Su Baining, it's okay. Don't be in a bad mood during the new year. Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. It's the new year, Sister Su. Today is the first day of the new year. Let's go shopping. Although many stores are closed, there are still many shopping malls to hang out in. Since she was just sitting around doing nothing at home, and she always liked to think about weird things, Su Baining agreed. Following Yunyan to the shopping mall downstairs, you can only feel the atmosphere of the new year when you are among the crowd. Yunyan is like a bird that has been released. She looks around at a new store, and then goes in. The smile on her face also infects Su Baining. But Su Baining is not interested in these clothes now. While watching Yunyan trying on clothes here, she walked out of the store alone to look at the New Year decorations in this mall. Suddenly, a familiar figure passed by her eyes, and left at the corner. Su Baining was so shocked that she didn't follow the footsteps. By the time she rushed over, the person had disappeared. Yunyan waited for Su Baining to come back, who was in such a state of disarray, and had unfocused eyes. She went to meet her with the bag in her hand. Sister Su, where have you been? How come you disappeared in the blink of an eye? Su Baining raised her head. Yunyan, I saw him. I thought I would never see him again. But I actually saw him just now. I saw him. Yunyan was confused. What did you see? Sister Su, what did you see? Did you see the guy you like? Didn't he leave you? Seeing Su Baining like this, it was impossible to walk on this street. Yunyan had no choice but to take her home. Looking at Su Baining, who had lost her spirit, Yunyan poured her a glass of water. Sister Su, if you have anything to say, Just say it. If you don't want to tell me, just find a place to tell it yourself. Just say it out. Su Baining sat on the sofa in a daze. Yin Hushuan just turned the corner and ran into the secretary of this body. The secretary breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yin Hushuan. My ancestor, can you tell me before you leave? Yes, he is now afraid that Yin Hushuan will suddenly disappear. His president lost his memory after waking up from a minor car accident. The family initially suspected that he was pretending or was someone else. But no matter what evidence there is, it shows that this is Yin Hushuan. Yin Hushuan was in the hospital when he woke up. When he woke up, he looked at the hospital with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know why he was here. The owner of this body is also called Yin Hushuan. But the only difference is that the owner of this body has no brothers or sisters. He is the only son of the Yin family. But where did the owner of this body go before he came? He waited for several days, and there was still no change when he woke up. To be honest, it felt wonderful to be alive again. But this was not what he wanted. In his heart, everything ended with the departure of Su Baining and everyone else at the end of the world. He didn't know what the meaning of waking up like this was. But the owner of this body hadn't come back these days, which made him very upset. After being discharged from the hospital, he went home with his family. The people at home cared about him very much, but he didn't recognize any of them. He had no choice but to listen to the doctor's words that he was in the amnesia stage and didn't remember anyone. The Yin family's parents were very dreamy people. Yin Hushuan couldn't tell them that he was no longer their son. After all, it was hard for people to accept such an incredible thing. On the way back, when he saw the scene along the way, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind, whether this world was the world of Su Baining, although no one had said this at the end of the world. But from the first moment he picked up Su Baining at the Hope base, he could be sure that the Su Baining at that time was not the Su Baining before. All the suspicious points about her made him sure that she must have come from another world. She might have come from another world. He now appeared strangely here. Would he have a chance to see the former Su Baining? With this thought in mind, Yin Hushuan settled down in his house. Yan's parents were worried about his safety and asked his secretary to follow him around 24 hours a day. Yin Hushuan was so annoyed. He just looked like he had lost his memory, but he still had the ability to take care of himself. What was the point of following a nagging ghost all day long? He was almost annoyed to death. Chapter 375 Return. 4. This secretary is good in every way, but he talks too much. When he is in the company, he may be too busy, so he doesn't bother Yin Hushuan that much, but every time he gets off work, he likes to chatter. After all, Yin Hushuan has been in politics for so long, what can't he manage in a small company? Sometimes he gets so angry that he wants to throw this noisy person out of the office. He finally waited until the new year and felt that he could finally have some peace and quiet. Who knew that this person would appear at his door so punctually in the morning, after coming to this world and getting to know it for a while? He secretly looked for news about Su Baining, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no news at all. He began to suspect that Su Baining was just an unknown person in this world, so there was no news about her at all. But he would not give up. This world is so big. If he still couldn't find her after trying everything, if he was sure that Su Baining was not in this world, he would not miss this place. What he missed was the world with Su Baining, Yin Ziyu and others. After all, no one in this world belonged to him. Looking at the enlarged face in front of him, he was not in a good mood at all. He thought that he didn't want to stay alone in the room with him. So he planned to find a shopping mall to check around. The Yin family's industries are connected to many things. The shopping mall downstairs from Su Baining is, although many people had gone home for the New Year holiday, Yin Hushuan offered a high price of 7 times his salary. So the lights were on. No matter when he came to visit, there were always people. No matter where he went, the secretary would follow him. This secretary reminded him of Chung Jun in the last days. Before he left Kyoto, Chung Jun always followed him, like a little tail. Later, Yin Hushuan finally got rid of the secretary when he was not paying attention and went shopping alone. This is really not an easy thing to do. He is a CEO after all. But how can he be helpless by a secretary? Just when he was wandering around and turned a corner, he suddenly felt footsteps behind him. He thought it was the secretary who followed him. So he quickened his pace and left the place. Who knew that he would meet the secretary at the corner? Looking at the secretary's frightened face, he couldn't help but wonder, who was the person who followed him before? After the Chinese New Year, everyone's work and life returned to normal. That day, a financial news came to interview Yin Hushuan. Originally, He was going to refuse. Suddenly, he thought that if Su Baining was here, he would not be able to find her. If he was on TV, would Su Baining be able to find him? Thinking about this, he agreed to the interview, but there was a condition that it had to be broadcast live. As long as he was willing to agree to the interview, small things like live broadcasting were no problem at all. You know, they wanted to interview the president of the Yin family a long time ago. But he never agreed to it. This time he agreed so readily. A small request is nothing. The secretary was shocked when he knew he agreed. He looked at Yin Heshuan standing in front of the window curiously. President, can I know why you agreed to this interview? Yin Heshuan looked at the tall building outside the window. To find someone. To find someone who is very important to me. Very important person. The little secretary was in a big trouble. They wished they could stay together 24 hours a day. Is there anyone he didn't know? Yin Heshuan looked at him with disdain. Why, are you the worm in my stomach? You follow me 24 hours a day. You know everyone around me. Do you know that you are a secretary? Don't meddle in the adult's private affairs. Secretary. On the day of the interview, Yin Heshuan was dressed very formally. Sitting upright in the office reception room, the reporters and the camera were facing her. With a beep, the machine turned on. Only the reporters were excited. Even Yin Heshuan was a little excited. Su Baining happened to see Yun Yun turning on the TV and waiting to watch the interview. Su Baining looked at her curiously. What are you watching? Yun Yun stared at the TV that was playing the advertisement. Interview. An interview with a handsome guy? Su Baining frowned. What a strange adjective. You have a boyfriend. Yun Yun, hey. Sister Su. You don't understand. Everyone loves beauty. I just admire it. You should know that the president of the Yin family never accepts interviews. Su Baining, who was about to leave, caught this word. What did you say? Who? Yun Yun pointed at the TV. The Yin family. President Yin Heshuan. A business miracle. His interview is basically impossible to see. How can I miss it in my lifetime? This is the dream of thousands of girls. Su Baining's heart was in turmoil when she heard Yin Heshuan's name. She sat down on the sofa calmly. Yun Yun bumped her shoulder after seeing this and said, Sister Su, I promise you won't be disappointed. The TV went dark for a second. And then a man in a suit with short hair, combed back from the forehead, and sitting upright appeared in their sight. Su Baining was stunned looking at this strange yet familiar face on TV. As for what was said on TV, she didn't hear it at all. She stared at Yin Heshuan on the TV and turned to the TV and said, Everyone asks me if I have someone I like. I didn't have one before. But now I do. I don't know where she is. I hope she is watching TV now. Ning Ning. I have been looking for you for a long time. But I can't find you. So I can only use this method. Although I don't know if you can see it. Or it's just my fantasy. But I don't want to give up as long as there is a glimmer of hope. If you can see it, brother is waiting for you here. Yun Yun held her cheeks with both hands and sighed. Who is this little girl named Ning Ning? She can actually get the exclusive love of our male god. Oh my god. It's too sweet. Sister Su. What do you think? Su Baining came back to her senses in a daze. Yun Yun, can you tell me where the Yin family's building is? Yun Yun, it's the tallest one on Wansheng Street. It has a big word Yin printed on it. It is their office building. The whole building is full of them. Sister Su, what do you want to do? What? Of course I'm going to find him. Now that Yin Heshuan has come to this world, she is no longer alone. It turns out that she is not the only one who has such thoughts. Yin Heshuan also had such thoughts when he came to this world. Watching Su Baining run away from the room in a panic, Yun Yun shouted worriedly from behind. Sister Su, Sister Su. Go slower, you are wearing high heels. Be careful not to fall. What's wrong? Isn't it just watching an interview? Why are you so excited all of a sudden? Chapter 376 Return v. Yun Yun didn't catch Su Baining's taxi. So she had no choice but to take another taxi and follow them. She watched Su Baining's car cross the street and arrive in front of the Yan's building. She saw Su Baining stand in front of the door, in a daze, after getting off the car. In the car, she saw Yin Heshuan, who had just been interviewed on TV, walking out of the building with his people. The transparent glass of the building reflected Yin Heshuan's slender figure. Looking at Su Baining standing in front of the door, the breeze blew up her skirt and hair, dazzling many people, but Yun Yun didn't have time to appreciate it now. Yin Heshuan was about to come out with his people, and Su Baining was still standing in front of the door. Just as she was about to walk over in a hurry, under the gaze of everyone, Su Baining slowly stepped forward and bumped into Yan Hushuan's arms without anyone noticing. Yan Hushuan staggered, and the secretary behind him thought it was another inexplicable fan and hurriedly tried to pull her out of Yan Hushuan's arms. Yun ran over after seeing this. No. 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 Don't be impulsive. I'll take her away right away. But no one took her away. Su Baining in Yan Hushuan's arms was already crying loudly. Crying and calling for brother. The secretary looked at the usually cold president, who was now holding the girl in his arms with a gentle face, gently soothing her hair with one hand. He coaxed her softly. Brother is here. Brother is here. God knows when Su Baining ran into his arms and called him brother, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The reporters who had not left immediately patted the photographers beside them. Take pictures. Take pictures. Take pictures quickly, exclusive news. Brother. After everyone calmed down, Yun heard from them that the person Yan Hushuan had been looking for was Su Baining. When she thought of Su Baining's name, Yun came back to her senses. Yes, she always called her Sister Su. Sister Su. And she forgot that she had a name. Yun curiously asked how they knew each other. They definitely couldn't talk about the end of the world, so they could only find a ridiculous excuse that they met while playing games, but they had a quarrel over a small matter. So Su Baining quit the internet in a rage. Yun suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Su Baining was in such a bad state during that period. It turned out that she had a quarrel with Yan Hushuan. Now looking at Su Baining, who was like a little bird in Yan Hushuan's arms, she really couldn't accept it. After all, the person who always appeared in front of her was a man who looked weak, but women who were very decisive in doing things rarely look like such a little woman. Yan Hushuan held Su Baining in his arms, and felt that he was finally alive. He first thanked Yun for her care, and then gently helped Su Baining up. After get off work. Go home and move your things to my place. Okay? Su Baining nodded. Yun pulled her over in fear. Sister Su. It's not good to live in his house after you just met. You should be more cautious. Su Baining smiled and comforted her. It's okay. Yun, I know you are worried about me, but I believe him. There are many things that are hard to tell you, but we lived together before. Yun didn't know how to describe her current mood. Seeing the male god made her speechless. Now she knew that the girl who had been living with her was actually the male god's favorite. She was completely stuttering. The secretary looked at Yan Hushuan, who was only concerned with Su Baining's affectionate words. I quietly went out and found a place to call Yan's parents. Yan's parents also saw the live broadcast in the morning. Now after listening to the secretary's words, they are more certain that their son is really in love. Although he was very excited. Our boss Yan discussed with his wife and decided not to show it. Anyway, he already has a daughter-in-law, so why worry that she will run away? But he was too excited, so he couldn't help but run back to the old house with his wife and told the two ancestors of the Yin family about this matter. In fact, they didn't need to tell me. The headlines of the news that afternoon were all photos of the Yin family president holding the little girl. At night, Yan Hushuan held Su Baining in his arms and lay on the bed, telling her about what happened after he came to this world. Su Baining was curious. How did you know that I would be in this world? Yan Hushuan kissed her little face. Silly girl. I just wanted to try. If you weren't in this world, I don't know why I'm in this world. Su Baining grabbed his hand. Only you came. Second brother and the others? Yan Hushuan hugged her tightly and sighed. How can there be a perfect life? The first day I woke up, I was still wondering why I was here. It's so sad that I'm the only one living in this big world. Su Baining rested her head on his chest. So brother knew from the beginning that I'm not your sister. Yan Hushuan, I guess so. After all, my sister's eyes are different from yours. Do you think we can't even recognize our own sister? Su Baining puffed up her lips. What do you mean? Really? It turns out that I have been acting in your eyes for a lifetime. Yan Hushuan pinched her nose. What are you afraid of? If we know, it will be bad for you. Or are you hiding something else from us? Su Baining, no. No. Only this matter. Nothing else. This new life, it was the time God gave them. The next day, Yan Hushuan took her home without the Yin family's parents waiting eagerly. The Yin family loved the beautiful girl in front of them very much. Su Baining was quite restrained when she came, but after seeing the Yin family, their attitude gradually relaxed. The Yin family was a simple family. In addition to the two little ancestors, Yan's parents had two brothers, but because they were very busy abroad, they simply and roughly gave them two big red envelopes. Yan's mother touched Su Baining's frail little hand. I heard that Su Baining was an orphan. The previous adoptive parents were not very kind to her. I felt even more distressed. After meeting Yin Hushuan's parents, their marriage was on the agenda. Su Baining was speechless when she saw the wedding brochure in front of her. Yin Hushuan, I couldn't give you a grand wedding at that time, so I'll make it up to you this time. Su Baining, it doesn't have to be so complicated. You are exaggerating. Yin Hushuan kissed her. Doing these things for you, is it not exaggerating at all? The wedding was held in June when the grass was green and the birds were singing. According to Su Baining's idea, it was held in a small church. It was not grand. The Yin family only had relatives of the Yin family. Su Baining only invited Yun to be her bridesmaid. Even Yun's boyfriend didn't come. The moment the bouquet was thrown to Yun, the peace doves outside flew into the sky in groups. Yin Hushuan and Su Baining smiled at each other in front of the priest.